Chapter 1, having just failed at a blind date, he was forcibly taken by the Demon Empress. Let me be frank. First, the bride price is 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less, and we're not talking about it. Secondly, after marriage, you must buy an independent burial house within the second ring road of Tianqing City, and it must be registered in my name. On the second floor of Tianyuan Pavilion, a popular matchmaking spot, Zhao Jinlian casually spat out sunflower seed shells, looking at them as if they were a pile of garbage. Third, and most importantly, she puffed out her sunken chest and said confidently, although I have lost my virginity, had 3 abortions, and am even carrying the child of my former partner, I hope you can be more magnanimous. For the sake of your child's future, you have to go to the Black Spirit Mine every day to mine for spirit stones to support him. That's a man's responsibility. She glanced at Lin Ye's shocked expression and impatiently tapped the table. What? Is that a look of disdain on your face? Lin Yi, putting aside the facts, aren't you also at fault? I'm tired of playing around, so I'm leaving this opportunity to find an honest person to settle down to you. You should feel honored. Lin Yi gripped the 3 low-grade spirit stones with his fingernails, which dug into his flesh from excessive force. Pleasure? Should the sucker be grateful? Do you really need to mine to support other people's children? Zhao Jinlian. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. He slammed the 3 spirit stones on the table with a sharp crack. You're at the 3rd level of qi refining, and so am I. You look like a demon, but your heart is like a serpent. You're not looking for a Taoist partner, but a scapegoat, a sucker. Lin Yi suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and roared at her disgusting face. You're rotten to the core. Even if I offered you spirit stones to feed a dog, it wouldn't want you. What makes you think I'd want you? Because you're so shameless? Or because of your extensive experience with 3 abortions? The air fell silent for a second. Puff. A cup of scalding hot spiritual tea was splashed hard onto Lin Ye's face. The scalding tea streamed down his cheeks, covered in tea dust, making him look extremely disheveled. You penniless, unaffiliated wretch. How dare you insult me? Smack! Zhao Jinlian screamed and jumped up, slamming her hand on the table and pointing at Lin Yi as she roared. Why? Because I'm a female cultivator. You're a piece of trash who can't even afford a toilet in the second ring road of the city, you deserve to be childless. This roar completely ignited the entire second floor. Ha ha ha. This piece of trash got splashed all over his face, he looks just like a drowned rat. Zhao Fairy, you did a good job. These lowly male cultivators, without spirit stones, still want to eat swan meat like a toad, disgusting. Look at how poor he is. He doesn't even dare to wipe the tea leaves off his face. It's hilarious. Just as Lin Yi was about to throw the water back, he was frozen in midair by an invisible force. The stewardess, Huasan Yang, swaggered over, her waist swaying like a bucket, and unleashed her qi refining level 7 cultivation with a thunderous roar, kicking over Lin Yi's stool. You wicked thing. Fairy Zhao paid 10 spirit stones as collateral here, and you still want to bully a woman? Huasan Yang stood with her hands on her hips and spat at Lin Yi's feet. Get out of here. Don't block Fairy Zhao from finding a high-quality male cultivator. If you don't leave, I'll have my guards break your legs. Lin Yi withdrew his arm and wiped the tea off his face. It's hot, but my heart is even colder. He didn't say anything more, and turned to leave. He stared intently at the line in his mind, activation condition, bind to a Taoist partner 01, his eyes as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Since legitimate blind dates are a dead end, and since this world laughs at poverty but not prostitution. If he doesn't repay this humiliation tenfold or 100-fold, Lin Yi swears he's no man. When it rains, it pours. Just outside the market, under a gloomy sky, Lin Yi was cornered at the entrance of a slum alley by 3 burly men. Hey, isn't this Lin, the Casanova? Did your blind date fall through? The ringleader, Wang Batu, was at the 5th level of qi refining and had a face full of scars. We're a bit short on cash, brothers. Can you lend us some spirit stones? Without giving them a chance to react, the 2 henchmen swarmed forward. Just as Lin Yi was about to retaliate, Wang Batu kicked him hard in the stomach. Bang! A qi refining level 3 opponent against a level 5 opponent, utterly defeated. Lin Yi crashed into the mud wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Batu stepped on his hand, crushed it forcefully, and then casually grabbed the storage bag and threw it on the ground. 2 tattered Taoist robes and a dozen or so broken spirit stones. Damn! What a poor bastard. Wang Bata spat on the ground and then kicked him wildly. This piece of trash dares to go on a blind date? What a waste of my time. Brother, forget it. There are demon-suppressing officers patrolling the city recently. The younger brother advised in a low voice. Wang Bata cursed his bad luck at the thought of being lectured by his brother in the demon suppression division, and slapped Lin Yi twice more. Damn it, I've really struck gold. Tomorrow I'll go to that dilapidated house in the Spirit Stone Market and pawn it to get a loan. If I don't get the Spirit Stones, I'll cripple your hands and feet. Lin Yi lay in the mud, watching the three figures leave, his fingernails digging deep into the soil. Does it hurt? Pain. Do you hate it? Hatred. It's a disgrace to the predecessors that a time traveler has ended up like this. Strength. Lin Yi let out a low, beast-like growl from his throat, his eyes bloodshot. As long as you can find a Taoist partner. But these days, let alone the Heavenly Fate Bureau, even brothels charge exorbitant prices for a one-day companionship. Grass. In his past life, he was treated like a beast of burden and disgusted by his supervisor. In this life, he transmigrated to the world of immortal cultivation where all races coexist. He finally got a system, and as long as he activates it, he will have a chance to turn his life around. I must activate the system, I absolutely must. Raindrops fell on the wound, causing excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and got up, quickly cleaned himself up, and dragged his aching body back to the dilapidated little wooden house. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, Lin Yi was about to lie down and go to sleep when his movements froze instantly. The small, damp room was filled with a strange, pleasant fragrance. It resembles an orchid but is not an orchid. It carries a captivating sweetness, mixed with a hint of blood. He suddenly looked up. A woman was lying on the bed. The red dress was like fire, the garments were torn, and large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, stained with specks of blood. By the moonlight, Lin Yi could see her face clearly, and his breath caught in his throat. Top-notch. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her lips like vermilion. Even with her pale face and closed eyes, the charm and nobility etched into her bones still made this humble abode shine. Something's not right. It's like a stunningly beautiful, injured woman suddenly appearing in your rented room late at night in your past life. Who would believe there's no ghost in that? Who are you? Lin Yi instinctively stepped back. The woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, the temperature in the room plummeted to freezing. Those were a pair of vertical pupils, as red as blood. Cold, brutal, carrying the oppressive aura of a superior, and with a hint of eerie mystery. Roar. The female cultivator's voice was not human, but rather a low growl like that of a ferocious beast. Demon. The heavenly desolate immortal realm where he resides has long been plagued by conflict between humans and demons, and border clashes are frequent. Anyone who has ties with the demon race in a human city shall be executed by the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, this aura. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine and turned to run. This female cultivator is at least at the foundation establishment stage. This is definitely not someone he can afford to mess with. He'll die. Man. The female cultivator's voice was hoarse as she locked her gaze on the man at the door. She was as weak as an ant, but the primordial yang energy within her body, which had not yet been defiled, was her only antidote at this moment. I'll lend you my vital essence, and you'll be left with a whole corpse. Before Lin Yi could even step out of the door, a terrifying suction force pulled him up into the air and slammed him hard onto the wooden bed. Bang! The soft, warm fragrance of jade enveloped me, yet it felt like embracing a raging fire. Senior. The demoness seemed to have lost her mind. She tore Lin Yi's clothes apart and her hot, delicate body coiled around him like a snake. Shut up! She gave a low shout and kissed Lin Yi's lips directly, silencing all protests. The violent spiritual energy, mixed with a strange heat current, surged wildly into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi's mind went blank. One moment he was rejected by an ugly woman, the next he was drained of his life force by a beautiful demon. Am I really going to die here? And, this woman is so fierce. With the sounds of clothes tearing and the creaking of the wooden bed under its own weight, pain and ecstasy intertwined, and Lin Yi felt as if his soul was being drained. At that very moment, the progress bar in my mind, which had been frozen for 3 years, suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Bite. The host has been detected engaging in in-depth communication with a high-level astrologically gifted individual with a rating of 99. Conditions met. The many children, many blessings strategy system activated. System features: become stronger by binding your Taoist partner and having children. Congratulations on binding your first Taoist partner, Empress Tushan Wanwan severely injured. Acquired physique: myriad medicines, primordial body currently undergoing fusion characteristic, deep contact with a Taoist partner can heal all injuries. Gain maxed out comprehension. Master techniques and classic texts instantly. New player gift pack: obtain the top tier dual cultivation technique, Yin Yang scripture. Enhance your cultivation and rebuild your foundation through dual cultivation. Gain talent, sharpshooter. Ignores reproductive barriers, increases the chance of pregnancy by 5% after each failed attempt at conception. P.S. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. As the dizziness in Lin Ye's head subsided, before he could even check his reward, he felt the Empress's body on top of him stiffen. Following his gaze, the breathtaking scenery before him completely captivated him. However, the next second, the crimson glow in the Empress's eyes faded, replaced by a chilling killing intent. If she hadn't forcibly torn through space and randomly teleported here, causing her cultivation level to plummet and her spiritual energy to dry up, she wouldn't be able to become such an insignificant being. A cold hand suddenly gripped Lin Ye's throat. Have you seen enough? Tushan Wanwan's voice was icy, and demonic power pulsed from her fingertips. If you've seen enough, let's get going. Chapter 2. From this day forward, you are my dregs. Cough, cough, cough. That slender hand locked onto my throat like an iron clamp, and I felt a suffocating sensation. Lin Ye's face flushed red, his hands weakly gripping her wrists, and his vision began to blur. That crazy vixen. I was just pushed into this game, and before I even had a chance to open the newbie gift pack, I'm about to be silenced? What a hellish joke. An ant dares to lay a finger on me? Tushan Wanwan's eyes were filled with shame, anger, and murderous intent. Her palms were surging with demonic power, ready to shatter the neck of this ant in the next second. May I be reborn into a better family in my next life. Puff. Without any warning, her originally murderous body trembled violently, and a mouthful of black blood sprayed directly onto Lin Ye's face. Her grip on his throat suddenly gave way, and with a muffled groan, she collapsed limply onto Lin Ye, the two of them rolling around in a ball once more. Well. Tushan Wanwan gripped the bedsheet tightly, black poisonous patterns crawling all over her snow-white neck as if they were alive. Heart-devouring dark poison. Without going to the Ice Palace Heavenly Heart Pool, it's impossible to suppress, let alone undo, the attack. Damn it, it's all because of that traitor Tushan Xian Yuan and that vile demonic maid. In an attempt to suppress the Hahuan poison, he borrowed Yuan Yang, which instead detonated this deadly poison. Is the dignified Demon Empress destined to die in this dilapidated hut in such a humiliating way? Suddenly, a strange warm current came from below. Tushan Wanwan's painful groans stopped abruptly. She was shocked to discover that as long as she was close to this man, the deadly toxins in her body would instantly become docile, like mice seeing a cat. Even the dried-up demon core showed signs of revival. How is that possible? The primordial body of 10,000 medicines? These ants are actually the legendary living elixir that only appears once every million years? Lin Yi gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the air. Just a moment ago, he had truly seen his great-grandmother waving. He noticed that the woman on top of him was trembling, and the black blood mixed with death energy was clearly poisoned. As the killing intent in the Empress's eyes faded, a greedy desire to devour him spread from her eyes. Finally catching his breath, he glanced at the information in his mind. Good heavens, there are incredible rewards for binding a Taoist partner and having a child? The body of 10,000 medicines, maxed out comprehension, the top-tier dual cultivation technique Yin Yang scripture, and the talent of a sharpshooter. Good, as expected, the physique reward from the system has taken effect. To survive, we have to take a gamble. It seems your injury hasn't fully healed yet. Lin Yecheng suppressed his racing heart and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Kill me, and for now, no one can cure your poison. Senior, shall we make a deal? Tushan Wanwan's eyes turned cold. She tried to sit up, but fell back weakly into Lin Ye's arms once again. Are you threatening me? Her voice was weak, yet it still carried an ingrained arrogance. No, it's about survival. Lin Yi stared directly into those eerie crimson eyes, showing no sign of backing down. I'm just a worthless life, I'll die if I want to. But if you were to die with me, it wouldn't be worth it, would it? Tushan Wanwan fell silent. To get revenge, we need this human antidote now. As soon as I got away, that heart-wrenching pain returned. To completely remove the toxins and restore one's cultivation, one must engage in long-term dual cultivation with him. Thinking of this, a hint of shame and indignation flashed across Tu Shanwanwan's beautiful face, but it was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. Since that's the case, a deal? You think you're worthy? Tu Shanwanwan suddenly bit her tongue and pointed a finger at Lin Yi's brow. Hiss. Lin Yi felt his heart clench suddenly, as if bound by invisible chains, and a blood-red fox print mark appeared between his eyebrows before disappearing. This is the heart-to-heart life and death spell, so of course it only applies to you. Tu Shanwanwan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked down at Lin Yi, and said coldly. The curse has been cast. If I live, you live. If I die, you die too. From this day forward, you are my dregs. Lin Yi. Good grief, not only are they taking advantage of women, but they're also forcibly binding themselves to them? If you don't want to die, then heal your wounds properly. Without giving Lin Yi any time to react, Tu Shanwanwan casually used a water-based spell to remove the black blood from Lin Yi's body and then bent down again. This time, she was no longer as violent and unreasonable as before, but rather carried an urgent need to absorb nourishment. Wait, Lin Yi lost his voice once again. But this time, things have changed. The host is detected engaging in deep communication. The yin-yang meridian is activating automatically. Previously, he was being drained of his energy by one party, but now, this dual cultivation technique has allowed him to absorb the pure demonic power overflowing from the Empress in this unequal battle. Tu Shanwanwan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. This is a dual cultivation technique? Can I break through using the overflowing demonic power of this seat? Humph, greedy humans. However, the stronger the dregs, the better the medicinal effect. A massive surge of energy coursed through Lin Yi's frail body. Qi refining level 3. Broken. Qi refining level 4. Qi refining level 5. That night, the dilapidated cabin seemed to be the eye of the storm, the wooden bed swaying precariously, groaning under the weight of the storm. The commotion inside the house only subsided when the sky began to lighten. When Lin Yi opened his eyes, he felt refreshed and his spiritual energy was as abundant as a rushing river. 7th level of Qi refining. Lin Yi clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Breaking through 4 realms in one night. Hajiton, you bastard, is this the top-tier dual cultivation technique? Although the process was a bit tiring on the back. He turned his head to look to his side. Tu Shanwanwan was lying on her side with her back to him, her silver hair cascading down the pillow like a waterfall, and she was casually draped in Lin Yi's tattered Taoist robe, her bare shoulders and long legs dazzlingly white. After a night of treatment, the deathly pallor on her face had dissipated considerably, and her skin had a healthy rosy glow. However, the Empress's majesty remained, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at her. Still not enough? The dregs of medicine. A cool voice came from behind her. Tu Shanwanwan did not turn around. Her voice was cool and languid, and her murderous aura had lessened a bit. Lin Yi's lips twitched. So you're telling me to keep calling him dregs of medicine? Fine, now that you have the bigger fist, you get to call the shots. Once the system takes me flying, I'll show you, you little fox, who's the real master. Tu Shanwanwan had just found a comfortable position and was preparing to examine the spiritual energy. Bang! A loud bang interrupted the conversation. The dilapidated wooden door was kicked away, and half of the door panel scraped against the edge of the bed and crashed to the ground, raising dust everywhere. Lin Yi! What are you doing hiding in there pretending to be dead, you piece of trash? A cold wind blew in, dispelling the pleasant atmosphere inside the room. Wang Bata swaggered in with his 2 lackeys, his face trembling with menacing bulge. I told you yesterday, you have to go to the spirit stone market today. If you can't borrow any spirit stones, I'll cripple you. Wang Batu's voice abruptly stopped. Those beady green eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead. Lin Yi sat on the bed with his upper body bare. Behind him was a stunningly beautiful woman whose very silhouette was enough to drive any man mad. The scattered silver hair in the silhouette, and the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Wang Bata swallowed hard, then felt a surge of jealousy and rage. So? You poor bastard, you said you had no money to give me, but you have money to keep a mistress at home? Wang Bata rubbed his hands together with a lewd grin, his gaze lingering greedily on Tu Shanwanwan's retreating figure. Where did you find this top-quality woman? Perfect, I'm out of spirit stones, so I'll just have my way with this woman. Court death. On the bed, Tu Shan Wan Wan, who had her back to everyone, suddenly opened her eyes. A terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of one's soul descended, and the air in the entire room froze. How could she, a dignified demon empress, be desecrated by such lowly ants? She was about to raise her hand to crush the flies into powder. Now that Lin Yi's cultivation level has improved, he naturally wants to take revenge himself. Upon noticing the empress's actions, he immediately volunteered. I'll handle this kind of trash. She turned around in surprise and met Lin Yi's eyes. Well, at the 7th level of chi refining, dealing with ants shouldn't be a problem. She waved her hand. Resolve this quickly. Wang Batu. Lin Yi put on his clothes, stood up, and stepped forward to block the nauseating gaze. Get out of my way. Wang Batu looked disdainful. What? Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Forgot you were begging for mercy like a dog just now? I gave you a chance. Lin Yi twisted his neck, his knuckles cracking. The frustrations of past and present lives, and the ecstasy of awakening the system, all transformed into the purest violent impulse at this moment. You took my spirit stones yesterday, now you'll pay with your life. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Wang Bata seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, bursting into laughter and pointing at Lin Yi as he spoke to his underlings. Did you hear that? This piece of trash said he wants my life, The laughter stopped abruptly. A fist rapidly magnified in his field of vision. There are no fancy techniques, just pure power. Bang! The sickening sound of bones cracking. Wang Batu's fleshy face instantly caved in, his features twisted into a grimace, and his 200-pound muscular body flew backward as if struck by a battering ram. Splash! The bully slammed himself into the muddy puddle outside the door, twitched twice, and then lay still. A deathly silence. The two henchmen gaped open, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Lin Yi withdrew his fist, his eyes sweeping over the two remaining henchmen at the door, his killing intent palpable. You two, choose a way to die. Chapter 3, Murder and Looting, Entering the Inner City by Reverse Path. Choose a way to die. Before the words were even finished, the figure had already arrived. Time is up. 7 floors versus 3 floors, no suspense whatsoever. Before the skinny monkey's fawning smile could even fade, a sickeningly sharp sound came from his Adam's apple. Click. Without pausing, Lin Yi used his momentum to grab the broken piece of wood from the ground and threw it with a backhand. Whoosh! Pft. The fat man, who had just turned to run away, was pierced through the back by a wooden stake and pinned to the mud wall like a dead toad. His limbs twitched a couple of times and then he stopped moving. 3 breaths. 2 lives. Lin Yi stood in the rain, his palms slightly numb. There was no nausea, no fear, only a pent-up frustration that had been suppressed for 3 years, which was released completely with the gushing blood. In the muddy ditch, Wang Batu was still alive, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Chi refining stage 7. Just yesterday, this kid was a useless 3rd-level chi refining cultivator who could be easily manipulated by anyone. Breaking through 4 realms in one night? Did they eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow? No. Don't kill me. Watching his 2 henchmen die without uttering a sound, Wang Batu's ruthlessness had long since dissipated with the warm current flowing from his crotch. He crawled out, gripping the ground with both hands, desperately trying to get away from this menacing figure, muttering incoherently. Lin Yi, no, Master Lin. Grandpa Lin. The money's all here, please be merciful and just let me go. Lin Yi didn't speak, but approached step by step, the sound of his feet stepping in the mud like a countdown to death. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the fear in Wang Batu's eyes instantly turned into hysterical madness. You can't kill me. My brother is Wang Batian. He's a junior officer in the Demon Suppression Division. That's a Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, the Demon Suppression Division possesses soul lamps. The lamp goes out when a person dies, and there's even a secret method for reversing time. If you kill me, my brother will figure it out with a simple calculation. At that point, not only you, but even that demoness in your house will be skinned alive. Click. Lin Yi stomped on his perfectly intact left wrist bone, and the scream was cut short by a muddy boot. Thanks for the reminder, I hope I can be reborn as a pig in my next life. Puff. A muffled thud, the sound of a throat shattering. Wang Bata's body convulsed violently a few times, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out, filled with resentment and regret. Finally, his limbs went limp, and he fell completely silent. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Call. Lin Yi withdrew his foot and exhaled a long breath. He had done many killings during the resource-grabbing phase of the body tempering stage, so he was already used to it. This time, he felt a sense of liberating excitement. This is the world of cultivation. If you don't eat people, people will eat you. He didn't waste time lamenting his life, he quickly looted the corpse. The two henchmen were dirt poor, with only a little over 20 low-grade spirit stones. The key point is Wang Batu. There were actually more than 500 mid-grade spirit stones in the storage bag. Lin Yi immediately returned to his room and said to Tushan Wanwan, "We have to leave quickly. That guy's brother is a Foundation establishment cultivator in the Demon Suppression Division. He has set up a soul lamp for him. It would be bad if it implicated the entire Demon Suppression Division." Soul lamp? A trivial skill. Tushan Wanwan snorted coldly. Although her face was still pale, her arrogance, which was etched into her bones, remained undiminished. Once the cause and effect are severed, even if someone at the integration stage personally performs the deduction, they will only see nothingness. Before she finished speaking, she raised her jade-like fingers. Destroy. A light flick of the fingertips. 3 ghostly blue flames drifted down, clinging to the corpse like will-o'-the-wisps. But this was no ordinary flame. Strange, ancient runes flickered faintly at its center. That is the royal innate divine power of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, the soul-severing foxfire. There was no loud burning sound, nor any burnt smell. The 3 corpses, along with the storage bags and the blood on the ground, turned into a wisp of smoke the moment they came into contact with the flames, without a sound. Even the lingering death energy in the air and the faint causal threads were burned away by the domineering flames, as if these 3 people had never existed in this world. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched as he watched. As expected of a Demon Empress, this is what you call professional. Essential skills for murder, robbery, and disposing of evidence. Thank you, Mother, for your help. Lin Ye's thank you was heartfelt. Even if that cheap brother stares through the soul lamp, he'll probably only see a cloud of black mist. Humph, I kept you here to heal your wounds. Remember that. Tushan Wanwan swayed slightly, her face paling instantly. Clearly, using her primordial demonic fire had taken a heavy toll on her. She mustered her strength and made a hand seal, seemingly activating some secret technique. This small, dilapidated town's demon bureau actually has 2 golden core perfection cultivators. My injuries haven't healed yet, and when I tore through space, a trace of demonic power leaked out. Although I dispersed it to the outer edge of the city, I still need to quickly find another place. Lin Yi followed into the house, quickly packing up the worthless belongings while his mind raced. No wonder the Demon Suppression Division has been so active in the outer city today. The Demon Suppression headquarters is very likely searching around the outer city gates. Even if we manage to get out, it's not safe outside the city where demonic beasts roam. The Empress was clearly still recovering from serious injuries and needed a stable environment. The dignified Demon Empress must have some means of concealment. Since that's the case. Lin Yi paused, turned to look at Tushan Wanwan, and his eyes flashed with a kind of madness. Senior, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Tushan Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly. Enough with the nonsense, just get to the point. Go to the inner city, buy a cave dwelling, and settle down. Lin Yi pointed in the direction of the city center. As expected, the main force of the Demon Suppression Division is searching on the outer edge of the city, while their headquarters is in the inner city, where the spiritual energy is the densest and the defenses are the most stringent. But precisely because of this, they would never have imagined that the demon they were searching for was actually recuperating right under their noses. It just requires the senior to conceal his demonic aura and change his appearance. It's dark under the lamp. Tushan Wanwan gave Lin Yi a deep look. This human ant, who's only at the chi refining stage, has quite the nerve. He is meticulous in his thinking and decisive in his actions, unlike an ordinary low-level rogue cultivator. The inner city is rich in spiritual energy, which is indeed beneficial for my healing. Tushan Wanwan nodded slightly, her hands quickly forming hand seals. A pink wave of demonic energy instantly enveloped her entire body, then receded like a tide, disappearing deep into her skin. After a strange, distorted sensation, the fog dissipated. Lin Ye's breath hitched again for a moment. He slapped himself. Oh right, he almost forgot. The Empress still had demonic energy on her. Her once flamboyant silver hair had turned into jet black strands, casually tied into a bun. Her captivating crimson vertical pupils had also transformed into the black eyes of a normal human, still aloof but lacking some of the eerie oppressive aura. Most importantly, the faint aura of power and demonic energy emanating from her completely disappeared. Her original aura as an empress, which kept people at a distance, was completely suppressed, replaced by a gentle and delicate demeanor reminiscent of the water towns of Jiangnan. If she was once an unapproachable celestial maiden, now she's the girl next door you want to cherish and protect. Aside from her still outrageously large bust and waist-to-hip ratio that can't be hidden no matter what, she's practically perfect. This is the celestial fox concealing technique, which can completely disguise my demonic aura as human spiritual power. Tu Shan Wanwan spoke calmly, her voice losing its inherent majestic resonance and becoming clear and melodious. Although I have fallen from my cultivation level, even if a nascent soul cultivator were to confront me, they wouldn't be able to detect any flaws unless they probe my meridians. Although this can only be maintained for a short while, it's enough for us to settle down in the inner city. It's just like it. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up. It's so similar. Like what? Like those unfortunate, down on their luck young ladies from noble families who, after being abandoned by their families, are forced to make a living with their useless husbands. Tu Shan Wanwan took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to slap him to death. Shut up. Let's go. Chapter 4. What business does the search of the outer city have with the inner city? Inner city, side hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Click. A sharp crack startled the room into complete silence. Wang Batian, who was ordered to guard the Demon Suppression Division, suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently at the offering platform. The soul lamp of the younger brother, Wang Batu, is shattered. The lamp oil hadn't run out when the wick broke first. That's a violent death. Tyranny. Wang Batian's face was twisted in disgust. Killing his own brother in Tianqing City, this was like throwing the face of the Demon Suppression Division to the ground and trampling it. How dare you? I'd like to see who it is. Instead of rushing out recklessly, he rapidly formed hand seals and spat a mouthful of blood onto the fragment of the soul lamp. Bloodline reversion, show yourself. Logically speaking, even if someone commits murder in the late Foundation establishment stage, the murderer's appearance, location, and even their expression at that moment would be revealed after this mouthful of essence blood is consumed. However, the blood mist churned twice, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall of size. Visuals, atmosphere? Absolutely none. The causal link seemed to have been erased by some domineering and unreasonable force. The server could not find this person. Puff. The spell backfired, and Wang Batian coughed up blood, staggering and crashing into a stone pillar. The rage in his eyes instantly turned into terror. It's so clean? To destroy a corpse to this extent is something no chi refining stage cultivator could accomplish. Did that idiot tyrant offend a golden core cultivator who happened to be passing by? Or perhaps a powerful figure from the demonic sect? Someone come here. The black-clad spies appeared like ghosts. Wang Batian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a sinister yet slightly fearful look. Investigate Wang Batu's whereabouts today. Find out who he met, who he cursed, and even which ant he stepped on. Remember, only covert investigations are allowed. If any traces of high-level cultivators are found, retreat immediately. No one is allowed to die. Above the outer edge of the city, an incomparably powerful divine sense swept across the area again and again. A middle-aged man dressed in a black demon-suppressing robe hovered in mid-air, his face as if carved by a knife and his eyes cold. Feng Xuangu, chief commander of the Demon Suppression Division. The overwhelming pressure of the Golden Core cultivator was released without reservation, causing countless rogue cultivators below to tremble and not even dare to breathe. Strangeness. Feng Xuangu frowned deeply. Master. A lieutenant in silver armor arrived on a sword, cupped his hands, and said, "The woods on the outskirts of the city have been searched twice, but no trace has been found." A sinister glint flashed in Feng Xuangu's eyes. The demonic aura was definitely no higher than the golden core stage. Although it was fleeting, the quality of its bloodline was quite high, even causing the golden core within his body to tremble slightly. If we can capture this great demon and refine its demon core, the path to the nascent soul stage will be within reach. Zhao Yinhai, take a team out of the city and pursue them towards the 10,000 mountains. The demons are seriously injured and will instinctively flee back to their lair. Feng Xuangu decisively gave the order. The rest of you, follow me and turn the outer city upside down. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and we'll find every clue. That inner city. The inner city is protected by a demon-revealing formation, and several patriarchs are stationed there. Even if that demon had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to go there. Feng Xuangu sneered, extremely confident. I left a few junior officers in the city to guard the city, but the main focus is outside. If they can't find it, they'll come with me to chase it towards the 10,000 mountains. It can't have gone far from Qingzhou. Yes. Just as Feng Xian was still conducting a thorough search of the outer city's edge, he found himself a few dozen meters from the inner city gate. Human dregs, I haven't even asked your name yet. Junior Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the name isn't bad. Remember, I am Tu Shan Wanwan from the Qingqiu Fox clan. Tu Shan Wanwan walked ahead, her voice ringing directly in Lin Yi's mind, carrying a nonchalant arrogance. As for my identity, if you knew that I am the Empress who rules over all demons in this world, I'm afraid you, an ant, would be so frightened that your legs would go weak and you wouldn't be able to walk. Lin Yi paused, his acting skills shifting dramatically, his face displaying a mix of shock, fear, and bewilderment. Female, Empress? This acting, combined with the script provided by the system, is enough to win an Oscar. After all, even those who live off their partners should maintain professional ethics. Tu Shan Wanwan was very satisfied with the ant's reaction, and her little mouth curled up slightly. Scared? It's no use being scared. Our lives are now intertwined. If you want to live, you'd better obey. Yes, we're in the same boat now. Lin Yi gave a bitter smile. Humph, you're just a hanging ornament on the rope. Tu Shan Wanwan glanced at him with disdain. Lin Yi wisely shut up. Okay, you're the boss, you call the shots. Tu Shan Wanwan stopped in front of the inner city checkpoint. Your 7th level of qi refining is too conspicuous. Breaking through 4 realms in one night will attract the attention of those who know you. Lin Yi nodded. I'm also worried about this. I wonder if you have any brilliant ideas? You got off easy. Tu Shan Wanwan raised her index finger, a pink glow emanating from its tip, and swiftly touched Lin Yi's forehead. Ding! High-level secret technique Heavenly Fox Breath Concealment Technique Human Race Improved Version detected. Maximum comprehension triggered. Mastery of the perfect realm has been achieved. Lin Yi felt a subtle change in the circulation of spiritual energy within his body. The previously outward released spiritual pressure quickly receded, and that sharp, overt feeling vanished without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, he looked like an ordinary qi refining level 3 cultivator once more. You've already learned it? Tu Shan Wanwan was somewhat surprised and suspicious. Although she made this improvement on a whim, human cultivators would need at least half a month to study it to get the basics, right? This kid has achieved great success in a single breath? Thank you for your guidance, my lady. This technique is quite simple. Lin Yi had an honest and simple look on his face. Tu Shan Wanwan gave him a deep look, assuming he had a special constitution. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and said, You're allowed to call me that in front of outsiders, but if you dare to say it in private, I'll rip your tongue out. Understood, my wife. Lin Yi was initially terrified when he entered the city, but the demon-revealing mirror of the city's protective array didn't react at all, so his worries were unfounded. The inner city of Tianqing City is incredibly valuable, with every inch of land worth its weight in gold. Compared to the sparse spiritual energy and poor security of the outer city, this place is like a completely different world. Once you pass through the city gate's restrictions, the overwhelming spiritual energy makes every pore on your body cheer. The human cities in this world are very similar to the ancient cities of my previous life, only more prosperous. Many of the properties in the inner city have their own formations, and most of them have their own cave heavens. The streets are wide and clean, paved with bluestone slabs, and lined with shops on both sides, which are brightly lit. Most of the cultivators coming and going were dressed in fine clothes, and at the very least, they were at the late stage of qi refining. Occasionally, one could even see foundation establishment stage experts flying low in the air on their swords. Lin Yi reluctantly paid the entrance fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones, and feeling a little more confident as he touched the storage bag in his arms. In any world, money is a man's courage. This is the inner city of the human race? Tu Shan Wanwan had now transformed into that gentle and graceful appearance, but her eyes still critically scanned her surroundings. The spiritual energy here is only slightly better than that dilapidated place from before. How can one cultivate in a place like this? Your Majesty, my wife, we're fleeing a disaster, not here to play. Lin Yi lowered his voice, please make do with this. Following the flow of people, the two arrived at a magnificent pavilion, Tianju Pavilion. This is the largest real estate transaction center in the inner city of Tianqing, belonging to the city lord's mansion. It specializes in selling and renting various residences and courtyards, and each property here contains a cave dwelling of varying sizes. In the center of the hall, a huge photo wall displays housing information in a scrolling format, divided into the core area of the first ring, the wealthy area of the second ring, and the poor area of the third ring. A fully furnished apartment in a prestigious school district within the second ring road, featuring a 10-acre inner cave dwelling space, a fully activated spirit gathering array, and a complimentary acre of spirit field, all for just 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A small courtyard in the third ring road school district, right next to Tianqing Taoist Academy, perfect for couples to cultivate together, special offer. Tushan Wanwan stood in front of the photo wall, her gaze skipping over the crowded low-end properties and fixing on a cloud-top villa that was playing on a loop at the top. It was a luxurious cave dwelling located in the core area of the first ring, built on a miniature spiritual vein. That one is not bad. Tushan Wanwan pointed to the villa, her eyes gleaming. It has a private spiritual spring and a viewing terrace. It's barely worthy of our status. Lin Yi glanced at the price tag, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His lips twitched slightly. The total amount of mid-grade spirit stones looted from Wang Batu and his two companions amounted to only a little over 500, not even enough to buy a toilet in that courtyard. Sure enough, whether in the past or now, the gap between the rich and the poor will always remain the same. Ahem, Madam, we're new here, so let's keep a low profile. Lin Yi was talking nonsense with a straight face. Those kinds of places are too conspicuous and easily targeted by the Demon Suppression Division. Look at that courtyard in the third ring road over there. Although it's a bit small, it's more secluded and has a lived-in feel. Tushan Wanwan frowned slightly, clearly unable to refute the reason of seclusion, but her eyes still lingered on the cloud villa with reluctance. You choose first, I'll go upstairs and take a look. Tushan Wanwan left a sentence and stepped up to the second floor. The second floor is the VIP area, showcasing high-end properties. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Letting this ethereal empress look at houses could easily cause her heart to stop. He turned around and began filtering through the cheap housing options in the third ring road area. Just then, a shrill and familiar voice came from the doorway. Honey, you're so sweet. We agreed you'd buy one with a spirit gathering array, because I have a weak constitution and get very cold easily. That voice. Lin Yi would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. He looked up instinctively. A man and a woman walked in through the main entrance. The woman was heavily made up, exuding a seductive charm, and wearing a gaudy robe with an extremely high slit. She seemed to want to cling to the man beside her. It was Zhao Jinlian, the awful blind date who had splashed hot tea on his face yesterday. The man was less than 5 feet tall, with an oily face, and his cultivation level of the 7th level of qi refining was completely undisguised. The storage pouch at his waist seemed to be hanging on his forehead to show off, suggesting he was a cultivator from some family. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Lin Yi frowned. These were truly troublesome times. Just as he was about to step aside, Zhao Jilian's snobbish eyes, like radar, instantly swept over him in the corner. Yo! An exaggerated scream echoed throughout the hall. Zhao Jinlian swayed her slender waist as she rushed over, her face full of mockery and pleasure. Isn't this Lin Yi, that penniless wretch who can't even afford a toilet in the second ring road? I rejected him yesterday, and today he's already showing up at Tenju Pavilion to feast his eyes? Her voice was so loud that it instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers. What? Still want to keep pestering me? Zhao Jinlian pointed at Lin Yi's nose. Lin Yi, stop dreaming. You can't even afford a single floor tile here. Get out of here now, or you'll pollute the spiritual energy of this place. The short, stout cultivator, his beard belly swaying, followed over, glancing sideways at Lin Yi's old Daoist robe, and scoffed. Honey, is this the toad? You do not say. Zhao Jinlian tightened her grip on the fat man's arm and added fuel to the fire. No spirit stones, no skills, yet you want a freeload off this fairy's youth. Darling, you have to stand up for her. Hee, don't worry. The short, stout cultivator patted Zhao Jilian's buttocks with a lewd expression, looked at Lin Yi with contempt, and almost poked his face with his finger. Kid, take my advice. If you don't have spirit stones, go mine. Don't come to this high-class place to seek attention. Some women are not for a lowly cultivator like you to afford. Chapter 5, Fellow Taoists' magnanimity in becoming a father is beyond my reach. There were quite a few cultivators in the hall, and upon hearing the commotion, they all cast mocking glances at them. Although the waiter in charge of reception didn't say anything, his gaze towards Lin Yi became impatient, as if he was ready to call the guards to kick him out at any moment. Lin Yi stared expressionlessly at the two adulterers. If it were yesterday, he might have had no choice but to swallow his anger. But now. His gaze fell on the short, stout monk, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist. Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his tone gentle, even carrying a hint of sincere admiration. You've broadened your horizons, I admire you. The short, stout cultivator was taken aback, thinking that Lin Yi had given in, and proudly puffed out his beer belly. Admire me? Humph, you're smart enough to know who I am. No, I admire your unique hobby and magnanimous heart. Lin Yi interrupted him, his gaze sweeping casually over Zhao Jilian's flat stomach, and said softly. Spending a fortune to buy a worn-out shoe that's been used up, and then having to raise someone else's bastard child whose father is unknown. Fellow Taoist's extravagance in becoming a father is truly beyond my reach. The air froze instantly. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback at first, then burst into suppressed laughter. Becoming a father unexpectedly? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. You know, it's quite a vivid description. Holy crap, this is a lot of information. Raising other people's children? This short, fat guy looks pretty shrewd, but he actually has this cuckold fetish? The smile on the short, stout monk's face froze. Although he was a womanizer, he wasn't stupid. The meaning behind Lin Yi's words couldn't be clearer. He suddenly turned to look at Zhao Jilian, his face terribly grim. Is he telling the truth? Are you pregnant? Zhao Jilian panicked instantly. She was a master of playing favorites. Seeing that Fatty Wine was a cultivator from a foundation establishment family, she lied to him, saying that she was a virgin, and that's how she managed to get him to choose her. If he knew that I'd had 3 abortions and even had a child with a child. She never imagined that Lin Yi, who couldn't even afford a few low-grade spirit stones, could enter the inner city. And that honest-looking person actually dared to expose her secrets in public. Brother Wang. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zhao Jilian screamed and grabbed the short, fat cultivator's arm, rubbing her chest against him repeatedly. He's driven by love turned to hate. I didn't like him on our blind date yesterday, so he started spreading rumors and slandering me. I'm innocent. He's perfectly clean. After saying that, she turned her head and roared at Lin Yi with a ferocious expression. Lin Yi. You penniless bastard who'll never have a son. I know you're jealous that I found a perfect husband like Brother Wang. Look at yourself. No cave dwelling, no mount, no spirit stones, you deserve to be a bachelor for life. Zhao Jinlian went to great lengths to divert the attention of the short, stout cultivator. She shouted at the guys watching the show from the sidelines. Dude. Does your Tianju pavilion let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry get in? This penniless wretch can't even scrape together 5 spirit stones. Letting him stand here is ruining the mood of us distinguished guests. Get him out of here right now. The waiter frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although Tianju Pavilion did not have any explicit rule against poor people entering, the short, stout monk covered in jewels clearly had more purchasing power. What's the harm in sacrificing a poor, unaffiliated cultivator for the sake of performance? The waiter immediately put on a cold face, walked quickly to Lin Yi, and waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Fellow Taoist, if you have no intention of purchasing a cave dwelling, please refrain from making loud noise here and disturbing other guests. Please leave. Seeing this, Zhao Jinlian became even more arrogant, putting her hands on her hips and pointing her nose in the air. Did you hear me? Get out. The air here is being polluted by your cheap, slovenly stench. The short, stout cultivator also came to his senses. Although he had some reservations, he had to stand on Zhao Jilian's side for the sake of his reputation and to avoid being laughed at by others. He snorted through his nose. Kid, remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. Some circles are not for low-level rogue cultivators like you to squeeze into. In an instant, mockery, shooing, and contempt surged toward Lin Yi like a tidal wave. Lin Yi stood still, without moving an inch. He looked at the arrogant waiter in front of him, then at the smug couple, and the coldness in his eyes almost materialized. What? Do I have to ask the guards to throw you out? The steward was getting impatient, and the pressure of his foundation establishment stage was faintly released. Just then, a crisp, cold footstep echoed from the stairwell. Tap, tap, tap. Is this how you, Tianju Pavilion, treat your guests? A restrained yet chilling aura swept through the entire hall like a cold wind. His voice was languid and arrogant, with a magnetic quality that made people want to submit to him. Everyone instinctively looked up. A woman dressed in a light blue dress slowly walked down the stairs. Although she deliberately concealed her appearance, only revealing her delicate features, her unparalleled elegance emanated from her very bones. That noble demeanor, which regarded all things as dust, instantly made all the female cultivators in the hall feel ashamed of themselves. Zhao Jinlian, who was pointing at Lin Yi and spitting as she spoke, suddenly froze in mid-air, her heavily powdered face twitching uncontrollably. As a woman, intuition is the most piercing. The woman in front of me was dressed simply and elegantly, without a single piece of dazzling jewelry on her body. But her swan-like long neck and her clear, cold eyes completely shattered any semblance of her ethereal beauty. If a pheasant encounters a phoenix, it can still make a couple of calls. But now, she is like mud on the ground, meeting the clouds in the sky. Gurgle. The short, stout cultivator, Brother Wang, who had been embracing Zhao Jinlian, now had his Adam's apple bobbing, his beady eyes fixed on the approaching woman, his soul practically flying away. That aura, that figure, even without seeing his face, just his back view alone could keep him entertained for 10 years. If I could cultivate with such an exceptional person even once, I would gladly have him donate all his spirit stone assets. Just as everyone was speculating about the identity of this mysterious noblewoman, she stopped in front of the poor man whom everyone despised. Then, he made a gesture that made everyone's jaws drop. She stretched out her delicate, snow-white hand and naturally and affectionately took Lin Yi's arm, leaning her body slightly so that half of her weight rested on him. My husband. That call, cool and languid, made one's bones melt. Tu Shan Wanwan glanced around with her beautiful eyes, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. I asked you to buy a place to stay, why is it taking so long? Are these flies bothering you? Quiet. A deathly silence. Lin Yi felt an amazingly soft touch on his arm, and a familiar fragrance lingered around his nose. However, the Empress's voice transmission appeared in his mind. Damn it, the poison has taken effect. Those useless bastards are giving me a headache. Stay closer if you don't want to die. Quickly ease my tension. Lin Yi. What a forced business. He chuckled inwardly, but instantly put on an act, grabbing the cool, jade-like hand and giving it a couple of earnest, gentle kneading motions. Just as Tu Shan Wanwan froze, nearly slapping him to death, Lin Yi looked up at the stunned crowd and said with a faint smile. There's nothing I can do. There are 2 mad dogs barking in the lobby. It's hard to ignore them. Chapter 6. Hurry up, it's time to heal. The moment those 2 words were uttered, Zhao Jinlian's face contorted in pain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Jinlian screamed, her fingernails almost poking Lin Yi's nose. He's just a useless chi refining stage 3 guy. A penniless wretch who can't even scrape together 500 spirit stones for a bride price. Girl, don't be fooled by him. She stared intently at Tu Shan Wanwan, her eyes burning with jealousy. On what grounds? The man I rejected like trash just yesterday is now standing next to this amazing woman? Even if this woman doesn't show her face, her figure and temperament alone are enough to make her look like trash. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Zhao Jinlian became anxious. It's a setup. It must be an act. Lin Yi, you're really willing to throw away your family's precious spirit stones just to save face? Faced with this shrewish rant, Tu Shan Wanwan didn't even lift an eyelid. She merely frowned slightly, as if she had smelled some foul-smelling garbage, and snuggled closer to Lin Yi's arms, her voice soft yet carrying a cool and sophisticated air. Husband, why does the air here smell like cheap cosmetics? It's giving me a headache. This act of ignoring them was practically a game-changer. There was no shouting, no explanation, only condescending disdain. Lin Yi felt the soft touch on his arm and secretly gave the Empress 100 thumbs up for her acting skills. As expected of an old witch who has lived for 3,000 years, no, an empress, her green tea skills are simply self-taught. I also think it's because of the smoky smell. It's probably because some of the products are of inferior quality but have high-end features. Lin Yi smiled and patted the back of her hand, then turned to look at the steward who was completely dumbfounded, and said in a calm tone. Manager, are we still doing business? Do it. Of course we'll do it. The manager was a shrewd person after all, and he could tell at a glance that the female cultivator in green had an extraordinary temperament. Even without considering her cultivation level, the noble air she exuded was something that ordinary people could not possess. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Seeing that she was being ignored, Zhao Jinlian's jealousy exploded, and she screamed hysterically. Lin Yi. You're penniless, what are you going to use to buy a cave dwelling? Your life? Don't think you can buy one just by hiring a pretty actress. The short, stout monk next to him also came to his senses. To flaunt his wealth in front of the beautiful woman and to crush his rival, he suddenly pulled out a heavy bag of spirit stones and slammed it on the counter with a bang. "Beautiful lady, I am Wang Fugue from the Wang family. Take my advice, a wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on." Wang Fugue, with his beer belly protruding, stared greedily at Tu Shan Wanwan's pretty face and gave a greasy smile. "Following a poor wretch like that will only leave you starving. Why not come with me? This second ring cave dwelling with its spirit gathering array, I'll buy it for you as a gift." Noisy. Tu Shan Wanwan's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, a cold and impatient voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Then, an invisible wave flashed by. Lin Ye felt a slight weight on the storage bag at his waist. When he scanned the area with his divine sense, Lin Ye's heart almost skipped a beat. Good heavens! I was in a hurry to leave, but I still have some pocket money. I'll buy the Cloud Villa. They're all mid-grade spirit stones, piled up densely like a small mountain, roughly estimated to be at least 100,000. Being a kept man, it smells so good. Senior, are you really going to buy the Cloud Villa? It's too high profile. Shut up. I don't care about the rest. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Alright, now that the rich woman has practically fed him, he has no choice but to put on an act. Hurry up. I don't want to kill such ants, it would dirty my hands. The urging voice in my mind grew weaker and weaker. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to pull Tu Shan Wanwan's slender waist tighter to ease her discomfort. Then he looked at the adulterous couple behind the counter. Zhao Jinlian, your vision is limited to only looking at outhouses outside the third ring road. You. Before Zhao Jinlian could throw a tantrum, Lin Yi simply took off the heavy storage bag and tossed it onto the counter like trash. The movements were fluid and graceful, exuding a cool and sophisticated vibe. The one at the very top of the screen, the cloud-top courtyard. Lin Yi pointed to the exorbitantly priced mansion, marked with 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, his tone as casual as if he were buying cabbage. I'll take it. Full payment. The entire room fell silent. Put. Zhao Jinlian burst into laughter, making a pig-like squeal. Lin Yi, are you crazy? 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones? You wouldn't even be worth a fraction of that. Is this stuff filled with stones? It's hilarious. Wang Fugue also joined in the mockery. A poor bastard is a poor bastard. How dare he spout such nonsense? Doesn't he fear that his tongue will twist in the wind? Although the manager hesitated for a moment, his professional instincts led him to reach out and open the storage bag. The next second. Crash. The dazzling light erupted like a volcano, instantly illuminating the entire dimly lit hall. Because Lin Yi hadn't tied the bag tightly, piles of mid-grade spirit stones poured out of the small opening like a burst dam. In an instant, it piled up on the large counter, forming a glittering little mountain of gold. Many spirit stones even rolled to the ground, making a crisp and pleasant sound. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze as if the money had been poured in. The intense, almost overwhelming, spiritual energy made all the cultivators present feel suffocated. No need to count. Just the sheer volume and purity of these spirit stones alone are worth far more than 50,000. This guy must have a spirit vein mine at home. Holy crap. Someone swallowed, breaking the silence. Wang Fugue's legs went weak instantly, and he had to hold onto the table to keep from kneeling down. All his wealth combined is nothing more than a fraction of this pile of spirit stones. This guy is no poor wretch. This is practically a walking, breathing spiritual vein. Zhao Jilian's laughter seemed to be abruptly cut off by an invisible hand, stuck in her throat and unable to come out. She stared at the pile of spirit stones, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets, her face filled with greed, shock, and a deep-seated regret. How is that possible? Yesterday he was a penniless wretch struggling to even scrape together a dowry. How could he possibly casually toss out a staggering 50,000 spirit stones today? Could it be that he really is a young master from a noble family who has come out to gain experience? Was pretending to be poor just a test of myself? Thinking about this, Zhao Jinlian was filled with deep regret. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How many cave dwellings could you buy in the inner city? How many youth-preserving pills could you exchange for? Moreover, Lin Ye's sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes were far superior to those of the short, fat cultivator. This immense wealth, it should have been hers. If I hadn't refused him yesterday, wouldn't I be the one standing next to that pile of spirit stones counting money right now? Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at so many spirit stones, but they also understood that Lin Yi had at least a golden core ancestor backing him up, and who knows which young master from a cultivation family. Too much, too much. The manager's hands were shaking, and he was stammering. Young master, there are at least 60,000 here. If there's any extra, just buy another similar courtyard and put it there. The rest is yours. Lin Yi didn't even blink, perfectly embodying the role of a spendthrift. Since it's not my own money, I don't feel bad spending it. Most importantly, he could feel the delicate body in his arms getting hotter and hotter, with almost all of its weight pressing down on him. She can't hold on much longer. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait a moment, young master. It will be ready soon. I will process the highest level procedures for you right away. The manager was overjoyed and moved so fast that he left after images. Lin Yi put away the completed house deed and array jade token, then put his arm around Tu Shan Wan Wan and prepared to leave. As Lin Yi passed by Wang Fugue, he paused for a moment. Wang Fugue shuddered, instinctively protecting his head, his face full of apologetic smiles. Young master. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly. Fellow Daoist, broaden your perspective. That house in the Third Ring Road is actually quite suitable for you. He glanced at Zhao Jinlian, whose face was ashen, and delivered the final blow, utterly destroying her spirit. After all, it's better to keep a low profile when it comes to something as selfless as raising someone else's child. I see your head is green enough to make you look sickeningly green, which matches the environment over there quite well. After saying that, Lin Yi sneered, put his arm around the stunning beauty, and strode away amidst the awe-inspiring and envious gazes of the crowd. Only Wang Fugue, his face ashen, and Zhao Jinlian, who looked terrified and wanted to explain, remained. Smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. You bastard! Didn't you say he was a penniless wretch? You've made me lose face like this. And now you're going to raise your bastard child? Honey, let me explain. Ah! Don't hit my face. Lin Yi had lost interest in the dog-eat-dog drama unfolding behind him. As for the score between Zhao Jinlian and Tianyuan Pavilion, of course it can't be left like this, it's just an unexpected appetizer. After leaving Tianju Pavilion, the two quickly turned into a secluded alley and headed straight for the First Ring Road. As soon as we entered the gate of Yunwan Biayuan. Buzz! The defensive formation instantly rose up, completely isolating it from external detection. Tu Shan Wan Wan, clinging to her last breath, waved her hand and cast several complex restrictions to seal the doors and windows. Immediately afterwards. She was like a fish out of water, her last bit of strength gone, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Yi reacted quickly and scooped her into his arms. It gets hot to the touch, and the disguise instantly disappears. Her jet-black hair turned back to snow white, cascading freely. Those once black pupils had turned back into an eerie crimson, but now they were filled with pain and confusion. Her face was frighteningly pale, and her forehead was covered with a fine layer of cold sweat. The black poison that had been forcibly suppressed was spreading wildly up her snow-white neck again, as if it were about to attack her heart. Acting is really tiring. Tu Shan Wan Wan leaned weakly against Lin Yi's chest, her voice hoarse, her nails digging deep into Lin Yi's arm, yet carrying a commanding tone etched into her bones. Dregs of medicine, quickly carry me inside. She struggled to lift her eyelids, her red eyes filled with a misty haze, conveying both heart-wrenching pain and the innate allure of a fox. That feeling of being utterly broken at the end of one's rope is enough to drive any man mad. Hurry up, it's time to heal your wounds. Chapter 7, Fill My Cup. Cloud Courtyard, Master Bedroom. This mansion, valued at 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, is indeed worth its price. The room is paved with warm jade tiles taken from Yanhuang Mountain, and the walls are inlaid with spiritual jade that can calm the mind and soothe the soul. The giant carved wooden bed in the very center, spanning 3 zhang approximately 10 meters in width, was crafted from a single piece of ancient agarwood and exuded a captivating fragrance. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to appreciate the luxurious decor. Bang! Lin Yi had just placed Tu Shan Wan Wan on the bed and hadn't even had a chance to straighten up when he was pressed back down onto the bed by a tremendous force. There was absolutely no romantic foreplay, not even eye contact. Tu Shan Wan Wan's condition was extremely bad at this moment. Half of her beautiful face was ashen white, while the other half was flushed with an eerie red. The black, poisonous gas patterns, resembling a ferocious centipede, had already crawled up her jaw and were frantically eroding her consciousness between her eyebrows. Hmm. A muffled groan, suppressed by extreme pain, escaped from between her teeth. Those once cool and aloof red eyes were now completely consumed by the instinct for survival, losing their focus and filled only with a beastly desire. She needs a cure to survive. Sizzle. The Taoist robe she had just bought on the way was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Tu Shan. Senior, I only have 2 sets of these clothes, could you be a little gentler? Lin Yi looked at the pieces of cloth flying everywhere with a pained expression. Shut up. You're just dregs. Tu Shan's voice was hoarse and harsh, carrying an unquestionable command. The next second, icy cold and scalding hot hit at the same time. If the first dual cultivation was a tempestuous plunder, then this time it was a bottomless devouring. The pain of the heart-eating poison flaring up completely burned away her reason. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaged in deep interaction with his Taoist partner, Tu Shan. The myriad medicine's primordial body has automatically activated. Neutralizing toxins. The top-tier dual cultivation technique, the Yin-Yang scripture, is operating at full power. Cultivation level plus 100. Plus 200. Plus 500. The system notification sound exploded in Lin Yi's mind like heavenly music. Although the posture was forced and the dignity was trampled on, the real increase in cultivation was really satisfying. Lin Yi's tense body instantly relaxed, no longer resisting, and instead actively guided the vast spiritual power within him. Since we can't resist, we might as well take advantage of her completely. Boom! 2 completely different spiritual energies converged, collided, and merged in the meridians. The terrifying demonic power within Tu Shan's body was transformed into the purest spiritual liquid through the Yin-Yang scripture, and it was frantically poured into Lin Yi's parched dantian. Peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. Break. Qi refining level 8. Qi refining level 9. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lin Yi's bottleneck, which originally required years of arduous training, was easily broken through, just like a windowpane. With a soft, crisp sound, the Qi Sea expanded, and spiritual energy liquefied. Peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Just 1 step away from foundation establishment. As for Tu Shan, who was the one who was receiving the sexual enhancement, her condition also improved. Nourished by Lin Yi's special physique, the raging toxins in her body finally met their nemesis. The black lines began to slowly recede, being suppressed back into the depths of the dantian. I don't know how much time passed. The array outside shimmered with light, blocking the midday sun and the spring-like warmth inside. Everything finally returned to calm. Lin Yi lay on the soft sandalwood bed in a tie shape, staring blankly at the relief carving on the ceiling. Tired. It felt like being trampled by 10 bulls all night long, every bone protesting, every cell hollowed out. This isn't dual cultivation, it's practically liposuction. Lin Yi moved his fingers, took out a qi-restoring pill from his storage bag, and popped it into his mouth, mentally complaining. This empress looks aloof and abstinent, but how come she's more deadly than a succubus when she gets into a fight? If it weren't for the system giving me a good physique, I would probably have become a dried-up corpse long ago. A lazy, nasal sound came from beside me. Lin Yi turned his head to look. At this moment, Tu Shan lay on her side in the messy brocade quilt, her silver hair cascading down like a waterfall. It covered most of her body, but couldn't hide her breathtaking curves. The deathly aura around her had mostly dissipated, her skin had returned to its lustrous porcelain white, and her red eyes had regained their clarity and aloofness. However, the lingering allure at the corner of her eye added an indescribable charm to her aloof empressly demeanor. Tu Shan slowly sat up, the brocade quilt slipped off, revealing her delicate collarbone. She made no attempt to hide anything, simply looking down at her palm. The flow of spiritual energy was smooth and unobstructed. Although his cultivation level was still at the mid-foundation establishment stage, the heart-eating nether poison, which was like a bone-deep infection, was actually suppressed by a full 30%. And she keenly sensed that, just at that very last moment, after consuming the source of life, the speed at which the toxins dissipated increased more than tenfold. Tu Shan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a glint of light flashing within them. She originally thought she was just borrowing a furnace to suppress the toxins, but she never expected that this ant held the key to bring her back to her peak. Dregs of medicine. Tu Shan turned her head and looked down at Lin Yi, her eyes cold and scrutinizing, as if she were assessing the value of a piece of goods. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Trying to kill me again to silence me? Let me make this clear first, I'm at the 9th level of Qi refining now, So you'll have to put in some effort to kill me. Kill you? Tushan Wanwan's lips curled into a very faint smile, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. I would not stoop to such a foolish act as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently lifted Lin Yi's chin, her fingertips icy cold and carrying a hint of dangerous provocation. Your constitution is very special, especially the last part, those things. When Tushan Wanwan spoke, her tone was extremely natural, as if she were discussing some rare alchemy material, without the slightest bit of shyness that comes with being a woman. Just now, my cultivation level was loosened, and there were faint signs that I was recovering to the late stage of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shrank back into the corner of the bed. Congratulations, Senior. Can we take a break now? I need to digest my surge in cultivation. Rest? Tushan Wanwan raised an eyebrow, and a faint red light flashed in her crimson eyes, a sign that her demonic power was circulating. Who gave you permission to rest? An invisible suction force suddenly appeared, pulling Lin Yi, who was trying to escape, back to him. The two were nose to nose, breathing into each other's ears. Lin Yi could clearly see his reflection in her pupils of face filled with help and kidney deficiency. Senior. I'm just a chi refining cultivator, not a perpetual motion machine. Lin Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a deep communication session. Current Taoist partner, Tushan Wanwan Demon Empress. Conception determination in progress. Judgment failed. Guaranteed success mechanism triggered. Due to the sharpshooter talent effect, the probability of conception is increased by 5% after this failure. Current cumulative probability, 5%. Failure is the mother of success. Keep it up, sharpshooter. The system notification sound in his mind almost made Lin Yi, who was still feeling uneasy, spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm practically drained dry, and you're still trying to talk to me about probability? Is this a second-generation gacha game, or even one with a pity system? Even the donkeys in the production team aren't treated like this. What time is it? If they don't rest soon, someone will die. Tushan Wanwan's eyes were indifferent, and she didn't listen to any explanation. In her eyes, this was a path of healing, cultivation, and revenge. As for the feelings of the dregs? That's not within the Empress's consideration. I can feel the toxins in my body are retaliating. The intensity of life essence I felt earlier wasn't enough. She slowly leaned down, her red lips almost touching Lin Yi's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, but the words she spoke made Lin Yi feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Now, immediately, right away. Fill my cup. Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. But I already. No buts. Tushan Wanwan straightened up, made a hand seal with one hand, and a pink demonic energy barrier instantly sealed off the entire bed. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked her dry red lips, her eyes revealing a domineering and fervent power that could make anyone's legs go weak. If once isn't enough, try 10 times. Until I break through. Take it off. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Demon Empress before him, who treated everyone else with utter contempt, Lin Yi had only one thought in his mind. This gigolo is really tough as nails. System, help. Are there any pills that quickly restore mana? I need help urgently. Chapter 8 Daily Tasks. My lady, no, senior. Can't we reason with each other? Lin Yi pointed to his trembling legs, his face filled with grief and indignation. That takes time to build up, okay? You need to be energetic and mentally strong, so you need to get more rest. Stop talking nonsense. Tushan Wanwan completely ignored his explanation. Having tasted the sweetness of success, she was not about to let it go easily. Just now, not only did she suppress the nether poison, but she also vaguely touched the threshold of the late foundation establishment stage. Just a few more times. Maybe I can return to the late foundation establishment stage tonight. Once I recover my cultivation, returning to the demon realm to fight my way back is just around the corner. Then tie up that vile wench from the demonic sect and make her kneel before you and lick the soles of your shoes. As for a sense of shame? In the face of survival and revenge, what's that thing worth? Tushan Wanwan narrowed her eyes, pointed her finger, and Lin Yi was instantly immobilized. Whether it is or not, it's up to me to decide. Lin Yi. What insolent and lewd words. It's really gone. Lin Yi tried to struggle to get up. That's your vital energy. It needs time to recover. If I'm injured, who will heal you? Recover? Tu Shanhuanhuan raised an eyebrow. She suddenly remembered that there were still a few thousand-year-old ginseng roots in her storage bag that she had casually snatched before. Although it was just a snack for a demon cultivator of her level, it was an absolute tonic for a mere chi refining stage ant. Open your mouth. Before Lin Yi could react, a piece of root, still fragrant with the scent of soil, was stuffed into his mouth. Ugh! 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 Swallow it. Tu Shanhuanhuan patted him on the back. The ginseng transformed into a torrent of heat, instantly rushing into Lin Yi's stomach. Boom! The immense medicinal power exploded. The previously depleted Dantian instantly experienced a revival, with spiritual energy surging wildly. Lin Yi's eyes widened. Holy crap! Is this the legendary, force charging? Look! Tu Shanhuanhuan pointed downwards, a triumphant smile on her face. Isn't this very energetic? You're cheating! Lin Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. This kind of forced growth has side effects. Side effect? Tu Shanhuanhuan gave a soft snort, pressed him back onto the bed, and pressed herself against him. This time, she wasn't as impatient as before. Instead, it carried a leisurely and unhurried air. She knelt down beside Lin Yi. Her silver hair fell down, obscuring most of her cleavage, yet it only made her appear more alluring, subtly revealing her figure. Lin Yi was shocked. Wait. Aren't you afraid of getting pregnant? Tu Shanhuanhuan gave her an expression as if she were looking at an idiot. Don't you even know this basic common sense about cultivation? The higher one's original cultivation level, the more difficult it is to have offspring. You are just a mere chi refining dreg, and besides, I am a nine-tailed celestial fox. How could a chi refining ant like you possibly fathom the power of my bloodline? Lin Yi's eye twitched violently. He couldn't very well tell him that he had a cheat code. This won't do, Your Majesty. No, this could really kill someone. As long as you can satisfy me. She leaned down, her voice low and seductive. Once my cultivation is fully restored, I guarantee you a path to the great Tao, and may even grant you an abundance of rare and precious treasures for the rest of your life. That night, the noise never stopped in the master bedroom of the cloud courtyard. If yesterday was a day of torrential rain and strong winds, then today is a day of continuous overcast and rainy weather. Whenever he felt he couldn't go on, all sorts of random, potent tonics would be stuffed into his mouth. Spiritual ginseng, vermilion fruit, and even the inner core of an unknown demonic beast. Tu Shanhuanhuan is practically using him as a furnace for alchemy. And the results are significant, as it is continuously decomposed and absorbed. Tu Shanhuanhuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. Her originally pale face became rosy and radiant, and her skin even had a faint glow. That was a sign that a breakthrough was imminent. Finally, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Tu Shanhuanhuan exuded a powerful aura. The air in the entire room seemed to tremble. Late stage of foundation establishment. It's done. Tu Shanhuanhuan suddenly opened her eyes, her crimson pupils gleaming with a sharp light. The toxins in her body have been suppressed to a corner of her dantian. Although they have not been completely eradicated, they can no longer affect her movements for the time being. The feeling of regaining control of my power was simply wonderful. She looked down at the man beneath her, who was completely limp, his eyes rolled back, and he was almost foaming at the mouth. His eyes held a complex expression. There was disdain, there was exploitation, but also a strange emotion that I had never felt before. After all, this is the first man in the past 3,000 years to have truly possessed her. Although it was just a small, weak remnant of medicine. But it has to be admitted, these medicine residues are quite useful. You did a good job, I'll let you off the hook today. Tu Shanhuanhuan murmured to herself, her fingers gently tracing Lin Yi's sweat-drenched forehead. That sentence is simply heavenly music. Lin Yi lay on his back, too weak to even lift his eyelids, his fingers twitching occasionally. His eyes were vacant as he stared at the gauze curtain above his head, feeling as if his soul had drifted to the heavens and was now shaking hands affectionately with his great-grandmother. Is this what is called dual cultivation? Is this what they call being a kept man? That's way too hard. In the past, when I read novels, I was told that when the protagonist used dual cultivation techniques, his cultivation level would increase rapidly, he would be incredibly successful, and the girls would be devoted to him. Why is it that when it comes to me, it's like being a fully automatic power bank for a fox spirit that's been starving for 3,000 years? The difference in their levels of understanding is still too great. He's still alive. Lin Yi moved his dry throat, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. System, should I thank you for the physical enhancement? If it weren't for the fact that the myriad medicine's primordial body was not only repairing the Empress but also silently healing its own damage. With the Empress constantly stuffing in all sorts of highly nourishing foods, I'd probably be a dried up corpse by now. Tushan Wanwan ignored Lin Yi's rambling. She was sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed, surrounded by a faint pink halo. With each breath, the halo grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into 9 illusory foxtails that swayed gently behind her. The cultivation level of the late Foundation establishment stage was evident. Although he was still a long way from reaching the peak of the Great Emperor realm in this remote human city, as long as he didn't encounter any golden core monsters, he was more than capable of protecting himself. Call. After a long while, Tushan Wanwan slowly opened her eyes. A glint of light flashed in those crimson eyes, then quickly disappeared, returning to their usual coldness. She looked down at Lin Yi, her gaze lingering for a moment on his pale face. I used to look at these ants like I would look at roadside weeds. I felt it was a waste of time to even glance at them. But now, this wild grass not only saved her life, but also gave her an unprecedented experience during that long night. That experience had nothing to do with love, it was simply the exhilarating feeling of regaining strength and the instinctive pleasure. But for the Empress who had remained chaste for 3,000 years, this was an unprecedented event. Dregs of medicine. Tushan Wanwan called out. Lin Yi shuddered and instinctively shrank his neck. What? It's really gone. If you come again, I'll kill myself. Seeing his terrified expression, the frost in Tushan Wanwan's eyes faded, and she lifted his chin with her fingertips. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She lightly touched Lin Yi's chest with her fingertips, sending a tingling sensation through him. The myriad medicine's primordial body isn't as weak as you think, it's just that your cultivation level is currently low. From now on, remember to complete your tasks on time every day at this time. Lin Yi. Is this something they've made a daily occurrence? Tonzi, you have to step up your game. You promised to have many children, so you have to give me a big boost so I can turn things around. The strategy missions will be triggered randomly with a low probability. Please explore them on your own. Your Majesty the Empress. Lin Yi swallowed hard, trying to fight for some human rights. Could we discuss the frequency? Like once a week? Or once every 3 days? The mining slaves in the Spirit Stone Cave need rest too. Do you think you have the right to bargain? Tushan Wanwan raised an eyebrow, her tone revealing an undeniable domineering air. I'm informing you, not discussing it with you. If you behave well, I might consider giving you a break. If you don't behave well. Her eyes turned cold, and her demonic power probed downwards. Shoo! Lin Yi gasped. Do you understand? I understand. Every day. Every single day. Lin Yi nodded frantically, afraid that if he hesitated even a second longer, he would become a eunuch. Tushan Wanwan nodded in satisfaction before withdrawing her hand. She stood up, and her tattered Taoist robe slipped off, revealing a perfect, delicate body that could break even a saint's defenses. She glanced around the small courtyard and noticed many matching dresses. The 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones were definitely worth it. They came with many matching spirit items and quite a few clothes. However, she didn't pay attention to Lin Yi's staring gaze and just waved her hand casually. A brand new white flowing fairy dress appeared out of thin air and automatically put on her. As the clothes were put on, the alluring and seductive aura instantly vanished, and she transformed back into the aloof and noble young lady of a prominent family. I need to meditate for a while and think about the materials for setting up the formation. Tushan Wanwan straightened her sleeves as she spoke calmly. You stay here and rest well, don't even think about running away. The curse of life and death hasn't been lifted yet. Run? Can I even run? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. I have trouble even getting out of bed now. That's good. Tushan Wanwan walked to the door, then suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to look at Lin Yi. By the way, feel free to spend the spirit stones in the storage bag. Ask me for more if you need more. After saying that, she pushed open the door and disappeared into the morning light. Only after confirming that she was really gone did Lin Yi breathe a sigh of relief and completely relax. When will this ever end? He pulled the heavy storage bag out from under his pillow, and looking at the mountain of spirit stones inside, he felt a mix of emotions. Although it's great to be a kept man, this kept man is really too hard if you don't have good teeth, he might break. Right, system. I think I just got a notification. Talent, sharpshooter activating. Judgment failed. Note, continuous actions are counted only once. Hosts are advised to try distributed actions. Lin Yi looked at the panel and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is 4 hours considered a cycle? If I don't pull it out, does that mean it's only a once in my life? Chapter 9. Don't die out there, you'll embarrass me. 3 poles in the sun. Sunlight streamed through the specially designed jade window lattice, illuminating the luxurious master bedroom of the Cloud Villa. Lin Yi felt like a sugarcane that had been chewed dry, with all the sugar in his body falling apart. He struggled to turn over, trying to find a muscle that didn't hurt, but failed. Woke up? A cool, clear voice came from the window. Tu Shan Wan had changed into a pristine white fairy dress and stood by the window. She toyed with an ancient array plate she had just unearthed from her storage ring, the morning light outlining her breathtaking profile. After a night of frantic healing, her originally deathly pale face finally regained some color, and the eerie feeling in her crimson eyes subsided considerably, replaced by a languid nobility. I'm awake, but it feels like my body doesn't belong to me anymore. Lin Yi sat up, supporting his aching back, and looked at the radiant Empress, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark. Tu Shan Wan turned around, her gaze sweeping over his unsteady steps, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Too weak. She walked to the bedside, looked down at Lin Yi, and said with a disdainful tone. You're already half dead after just one night. If you were to encounter those succubi in the demon realm who devour people without spitting out the bones, your frail body probably wouldn't last half a quarter of an hour before being sucked dry. Let's talk this out. You're a demon emperor, and I'm just a chi refining stage newbie. Can our physical strength be compared? Lin Yi rolled her eyes and retorted without any politeness. Besides, who was it that kept yelling not enough and fill it up last night? I was giving it my all. Tu Shan Wan's ears suddenly turned red, and a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in her eyes, which she quickly suppressed. Shut up. She stretched out her hand, and a flash of light appeared in her palm, revealing a jade slip and a spirit stone pouch. Take it. What's this? Severance pay? Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Dream on. Tu Shan Wan snorted coldly and resumed her aloof demeanor. Many of my array setting materials are in the clan's treasury, and I don't have enough in my storage ring. This is a list of what I need to repair the defensive array, as well as a few auxiliary medicines to help me heal. The original formation of this courtyard was a sieve, unable to prevent the detection of a golden core cultivator's divine sense. It must be reset. I need to consolidate my cultivation level, so I cannot go out. Go and buy these things. She paused here, her gaze suddenly becoming somewhat complicated. Although the main purpose of last night's treatment was to heal the wounds, the dregs of the medicine certainly caused a lot of suffering. Even in the last few times, she could sense that Lin Yi was overdrawing his own spiritual energy in order to cooperate with her in guiding the poison. Although he's just an ant, he's done his best. Well, in order to return to the top, we must protect him. And this too, take it. Tu Shan Wan suddenly took a seemingly ordinary white jade hairpin from her hair and put it into Lin Yi's hand. This contains a wisp of my primordial foxfire. If I encounter any trouble I can't handle. She turned her head away, no longer looking at Lin Yi, her tone stiff. Crush it. Although I may be a tiger fallen into the plains, I am not someone that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully medicine dregs. Lin Yi held the jade hairpin, which still carried her body heat and fragrance, and his heart skipped a beat. This is a talisman? This vixen doesn't seem so cold-blooded after all. Don't worry, my wife. I value my life the most. My strategy is to run away if I can't win a fight, and I will never fight head-on. Lin Yi chuckled as he tucked the jade hairpin into his bosom and placed it close to his body, not forgetting to mutter a few words. After all, my life is now your life-saving medicine, it's very precious. Shut up. Tu Shan Wan glared at him, but her eyes held less of the previous murderous intent and more of a worry that she herself didn't even realize. I've already reached the 9th level of chi refining, which is acceptable. I haven't wasted the overflowing demonic power of my true self. The treatment effect will be better once my cultivation level is raised. Go early and come back early. If you dare to take the spirit stones and run away, you'll know what it's like to have the life and death curse take effect. Run away? How could that be? Lin Yi straightened his clothes, glanced back at the magnificent Cloud Villa, and then at the peerless Empress. I'm waiting to come back and continue treating my wife's injuries. Roll. With a cloud-shaped boot flying in, Lin Yi laughed and escaped from the room. Stepping out of the cloud courtyard, Lin Yi took a deep breath of the abundant spiritual energy of the inner city. My back no longer aches, my legs no longer hurt, and even the bottleneck at the 9th level of chi refining has begun to stabilize. Is this what it's like to be a pay-to-win player? Although I was tired last night, the gains were huge. On the system panel, the proficiency of the myriad medicine's primordial body had increased significantly, and even his meridians had been widened considerably. Since we've already started living off a woman, we should do it professionally. Lin Yi weighed the storage bag full of spirit stones in his hand, his eyes sharpening. I used to be timid and submissive because I lacked spirit stones and strength. Now that a Demon Empress stands behind me, if I still act like a grandson, I'll completely disgrace the name of a transmigrator. He determined the direction and headed towards the largest market in the inner city. Besides the array materials the Empress needed, he also needed to buy some other things. For example, the ingredients of the 10-ingredient tonic soup. After all, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined by plowing. For long-term stability and security, the task of tonifying the kidneys is of utmost urgency. Tianqing Inner City, Wanbao Market. This is the most bustling trading area in the entire Tianqing city, where you can find everything from elixirs and magical artifacts to talismans and array plates. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell along both sides of the street, but compared to the hustle and bustle of the outer city, this place seemed more orderly, and the cultivators setting up stalls were generally at least at the late stage of chi refining. A top-grade Tier 1 explosion talisman. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. Don't miss out. Vajra talisman. Essential for protection and life preservation. Only 15 yuan. A somewhat weak shout rang out from the corner. Lin Yi paused, looked in the direction of the sound, and a smile appeared on his lips. A young cultivator dressed in a drab gray Taoist robe was squatting in front of the stall, holding a handful of talismans in his hand, trying to sell them to passing cultivators with a worried expression. His face was thin, and his eyes were dark. He looked like a liver maniac who stayed up all night drawing talismans all year round. Zhang Tianxiu. Lin Yi has one of the few friends in this cruel world of cultivation. The two had teamed up together to kill low-level monsters on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 6 months ago, Lin Yi was almost bitten in the throat by a wind wolf, but Zhang Tianxiu destroyed a precious talisman and saved his life. Lin Yi kept this favor in his little notebook. Boss, how much are these explosion talismans? Lin Yi walked over and asked in a deliberately low voice. 10 low-grade spirit stones per piece, no bargaining. Zhang Tianxiu didn't even look up, his tone weary. Brother, this price is already a bargain. The cost of the talisman paper and demon blood alone is. He looked up and, upon seeing who it was, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap? Lin Yi? Zhang Tianxiu suddenly stood up, almost overturning his stall. He looked Lin Yi up and down as if he were examining some rare spirit beast. How did you get in here, kid? The entrance fee to the inner city is 10 spirit stones. Have you struck it rich? You should know that these independent cultivators would normally split a spirit stone in half to spend 10 spirit stones. That's half a month's living expenses for them. He only came to the inner city to try his luck because business in the outer city market was so bad. Lin Yi smiled, picked up a talisman and looked at it. Good luck, I made a small fortune. A small fortune? Zhang Tianxiu looked at him suspiciously, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and his eyes became somewhat strange. By the way, didn't I hear you went on a blind date at Tianyuan Pavilion yesterday? How did it go? Did it work out? He knew Lin Yi's financial situation well. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he was penniless. In such a place, he would most likely be humiliated by a top-tier female cultivator and then slink back home in disgrace. Well. Lin Yi touched his nose, his tone ambiguous. I guess, it's a done deal. Ha? It worked? Zhang Tianxiu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his voice instantly rose 8 octaves, drawing the attention of passers-by. Which girl is blind? Oh no, I mean, which girl has such good taste? How much dowry does she want? I didn't ask for a bride price. Lin Yi shrugged, looking completely nonchalant, and even seemed a little amused. Not only did they not ask for a bride price, but they also provided a complete dowry and a cave dwelling in the inner city. And this girl is incredibly clingy. She insisted on dragging me to move in with her, and I couldn't get rid of her no matter what I did. It's so annoying. Zhang Tianxiu. He reached out and touched Lin Yi's forehead. You don't have a fever. Brother, if you've been traumatized, just say so. Let's go to the pharmacy to get your head checked. Don't have dreams like this, it's easy to go into a state of mental illness. Chapter 10. Brother, take my advice, you can't handle that kind of rich woman. The moment Zhang Tianxiu's hand touched his forehead, Lin Yi slapped it away mercilessly. If you don't have a fever, don't touch me. Men shouldn't be so intimate. Lin Yi straightened his collar, his expression calm. Zhang Tianxiu withdrew his hand, squatted down in front of the stall, and the dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night were filled with the words, "I don't believe it." He sighed and said earnestly, "Old Lin, we've known each other for quite some time now. I know Tianyuan Pavilion, it's full of arrogant female cultivators. Last time, old Wang next door went on a blind date, and because he wore a second-hand robe made of Buddhist artifacts, someone threw tea in his face in public." He pointed to the bustling inner city streets around him. Which female cultivator who owns property in the inner city doesn't have a powerful family behind her, or possess profound cultivation? Would such a person be interested in two rogue chi cultivators like us? Unless. Zhang Tianxiu paused, his eyes suddenly turning somewhat frightened, and he lowered his voice to lean closer. Unless the other party is a centuries-old witch who uses yang energy to replenish yin energy, or someone who looks like a pig demon and is so unmarried that she's looking for an honest man to take her in? Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly. Hundreds of years old? The vision is too narrow. That was a 3,000-year-old fox spirit. As for the pig demon becoming a spirit, the image of Tu Shan Wanwan's devastatingly beautiful face and the intoxicating pleasure of last night flashed through Lin Ye's mind, and he subconsciously rubbed his sore lower back. Hey, don't make wild guesses. Lin Yi coughed lightly, deciding to skip the topic and focus his gaze on the talismans on the stall. Putting that aside, how much are these talismans for? When business is mentioned, Zhang Tianxiu immediately changes his demeanor, showing a tired yet professional pride. I spent 3 sleepless nights drawing this. Look at the brushstrokes, the spiritual energy circuits. He picked up a bursting talisman that glowed faintly red and pointed to the patterns on it. The art of talisman making emphasizes the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Don't underestimate this piece of paper. The crimson fire scorpion blood used to prepare the cinnabar alone cost me 30 spirit stones. A slight tremor of the hand, and a piece of waste paper is lost, resulting in total financial ruin. In this world of cultivation, besides cultivation level, mastering a skill is the only way for independent cultivators to transcend social classes. Elixir, talisman, artifact, array. Every path, when taken to its extreme, can earn the admiration of thousands. But precisely because of this, the entry barrier is extremely high and the cost is enormous. For a rogue cultivator like Zhang Tianxiu with no background, every investment is a gamble with his life. Things haven't been peaceful lately. Recently, some rogue cultivators outside the city have been spreading rumors that the demon suppression chief and deputy chief have led a group of people to capture demons outside the city. Zhang Tianxiu sighed. Lin Yi pondered in his heart. There was an unexpected surprise. No wonder the demon suppression division has been quiet lately. It seems his choice to enter the inner city was correct, but he didn't expect that the Empress's wisp of demonic energy would directly lure away several key figures from the demon suppression division. Zhang Tianxiu then continued. The Qingzhou demon sect has also made some moves. I'm thinking of saving up more spirit stones to buy a complete guide to second-tier talismans. As you know, in the world of talisman masters, it's either progress or decline. If I can draw second-tier talismans, I can apply to join the Wanbage as a low-ranking guest, and I won't have to stay here exposed to the wind and sun. Lin Yi nodded. The world of cultivation is just that realistic. Each realm is a different level, and craftspeople are no exception. I'll take them all. Lin Yi pointed to all the talismans on the stall, speaking in a casual tone as if he were buying cabbages. Okay, you want one, huh? Zhang Tianxiu was about to grab the bag when his hand froze in midair, his neck snapped shut as if a rusty mechanism was stuck, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How much? I want them all. Lin Yi repeated it. You can calculate roughly how many spirit stones that would cost. Are you serious? Zhang Tianxiu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Here are 10 high-grade Tier 1 explosion talismans, 20 mid-grade Vajra talismans, and also swiftness talismans, concealment talismans. It's worth at least 500 low-grade spirit stones in total. Old Lin, don't kid me. We know each other well. You've got so little money. Splash. Without wasting any words, Lin Yi directly grabbed a handful of mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and casually tossed them onto the stall. The crystal clear, mid-grade spirit stone refracted a mesmerizing halo under the sunlight, and its rich spiritual energy instantly made the surrounding air feel fresher. One mid-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This handful contains 7 or 8 pieces. Zhang Tianxiu was dumbfounded. The cultivators who had set up stalls around them were also dumbfounded, casting greedy yet wary glances at them. But when they saw Lin Ye's confident and fearless demeanor, they all shrank back. In the inner city, anyone who can casually pull out a mid-grade spirit stone to buy a first-tier talisman must have a very impressive background. Is that enough? Lin Yi asked. That's enough, way enough. It's overflowing. Zhang Tianxiu fiddled with the spirit stone, his eyes shining. He looked up at Lin Yi, and his eyes changed. It was a complex look in his eyes, a mixture of shock, heartache, and a hint of disappointment. Old Lin. Zhang Tianxiu shoved all the talismans into Lin Ye's hands, then grabbed his wrist, his voice filled with sorrow. Tell me the truth, did you really take that path? Which road? You mean those male concubines who specifically serve high-ranking female cultivators? Or their cauldrons? Zhang Tianxiu looked Lin Yi up and down, his heart aching at the sight of Lin Ye's unsteady steps and the obvious dark circles under his eyes. I knew it. Your looks might be marketable, but look at you, so frail, you'd fall over in a gust of wind. And it's only been 2 days. You're overthinking it. Lin Yi was helpless. What do I have to say? Look at your face, you've clearly been overdone by the excessive use of sexual energy. Zhang Tianxiu lowered his voice, his face serious. Brother, listen to my advice, being a kept man is no good. It's like trading your life for spirit stones. Those old monsters who are hundreds of years old. They have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves, and they don't treat people like human beings at all. With your small frame, how many times can you withstand this? Don't end up making spirit stones but losing yourself. Lin Yi opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. Because, in a sense, this thing is the truth. However, the other party wasn't an old and ugly witch, but a peerless empress. She wasn't selling her body for spirit stones, but was forced into dual cultivation to survive. Although the results seem similar now, both result in the body being completely drained. System, is there really no such aphrodisiac exercise? Please keep up the good work, host. There will be many rewards once your Taoist partner becomes pregnant. Even the best marksman needs a minimum guarantee. Alas, it's all because the Empress's bloodline is too strong, and she's also a demon. It's impossible for a normal female cultivator of the human race to have such a low probability. Alright, I understand. Lin Yi patted Zhang Tianxiu on the shoulder, then smoothly changed the subject. By the way, do you know where I can buy high-level tonics? Preferably the kind that strengthens the body's foundation, nourishes the kidneys, and enhances male virility. Zhang Tianxiu's expression froze instantly. Then, he revealed a compassionate expression that said, I knew it. Brother, you've suffered. Zhang Tianxiu patted his chest, looking like he understood. Wan Yaogu, the third shop on the left after you go out. Their Dragon Tiger tonic is very famous, and many, many young masters and high-ranking officials in the inner city secretly buy it. He leaned close to Lin Ye's ear and said mysteriously. It's said that adding the scrotum of a third-tier demonic beast, the iron-backed dragon, makes it incredibly effective. However, it's quite expensive, costing 200 low-grade spirit stones each, but we have to spend those spirit stones to save our lives. Thank you. Lin Yi cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, then turned to leave. There was no other way. Most of the elixirs the Empress gave were for replenishing spiritual energy, which was essential for last night's high-intensity deep treatment. If he doesn't get some targeted supplements soon, he's afraid he'll really die young and become the first time traveler in history to die in bed. Just then, a noisy commotion came from the entrance of the market. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road. Don't you have eyes? Accompanied by arrogant curses, a gust of wind swept in. The originally crowded people instantly retreated to both sides like a tide that had been split open. Several low-level cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were directly knocked to the ground by an invisible wave of energy, spitting out blood. Lin Yi frowned slightly and stopped walking. A luxurious carriage, pulled by 2 magnificent crimson flame unicorns and surrounded by several black-clad guards, roared into the market. The entire beast-drawn carriage was crafted from precious purple sandalwood, inlaid with various defensive and spirit-gathering formations, making it clearly priceless. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a young man dressed in fine clothes and holding a fan stepped out. His face was effeminate, a cold smile played on his lips, and his gaze swept casually across the market, like a lion surveying its territory watching a flock of lambs to the slaughter. It's Li Tang, the second young master of the Li family. Zhang Tianxiu's expression changed, and he subconsciously shrank back, whispering to Lin Yi. Old Lin, step back quickly, don't attract attention. This guy's a menacing figure. The Li family is one of the three major families in Tianqing inner city. It is said that the patriarch of the Li family was a powerful figure in the Golden Core stage, and was an all-powerful figure in the entire Tianqing city. This Li Tang is the notorious #1 playboy in Tianqing city, who acts arrogantly and domineeringly by relying on his family's power. Unfortunately, this guy is quite talented. He has already reached the early stage of foundation establishment at a young age, and no one dares to mess with him among the younger generation. Chapter 11 Code Within a Code. The atmosphere in the market became somewhat somber. Zhang Tianxiu's talismans trembled, and several first-tier talismans flew to the ground. But he didn't bother to pick it up. Instead, he quickly lowered his head, wishing he could bury his head in his crotch. Oh no, how did I run into this living devil? Zhang Tianxiu's voice was trembling as he mumbled in a very low voice. Old Lin, don't look up, don't look him in the eye. Li Tang hates it when people look directly at him. Last time, a rogue cultivator glanced at him for too long and had his eyes gouged out. Lin Yi didn't move, but narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the luxurious beast-drawn carriage parked in the center of the market. It has to be said, that was quite a flamboyant entrance. Sparks flew from the nostrils of the two fiery red unicorns, and their hoofs pawed the ground restlessly, leaving scorched marks on the bluestone slabs with each tread. Li Tang, waving a folding fan, dressed in brocade robes and jade belt, had an effeminate face that screamed, "I am the best in the world." This is what they call a cultivation genius? Lin Yi sneered inwardly. In the desolate continent, one's spiritual root determines one's destiny. Mortals, lacking spiritual roots, can only eke out 100 years of existence like ants. Those with spiritual roots are divided into the 5 elements. The worst is the one with a mixed set of 5 elemental roots, commonly known as a useless person, who will never be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The 4 spiritual roots are secondary. With the right opportunity, one can attempt to reach the foundation establishment stage. The 3 spiritual roots are acceptable, and there is hope for achieving the Golden Core stage. Having dual spiritual roots makes one a genius. The potential to reach the nascent soul stage and become a deity is within reach. As for the heavenly spiritual root with a single spiritual root, it is a treasure that major sects would fight to enshrine. This Li Tang is said to possess the extremely rare dual spiritual roots of wood and fire. He was born with the talent to refine pills and was hailed as the hope for the Li family's rise over the past century. A bunch of paupers. Li Tang closed his folding fan, covering his mouth and nose with the handle in disgust, as if the air here smelled of poverty. If I find out who stole the purple hydrangea from the family's herb garden, I will definitely whip their souls and give them a good beating. His black-clad guards immediately stepped forward to clear a path, roughly shoving the vendors on both sides. Get out of the way. Didn't you hear what the young master said? Ouch. My pills. A chaotic scene ensued. Unfortunately, as Li Tang's gaze swept across the crowd, it suddenly fixed on Lin Yi's stall in front of him. To be precise, it was fixed on those few mid-grade spirit stones that hadn't been put away yet. In this market town frequented by rogue cultivators where low-grade spirit stones are traded everywhere, the brilliance of these few spirit stones was indeed quite conspicuous. Li Tang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips, and walked straight over. Zhang Tianxiu felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. That's interesting. Li Tang stopped in front of the stall, looking down at the 2 people squatting on the ground, but did not reach out to take anything. Instead, he pointed at the spirit stones with his folding fan, his eyes filled with the contempt of someone scrutinizing a criminal. A rogue cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining can actually afford mid-grade spirit stones? His gaze swept past Zhang Tianxiu and finally landed on Lin Yi, who was dressed in plain clothes and looked unremarkable. His tone suddenly turned cold. A few days ago, my Li family's medicinal herb garden was robbed, and a lot of valuables were stolen. The quality of your spirit stones looks somewhat familiar to me. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone could tell that this was a blatant fabrication. What's the point of talking about familiar quality among spirit stones of the same grade? Li Tang clearly disliked this rogue cultivator, or was in a bad mood, and was just grabbing an ant to vent his anger. Zhang Tianxiu desperately tried to signal Lin Yi with his eyes, indicating that he should kneel down and admit his mistake, and offer up the spirit stones so that he might be able to save his life. Lin Yi remained silent. The worst of the worst, the villain appears right after you leave the beginner village. It seems there's no way to avoid it now. We should try our best to minimize the impact. Without further hesitation, he slowly stood up, dusted off the hem of his clothes, and remained calm. Young master, you are joking. Spirit stones are things that circulate between heaven and earth. There is no name written on this, nor is there a clan emblem engraved on it. How could it become the property of the Li family? This is what I obtained by selling my ancestral property. It is completely clean. You dare to talk back? Li Tang seemed to have heard a joke, and a flash of hostility crossed his eyes. Whether you're innocent or not is for me to decide. Since you can't explain the source, hand over the storage bag so my men can search it. If there's no stolen goods, I'll naturally let you go. Searching the storage bags? For cultivators, their storage pouch represents their very life and dignity. To be publicly searched is more humiliating than death, and once handed over, can the contents be retrieved? What? You're not happy about it? Seeing that Ling Yi didn't move, Li Tang's face darkened. It seems you have something to hide. He didn't care about those few spirit stones. What he cared about was that an ant dared not only not kneel under his pressure, but also dared to reason. This lack of compliance is what bothers him the most. Boom! An aura of pressure belonging to the Foundation establishment stage was released instantly. Since you don't want to cooperate, then I'll personally search your soul. The surrounding rogue cultivators gasped in shock. Soul search. This causes immense damage to the soul at best. It can turn someone into an idiot, and at worst, it can cause them to die on the spot. Just because of suspicion about a few spirit stones, you're going to do this to a rogue cultivator? This is the domineering nature of powerful clans. Zhang Tianxiu, who was the first to be hit, turned pale and his legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel down. Lin Yi stood still, seemingly teetering on the brink of collapse, but in reality, he was as steady as an old dog. The oppressive aura during the early stages of Foundation establishment? That's it? Last night, I was tormented all night by the Empress, who was in the late Foundation establishment stage, with her neck choked. That was real oppression. In comparison, Li Tang's intimidating aura was like a baby's cry, weak and powerless. Even the yin and yang meridians within her body circulated on their own for a full cycle, and with the protection of the white jade hairpin given to her by the Empress, the pressure was completely relieved. But Lin Yi knew that he couldn't be confrontational now. Although private fights are prohibited in the inner city, that applies to everyone. He is currently just a powerless rogue cultivator on the surface. If a conflict were to break out, the inner city patrol guards would most likely take his side. We must outsmart them. Young Master Li is joking. Lin Yi looked apprehensive, took half a step back, and cupped his hands in greeting. I'm just a lucky rogue cultivator who picked up a few scraps. These spirit stones are all I have, and I'm still waiting to buy rice to cook. Young Master Li is so wealthy and powerful, why bother with rogue cultivators like us? Buy rice to cook? Li Tang seemed to have heard a joke. I see you're going to refuse a polite toast only to suffer the consequences. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He can't kill people in the inner city, but he has 100 ways to cripple someone without leaving a trace. If you don't want to give it, then lie down. Li Tang suddenly unfolded his folding fan, seemingly a casual wave, but in reality, it contained a hidden wood elemental spiritual power. The spiritual energy burrowed into the ground like a venomous snake, following the cracks in the bluestone slabs, and headed straight for Lin Yi's knees. This is the Li family's unique underhanded trick, the withered wood technique. Those who suffer from this condition experience atrophy of their meridians, severe pain in both legs as if pricked by needles, and paralysis within 3 days, without any visible external marks. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened. What ruthless methods! Are you going to cripple someone's legs over the slightest disagreement? Since you're going to resort to underhanded tactics, don't blame me for being unethical. If I don't make you suffer a little, I won't be able to concentrate on my work tonight. Looking at the 2 horses, Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly. I'll borrow a bit of my wife's bloodline power. Not only did he not dodge, but he also dodged the spiritual energy just as it was about to touch his body. He channeled his spiritual power to the white jade hairpin he kept close to his body. Buzz. A faint yet powerful aura, carrying the supreme power of a demon king, flashed past Lin Yi's chest. This aura was controlled extremely well. It did not spread but instead traced back to its source along the direction of the incoming force of the withered wood. Although it only has a trace of the original foxfire, fire spirit power has a natural and absolute suppression of wood spirit power. Moreover, it's a nine-tailed celestial foxfire. The cold smile on Li Tang's face froze instantly. He felt as if the spiritual energy he released had crashed into an ancient divine mountain. Not only did it fail to harm the other party, but it also swept back with an extremely terrifying scorching aura. Puff! An extremely faint muffled sound exploded inside Li Tang's body. His face suddenly turned pale, and a metallic taste rose in his throat, but he swallowed it back down. Reverse flow of meridians. How is that possible? I've checked with my spiritual energy, this kid isn't faking his cultivation at all. How could someone who's just a useless chi refining level 3 cultivator possibly counter my spiritual power? Could it be that he possesses a Xian rank fire type magic weapon? Or does this kid have a powerful protector behind him? Chapter 12, A Clear Mind, Buying Gifts at Linglong Pavilion. Before Li Tang could even react, the real trouble began. Although cultivators could hardly detect that fleeting aura of the celestial fox, to demonic beasts it was like a thunderclap from the depths of their bloodline. The two crimson-flamed Qilin horses behind Li Tang, which had been swaggering around, suddenly let out a mournful neigh as if they had seen a ghost. Nay. Animals are far more sensitive to danger than humans. They sensed that fear that came from the depths of their souls, the aura of a predator at the top of the food chain. It's out of control. The two unicorn horses broke free of their reins like madmen, raising their front hooves high and kicking wildly at everything around them. Young master, be careful. The guards were terrified. But this change came too quickly and too soon. Li Tang had just suffered internal injuries, and his spiritual energy was in disarray. Before he could react, everything went black. A huge horse hoof, covered in mud and smelling of some indescribable horse manure, was imprinted on his handsome face. Bang! Ah! A scream echoed throughout the market. Li Tang was kicked away like a kite with a broken string, tracing a beautiful parabola in the air. By sheer coincidence, it ended up crashing into a nearby stall selling spirit beast feed containing feces. Splash! Manure flew everywhere. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the young master of the Li family, who was struggling to crawl out of the dung heap, his face bearing a clear hoofprint and his body covered in filth. Their minds went blank. Is that all? The number one genius of Tianqing City was kicked away by his own horse? Young master! A group of guards then realized what was happening and immediately rushed over to rescue the person. The two mythical horses were still running wild, charging around recklessly, and the market was thrown into complete chaos. And in the heart of the chaos, Lin Yi remained standing in the same spot, his hairstyle perfectly intact. He patted his chest with a look of terrification and shouted loudly to the stunned rogue cultivators around him. Good heavens! Young Master Li's horse has gone mad. Everyone, run! Has this horse been given fake medicine? While shouting, he quietly collected the spirit stones and pulled Zhang Tianqiu up from the ground. He kicked a pebble and it hit the back of a unicorn horse's hind leg. The horse, in pain, was about to charge away, but instead turned and charged towards Li Tang, who had just been helped up. You son of a bitch! Li Tang, who had just spat out horse manure from his mouth, looked at the large buttocks coming towards him and closed his eyes in despair. Bang! Secondary damage. This time, Li Tang didn't even have time to scream before he passed out. 15 minutes later, Lin Yi pulled Zhang Tianqiu, who was still questioning his existence, and they went into a secluded alley. Cool. Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling his mind clear. Old Lin. Zhang Tianqiu stared at Lin Yi, trembling, as if he were looking at a monster. Just now, you weren't behind this, were you? Although he couldn't see the specific movements clearly, his intuition told him that the horse's madness was too strange. Moreover, Lin Yi's overly calm reaction was not like that of a normal chi refining level 3 rogue cultivator. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lin Yi put on a stern face and started spouting nonsense with a straight face. That's because the young master of the Li family has committed many evil deeds, even the beasts couldn't stand it anymore. This is what they call karma. He took out the still warm white jade hairpin from his pocket and gently stroked it. The things Wan gave me are indeed very useful. It can not only protect you, but also ward off beasts. Alright, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Lin Yi stuffed the pile of talismans into his storage bag and tossed a few mid-grade spirit stones to Zhang Tianqiu. Consider this payment for the fright you caused earlier, and also hush money. You should pack up and leave now, lest those mad dogs from the Li family start biting people indiscriminately. This, so much? Zhang Tianxiu held the spirit stone, his hands trembling. Take it, I have a sugar daddy now. Oh no, I have a powerful backer. Lin Yi patted his shoulder, his eyes deep. Remember, today we are just two terrified wandering cultivators. We did nothing and know nothing. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the direction of the Myriad Medicines Pavilion. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Zhang Tianxiu suddenly felt that this poor friend he had known for 3 years had become somewhat unfamiliar. That confidence, that composure, and that subtle hint of cunning. Gold digger? Zhang Tianxiu muttered to himself. These days, can someone who lives off a woman really act like this? Wanyag 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. Lin Yi didn't go in directly. Instead, he found a secluded corner, changed into a black robe, and put on a bamboo hat. Although Li Tang's actions were handled discreetly, it's always better to be safe than sorry. As he entered the shop, a rich aroma of herbs wafted towards him. What would you like to order, sir? A waiter came up to greet him. Lin Yi lowered his voice, trying to make it sound more weathered. 10 bottles of dragon and tiger tonic pills, please. The waiter was taken aback, looked the strange man, who was wrapped up tightly, up and down, and his eyes suddenly became ambiguous. 10 bottles? Sir, this medicine is very potent. If you are weak, taking too much at once can easily cause nosebleeds. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi threw out a bag of spirit stones. Give me 5 more tier 3 chi strengthening grasses, and, do you have any high-grade spiritual herbs that can calm the mind, nourish the fetus, and benefit the mother? Since I need to replenish myself, the Empress at home naturally can't be left behind. Although I'm not pregnant yet, the probability is increasing. First, get your body in good condition and fertilize the soil, and the seed will sprout sooner or later. The waiter's eyes lit up a big client. Yes. We just received some 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma lucidum and phoenix bloodfruit, both of which are excellent tonics for female cultivators. Not only can it beautify the skin and nourish the complexion, but it can also regulate uterine coldness. If you are pregnant, it is an amazing way to protect your pregnancy. Wrap them up, I'll take them all. Lin Yi waved his hand, his heroic spirit soaring to the heavens. Anyway, it's all money given to me by my wife. Buying her supplements is called taking from the people and using it for the people. It's called the internal circulation of family assets. Half an hour later. As Lin Yi walked out of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, carrying the 10-ingredient tonic pill in his hand, his back straightened considerably. As the saying goes, with grain in hand, one has nothing to fear. With these priceless weapons, he has at least a 10% chance of surviving tonight's fierce positional battle. The Empress's high-profile residence at the Cloud Peak Villa, coupled with her encounter with the Li family cultivators today, suggests that other troubles may arise in the future. I need to buy another hiding place. It might come in handy if I need to escape. A moment later, Lin Yi came out of the shop selling private cave dwellings and put away the token. However, having supplies and hiding places is not enough. Lin Yi stroked his chin, his gaze wandering over the bustling street. Although Tu Shanwanwan is now in a state of decline, she is still the proud and arrogant Demon Empress at heart. Last night, I was driven to desperation by the drugs. It was a forced consumption. If you want things to get better in the future, turn coercion into voluntariness, and even unlock more positions, more system rewards. Physical charity alone won't work. You must win people's hearts. How to win someone's heart? It was clearly written in those love manuals from my past life. If she is naive and inexperienced, take her to see the wonders of the world. If her heart is weary, take her to ride the carousel. Tu Shanwanwan has lived for 3,000 years, what kind of prosperity hasn't she seen? But women, whether they are 3 years old or 3,000 years old. There are 2 things I can never resist: sparkly jewelry and gifts that make me feel unique. After all, being a kept man was a profession in my past life, and it required effort. Lin Ye's gaze finally settled on a rather elegantly decorated attic at the end of the street. Linglong Pavilion. Unlike the chaotic Wanbao market, Linglong Pavilion exudes an air of high-class sophistication, with just the 2 white jade pillars carved with phoenixes singing in harmony at the entrance. This is the largest jewelry and magical artifact shop in Tianjin City, and it is said to be backed by a merchant guild that specializes in collecting rare treasures from all over the world. Lin Yi straightened his robes and strode inside. As soon as I entered, a faint, delicate fragrance lingered around my nose, unlike the gaudy scent of cosmetics, but rather like the fragrance of orchids. The store is decorated in an extremely luxurious style, with all kinds of hairpins, earrings, and jade pendants displayed in crystal counters. Each piece radiated a faint spiritual light, clearly indicating that they were not ordinary items. Oh my, young master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting our Linglong Pavilion? A tingling, bone-chilling sound rang out. Chapter 13 Weapon Forging? No, this is art. A fragrant breeze wafted by one could smell the aroma before seeing the person. It wasn't the vulgar scent of cosmetics, but rather the sweet aroma of a ripe peach. A female cultivator dressed in a purple fairy dress swayed her hips as she walked over, gently waving a round fan in her hand. The tiny black mole at the corner of her mouth trembled slightly with her smile, adding a touch of captivating charm. Lin Yi glanced at it and felt a slight chill in his heart. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Good heavens, this inner city is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Even a random jewelry seller could easily outclass those local tyrants in the outer city. This young master looks unfamiliar. I am Yun Yang, the manager of this Linglong Pavilion. Yun Yang's peach blossom eyes sized up Lin Yi, her gaze sharp and piercing. Although dressed simply, the calm and composed demeanor of this young man was clearly extraordinary. In addition, news just came from the neighboring Wanyao Pavilion that a mysterious tycoon had swept away half a year's worth of kidney tonics in one go. Yun Yang had made up her mind. This was a wealthy, kidney-deficient big client who also had an exceptionally beautiful Taoist partner at home. I want the best. Lin Yi didn't waste any words. He took out the bag of mid-grade spirit stones that hadn't even warmed up yet, tossed them in his hand, and they made a crisp clinking sound. Price doesn't matter, as long as the product is good. Yun Yang's eyes lit up instantly. This isn't a chi refining cultivator, this is a walking god of wealth. Young master is so generous. Yun Yang closed the fan in her hand, and the smile on her face became truly genuine. This way, young master. On the second floor, we have the Yunmeng series that were just brought from the headquarters. They are all made by third-tier weapon refining masters. Not only are they novel in design, but they also feature formations that calm the mind and focus the spirit. Lin Yi followed him up to the second floor. Compared to the mass-produced goods on the first floor, the items on the second floor are indeed much more refined. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the rows of counters, finally settling on a phoenix head hairpin that was entirely crimson. The hairpin is made of translucent material, as if it were carved from a single piece of fire marrow jade. A top-grade fire spirit pearl, the size of a grain of rice, is held in the phoenix's beak, faintly radiating a warm aura. Young master has excellent taste. Yun Yang came over at just the right moment, and a mature woman's fragrance wafted over. This crimson phoenix hairpin is made of 10,000-year-old fire coral jade. Wearing it for a long time can nourish the meridians. It is an excellent auxiliary magic tool for female cultivators who practice fire-based techniques. Fire element. Tu Shan Wan Wan is a nine-tailed celestial fox, and her innate divine power is foxfire, which is a perfect match for her. How many spirit stones? The original price is 800 mid-grade spirit stones, but seeing that you look kind, I'll give you a discount to 750. Lin Yi's lips twitched. 750 mid-grade spirit stones? That's equivalent to 75,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if you sold him now, you wouldn't even have enough to scrape together a fraction of that. With the huge sum of money given to him by Tu Shan Wan Wan, he just bought pills and a cave dwelling. If he takes too much of this gigolo, will he have to kneel on a washboard when he gets home? But this hairpin is just too perfect for the Empress. I bought it. Yun Yang, besides this, do you have anything a little more special? Lin Yi looked away without changing his expression. My wife doesn't like things that are too flashy. She prefers things that are private, something that only the two of us can appreciate. Yun Yang was slightly taken aback, then a look of understanding appeared on her face. She covered half her face with a round fan, her eyes sweeping over Lin Yi with an ambiguous look. So this is what you like, young master. I understand. She turned and walked to a hidden compartment in the corner, where she took out a brocade box. Upon opening it, one finds an extremely thin silver anklet with two small bells hanging from it. This is the soul-capturing bell. Yun Yang lowered her voice as she introduced the situation. Don't let its small size fool you, this bell contains illusionary soundstones. It doesn't ring normally, but, under vigorous shaking, it will produce a clear and melodious sound, and it can also slightly vibrate the soul, increasing the pleasure. A scene instantly flashed through Lin Yi's mind. The stunningly beautiful Empress was barefoot, with silver bells tied around her ankles. The bell rang crisply as it swayed with the movement. If the fox tail were to reappear and sway gently. Slurp. Lin Yi subconsciously swallowed. This thing is great. This is practically tailor-made for the Empress. I'll take it. Lin Yi waved his hand. Is there anything else? Like, clothes or something? Clothing? Yun Yang was somewhat troubled. Our Linglong Pavilion mainly deals in jewelry and magical artifacts. We do have some robes, but they are all highly defensive items like the flowing cloud armor and the golden silk soft armor, which are a bit heavy to wear. Heavy? What's the point of playing then? What I want is that kind of visual impact that is subtle, thin as gauze, and impossible to tear. No, it's the kind that tears easily. Lin Yi frowned. Isn't there one, made of 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk, as thin as a cicada's wing, that can be worn close to the skin while still showing off the figure? Yun Yang looked completely bewildered. Is the concealment robe you're referring to, young master? Only a 4th level or higher master craftsman can forge that, and the materials are extremely difficult to find. No. Lin Yi felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. How could people in the cultivation world be so rigid in their thinking? He gestured. It's the kind of fabric that's very light, only covering the essential parts, with large areas of openwork, preferably semi-transparent lace, a mesh structure. Yun Yang listened in a daze, and her gaze toward Lin Yi gradually became strange. This young master, he's quite the player. The style you described, sir, I have never heard of it before. Yun Yang shook her head and said. In the cultivation world, female cultivators' robes either prioritize defense or elegance and solemnity. Who would make a tattered, mesh-like robe? Where would the defensive formation be engraved? How would the spiritual energy circuit work? Lin Yi sighed. Indeed, the limitations of our time. Etc. A sudden inspiration struck Lin Yi. If you can't buy it, why can't you make it yourself? Didn't the system reward you with maxed out comprehension? Although it's currently only being used for cultivating techniques, who says comprehension can't be used for weapon crafting? If I could learn the art of weapon crafting, and combine it with the design sketches of Victoria's Secret fashion shows and anime costumes in my head. Imagine a cold and aloof Demon Empress donning a black lace cheongsam she crafted herself, or a school swimsuit-style soft armor. Bite. The host has been detected generating extremely constructive ideas, which are beneficial for the target acquisition and align with the principles of Sani. System evaluation. Although your thoughts are despicable, your creativity is promising. Side quest triggered. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Mission objective. Become a weapon refiner and personally craft a unique robe that will make your Taoist partner blush and their heart race. Task reward. 1 random special material and a 9th grade weapon refining technique manual. Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. Even the system supports me doing doing art. This is not just about pleasing the Empress, it's also a golden road to wealth. In the world of cultivation, which male cultivator could resist a succubus outfit that could enhance the pleasure of dual cultivation? Which female cultivator of the Joyful Union sect could resist a battle robe that could both defend and seduce men? This isn't just weapon crafting, it's a fashion revolution redefining the cultivation world. Yun Yang. The light in Lin Ye's eyes was frighteningly intense. Do you sell beginner's guides to weapon crafting here? And basic materials, like ice silkworm silk and soft gauze? Yun Yang was a little confused by his sudden change of topic. Young master, would you like to learn weapon crafting? As you said, the products on the market are too conservative. Lin Yi straightened his back, his face bearing a martyr-like sense of nobility. Since the battle robe I want doesn't exist in this world, I'll make one for her myself. Yun Yang's eye twitched. For a little bit of bedroom fun, you have to learn that obscure and expensive weapon refining technique? How thirsty must one be? Are all young cultivators this crazy these days? But it would be foolish not to take business that's offered to you. Yes, there are. Yun Yang turned around and took out a slightly worn jade slip and a bundle of shiny silk thread from under the counter. This is 100 basic techniques for weapon refining, and 10 caddies of low-grade snow silkworm silk. A total of 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Make a deal. Lin Yi readily paid and swept the items into his storage bag. With these items, plus the soul-capturing bell and the crimson phoenix pearl hairpin, Lin Yi spent nearly 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones on this trip. Looking at the rapidly depleting pile of spirit stones in his storage bag, Lin Yi felt a pang of heartache. But these are all initial investments. What are a few spirit stones if it can make the Empress happy tonight? Please take care, young master, come visit again soon. Chapter 14 asked you to buy materials for formations, and you bought this stuff for the Empress? Amidst Yun Yang's meaningful farewell, which seemed to see through everything, Lin Yi walked out of Linglong Pavilion. It was nearly dusk, and the streets of the inner city were beginning to light up, shimmering with colorful lights. Lin Yi tightened his collar, feeling the heavy harvest in his arms. He didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt like he had been elevated. A weapon refiner? No, that's too narrow-minded. From today onwards, please call me the Chief Victoria's Secret designer and top-level erotic aesthetics instructor in the cultivation world. Back to the Cloud Villa. Lin Yi had just pushed open the courtyard gate, and before his feet even touched the ground, he caught his breath. Something's not right. The courtyard was completely dark, with no lights on. By the moonlight, a ghostly figure could be vaguely seen sitting beside the stone table. Tu Shan Wan did not look at her. She rested her chin on one hand, closed her eyes to rest, and looked like a jade sculpture. But the temperature inside the courtyard was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. You're back? His voice was cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were questioning an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Before Lin Yi could reply, Tu Shan Wan's nostrils flared slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing crimson pupils. There was no anger in them, only indifference as she looked at the dead man. I'm sending you to buy materials for the formation. You have 4 full hours. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the stone table, the tap, tap, tap perfectly synchronized with Lin Yi's racing heartbeat. The smell of medicine is one thing, but this overpowering, perfumed scent is another. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling killing intent instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Without any unnecessary words, 9 illusory foxtails silently unfurled behind her, and the fluctuations of spiritual power coldly locked onto Lin Yi's throat. Do you think that because my cultivation has declined, my claws are no longer as nimble? Or do you think I dare not kill you? The chilling killing intent instantly drained the air from the courtyard. This isn't the jealousy of a young wife at all, it's a prelude to the execution of a disobedient tool by someone in power. Lin Yi's back was instantly soaked with sweat, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Oops. Oh dear. I was so focused on the art that I forgot to air out the smell of the overly strong odor from the numerous female clients at Linglong Pavilion. What's the difference between this and going to an internet cafe all night to smoke, then coming home in a daze only to be blocked at the door by your mom? The difference is that the mother only scolds people, while this person actually knows how to perform physical exorcisms. Wait. This is for you. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi's survival instinct surged instantly. Despite the suffocating pressure, he raised the brocade box high with both hands, his knees buckled, and he moved forward with the momentum. A perfectly smooth kneeling motion. The movements were fluid and graceful, the posture devout and standard. It was a textbook example of sliding kneeling as tribute. The terrifying trail stopped abruptly half an inch from Lin Yi's neck, the gust of wind they generated making Lin Yi's face sting. Tu Shan Wan lowered her eyes slightly, her gaze still haughty and scrutinizing. Gift? She sneered, her fingertips swirling with demonic power. Using my money to buy things to curry favor with me? You scum, you've got a clever plan. Although it was meant as mockery, the real killing intent ultimately faded somewhat. With a slight flick of her finger, the brocade box flew into her hand. Clatter. The lid pops open. The crisp sound of the bell was particularly jarring in the quiet courtyard. Besides a fire attribute hairpin that can nourish the meridians, a delicate silver anklet also catches the eye, with 2 heart-binding bells gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Tu Shan Wan's gaze sharpened slightly. The soul-capturing bell? She recognized the material. It was a rare gem among low-grade magical artifacts, capable of slightly nourishing the soul. For her current situation, it was a drop in the ocean, but better than nothing. Explain. She closed the lid and looked at Lin Yi coldly. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his brain working at lightning speed. If we say it's for aesthetics or for fun at this point, the grass on our graves will be 2 meters high by this time next year. It must offer emotional value. It must resonate with people. My wife's soul is damaged, and her cultivation is reduced to less than 1/10. She suffers every full moon. Although the soul-capturing bell is not a divine object, it can calm the mind and stabilize the soul. I have searched all over the inner city and feel that only this item is worthy of my wife's unparalleled beauty. Lin Yi paused, then looked up, his gaze sincere. As for that name, it's Xin. It's not that I want to bind my wife, but Lin Yi knows that his life is as worthless as grass. He only hopes that this small token of his affection can make his wife hesitate for a moment before killing him. This statement is half true and half false, extremely humble, yet subtly expresses loyalty. After listening, Tushan Wanwan's cold eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't blush or feel shy like a typical woman. Instead, she looked at Lingyi again with the eyes of someone looking at an amusing pet. This medicine residue is smarter than I imagined, and even better at pleasing foxes. Glib-tongued. She snorted coldly, but instead of throwing away the brocade box, she picked it up and played with it for a while. However, since you're somewhat perceptive, I'll spare your life tonight. Lingyi felt a huge weight lifted from his heart, his back was covered in cold sweat, and he thought to himself, this is a sure thing. Now that my life is spared, it's time to ask for some benefits. Then, why don't you want to give it a try, my wife? Lingyi boldly probed, his eyes somewhat unfocused. I estimate that the size of this item is just right. Tushan Wanwan glanced at him. The subtle thoughts hidden in this man's eyes are no different from those written all over his face. Normally, that look would have been enough to kill him 10,000 times over. But tonight, I'm in a pretty good mood. You want to see? Her small mouth curved slightly, forming a playful arc, and she turned slightly to the side, the hem of her white dress sliding down her smooth skin. A section of her snow-white calf was exposed, along with her exquisite, perfectly rounded foot. Under the moonlight, that fair skin was dazzling, and even the pale blue veins on the instep seemed alluring. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her former self as the leader of the demon race, bestowing her glory upon her subjects. Since it is out of filial piety on your part, and considering that your performance last night was passable, I will give you this opportunity. She tapped her toes slightly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Come here and put it on me. This is clearly an order. Yes, sir. Lingyi inwardly exclaimed, this is a huge profit, but on the surface, he still had to maintain a respectful demeanor, running over eagerly and picking up the jade foot as if it were a precious treasure. It has a cool and delicate feel, just like the finest mutton fat jade. Especially his national treasure level arches. If the soles of his feet were to fit together, the oval gaps formed by the curvature would perfectly accommodate his. Ahem, hold on, this won't pass censorship. Lingyi took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and gently fastened the silver chain to her slender ankle. Ding dong! As Tushan Wanwan gently swayed her ankle, a clear bell rang out. Silver chains, crimson nails, snow-white skin. The interplay of three colors creates a breathtaking aesthetic. Lingyi felt as if his soul was about to fly away with the sound of the bell. This is just too amazing. Those so-called pure and innocent masters and mentors from her past life were all utterly crushed in front of the Empress. It's all right. Tushan Wanwan gave a cold comment, then decisively withdrew her foot, giving Lingyi no more time to imagine. She stood up and looked down at Lingyi, who was still kneeling on the ground. Get up. With a tinkling sound, she turned and walked into the house. With each step, the bells on her ankles jingled. In the stillness of the night, it sounded like both a bewitching, seductive melody and a dangerous countdown. As she reached the door, she paused slightly but did not turn around. His voice was cold, yet it exuded a domineering aura that made one's legs go weak. Since you bought so many tonics, you must have been prepared for the consequences. Dregs of medicine, get in here. If this bell cannot help me refine the medicinal power and recover some of my cultivation tonight, then I will hang it on your grave as a wind chime. Lingyi looked at the departing figure, then at the storage bag in his hand, and swallowed hard. This is hardly a beautiful night. This is clearly a life or death situation. Let's give it our all. Chapter 15. Ringing the bell all night, straight to the great perfection of qi refining. Inside the room, red candles flickered. A strange fragrance filled the air. It wasn't incense, it was the scent emanating from Tushan Wanwan's body, a mixture of medicinal fragrance and a natural body odor that arose due to her elevated body temperature. Lingyi stood at the door, the large bag of ammunition he had bought at Wanyao Pavilion. Shirkwan Dabu pills, deer blood pills, and Guban Peiyuan liquid felt particularly heavy at that moment. Tushan Wanwan sat on the edge of the bed. She wasn't wearing shoes. The jade foot that Lingyi had just personally adorned with the silver bell was dangling in mid-air, swaying idly. Jingle. It is crisp and melodious, yet it possesses a magical power that can draw out one's very soul. She changed her clothes. No longer was the blue dress that covered her up completely during the day, but an extremely loose crimson gauze nightgown. The neckline was very low, exposing large areas of her fair skin to the air, and her collarbones were so deep that it seemed as if two goldfish could be kept in that nest. The most striking thing was that the fabric of the nightgown was extremely thin, and it was faintly visible under the candlelight. Her long, slender legs were crossed, and the skin on her thighs was dazzlingly white. What are you standing there for? Tushan Wanwan slightly raised her chin, a dangerous glint flashing in her crimson vertical pupils. Do I have to pay for you? Lin Yi took a deep breath, placed the bag of weapons on the table, and began taking out medicine bottles. My wife, tonight should we take the slow and gentle approach, or the high heat stir fry, no, the fierce fire attack approach? As he spoke, he shakily poured out 3 dragon tiger tonic pills, tilted his head back, and swallowed them in one gulp. The medicine instantly dissolved in my stomach, and a surge of heat rushed to my lower abdomen. Tushan Wanwan watched his actions, a playful smile curving her lips. So you know fear now? She extended a finger and gently hooked it. Come over. Sit down. Lin Yi steeled himself and sat down on the edge of the bed. The moment my bottom touched the edge of the bed, a strong force struck me. Tushan Wanwan's seemingly slender arm wrapped around his neck and pulled him forcefully. The world spun around. Lin Yi was pressed down onto the soft brocade quilt, and then that hot and soft body pressed down on him. The poisoning is acting up badly tonight. Tushan Wanwan leaned close to his ear, her hot breath making Lin Yi shrink back. I have no patience to simmer things with you slowly. Just come straight to it. She kissed him as soon as she finished speaking. It doesn't look like a kiss, it looks more like a predator tasting its prey. They are interdependent, exuding an undeniable domineering aura. Lin Yi felt as if the spiritual energy within his body had found an outlet, surging wildly towards the other party. Lin Yi tried to struggle, but the woman's strength was astonishing. Jingle. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Ring 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 ring. Inside the master bedroom of the cloud courtyard, the crisp sound of the bell, which had initially swayed leisurely, quickly transformed into a rapid, torrential melody. That wasn't blown by the wind. That's from a person shaking it. The dim candlelight cast 2 overlapping shadows on the wall, rising and falling with the rhythm of the bell. Lin Yi gripped the edge of the bed tightly, his knuckles turning white, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead down his nose, splashing onto the red brocade quilt and instantly spreading into a small dark patch. Pain. And they are happy. The heart-devouring poison within Tushan Wanwan's body was simply a bottomless pit. Whenever Lin Yi circulated the yin-yang scripture, transforming his pitiful primordial yang into pure spiritual energy to transfer it over, the chilling poisonous gas would rebound back along the point of contact, like 10,000 needles pricking his meridians. But the next second, the fiery demonic power belonging to the 9-tailed celestial fox within the Empress's body would surge over, instantly soothing the stinging pain and giving him the ultimate comfort of soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter. A world of extremes. In the literal sense. Wait, hold on. Lin Yi felt like his back was about to break, and tried to slow down the speed of his spiritual energy transmission. Shut up. Tushan Wanwan's voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying an undeniable domineering air. Jingle. The last bell rang. A deathly silence fell over the room. Only 2 heavy breaths mingled together. The black markings on Tushan Wanwan's body completely faded, and her once stunningly beautiful face regained its rosy hue. Fine beads of sweat clung to her slender neck, glistening in the moonlight. She collapsed weakly against Lin Yi's chest, her long silver hair spreading out like a net, tightly binding the 2 of them together. The foot adorned with bells remained resting on Lin Yi's waist, occasionally emitting a very faint sound with each breath. I didn't pick it. She didn't take it off. Lin Yi lay on the bed, looking at the curtains above his head, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out, but his soul was being sublimated. Is this what they call experiencing pain and pleasure at the same time? If this happens every day, his small frame, barely at the chi refining stage, would probably need a ton of goji berries. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice rang in my mind. Bite. Congratulations, host and your Taoist partner, on completing a profound life-healing cycle of perfect harmony. The host was detected to have used an artistic prop heart-tying bell during the process, successfully arousing a hint of latent interest in their partner. Hidden achievement triggered, a variety of styles. Comment, although the method is despicable, the effect is outstanding. There's nothing a ring can't solve if there is, ring it faster. Achievement reward, Giant Yang Tonic Pill X1. Giant Male Enhancement Pill, system produced, guaranteed top quality. After taking it, you can maintain your erection for a month, locking in your virility and preventing premature ejaculation, while significantly increasing your energy recovery speed. Note, tailor-made for those who thrive on infidelity. Sharpshooter talent assessment in progress. Judgment failed. Current probability of conception, 10%. Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly. 10%, that's 18 tries away from the guaranteed minimum. I shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Eyes closed face. However, upon seeing the giant young tonic pill, Lin Yi still shed tears of excitement. The system understands me. With this thing, let alone one empress, even 3 more, that would be suicide. Lin Yi carefully shifted his body. Tushan Wanwan seems to have fallen asleep. This was the first time he had ever seen the empress so unguarded. Without that imposing aura, she was now like a lazy Persian cat. Especially the string of bells on her ankles, which stood out against her snow-white skin, were particularly eye-catching, and also particularly erotic. Lin Yi reached out to touch it. Just as the finger was about to touch the bell, Tushan Wanwan suddenly opened her eyes. There was no transition. 1 second she was still asleep, the next second her crimson eyes were already awake and locked onto Lin Yi. Lin Yi's hand froze in midair. I saw it was crooked, and I wanted to help you straighten it. Lin Yi swallowed hard and forced a dry laugh. Tushan Wanwan remained silent. She simply looked at Lin Yi quietly, her gaze somewhat complicated. It's no longer the look of utter contempt for ants. There was an added, indescribable meaning. That's a predator's approval of a useful tool, or rather, a companion that makes her feel comfortable. She slowly sat up, and the thin blanket slipped off her body, revealing a large expanse of her skin. But she didn't care at all. She lifted her leg and looked at the bell on her ankle. It shook gently. Jingle. The sound was crisp and clear. Quarrel. She uttered a single word coldly. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Then I'll pick them for my wife right away. No need. Tushan Wanwan interrupted him. She pulled her leg back, put her bare feet on the floor, and stood up. The sound of bells accompanied her as she moved. Keep it. Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly. It seems that buying the heart-loving bell was the right decision. Tushan Wanwan walked to the table, poured herself a cup of spiritual tea, and drank it all in one gulp. If you dare to slack off next time. She turned around, glanced at Lin Yi, and a chilling sneer curled at the corner of her lips. I will use the rope of this bell to hang you from the beam and beat you. Lin Yi felt a chill in his groin and quickly squeezed his legs together. No, no. I would serve my wife with all my heart and soul, even unto death. Snort. Tushan Wanwan gave a soft hum, seemingly in a good mood. This is all thanks to the dregs of the medicine. Her spiritual power has recovered to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, and there are faint signs that she will return to the golden core stage. Chapter 16 The Demon Suppression Division investigates the case. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell onto the floor. Lin Yi stretched, his joints cracking all over. Cool. After last night's thrilling bell-ringing exercise, his spiritual energy was now at its peak. Peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Break. Qi refining perfection. Just one step away from laying the foundation. In this world, those who cultivate Qi are nothing but ants. Only those who reach the foundation establishment stage can barely protect themselves. But this step is incredibly difficult. Either you have a superior spiritual root, which increases the success rate of foundation establishment, or you have foundation establishment pills to help you break through the barrier. He is a useless person with 5 spiritual roots, and his success rate in foundation building is low, so he has to rely on taking drugs. Lin Yi turned to look at Tushan Wanwan, who was tidying up her hair accessories in front of the dressing table. Today she changed into a light purple long dress, with a phoenix hairpin inserted diagonally in her hair, making her look even more elegant and noble. Beneath her skirt, as she moved, one could faintly hear a few extremely soft bell sounds. Lin Yi felt a surge of restlessness, but the important matter at hand was paramount. That, wife? Lin Yi rubbed his hands together and leaned closer with a fawning expression. Tushan Wanwan glanced at him through the bronze mirror, her hand still busy drawing her eyebrows. Fine, call me wife then, it's the same as calling me wife in public anyway. He did all right yesterday, so let it be. He's just a piece of trash anyway. Seeing that Tushan Wanwan did not refute as usual, Lin Yi continued. My lady looks quite well today, radiant and glowing. It must be because of last night. Speak like a human. Tushan Wanwan coldly interrupted his flattery. Well, that's how it is. Lin Yi said shamelessly. After my wife's hard work last night, I feel that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I am only one step away from the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if my wife has any extra foundation establishment pills? Just one would be fine with me. Foundation building pill. They are incredibly valuable on the market, costing tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones each, and often there are no buyers even if they are priced high. But in the eyes of the dignified Demon Empress, she should be about the same as a candy bean, right? Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. However, Tu Shan put down her eyebrow pencil, turned around, and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Foundation pill? She parted her red lips slightly and uttered two words. No. Lin Yi's smile froze. Ah. My wife, you are the empress of the demon clan, how come you don't even have such a low-grade pill? Tu Shan chuckled, stood up, and looked down at him. You also know that it's a low-grade pill? In my storage ring, there are at least 6th-grade pills. Why would I keep foundation establishment pills, those kinds of garbage meant for children, taking up space? Lin Yi. That makes a lot of sense. Poverty limited my imagination. Is this the world of the big shots? You wouldn't even bother picking up trash? Then, I can manage with high-grade pills too. Lin Yi persisted. If you want to explode and die, I won't stop you. Tu Shan straightened her sleeves and said calmly. If you want the foundation establishment pill, figure it out yourself. After she finished speaking, she seemed to sense something, her brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze turned to the outside of the courtyard. Ants have arrived, carrying a murderous aura. There was no panic whatsoever, only a displeasure at having my morning mood disrupted. She sat in front of her dressing table, holding the eyebrow pencil in her hand, and snapped it gently at her fingertip with a snap. Dark dust slipped through her fair fingers. Murderous look? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask any questions, a muffled loud noise suddenly came from outside the gate of the cloud courtyard. Thump! That wasn't knocking. That's someone using spiritual power to slam their fist into the light barrier of the defensive formation. Immediately afterwards, a sinister voice, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, pierced through the soundproofing array and entered the room. Wang Badian, a junior officer of the Demon Suppression Division, has been ordered to investigate a murder case in the outer city. Please, open the door and let me in. Wang Badian? Lin Yi's pupils contracted. This name, without a doubt, should belong to Wang Batu's older brother, a ruthless character at the Foundation establishment stage. They came so quickly. It was burned to ashes last night, and it's already showing up at my door today? Lin Yi subconsciously looked at Tu Shan. The Empress remained firmly seated. She lifted her bare foot, adorned with a silver bell, and gently placed it on the crossbar of the stool. Her skirt slipped down, revealing a breathtaking glimpse of her calf. Jingle! The bell rang crisply. What do you want to do? She asked casually, as if the person knocking on the door wasn't a foundation establishment cultivator, but a barking stray dog. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his brain working at lightning speed. We can't let Wang Badian in. Although Tu Shan has now recovered to the great perfection of foundation establishment, theoretically, she could crush Wang Badian like it's nothing. However, he was unsure to what extent the heart-eating poison in her body had been suppressed. If she overuses her spiritual power and the poison rebounds, she won't be able to kill anyone. She'll have to lie down and beg for more, and then she'll suffer again after only a short rest. More importantly, if violence is used, what if the demonic energy is leaked? This isn't some remote corner on the outskirts of the outer city, but rather the inner city of Tianqing City. If the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Bureau have returned, or if those golden core cultivators in the city have been lured here, this pair of star-crossed lovers will have no choice but to flee. My wife only needs to be beautiful. Leave the rough work to me. Lin Yi straightened his collar, composed himself, and then imagined the arrogant appearance of the young master of the Li family. What is the first principle of being a kept man? It's not really about sending rich women to fight. Instead, we must learn to borrow the tiger's power. Oh? Tu Shan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. It's obvious what Lin Yi is thinking. She's recovered quite well now, and suppressing her demonic power with a few tricks shouldn't be a problem. But I kind of want to see him perform for fun for a while. She leaned back slightly, languidly against the chair, her fingers gently twirling a strand of silver hair around her chest. Then I'll see what you, this dregs of medicine, are capable of. Outside the courtyard, Wang Badian was dressed in a black brocade robe from the Demon Suppression Division, with a goosefeather knife hanging at his waist. His face was so gloomy it could drip water. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards at the late stage of chi refining, each with their hands on their sword hilts, exuding a murderous aura. My lord, this defensive formation is a second-tier high-grade cloud-locking and mist-encircling formation. If we were to launch a direct attack, it would probably take some effort, and the commotion would be too great, easily attracting the city patrol guards. One of the guards said in a low voice. Wang Badian squinted, staring at the tightly closed courtyard gate. Tyranny has disappeared, and the soul lamp has shattered. He used a secret method to track them down, but the clues were completely wiped out, as if they had evaporated into thin air. This made him very wary. To erase the causal chains so cleanly is something that no ordinary person could do. The chief commander and the deputy chief commander went out to search for the demon that day and haven't returned yet, so I'll have to investigate myself. He investigated the whereabouts of Tyranny over the past 2 days. The backgrounds of the rogue cultivators who were robbed were all very simple. The only unusual one was Lin Yi. A piece of trash at the 3rd level of chi refining. He wouldn't even bother to glance at such ants. But just yesterday, this rogue cultivator who was so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat actually spent a fortune at Tianju Pavilion and bought the Cloud Villa, which was worth 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Where did the money come from? Was Tyranny killed by him? Or perhaps, did Tyranny run into some big shot behind this rogue cultivator while they were robbing him? Wang Ba was naturally suspicious. He didn't believe that a rogue cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining could kill by 2, but he suspected that Lin Yi was either a dog kept by some powerful figure or an illegitimate son of some reclusive family who came out to train. Therefore, he did not break down the door directly, but instead tried to persuade them before resorting to force. It's called a courtesy, but it's actually a way to exert pressure by using the official's position. If anyone inside is guilty, even if they reveal the slightest flaw, he will pounce on them like a hungry wolf and tear them to shreds. Keep knocking, Wang Badian said coldly. I'd like to see how long this tortoise shell can shrink. Thump. 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 Chapter 17. Who was this person in the courtyard, wielding such immense pressure? Thump. 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 The guards pounded on the door again, causing a surge of spiritual energy that rippled across the light screen. Just then. Creak. The courtyard gate opened. It wasn't fully opened, it was only opened a crack. A young man dressed in a blue robe stepped out. He wasn't carrying any weapons, nor even a single defensive talisman. He stood casually at the door, holding a steaming cup of spiritual tea in his hand, without even lifting his eyelids, and gently blew on the tea foam. At such an early age, are you going to a funeral? Lin Yi took a sip of tea before lazily raising his head and glancing at Wang Badian. That look in his eyes. 3 parts disdain, 3 parts disgust, and 4 parts morning grumpiness from being woken up. The entire room fell silent. Wang Badian was stunned. The 4 guards behind him were also stunned. They envisioned countless opening sequences. Is it a wink, a panicked expression, or a look of serious anticipation? I never thought of this kind of thing. Is this kid swearing? Cursing in front of a minor officer of the Demon Suppression Division? How dare you? One of the guards reacted, drew his sword, and shouted sharply. How dare you, a mere chi refining level 3 cultivator, speak to an adult like that? Kneel down now. Kneel down? Lin Yi felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He chuckled softly, put down his teacup, and took a step forward. That's it. They had just stepped out of the defensive formation's range. He exposed himself completely to the attack range of the Foundation Establishment cultivator, with an expression on his face as if he were looking at an idiot. Do you know where the last person who made me kneel down is now? Lin Yi pointed to the soil under his feet, his tone as calm as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. It's probably turned into fertilizer by now. Wang Badian's pupils contracted slightly. That air of confidence and fearlessness can't be faked. Either he's truly insane, or he has someone backing him. Wang Badian raised his hand to stop his subordinate's impulsiveness, took a step forward, and unleashed a wave of pressure belonging to the Foundation Establishment stage, pressing down fiercely on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I suspect you are involved in a recent murder case in the outer city. Wang Badian stared intently into Lin Yi's eyes, trying to find a trace of fear on his face. Someone saw you suddenly become rich yesterday. I'm afraid that the spirit stones you acquired were ill-gotten. An overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon me. Lin Yi felt as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest. But he stood up straight, without even bending his knees. Joke. Last night, I was tormented by the Empress's terrifying demonic power all night long, so I'm already immune to that level of pressure. Compared to Tushan Wanwan, Wang Beishan's imposing aura was like the difference between a kitten and a Tyrannosaurus rex. Illegibly acquired? Lin Yi chuckled and flicked off non-existent dust from his sleeve. Lord Wang, what you're saying makes it sound like all the spirit stones in the world have to be engraved with your Demon Suppression Division's name to be considered legitimate. He slightly turned to the side, revealing the courtyard gate behind him, a mocking expression on his face that was extremely irritating. As for how I got rich, that's because I have bad teeth, and the doctor advised me to eat soft food. There's nothing I can do. My wife has plenty of spirit stones, though. Lin Yi shrugged, looking helpless. She insisted on buying me a cave dwelling and giving me spirit stone flowers. When I refused, she even hit me. This kind of pain is something that someone like Lord Wang, who lives on a monthly salary, probably can't understand. You. Veins bulged on Wang Beishan's forehead. Is this some kind of bragging? This is definitely showing off. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted. Wang Badian snorted coldly, his murderous intent fully revealed. Since you say it was given by your wife, then let your wife come out. I want to see what kind of woman can casually produce 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He simply didn't believe it. He knew all the prominent young ladies of Tianqing City, so what female cultivator would be interested in such a useless qi cultivation cultivator? That kid is lying. He'll take action as soon as the lie is exposed. You want to see my wife? The smile on Lin Yi's face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling aura. You dare to challenge me? 3 words. It was a resounding statement. The atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. Wang Badian was so angry that he laughed instead. Fine. So you say I'm not worthy? Since you won't call me, then I'll go in and invite you myself. Clang. The precious sword in his hand was drawn half an inch from its sheath, its cold light gleaming. Wang Beishan's spiritual power surged, and he was about to force his way in. Just then. Jingle. A very light, crisp bell rang out abruptly from the depths of the courtyard. Thump. The spiritual power that Wang Badian had just summoned inexplicably dissipated upon hearing the bell. His expression changed drastically. What is that sound? Before he could react, a woman's voice drifted out from behind the curtains. My husband. Her voice was languid and hoarse, carrying a sleepy feeling, and also a kind of seductive charm that could melt your bones. But beneath this allure lies a haughty indifference. Why waste words with a few watchdogs? It's giving me a headache. Anyone else making noise? The voice paused for a moment. Cut. The last word fell. Buzz. An invisible aura suddenly erupted. That wasn't a direct crushing force of spiritual power, but rather a kind of fear that came from the level of the soul. It's like a rabbit instinctively trembling when it's being targeted by a predator. That was the effect of Tushan Wanwan using the properties of the soul-capturing bell to amplify her supernatural powers 100-fold through sound. In order not to reveal her demonic power, she controlled it for a shorter period of time. Click. A crack appeared on the low-grade Shen level scabbard in Wang Beishan's hand. He was struck dumb, his face turned deathly pale, and he staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the bluestone slab. Puff. The 4 guards behind him, who were only at the late stage of qi refining, fared even worse. They coughed up a mouthful of blood, their knees buckled, and they collapsed to their knees with a thud. Fear. Terrifying. Wang Badian stared in utter horror at the half-closed door. Although I didn't see anyone. But who was that person in the courtyard who exuded such oppressive power just now? Definitely not in the Foundation establishment stage. Could it be the Golden Core ancestor? Even a nascent soul cultivator? This Lin Yi actually managed to latch onto a powerful patron. However, something about this oppressive aura felt off. Chapter 18. The flag officer was terrified and handed over all the spirit stones and precious swords. The atmosphere at the entrance of the cloud courtyard was eerily suffocating. Wang Badian stared intently at the young man standing on the steps, a qi refining level 3 cultivator, who was even picking his ear. He wanted to draw his sword, to roar in anger, and to tear this arrogant ant to pieces. But his hands were shaking. That shout of slash was like a demonic sound, still echoing in his mind and making his soul unstable. Just a moment ago, he even smelled the scent of death. Golden elixir? No, even the mid-stage Golden Core commander of the Demon Suppression Division didn't possess such a soul-chilling pressure. Late-stage Golden Core cultivator? Or a nascent soul-level expert? Impossible. How could a nascent soul cultivator be hiding in a remote place like Tianqing City? What, Lord Wang, do you think my suggestion is unreasonable? Lin Yi smiled as he looked at Wang Badian, whose face was as pale as paper, and tapped the inside of the teacup lightly with his fingers. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Wang Badian took a deep breath and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice dry and hoarse. This humble official was unaware that your wife was practicing seclusion here, and I apologize for any offense caused. Please forgive me, young Master Lin. Those who understand the times are wise. Having worked in the Demon Suppression Division for so many years, his greatest skill is judging the situation and assessing the circumstances. As long as the person inside doesn't make a move, what does losing face matter? As long as I'm alive, that's all that matters. Have you forgive me? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, put down his teacup, and slowly walked down the steps. With each step he took, the guards behind Wang Badian trembled. Lin Yi walked up to Wang Badian, stretched out a finger, and poked Wang Beishan's official robe embroidered with the Xieji pattern. Lord Wang, your shout just now terrified my wife, almost causing her to lose her mind. How do you plan to compensate for this emotional distress? Besides, Lin Yi pointed to a circle of ripples on the defensive formation. Although the formation in my house isn't worth much, it's still very precious. You knocked on it so hard just now. If you break it, it will need to be repaired. Wang Beishan's mouth twitched violently. She was utterly horrified. That sound almost gave him internal injuries. Was that a sign of being frightened? It was clearly someone who was half asleep and wanted to kill. And this formation, a second-tier high-grade cloud-locking and mist-encircling formation, even if he bombarded it with all his might for a whole day, let alone knocking it a few times, he might not be able to break it. How could it possibly be broken? This is blatant robbery. But, would he dare to refute it? Young Master Lin is right. Wang Badian gritted his teeth, took a heavy storage bag from his waist, and presented it with both hands. Here are 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a small token of my appreciation, offered as a token of my respect for your wife's well-being. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was almost all of his savings over the past few years, money he had embezzled by abusing his position. Lin Yi took the storage bag, scanned it with his divine sense, and his brows furrowed slightly. That's it? He weighed the storage bag in his hand, looking at it with disdain. Lord Wang, is your life really worth so little? Wang Beishan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Young Master Lin, this is all the wealth I have left. Hey, I'm not an unreasonable person. Lin Yi sighed, his gaze suddenly falling on the goosefeather saber at Wang Beishan's waist. Although the scabbard had a slight crack, it still gleamed with a chilling luster, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. I just said that the wood-chopping knife at home is dull. Lin Yi looked at him meaningfully. Wang Beishan's heart was bleeding. This soul-slaying blade was a low-grade Shin-level spiritual weapon, which he had acquired at a huge cost from the county city auction. It was his lifeblood. But under the watchful, almost imperceptible, terrifying aura locking him in, he had no choice at all. The knife. Although it's damaged, it should still be quite handy for chopping wood. Wang Badian trembled as he unfastened his sword and handed it over along with its scabbard, his eyes filled with reluctance. That's right. Lin Yi snatched the long sword, casually drew out half of it, and flicked it with his finger. Zhun. The sound of the blade was clear and resonant, carrying a chilling aura. A fine knife. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up, then backhanded the knife into the mud behind him, smiling innocently. All right, Lord Wang is busy with official duties, so I won't keep you for tea. Take care, and don't bother seeing me out. Wang Badian felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He didn't dare to utter a single harsh word and fled the Cloud Villa in a sorry state with a few terrified guards. Only after running 2 blocks and confirming that the terrifying pressure had completely disappeared did Wang Badian lean against the corner of the wall, panting heavily, his face terribly gloomy. My lord, are we just going to let this go like this? A guard asked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, unwilling to give up. Never mind. A venomous glint flashed in Wang Beishan's eyes as he spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Do you think my spirit stones and my knife are so easy to take? The woman in that room is unfathomable. But that Lin Yi is definitely a useless chi refining level 3 cultivator. He pulled out a communication jade slip from his pocket, his fingers gripping it so tightly they turned white. Investigate. Investigate this woman's background. A powerful figure like her has arrived in Tianqing City. The higher-ups couldn't possibly be unaware. If it hasn't been reported, we'll have to report it to the Qingzhou commander. Also, investigate Lin Ye's every move these past few days, down to the smallest detail. I need to know everything. Although he feared the woman's strength, Wang Batian was able to stand firm in the Demon Suppression Division for so long, not only because of his cultivation, but also because of his sinister and ruthless nature. As expected, Batu's death must be related to Lin Yi, most likely because this female cultivator severed the clue to the soul lamp. If the open approach doesn't work, then try the covert one. If a short time isn't enough, then wait a long time. If they can't kill the female cultivator, they'll deal with Lin Yi. Or we can wait for the commander-in-chief and deputy commander to return and then find a pretext to report it. As long as we wait for that woman to leave, or find some incriminating evidence. Lin Yi, I'm going to extract your soul and refine it, then burn it to the ground. Chapter 19. The Golden Core Ancestors Scheme conceals deadly intent. Li Mansion, East District of Tianqing City. The luxurious inner chamber was filled with the aroma of medicine. Li Teng lay naked on the bed, a large bruise on his back, the result of being kicked by a horse's hooves. His face was wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes filled with hatred. Master, you must do justice for your disciple. Li Teng was in so much pain that he was grimacing and his speech was slurred. That Lin Yi, that bastard, he must have used some kind of sorcery to ambush me. And those two beasts, they're usually so docile, how could they suddenly go mad? Beside him sat an old man dressed in a gray robe. The old man had white hair and beard, a gaunt face, and a pair of triangular eyes that gleamed with a shrewd light, exuding the aura of a late-stage golden core cultivator. He was none other than Gu He, Li Teng's master and the chief guest elder of the Li family, an outer sect elder of the Zixiao sect. Gu He ignored Li Teng's cries and instead placed 2 fingers on Li Teng's pulse, carefully sensing it. A moment later, he withdrew his hand, a strange light flashing in his cloudy eyes. The strength of the withered tree has been broken. Gu He's voice was hoarse, tinged with doubt. You just said that cultivator was only at the 3rd level of qi refining? Absolutely true. Li Teng gritted his teeth. I checked him several times, and he's still a useless person with 5 spiritual roots. That's strange. Gu He stroked his beard and pondered. Although the dry wit strength is not a top-tier technique, it is still my unique skill. Let alone the 3rd level of qi refining, even if you are at the early stage of foundation establishment and have reached the peak of qi refining, you would still suffer from meridian atrophy and become a cripple if you were hit by this move. Not only was he unharmed, he also managed to reflect the force back, injuring your internal organs. Gu He stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Unless he has some powerful treasure protecting him. Or what? Li Teng pressed for an answer. Or perhaps, a master cleansed his marrow and left him with protective spiritual power. Gu He stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning sinister. You said those 2 crimson-flamed Qilin horses suddenly went mad. Was there anything unusual at the time? Li Teng recalled for a moment, then hesitated. Nothing special, it's just, for a moment, it suddenly felt very cold. I shivered, and the 2 horses went berserk as if they had seen a ghost. Cold? Gu He gave a cold laugh. That's the bloodline suppression from the superior demon race. Although the crimson-flamed Qilin horse is only a low-level demon beast, it has a trace of Qilin mixed bloodline in its body, and ordinary demon beasts can't scare them at all. It can make them instantly lose control, even at the cost of injuring their owners in order to escape. A powerful demon has infiltrated the inner city. Upon hearing this, Li Teng's pupils contracted sharply. Ignoring the pain, he sat up abruptly. A great demon? Then we must report this to the Demon Suppression Division immediately. This would be a great achievement. Idiot. Gu He slapped Li Teng on the forehead and scolded him with disappointment. What will you get if you report this to the Demon Suppression Division? A brocade banner? Or a few spirit stones as a reward? What master means is. Li Teng was stunned by the beating. A greedy glint flashed in Gu He's eyes as he lowered his voice. The fact that it could intimidate the crimson-flamed Qilin horse with just its aura, yet didn't directly kill you, means that this demon is not at a high level and is likely injured and weak. Moreover, this demonic aura is pure and definitely not ordinary. If we could capture it, you can extract its essence and blood to refine longevity pills, and peel its fur to make top-grade magic robes. If it is a female demon, it is an excellent cultivation vessel. Gu He became more and more excited as he spoke, his withered hands involuntarily clenching. This is a godsend. If those hungry wolves from the Demon Suppression Division find out, we won't even get a sip of soup. Li Tang was filled with fervor as he listened, and the hatred in his eyes instantly turned into greed. Master, where is this demon hiding? Could it be? The image of Lin Yi's irritating face and that strange fluctuation of spiritual energy flashed through his mind. That cultivator is definitely suspicious. Gu Hian smiled eerily. Investigate his background and his movements over the past few days, but don't make it too obvious. We can't alert him yet. He took a porcelain bottle out of his sleeve and placed it on the table. We don't know the exact strength of the demon behind him yet, so let's play it safe and test it out first. The annual treasure auction in Tianqing City will be held on the 5th day of next month. A glint of light flashed in Guha's eyes. I remember that among the final items of this auction were a 3,000-year-old 9-ben spirit ginseng and a heavenly demon blood crystal. These two things are fatally tempting to injured demons. Especially the heavenly demon blood crystal, which is a sacred object for the demon race to repair their origin. As long as it is a demon, it absolutely cannot refuse it. Li Tang seemed to understand something and excitedly licked his lips. Master wants to lure the snake out of its hole. Gu sneered, his fingers gently stroking the porcelain bottle. If he dares to show up at the auction, he'll be sitting ducks. At that time, I will not only take his spirit stones, but also the life of that great demon. Cloud Courtyard. Achoo! Lin Yi, who was counting spirit stones, suddenly sneezed. Who's insulting me? He rubbed his nose, not taking it seriously, and turned to look at the pile of shiny mid-grade spirit stones on the table, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, plus a low-grade Shen-level wild goose feather knife. Is this the joy of living off a woman? Sure enough, compared to the hard work of leveling up by fighting monsters, robbery, oh no, I mean demanding compensation is much faster. You look smug? A cool, clear voice came from behind. Lin Yi froze, his lewd smile vanished instantly, replaced by a righteous expression, and he turned away. Tushan Wanwan was seen lounging on the soft couch, playing with a crystal-clear spiritual fruit in her hand, her jade foot with a silver bell dangling idly. My dear wife, what are you saying? I'm just trying to generate income for the family. Lin Yi presented the goose feather knife like a treasure, bringing it close to his face. Look, this knife is perfect for cutting fruit for my wife. It can cut through iron like mud and will definitely not ruin the taste of the spiritual fruit. Tushan Wanwan glanced at the knife, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Rubbish. She parted her lips slightly, her evaluation concise and to the point. This piece of junk isn't even worthy of trimming my nails. Lin Yi. Okay, you're the Empress, you call the shots. But Tushan Wanwan changed the subject abruptly, her crimson vertical pupils narrowing slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Although that ant is gone, the smell on him is disgusting. The people from the Demon Suppression Division have noses that are sharper than dogs. I just used the soul-capturing bell. Although it suppressed the demonic energy, it's hard to guarantee that it won't attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. She sat up, her bare feet stepping onto the pure white carpet, and walked step by step toward Lin Yi until she cornered him against the wall. Ding-a-ling. A cool, jade-like hand lifted Lin Yi's chin, bringing Tushan Wanwan's stunningly beautiful face close at hand, her breath sweet as orchids. Little dregs of medicine, although your act of bullying others just now was quite stupid. But, well done. My current injuries make it unsuitable for me to fight. Before Lin Yi could even feel moved, she continued speaking. Therefore, I have decided to reward you. You are granted special permission to receive treatment in the early morning. Chapter 20. Madam, your medicine is a bit too strong. Tushan Wanwan remains dominant, while Lin Yi's influence is gradually waning. No, I can't hold on any longer. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Even with the myriad medicine's primordial body, he was still only at the chi refining realm, and he was somewhat at a disadvantage when facing an empress who was eager to recover her cultivation. If this continues, forget about him living off a woman, he'll be nothing but rotten dregs by now. System, save my life. With a thought, Lin Yi directly extracted the giant young tonic pill that the system had rewarded him with. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a scalding hot current that rushed into the dantian in a flash. In an instant, an indescribable surge of vitality locked over his vital essence. Lin Yi, whose face had been drained to death, suddenly opened his eyes bright and piercing, as if he had just swallowed an ancient wild bull. Tu Shan Wan, who was at a critical moment in her healing process, keenly noticed the changes in the person beneath her. The ant's presence was already as faint as a candle flame, so how did it suddenly ignite into a raging fire? A series of vibrant, warm currents surged forth. A hint of surprise flashed in Tu Shan Wan's beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. She stopped suppressing the suction force, and the phantom of the nine tails faintly appeared behind her, pushing the morning exercise to a climax. 3 poles in the sun. Lin Yi lay on the messy bed, staring intently at the ceiling. Although I was tired, I felt great. The giant young tonic pill truly lives up to its reputation as a product of the system. Its efficacy is simply outrageous. Even after 2 hours of intense torture at Tu Shan Wan's hands, he still felt a burning sensation in his lower back and even had a slight urge to run 10 kilometers outside. Call. A long breath came from beside me. Tu Shan Wan sat cross-legged, her body shimmering with crimson light. With her last breath, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from her body, about to sweep across the entire room, but she controlled it within a small space. Her originally pale face was now rosy and jade-like, her skin glowing with a radiant sheen, and she exuded an aura of sacred inviolable royalty. She slowly opened her eyes, and in the depths of her crimson pupils, it seemed as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rising and falling. Golden Core Stage. Although it's only the early stage of the Golden Core realm, this is the Golden Core stage of the Heavenly Fox Empress. In a remote border town like Tianqing City, you can basically do whatever you want. Tu Shan Wan turned her head and glanced at Lin Yi, who was still lying there like a corpse, with a complicated look in her eyes. Everything's all right? Not only was he in good spirits, but his cultivation had even become more solid. The ginseng I gave you is probably more than 1,000 years old. Tu Shan Wan came up with a reasonable explanation in her own mind. She extended her delicate finger and gently touched Lin Yi's chin, her tone unusually languid with satisfaction. The effects of this medicine last longer than I expected. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing. Is that something to do with the ginseng? That's the dignity I earned by cheating. Ding. Dual cultivation detected to have ended. Judgment failed. Triggering the sharpshooter talent, original probability 10%, probability increases to 15%. As expected, it was another failure. That's normal, after all. In his previous life he only got the weapon after drawing all the available weapons and setting the track. He was a total unlucky player. However, the profits are also enormous. After this extreme stretching of the yin-yang meridian, the spiritual power within Lin Yi's body has been compressed to its limit. Having reached the great perfection of qi refining, there is no further advancement possible. It's just a matter of breaking through that thin layer of paper. Once that's broken, it's foundation building. He possesses 5 spiritual roots. To think he can break through to a higher level by comprehending the universe on his own is a pipe dream. We must rely on external forces. The foundation building pill. I need to go out for a while. Lin Yi sat up, straightened his clothes, and said seriously. Tu Shan Wan was in a very good mood at this moment. The heart-devouring poison in her body had been suppressed to a corner of her dantian and would not recur in the short term. She needs time to stabilize her cultivation level and review a few more Fox Clan supernatural abilities. Where to? She asked casually. Buy medicine. Lin Yi spoke with righteous indignation. I've also reached a critical point in my breakthrough and need a foundation establishment pill. Since my wife doesn't have one, I'll have to buy one myself. Tu Shan Wan snorted and casually tossed out a jade pendant engraved with fox patterns. Take it. Lin Yi took the jade pendant, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. What is this? A wisp of my divine consciousness is attached to it. Tu Shan Wan stood up, her bare feet stepping onto the carpet, her long hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, instantly exuding the aura of an empress. My golden core is complete. If I encounter an ordinary ant that is courting death, I can simply activate it. My demonic energy will not leak out. But. She changed the subject, her eyes turning slightly cold. If you dare to take this opportunity to escape, or go to some brothel, I'll castrate you. Lin Yi felt a chill in his crotch and quickly forced a bright smile. Don't worry, my wife. You are the only one in my heart. I won't even glance at any other ordinary women. That would be best. Tu Shan Wan waved her hand, indicating that he could get lost. Stepping out of the cloud courtyard, Lin Yi took a deep breath of the outside air and changed into a black robe and bamboo hat. The taste of freedom. Although it was only a 2-hour leave slip, it was enough. He touched the storage bag in his arms, which contained the 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones that Wang Badian had just given him yesterday, plus the pocket money that the Empress had given him before. He is now incredibly wealthy. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his goal clear, and headed straight for Wanbeilu, the largest pill shop in the inner city of Tianqing City. Wanbeilu has a powerful background, reportedly backed by a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. It has an excellent reputation, and anyone with money can buy anything. Upon entering the Wanbeilu lobby, a cacophony of noise immediately greets you. The crystal display case was filled with a dazzling array of various elixirs, each emitting an enticing fragrance. "Sir, what would you like to order?" A waiter dressed in a blue robe came forward to greet them. Although he was polite, his enthusiasm waned noticeably after his gaze swept over Lin Yi's ordinary robes. During the qi refining stage, one dresses as a freelance cultivator. These kinds of customers usually buy common products like hemostatic powder and qi restoring pills. Foundation pill. Lin Yi's words were concise and to the point. The shopkeeper paused for a moment, his smile fading slightly. "Sir, you jest. Foundation establishment pills are rare elixirs, and while we do have some in stock. But what? However, a low-grade foundation establishment pill costs as much as 40,000 low-grade spirit stones and requires verification of funds," the waiter said with a forced smile. "Recently, quite a few independent cultivators have come here hoping to try their luck, and we're just following the rules. 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Converted to mid-grade spirit stones, that's 400. For ordinary qi refining cultivators, this is indeed an astronomical sum. Some cultivation families even need half a year to accumulate it." Chapter 21. Since the deposit has not been paid, the property is unclaimed. "Sir." The guy emphasized those two words, with a hint of mockery in his drawn-out pronunciation. "It's not that I look down on you. The Wanbeilu has high entry requirements to make room for truly distinguished guests. If you can't come up with the verification fee, you shouldn't waste the time of the other distinguished guests." Many monks who were shopping in the hall turned their heads to look. Several foundation establishment stage cultivators sneered when they saw that Lin Yi's attire was ordinary and he didn't even have a decent magic weapon pendant. Another penniless wretch trying his luck at finding a bargain? These days, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to sneak into Wanbeilu. Do they really think this is a charity? Let's watch the show. Let's see how this kid slunk away. The mocking voices were undisguised, buzzing in my ears like flies. Lin Yi's expression remained indifferent. If it were him before he traveled through time, he might have felt embarrassed. If it were him yesterday, he might have been patient and restrained. But now, having just experienced the overwhelming pressure of the Empress's mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he sees these so-called humiliations as nothing more than the provocations of kindergarten children, childish and laughable. Verification of funds? Lin Yi chuckled. He did not turn away in anger as everyone expected. Instead, he reached into his coat and touched the heavy storage bag. Then, he gently hooked his finger. He didn't take out the spirit stones, but simply opened the storage bag slightly, about 2 fingers wide, with the opening facing the shopkeeper's face. Buzz. A surge of spiritual energy, so dense it was almost tangible, burst forth from that tiny crack in an instant. It doesn't have the mottled, faint glow of a low-grade spirit stone. That was a purer and richer azure light than that of a low-grade spirit stone. Only mid-grade spirit stones, and hundreds or thousands of them piled together, can produce this breathtaking spiritual aura. The guy's fingers, which were tapping the table, froze in mid-air. His pupils contracted slightly. He knows his stuff. This light, this endless sense of layering. There are at least several thousand mid-grade spirit stones in this bag. Converted to low-grade spirit stones, that's hundreds of thousands. This is a major client. Young master. The waiter's expression changed instantly, faster than turning the pages of a book, and he bowed deeply. "I was blind. Please come inside. Please come to the VIP room on the 2nd floor." The hall was deathly silent. Those rogue cultivators who were originally waiting to see the joke were now frozen in their smiles, as if they had been slapped in the face in public. Although I couldn't see what was in the bag, the overflowing spiritual energy fluctuations were undeniable and couldn't be faked. Holy crap, that concentration of spiritual energy. Who is this kid? That guy is notoriously snobbish. How could he turn on you so quickly? Perhaps a scion of a noble family has come from an outing. The initial disdainful gaze instantly transformed into awe and curiosity. Lin Yi casually tightened the bag's opening, not even glancing at the shopkeeper, and walked towards the stairs. Lead the way. Those two simple words were like a pardon to the waiter, who scrambled ahead to lead the way, his back soaked with cold sweat. Second floor, VIP private room. The place here was completely different from the hustle and bustle downstairs. The ground was covered with a thick carpet of demonic beast fur, and the air was filled with a calming and soothing aura of ambergris. A soundproof array was set up around the area to isolate divine scents. As soon as Lin Yi sat down, a mature and intoxicating fragrance wafted over him. The beaded curtain was lifted, and a graceful figure walked in. The woman was around 30 years old, wearing a tight-fitting violet dress that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her eyes held a spring-like charm, yet also revealed the shrewdness and competence of a businesswoman. Every gesture exuded allure. More importantly, this woman was surrounded by spiritual energy, indicating that she was actually a powerful cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Lu Yanran, manager of the Tianqing City branch of Wanbailu. My name is Lu Yanran, and I greet you, sir. Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes darted around as she subtly sized up Lin Yi. At the third level of qi refining, his breath was weak and unstable, clearly indicating an unstable foundation. But his calm and composed demeanor didn't seem fake. Could it be a giant dragon? Especially after the shop assistant reported that the young man was carrying a large sum of money, Lu Yanran's smile became even more genuine. I heard that you intend to buy foundation establishment pills, young master? Lu Yanran personally poured Lin Yi a cup of spiritual tea, her voice soft and sweet. What quality are you looking for, sir? If it's just ordinary stuff, we have it downstairs. But since you've come all the way to the second floor. She paused, then flipped her delicate hand, revealing an exquisite white jade bottle in her palm. This bottle contains a high-grade foundation establishment pill. It was made by a 7th-grade alchemist, and its medicinal properties are mild, with a success rate of up to 70%. The price is 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Yanran's tone carried a hint of arrogance. In a remote place like Tianqing City, high-grade foundation establishment pills are already priceless treasures, enough to make countless qi-refining perfection cultivators fight tooth and nail for them. However, Lin Yi only glanced at the bottle. His gaze was indifferent, even carrying a hint of disdain. 70%? Lin Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the table and let out a soft chuckle. Manager Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I'm afraid of death and trouble. A 70% chance of death is no different from sending myself to my death. Joke. The woman in his family is the 9-tailed celestial fox empress. After her tastes were spoiled, even high-grade pills full of poison and impurities were no different from garbage in her eyes. He possesses 5 spiritual roots, so naturally he aims for a 100% success rate in foundation establishment. Lu Yanran's charming smile faltered slightly. She hadn't expected this qi refining stage kid to be so arrogant. Even the finest, young master wouldn't be interested? Lu Yanran put away her slight disdain and said seriously. What does the young master mean? Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yanran. I want the best. Since Wanbailu is all over the Great Zhou and is known as the treasure house, even a small place like Tianqing City shouldn't be without top-grade foundation establishment pills, right? Top-notch. The moment those 2 words were uttered, the air in the private room seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Yanran was slightly startled. The top-grade foundation establishment pill requires a 6th grade or higher alchemist to refine. It not only increases the chance of foundation establishment by more than 90%, but more importantly, it is completely free of poison and can forge a perfect foundation. Such a thing is rarely seen, let alone by independent cultivators. Even many disciples from aristocratic families rarely see it. Does this kid even know what he's saying? Young master has a good eye. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. Since you've spoken, young master, I won't hide anything. Our shop has indeed just received a top-grade foundation establishment pill. It was made by a 6th-grade alchemy master and is practically perfect. A glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he said calmly. Name your price. Any problem that can be solved with spirit stones is not a problem for him. Anyway, it's all money earned from being a kept man. The more flowers one spends, the higher one's cultivation level becomes, and the greater the durability, which makes the Empress even happier. However, Lu Yanran revealed a perfectly appropriate look of helplessness. It's not that I don't want to do this business. It's just that this top-grade foundation establishment pill was reserved 3 days ago. Reserve? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Lu Yanran lowered her voice. The person I'm referring to is Su Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Su family, the head of the four great families of Tianqing City. She is an inner disciple of the Tianyan sect and has recently returned to her clan to visit relatives. She happens to need this pill to help her younger cousin establish his foundation. Considering the Su families and the Tianyan sect's intersex reputation, I still have to give in. The Su family, Su Qinghan. This name is widely known in Tianqing City. She was a true prodigy, a genius with dual spiritual roots and a special physique. She had reached the late stage of foundation establishment at a young age, and with the backing of a major sect, the Su family's words were practically imperial edicts in this small corner of Tianqing City. Lu Yanran thought that if she moved out of this mountain, Lin Yi would back down. After all, offending the Su family for a mere pill is tantamount to courting death. But the next second, she heard an unexpected answer. Reserve? Lin Yi showed no fear. Instead, he frowned slightly, his tone exuding an air of domineering self-righteousness. Since it's a pre-order, then you haven't paid the spirit stones yet? Lu Yanran was taken aback, thinking to herself that this kid was interesting. This, indeed, the spirit stones haven't been exchanged yet, it's only verbal. Since no deposit has been paid, it is unclaimed property. Lin Yi slowly stood up. Snap. He casually slammed the heavy storage bag onto the table, making a dull thud. He braced his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and stared at Lu Yanran with an extremely imposing gaze. Whatever the Su family offers, I'll add 50%. Now, right now, wrap it up for me. Manager Lu, are you going to do this business or not? Chapter 22. I'm living off the Empress, and you want to compete with me in spirit stones? Are you going to do this business or not? Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into a pond, creating ripples in the quiet private room. Lu Yanran looked at the storage bag that had been slapped on the table, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her fingers unconsciously caressed the white jade bottle. The price has increased by 50%. This was not just a windfall, but also a signal the young man before her was probably more capable than she had imagined. The Su family is indeed powerful in Tianqing City, but Wanbaila does business throughout the entire Tianhuang region. In this world of cultivation where profit reigns supreme, faces like the hemostatic powders sold downstairs, it may be useful, but it's not worth much. Young master is too kind. Lu Yanran parted her red lips slightly, and the professional, charming smile on her face faded a bit, replaced by a more genuine, even somewhat excited, shrewdness. Wanbaila is open to customers, so there's no reason for them to turn away spirit stones. Since this elixir hasn't changed hands yet, it naturally goes to the highest bidder. Bang! Before the words were finished, the mahogany door of the private room, which was engraved with a soundproof array, was rudely pushed open from the outside. The loud noise made the beaded curtain tremble violently. A haughty female voice, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, barged in. Sister Lu, I'll take this pill. Put it on the Su family's tab. The newcomer was dressed in a white robe with cloud patterns, typical of an inner disciple of the Tianyan sect. He was tall and slender, with a cold and beautiful face. However, his slightly upturned phoenix eyes revealed an air of self-righteous arrogance. It was none other than Su Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Behind her followed a young man in fine clothes, Su Wen, the cousin who needed to establish his foundation that day, who was looking down at the others in the room. Su Qinghan didn't even glance at Lin Yi sitting in the guest seat, and walked straight to Lu Yanran, extending her slender hand. Brother One's aura has reached its peak, and he urgently needs this pill to break through his cultivation barrier. Sister Lu, give me the pill first, and I will have Uncle Fu send the spirit stones over later. In her view, this was just a formality. In the past, the Su family always took goods first and paid later, which was a privilege of the #1 family in Tianqing City. However, this time, the white jade bottle that was supposed to be handed over remained untouched. Lu Yanran picked up her teacup, took an elegant sip, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she hadn't heard Su Qinghan's words. Only when Su Qinghan frowned slightly did Lu Yanran put down her teacup, her tone gentle yet carrying an air of aloofness that kept people at a distance. Sister Qinghan, if it were an ordinary pill, I would gladly give it to you. But this top-grade foundation establishment pill was specially allocated by the Qingzhou main store, and the accounts are strictly followed, with no credit allowed. As she spoke, her alluring peach blossom eyes turned slightly, drifting towards Lin Yi, who stood calmly to the side. Besides, this young master is asking about the price. In all things, there should be a first-come, first-served principle. Su Qinghan's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. She looked at Lu Yanran in disbelief, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. No credit? First come, first served? In this Tianqing city, when has anyone ever dared to talk to the Su family about the order of arrival? Su Qinghan slowly turned her head, and for the first time, her gaze fell on Lin Yi. He was at the third level of qi refining, and his aura seemed profound, but he was not wearing sect attire or displaying any family totem. A rogue cultivator? Or is there some other background behind it? So what if we have it? This is Tianqing City. With the Su family's background in the Tianyan sect, when have we ever needed anyone's approval, except for the city lord's mansion in the Li family, which has sided with the Zixia sect? Sister Lu. Su Qinghan withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with disdain. You're going to disregard the dignity of my Tianyan sect and the Su family for the sake of a mere qi refining stage rogue cultivator? Buzz. A powerful pressure belonging to the late Foundation establishment stage erupted from her body without reservation, directly crushing towards Lin Yi. Although Su Qinghan did not make a move, the sheer pressure from her spiritual energy was enough to make an ordinary qi refining cultivator kneel down and embarrass himself on the spot. She wanted to teach this arrogant rogue cultivator a lesson. Some things can't be obtained simply by having money. However, Lin Yi merely raised an eyebrow slightly. That's it? With the white jade hairpin given to him by his empress wife protecting him, compared to the oppressive aura emanating from Tu Shan Wan Wan every night, this aura was like a gentle spring breeze, even making him want to yawn. He sat firmly in his chair, his fingers still rhythmically tapping the table. De. The crisp tapping sound was particularly jarring in the quiet private room. Miss Su, you have quite the air of authority. Lin Yi leaned forward slightly, a playful smile on his lips, and looked the Su family prodigy up and down. You buy something and don't pay, yet you try to bully others? What, a disciple of the Heavenly Evolution sect doesn't even know the rules of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion? Or perhaps... He paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The Su family is so poor that they have to resort to using their looks to steal things? Is your face worth that much? What did you say? Standing behind Su Qinghan, Su-wen flew into a rage and pointed at Lin Yi, about to rush forward. Who is this piece of trash, daring to talk to my sister like that? Believe me or not, I'll... Su Qinghan's face was also ashen, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and spiritual energy was gathering at his fingertips. Presumptuous! A delicate shout rang out. It wasn't from Su Qinghan, but from Lu Yanran. A surge of immense spiritual energy instantly filled the entire room, easily dispelling Su Qinghan's oppressive aura. It was more like an invisible wall, forcing the impulsive Su-wen back 3 steps. Lu Yanran remained seated in the main seat, her smile unchanged, but her eyes had turned somewhat cold. Qinghan, this is Wan Bailu. Martial arts are prohibited inside. This is an ironclad rule. Even if the deal falls through, let's remain friendly and not make things difficult for my sister. Su Qinghan's chest heaved violently as she stared at Lin Yi with eyes that seemed to want to tear him to pieces. But she was now fully awake. To resort to violence at Wan Bailu is tantamount to courting death. The power behind Wan Bailu is so formidable that even the Tianyan sect wouldn't dare to provoke it, let alone the Su family. Okay, very good. Su Qinghan laughed in anger, forcibly suppressing the rage in her heart. Since Sister Lu insists on following the rules, then let's do it the way we do. I want to see how many spirit stones he can come up with. With a flick of her wrist, a golden spirit stone card appeared at her fingertips. She casually tossed it onto the table with a crisp sound. There are 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones here. I'll take this pill. Su Qinghan raised her chin, like a proud peacock, and looked coldly at Lin Yi. I'll increase the price by 20%. Sister Lu, you should at least give me that much face, right? After saying that, she glanced at Lin Yi with disdain. Even if a rogue cultivator has some fortuitous encounters, how much wealth can he possibly accumulate? Even if the price is increased by 50%, it's just empty talk. Lu Yanran looked at Lin Yi with some difficulty. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while not as much as Lin Yi's offer, are still higher than the market price. If Lin Yi can't come up with more. A 20% price increase? Lin Yi suddenly laughed and shook his head. This is ridiculous. I'm living off the Empress, and you're trying to compete with me in spirit stones in a small human town? Miss Su, I think you've misunderstood something. Lin Yi slowly stood up and grabbed the heavy storage bag on the table. At Wan Bailu, some things can't be done by showing your face or shouting. You have to rely on this. Whoosh! Lin Yi flicked his wrist, turning the storage bag upside down. The deep blue crystals cascaded down, striking the mahogany table with a delightful, crisp sound. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. The spirit stones cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly submerging Su Qinghan's spirit stone card and even overflowing the table, rolling onto the expensive beast-patterned carpet. The entire private room was instantly filled with an intensely rich spiritual energy that was almost suffocating. A deep blue light shone on everyone's face. Su Qinghan's arrogant expression froze. Su Wen's mouth dropped open, and his eyes nearly popped out. Even Lu Yanran, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but pause for a moment. This guy actually brought so many spirit stones with him. As I just said, the price will increase by 50%. Lin Yi casually tossed the empty storage bag aside, his tone as indifferent as if he were buying a low-level talisman. Seeing how sincere Miss Su is, I'll round it up. He extended a finger and gently tapped the pile of spirit stones. Here are 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is that enough? If not, I have more. Silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Su Qinghan's face flushed red. The humiliation of being slapped in the face with money by a poor, rogue cultivator made her tremble all over. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Even for her, it would be impossible to mobilize so many spirit stones in such a short time just to buy medicine for her cousin. Who is this guy? What a spendthrift. It seems Miss Su didn't bring enough spirit stones. Lin Yi didn't even glance at her again, turning to look at Lu Yanran and lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Manager Lu, what's up? Lu Yanran took a light breath, and a smile bloomed on her face that was even brighter than spring flowers. With a wave of her long sleeves, the mountain of spirit stones on the table vanished instantly, and at the same time, a bottle of top-grade Foundation Establishment pills was handed to Lin Yi. Young master is so generous. This elixir naturally belongs to you. The outcome of this contest is already decided. Su Qinghan stood still, a hint of undisguised resentment and greed flashing in her eyes. This is a disgrace. The eldest daughter of the Su family, an inner disciple of the Tianyan sect, was actually humiliated by an unknown rogue cultivator with spirit stones at the Wanbao Tower. Good, very good. Su Qinghan gritted her teeth, her pretty face darkening. Mountains don't move, but water does. Young master, you'd better hold on to the elixir carefully. She turned around, and a gust of cold wind rose from her robe sleeves. Once you leave this Wanbaila, let's see how many lives you have left. Let's go. Su Qinghan, carrying a disheveled Su Wen, slammed the door and left in a disheveled yet fierce manner. Before leaving, she turned back and gave Lin Yi a deep look, as if she were looking at a dead man. The private room returned to calm. Lin Yi toyed with the white jade bottle in his hand, ignoring Su Qinghan's final threat. Threaten? Having a Demon Empress at home who's always ready to kill that level of threat is really not worth mentioning. Compared to Tushan Wanwan, Su Qinghan isn't even a little white rabbit. Young master. Lu Yanran looked at Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling, and took out a golden card, gently pushing it in front of Lin Yi. The eldest daughter of the Su family is narrow-minded. Young master has really offended her badly this time. This is Wanbailu's gold VIP card. With this card, you not only enjoy a 20% discount at all branches throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, but more importantly. Lu Yanran leaned forward slightly, her breath sweet as orchids, and spoke meaningfully. Although fighting is officially prohibited outside the city, there are always some areas that the city lord's patrol team can't reach. If you don't mind, young master, I can send one of my servants to escort you back to the manor. This is an investment, but also an experiment. Someone who can casually toss out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy medicine must have a considerable background. Lin Yi picked up the gold card, his eyes narrowing slightly. Escort? If the deity sensed the demonic energy in the house, or if Tushan Wanwan saw him bringing people back, the scene was too beautiful for Lin Yi to bear. That's not called escorting, that's called sending someone to their death. Thank you for your kindness, Steward Lu. Lin Yi put away the card and pills, turned around and walked out, his back view elegant and composed. I'm a tough guy. Watching Lin Yi's figure disappear at the top of the stairs, Lu Yanran's smile slowly faded, and a faint blue light appeared in her peach blossom eyes. I never expected that a mere Azure Sky City would possess such a high-level concealment technique. It's also possible that the person carries a high-level magic weapon for hiding their aura. They could very well be a giant dragon. Xinger. A female cultivator dressed in gray, with a restrained aura, appeared out of thin air in the shadows. Miss, what are your orders? Go follow that person, but don't let anyone notice. All you need to know is where he lives. Yes. The woman in gray swayed and disappeared into the air. Chapter 23. Kneel down and speak. Outside Wanbeilu, crowds thronged. Although private fights are prohibited within the inner city of Tianqing City, this only applies to large-scale armed conflicts that are openly fought. For cultivators, as long as they don't cause a major disturbance, the underhanded tactics and contests of power that occur when they brush past each other never cease in this dog-eat-dog world. Lin Yi paused slightly as soon as he stepped out of the gilded gate of Wanbeilu. Beside the stone lion on the left side of the entrance, two figures stood like door gods. Su Qinghan's face was frosty, and her once proud phoenix eyes were now filled with gloom. Su Wenza stood beside her, his hand on the long sword at his waist, his eyes as fierce as a vicious dog that had failed to snatch a bone. Seeing Lin Yi come out, Su Wen sneered and stepped forward to block his way. "Kid, you're walking pretty fast." Su Wen looked Lin Yi up and down, his gaze finally landing greedily on the storage bag at Lin Yi's waist. "Weren't you very arrogant inside just now? What, are you too scared to speak now?" Lin Yi stopped and looked at the two of them with amusement. This script is so classic, so old-fashioned, it makes him want to yawn. A good dog doesn't block the way. Lin Yi dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his tone indifferent. What, the Su family can't afford to buy things, so they're resorting to outright robbery? You're asking for it. Su Wen flew into a rage, his chi refining perfection realm spiritual power surging, and his right hand flashed with arcs of electricity. Upon seeing this, passers-by were terrified and quickly moved aside, instantly clearing a large open space. It's the Su siblings. Who is that young cultivator? How did he manage to offend these two ruthless figures? Shu, keep your voice down. Judging by this kid is going to be ruined here today. Su Qinghan did not stop Su Wen's actions, but stared coldly at Lin Yi, as if looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Hand over the top-grade foundation establishment pill you just bought. Su Qinghan parted her red lips slightly, her tone an unquestionable command. And the spirit stones you have left are compensation for offending me earlier. If you do that, I might consider breaking one of your legs and letting you get lost, sparing your dog's life. In her view, this was a blessing. Without the protection of Wanbeilu, a rogue cultivator in the chi refining stage is nothing more than an ant in her eyes. Lin Yi sighed. Miss Su, do you think you're very humorous? Lin Yi didn't even raise his hand, he just looked at her with the kind of gaze one would give someone who was mentally challenged. This is the inner city of Tianqing City. In broad daylight, is this how the disciples of your Tianyin sect behave? Rules are made for the weak. As long as things don't go too far crippling them without killing them, the Su family's power will ensure they're safe. A hint of impatience flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes. Looks like you're going to have to suffer the consequences. Brother one, cripple his Dantian and bring me his storage bag. Okay. Su Wen grinned maliciously, unable to contain himself any longer. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, causing the bluestone pavement to crack. Thunderclap palm. He transformed into a blur, his palm carrying lightning energy heading straight for Lin Yi's lower abdomen Dantian. This palm strike was extremely ruthless, clearly intended to cripple the person's cultivation. A move between a chi refining perfection cultivator and a chi refining level 3 cultivator is considered a fatal blow by everyone. In the shadows not far away, Xinger frowned slightly, her fingertips gripping a hidden weapon. The young lady's task for her was to find out where Lin Yi lived and, incidentally, to learn more about him. If Lin Yi is crippled, then this lead will be cut off. Idiot, you didn't even dodge? Xinger looked at Lin Yi, who remained motionless, and cursed inwardly. Just as she was about to make her move, her movements suddenly froze. A chilling sensation, originating from the depths of his soul, erupted from the boy without warning. In the field. Facing Ben Leijian, Lin Yi remained indifferent, slowly reaching his right hand into his robes to grasp the jade pendant still warm from his body. That was something Tu Shan Wanwan casually tossed to him before he left. It contains a wisp of the Empress's divine will. Although it was only a wisp of divine thought, it was, after all, the will of an emperor who once stood at the pinnacle of all demons. Kneel down. Lin Yi's lips moved slightly, and he softly uttered two words. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor any earth-shattering light and shadow effects. But in that instant, Su Wen felt as if the world before him had changed. It was a pair of enormous, blood-red eyes, hanging high in the sky, coldly looking down at him. That was a great terror, like a demon or an evil spirit. Ah! Su Wen let out an extremely shrill scream, and his forward-rushing figure came to an abrupt halt in mid-air. Immediately afterwards. Click. Click. A sickening cracking sound rang out. Su Wen's knees felt as if they were bearing an immense burden, slamming heavily onto the bluestone slab. His kneecap was shattered, and blood stained the ground. He lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth, unable to lift his head, and his mind was beginning to wander. 1D? Su Qinghan's expression changed drastically. Before she could even react to what was happening, the terrifying, invisible pressure shifted and landed on her. Puff! Su Qinghan was struck dumb, her pretty face turned deathly pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The feeling was like being struck in the soul by a thunderbolt from the heavens. Her late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, which she was so proud of, was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of this oppressive force. She felt as if she were facing a monk who possessed great terror. Ta-da! Su Qinghan staggered back 3 steps, her legs going weak. If she hadn't used her sword sheath to firmly support her on the ground, she would probably be kneeling on the ground like Su Wen. You. Su Qinghan raised her head in horror, looking at Lin Yi as if she had seen a ghost. Lin Yi remained standing in the same spot, without even lifting the hem of his clothes. He toyed with a jade pendant whose material he couldn't discern in his hand, pondering to himself, indeed, there's no demonic aura emanating from it. The Demon Emperor's foundation is truly beyond that of ordinary people. Miss Su, is this the rule you were talking about? Lin Yi slowly walked to Su Wen, who was crawling on the ground, stepped on his intact palm, and grounded hard. Wah? Ah. Su Wen was in a state of mental confusion and could no longer speak coherently, but he was pressed firmly to the ground by that oppressive force and could not move. Lin Yi bent down, pulled the storage bag that originally belonged to Su Wen from his waist, and casually weighed it in his hand. Didn't you want my storage bag just now? It's only polite to return the favor, so I'll gladly accept this. After doing all this, Lin Yi straightened up and coldly glanced at the swaying Su Qinghan. Go back and tell your parents. I don't like trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Next time you dare to stretch your claws out so far. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and the jade pendant on his fingertip lit up slightly for a moment. I'll chop it up. After saying that, Lin Yi didn't even glance at the siblings again, and turned to walk out of the crowd. The onlookers were already terrified. When they saw him coming, they retreated frantically as if avoiding a snake or scorpion, making way for a wide road. The suffocating sense of oppression only slowly dissipated after Lin Yi's figure disappeared around the street corner. Thump! Su Qinghan could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, her back already soaked with cold sweat. That's terrifying. What exactly is that power? There was absolutely no fluctuation of spiritual energy, just pure divine pressure. Anyone capable of this would be at least a golden core cultivator at the great perfection stage, or even a nascent soul cultivator? Behind this rogue cultivator stands a powerful figure whom even the Su family cannot afford to offend. Not far away, several spies sent by Wang Badian were so frightened that they ran away in a panic to report to the Demon Suppression Division. In the shadows not far away, Xinger's figure slowly appeared. She was leaning against the wall, and her face was a little pale. What terrifying pressure on the soul! She clutched her chest, her eyes filled with horror. She is a foundation establishment perfection cultivator, and her perception far surpasses that of ordinary people. Just a moment ago, although the oppressive aura was far away and not directed at her, even the slightest aftershock of it instilled fear in her very soul. That aura, noble, cold, and domineering, was something no ordinary cultivator could possess. This Lin Yi definitely carries a powerful treasure bestowed upon him, or there is an extremely terrifying being who left a divine sense protecting him. Xinger took a deep breath to calm her agitated emotions. The young lady's suspicions were indeed correct. It was a giant dragon. We must report this to Miss immediately. Xinger took a deep look in the direction where Lin Yi disappeared and gave up the idea of continuing to follow him. Just kidding. If you follow that level of divine sense too closely and get discovered, you probably won't even know how you died. With a swift movement, Xinger vanished from her spot and headed straight for Wan Bailu, the top floor of a restaurant in the far distance. An old man in a gray robe stood by the railing, his cloudy old eyes flashing with a light that seemed to be madness. Gu He, an outer sect elder of the Zixiao sect. Because of the great distance, he did not sense the heavenly fox bloodline hidden in that oppressive aura. He only saw the scene of Su Qinghan being instantly suppressed. A divine sense protects me. Guha stretched out his withered, chicken claw-like fingers and gently tapped the railing, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The fact that he could spare some of his divine sense to protect this pretty boy shows that the monster does indeed have the cultivation of a golden core cultivator. But if it were truly a golden core demon in its prime, why would it need to use its divine sense to protect a mere chi refining stage 3 junior? It's hiding its head and tail, being so cautious, and even deliberately concealing its aura for fear of being discovered by the city lord's mansion. As expected, he is still recovering from serious injuries, all bark and no bite. Guha licked his chapped lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Excellent. Since you care so much about this pretty boy, then at next month's auction, the big gift I've prepared for you, you'll have to crawl over here and bite the hook, even if you have to. Having refined your demon core, my path to the nascent soul stage may now have hope. Chapter 24. The LSP's perseverance is terrifying. Inside the quiet room of the cloud courtyard, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on a futon, with various materials he had just brought back from Linglong Pavilion laid out in front of him. Snow silk, black gold powder, and several pieces of soft jade with a warm and smooth texture. At the other end of the bedroom, the array's light screen flickered slightly. A chilling aura of a golden core cultivator loomed faintly, indicating that Tu Shan Wanwan was at a crucial stage in stabilizing her cultivation realm. It's better not to disturb her at this time, there's no rush to reach foundation establishment. Lin Yi was very self-aware. Although he had a top-grade foundation establishment pill, his poor aptitude with 5 spiritual roots meant his success rate was only 90%. The remaining 10% failure rate is a recipe for disaster. With a max-level character like the Empress carrying him, he must be out of his mind to gamble with his life. It's only safe if my wife is free to protect me after all, I have to make sure she eats all the food I'm eating. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well do the side quests. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, his gaze falling on the pile of materials in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming fiery. The grand plan that he had conceived countless times in his mind was finally about to take its first step. He took a deep breath and took out the thick book 100 Explanations of Basic Weapon Forging from his storage bag and opened it. Ding! Host is detected reading a weapon refining manual. Max level of comprehension has been triggered. The scribbled characters and diagrams that were originally like celestial script now seemed to come alive in Lin Yi's eyes. Those complex spiritual energy circuits and tedious material ratios were instantly broken down into the most fundamental rules and frantically poured into his mind. It's like doing a problem where you've already memorized 1 + 1 is equal to 2. In just a quarter of an hour. Lin Yi closed the book, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a wild smile. That's it? So refining weapons is something anyone can do? Start. Lin Yi made a hand seal with one hand. Since the goal is to complete the system's more skills are never a bad thing task and also make the Empress blush, crafting armor or magic robes would be too low level. What hasn't that woman seen in her life? If you gave her a piece of yellow tier armor, she'd probably throw it in the trash the moment she saw it. We have to do something different. We have to find a new approach. Call. A wisp of crimson flame danced at his fingertips. This was the primordial foxfire that Tu Shan Wanwan had left in the white jade hairpin, which he had drawn out. A good flame could greatly increase the success rate of weapon forging. Not far away, Tu Shan Wanwan, who was meditating, trembled slightly. She noticed it the moment Lin Yi entered the room. Her divine sense poured out, silently enveloping the entire room. Seeing Lin Yi fiddling with those low-grade materials, she sneered inwardly. Ha, medicine dregs are medicine dregs. Do you think you can refine weapons just by reading a few pages of a book? Aren't you afraid of exploding your furnace and killing yourself? She was just about to spare a bit of attention to help this idiot who was about to explode. However, the next second, she was stunned. Lin Yi controlled the fire with one hand, and the raging foxfire became as docile as a domesticated cat in his hand. The flames split into dozens of fine threads, simultaneously enveloping the snow silkworm silk, the black gold powder, and the precious second-tier illusionary sound butterfly tentacles on the table. Purification, removal of impurities, and fusion. The movements were fluid and graceful, without the slightest unnecessary pause. Especially his precision in controlling the fire, which is comparable to that of an 8th-grade weapon refiner. He had only been flipping through the book for a short while. How is this possible? Tu Shan Wanwan's heart trembled violently. This Dregs is clearly a useless person with 5 spiritual roots, so why is he so monstrous in the art of weapon crafting? No wonder he dared to buy these materials. The disdain in Tu Shan Wanwan's heart vanished instantly, replaced by a feeling of cherishing talent. In the world of cultivation, a top-tier weapon refining master holds a status far superior to cultivators of the same level. The 9th rank corresponds to foundation establishment, the 8th rank corresponds to golden core, and so on. The levels of crafted magical artifacts are divided into God level, Emperor level, Heaven level, Earth level, Profound level, and Yellow level, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. If he can be properly nurtured, even if he has 5 spiritual roots, I can still improve his cultivation. Given time, he might even be able to repair that imperial weapon for me. She suppressed her surprise, and her divine sense no longer just swept over him, but instead she focused intently on observing Linya's every move. Half an hour later, a prototype of a shimmering, yellow tier soft leg armor emerged from the flames. The patterns are dense and full of spiritual energy. Although limited by the quality of the materials, it is perfect in terms of engraving defensive formations. Tu Shan Wanwan nodded to herself. Indeed, to succeed in refining a weapon on the first try is truly a prodigy in the art of weapon crafting. Although he has terrible talent, with such comprehension, once he recovers from his injuries, we could capture a few master weapon refiners to teach him. However, at that moment, something happened that caused her brain to shut down. Tisk, it's too thick, the feel isn't good. Lin Yi frowned, looking at the finished product in his hand with a look of disgust. The next moment, he threw the soft leg armor back into the fire without hesitation. Sizzle! The perfectly soft leg armor instantly turned into a puddle of liquid. Tu Shan Wanwan? What is he doing? Destroying treasure? However, the next moment, Lin Ye's actions became even more baffling. He took out a piece of cartilage from a second-tier demon beast, the azure water serpent, ground it into powder, and mixed it into the snow silkworm liquid. The azure water serpent bone is characterized by its extreme flexibility and ductility, and is typically used to make whips or binding magical artifacts. But Lin Yi did not forge any weapons. He controlled the spiritual fire, stretching and thinning the mixture continuously. It's getting thinner and thinner, until it is as thin as a cicada's wing, almost transparent. Reforge it to pursue even more extreme attributes? Tu Shan Wanwan's doubts deepened. Abandoning all defensive capabilities, incorporating snake bones to increase elasticity, and pursuing ultimate thinness. Is he trying to create some kind of invisibility cloak? Or some kind of disposable silk thread weapon that can kill without leaving a trace? Tu Shan Wanwan's divine sense involuntarily became even more focused. She was waiting. Watching Linya's forehead beaded with sweat, his eyes bloodshot yet still excitedly muttering to himself, he realized that he had been refining the thickness to a mere fraction of a millimeter for over a dozen hours. That almost obsessive fervor moved even Tu Shan Wanwan, who had been secretly observing him. This child's Dao heart is terrifyingly strong. Tu Shan Wanwan felt a surge of emotions. In pursuit of the ultimate in weapon crafting, he spared no effort, even at the cost of his own life force, working tirelessly day and night. Such dedication to the Tao is rare even among the most outstanding talents of the demon race. Dregs of medicine, I misjudged you before. Tu Shan Wanwan sighed inwardly, and even decided that no matter what kind of low-level thing he refined, she would praise him a few words to encourage him. Little did they know that Lin Ye's heart was filled with an obsession with black stockings. The bottom part should be thinner, with a subtle, almost ethereal feel, and a slight gradient would be even better. He. Chapter 25, you spent 30,000 spirit stones and all you got was a pair of black socks? Finally. The following evening. Ha ha ha. I did it. I, Taoist Master, did it. From this day forward, I am the victorious secret grandmaster of the cultivation world. A burst of wild laughter shattered the silence of the courtyard. Lin Yi, with disheveled hair, held aloft an object emitting a faint black light, appearing as if he were insane. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind like celestial music. Ding! Mission complete. It's always good to have more skills. Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting the first concept-level magical artifact in the cultivation world. Item, Phantom Black Stockings Modified Version. Grade, high-grade yellow rank. Given its advanced concept, despite inferior materials, it is given a special evaluation. Attributes, Physical Defense 0, Magic Defense 0. Special Effect 1, Absolute Territory Wearer's Charm plus 99, increases attraction to the opposite sex by 100%. Special Effect 2, Attack Speed Bonus Spiritual Energy Circulation Speed plus 50%, significantly reduced friction resistance due to the smooth material. Comment, although it can't stop a knife, it can make the heart of the person wielding it race, allowing them to die with a smile. This is art, a step forward for civilization. In the side hall, Tu Shan Wanwan could no longer sit still. She flashed in red and instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Let me see what you've painstakingly crafted, Tu Shan Wanwan's voice stopped abruptly. She stared at the two long, black, thin as cicada wings, cloth tubes in Lin Yi's hand. A divine sense swept over it. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. There wasn't even the most basic defensive formation. These are just two useless black stockings. Tu Shan Wanwan froze completely. It's like opening a priceless treasure chest with high expectations, only to have a toad wearing underwear jump out. The air was deathly silent. Only Lin Yi's masterpiece swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an air of frivolity. Tu Shan Wanwan slowly raised her head, and the cherishing talent in her crimson vertical pupils instantly turned into tangible anger. She felt that her feelings had been betrayed. She actually waited a whole day and night for this pile of garbage. Lin Yi. Tu Shan Wanwan gritted her teeth, each word sounding as if it floated out from the deepest hell. 20 hours. Materials worth 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. You've only managed to forge this pile of rags that can't even withstand ordinary iron? A terrifying pressure erupted instantly, turning the surrounding tables and chairs into dust. Lin Yi felt his breath catch in his throat, but he remained calm and composed, as if he were holding not black silk, but a divine artifact to save the world. My lady, you are mistaken. It's just that you don't know what you're talking about. Lin Yi shouted, interrupting the Empress's spellcasting animation. He spread the gossamer thin black silk with both hands, revealing its delicate, cloud-like texture in the moonlight streaming through the window. This item is called Phantom Silk. It was created by me after extensively studying ancient books and combining them with the great compendium of weapon forging. A divine artifact specially crafted for goddesses like my wife who possess unparalleled jade legs, a cultivation aid. A powerful support item? Tu Shan Wanwan was so angry that she laughed instead. Then tell me, what can this rag do? Protect against the wind or keep you warm? Or is it for strangling the enemy? Lin Yi shook his head, held up one finger, and smiled mysteriously. It can add to the fun. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Tu Shan Wanwan paused for a moment, seemingly not having heard clearly. What did you say? I said, to liven things up, and... Lin Yi's eyes suddenly became deep and sincere. Yes, improve healing efficiency. My wife, think about it. These past few days we've been healing, and although the results have been significant, it's been somewhat monotonous. Wearing this product on your legs will not only tighten your skin and accentuate your figure. Furthermore, the subtle, ambiguous atmosphere can greatly stimulate inspiration and sparks between the two parties. This item was made by me and possesses hidden attributes. Wearing it while healing will increase attack speed by 50%. The speed at which the spiritual energy of both parties merges can be increased by at least 50%. This is called, this is called scientific cultivation. Science? What exactly is science? Tu Shan Wanwan glanced subconsciously at the long, black tube that was as thin as a cicada's wing. An image uncontrollably surfaced in my mind. The black fabric wrapped around her proud legs, the tight feel of which created a strong visual contrast with her snow-white skin. A blush instantly spread from her neck to her ears. Even though she was the empress of 10,000 demons and had remained chaste for 3,000 years, after this period of frequent healing, she surely understood that this was not a proper magical artifact. This is clearly the tool that Bastard uses to satisfy his fetish. Shameless. Tu Shan Wanwan cursed in embarrassment and slapped Lin Yi on the chest. Bang! Lin Yi was sent flying backward and crashed into the wall, wincing in pain. Cough cough. My wife, good medicine tastes bitter, and honest advice is hard to swallow. I've been so worried about your injuries. Lin Yi clutched his chest as he got up, still clutching the thin socks tightly, acting like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Tu Shan Wanwan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shame and murderous intent in her heart. Her instinct was to burn that rag. But when her gaze fell on that thing again, she felt a strange sense of curiosity. Will it really have that effect? Indeed, as my cultivation level has recovered these past few days, my healing efficiency has slowed down. If we can really increase it by 50%, wouldn't that allow us to return to the demon realm even faster? Lin Yi keenly noticed the wavering in the Empress's eyes. I stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights to help my wife recover from her injuries. My eyes are almost blind. I deserve some credit for my hard work, right? Looking at the bloodshot eyes in Lin Ye's eyes, Tu Shan Wanwan's anger inexplicably dissipated a bit. This guy, although an incurable lecher, really went to great lengths to please me. Give it to me. Tu Shan Wanwan stretched out her jade-like hand, her voice as cold as ice, yet carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Ah? Lin Yi was taken aback. I said, bring it here. Tu Shan Wanwan turned her head away, not daring to look Lin Yi in the eye, her ears turning bright red. Since it can improve cultivation efficiency, I'll reluctantly give it a try. But if you dare to lie to me. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her tone was stern. I'll shove this thing into your mouth and choke you to death. Lin Yi was overjoyed and eagerly handed over the black stockings. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the Empress's cool palm, and a flutter ran through his heart. Ding! Mission complete. You have obtained a 9th grade weapon refining manual and one piece of the special material Cloud Dream Sea Dragon Tendon. It's done. This gigolo, you really have to not only force yourself to eat it, but also eat it in different ways. Tu Shan Wanwan grabbed the black silk stocking as if it were a hot potato, and with a flash, she disappeared into the inner room, leaving only a flustered figure behind. Understood. Lin Yi found a chair, sat down, and hummed a little tune, feeling great. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 26. The alluring shadows reflected in the red candle. In the depths of the bedroom of a secluded courtyard in the clouds. The red candles flickered, casting ambiguous shadows. Lin Yi sat at the table with a white jade teacup in his hand, appearing calm as a rock, but inwardly he was panicking. He is waiting. It's like waiting for the final judgment, or like a gambler waiting for the lottery results. Splash! The beaded curtain in the inner room was suddenly lifted by a slender hand, and the crisp sound of it hitting the curtain was particularly jarring in the quiet night. Lin Yi subconsciously looked up, but his gaze was instantly frozen, and he could never look away again. Smack! The white jade teacup slipped from his hand, bounced on his thigh, and shattered with a crash, splashing scalding tea all over the floor. But he was completely unaware, and even forgot to blink. At this moment, Tu Shan Wanwan was only wearing a large crimson silk nightgown, the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like collarbone, exuding a lazy noble air. Her dress was very short, barely covering the top of her thighs, and with each step she took, it rippled out in waves that made one's blood boil. However, what was truly deadly was those legs. Her originally fair and snow-white legs were now tightly wrapped in the phantom black silk that Lin Yi had personally crafted. It had an extremely unique texture, infused with black gold powder and snow silk, which shimmered with a faint, cold light under the flickering candlelight, as thin as smoke, and subtly revealing the skin's original flesh color. It outlines the already perfect lines of the legs in a breathtaking way. It is hazy and mysterious, carrying an extreme allure that can shatter even the heart of a sage. Lin Yi felt a heat in his nasal cavity, and 2 streams of heat almost gushed out uncontrollably. Even as the designer who personally crafted this magical artifact, he severely underestimated its destructive power when worn by a Demon Empress. How can this be considered a ritual implement? This is clearly a nuclear weapon targeting the Tao heart. The founder of Victoria's Secret, he was absolutely right. Lin Yi screamed in his heart, wishing he could count out twice to those design masters from his previous life. 2 unnatural blushes appeared on Tu Shan Wanwan's beautiful face, and a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in her eyes. She instinctively wanted to tug at her clothes to cover herself, but forcibly restrained herself to maintain the dignity of the Empress, and could only grit her teeth and snort coldly. Lin Yi, if this rag doesn't have the miraculous effects you claim, I'll gouge out your eyes and use them as a snack. What kind of rubbish was made from these medicine dregs? Wearing it, it was almost too tight. That subtle feeling of constraint traveled through her entire body, making her feel a little ashamed with every step she took. Tu Shan Wanwan narrowed her crimson vertical pupils slightly, catching Lin Yi's dazed and greedy expression. If it were anyone else, daring to look at her like that, they would have turned into a pool of blood long ago. But for some reason, seeing Lin Yi's pathetic state, the shame and anger she felt at being forced to wear black stockings dissipated somewhat, replaced by a sense of control and pleasure. Have you seen enough? Tu Shan Wanwan snorted coldly, crossed her long legs, and sat elegantly on the brocade couch. As she moved, the layer of alluring black stockings shimmered with a delicate, water-like sheen. She raised her hand, and with a gentle tap of her fingertip in the air, a water mirror appeared out of thin air. The woman in the mirror was alluring and dangerous. Her legs, accentuated by black stockings, appeared even longer and straighter, exuding a forbidden beauty that even she herself found unfamiliar. If it weren't to test whether your tattered junk could improve healing efficiency, I would never wear such indecent things. Tu Shan waved away the water mirror, her gaze once again becoming aloof and disdainful, but the lingering blush on her ears completely betrayed her current mood. That's natural, that's natural. Lin Yi snapped out of his daze, swallowed hard, and said with a righteous expression, "Wife, this is the charm of scientific cultivation. You must believe in the power of art. Stop being so cheeky." Tu Shan slightly raised her chin, and her jade foot, wrapped in black silk, swayed in the air, the heart-binding bell on her ankle making a crisp sound. Come here and examine the magical artifact. Why would Lin Yi need a second order? He slid forward on his knees, his trembling hand reaching for the high-grade yellow-rank magic artifact. The moment your fingertips touch it, it's not as cold as you might imagine, but rather a delicate, warm, and silky smooth sensation. That thin barrier not only did not reduce the tactile feedback, but actually amplified the soft elasticity countless times. Ding! The special magical artifact Phantom Black Silk has been detected as equipped. Special effect triggered, attack speed bonus activated. Both sides' spiritual energy activity increased by 50%. The system notification sounds are simply heavenly. Tu Shan body trembled slightly. The moment that giant hand touched her, she clearly sensed that the dormant demonic power within her body was like gunpowder that had been ignited, and its circulation speed instantly increased dramatically. Does it really work? This dregs, although his brain is full of useless stuff, his talent for crooked ways is simply outrageous. Since it really works, what are we waiting for? The shyness in Tu Shan eyes was completely overwhelmed by her thirst for power. She was the Demon Empress, and she always acted as she pleased. If it was for healing, then she would do it to the extreme. What are you standing there for? Tu Shan crimson eyes blazed brightly, and she suddenly stretched out her long leg, which was wrapped in black silk, and hooked her toe precisely around Lin Yi's belt. Pull it back. An irresistible force came. The world spun around. The next second, Lin Yi was firmly pressed down onto the brocade couch. Tu Shan looked down from above, her red dress billowing out like a blooming spider lily. Her hands rested on either side of Lin Yi's ears, her long hair cascading down, her exquisite face close, her red lips slightly parted, her breath sweet as orchids. Since it's meant to be entertaining, then don't waste my time. Move. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, a violent surge of spiritual energy burst forth like a river overflowing its banks, instantly engulfing the two of them. This healing experience is unlike any other before. The attack speed bonus of this handcrafted magical artifact is outrageous. If the previous fusion of spiritual energy was like an old ox pulling a broken cart, then this moment is like driving a Ferrari at high speed on Mount Akina. The Yin Yang Classic was operating wildly at an extreme speed, even producing a thunderous roar within the meridians. Lin Yi felt like a small boat, bobbing up and down in the Empress's vast, ocean-like storm of demonic power. It hurts. But I'm also experiencing pleasure. Every inch of his meridians was being torn apart by the violent spiritual power, and then instantly healed under the effect of the myriad medicine's primordial body. With each cycle, his spiritual power became 1 degree purer. This isn't training, this is street racing. And it's the kind where you're flooring the accelerator and not letting go. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Yi's skin turned red all over, and billowing white steam rose from the top of his head. He was horrified to discover that his dantian had reached its limit, like a balloon filled with air, ready to burst at any moment. Qi refining has reached its peak, it's as full as it can be. That's the limit. Wife, wait a minute, your dantian is going to explode. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. His 5 spiritual roots were already mixed, and now a large amount of spiritual energy was stagnating in his dantian and could not be liquefied. If he continued to force it in like this, he would really explode and die. Tu Shan showed no sign of stopping. She could certainly sense the spiritual energy in Lin Yi's meridians. He had already reached the foundation establishment stage. But instead of showing any concern, she continued to intensify her efforts. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Can't even handle this? Useless. Chapter 27 5-Colored Dao Platform, Heaven Deceiving Divine Power. Tu Shan gave a cold shout, her voice carrying an undeniable domineering air. Where's that top-grade foundation establishment pill? Hand it over. Lin Yi's mind was almost completely blank. Now? Nonsense. Lin Yi trembled as he pulled out the pill, instinctively retorting. My lady, this is a top-grade foundation establishment pill. Foundation establishment is the first major hurdle in cultivating immortality. Don't we need to bathe and change clothes, meditate and comprehend it, and then set up a spirit gathering array? Isn't that too hasty? Who does that in bed while simultaneously building their foundation? This doesn't conform to the basic principles of cultivating immortality. A hint of disdain for the limited knowledge of low-level cultivators flashed into Shan Wanwan's eyes. She leaned down, her red lips almost touching Lin Ye's ear, her tone extremely arrogant. That's the rule for mediocre people. How could you, an ant, possibly fathom my methods? Since we are engaged in dual cultivation, I am your strongest spirit-gathering array and your strongest protector. Before me, why should you pray to the heavens? Before she could finish speaking, she flicked her finger. The top-grade foundation establishment pill transformed into a stream of light and shot directly into Lin Ye's mouth. Swallow it for me. Boom. The pill entered his stomach and instantly transformed into a raging torrent, like lava bursting its banks, frantically washing over Lin Ye's limbs and bones. Pain. Extreme, excruciating pain. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ye's mixed 5 spiritual roots would have already been unable to withstand the medicinal power and his meridians would have been shattered. But at this moment, Shan Wanwan's domineering 9-tailed celestial fox demon power forcibly intervened in the battlefield. Those long, slender legs and black stockings seemed to be the perfect conduits for spiritual energy. Under her guidance, the violent medicinal power was tamed and made docile, like all rivers flowing into the sea. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 colored spiritual energy points spun, compressed, and collided wildly within Lin Ye's dantian. Condense for me. Shan Wanwan let out a sharp shout and slapped Lin Ye's lower abdomen with her palm. Click. It felt as if something had shattered deep within my soul. The 5-colored vortex within Lin Ye's body did not transform into liquid true essence like ordinary cultivators, but instead strangely fused together, condensing into the prototype of a 5-colored lotus platform exuding an ancient and chaotic aura. The moment the lotus platform took shape, a terrifying and heart-palpitating surge of Tao energy suddenly erupted from Lin Ye's body. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed into Shan Wanwan's beautiful eyes. With only 5 spiritual roots, even though she borrowed her original demonic power, it shouldn't have violated the rules of heaven and earth, right? This broken dual cultivation technique, it's actually quite something. A dazzling, multicolored beam of light burst forth from above Lin Ye's head, about to pierce the roof and shoot straight into the sky. The spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles surged wildly at this moment. If this beam of light were to be allowed to burst forth, it would inevitably trigger extraordinary phenomena such as the blooming of golden lotuses and the lingering of celestial music, alarming the entire Azure City and even the great wilderness. What a hassle! Making such a fuss over building a foundation, as if they're afraid people won't know there's something good here? Shan Wanwan frowned slightly, looking somewhat impatient. She did not get up, but instead made a hand seal with one hand, forcing out a drop of her original essence blood from her fingertip, and forcibly used a heaven-deceiving technique. Deceitful of heaven. With a clear shout, an invisible wave instantly enveloped the entire courtyard, forcefully resisting the power of heaven and earth, and ruthlessly pressing back the 5-colored pillar of light that was about to soar into the sky. It's like forcibly stuffing an erupting volcano back into the earth's crust. Put. From the outside, it seemed as if a strange wind had just blown over the cloud villa, and the dark clouds had dispersed before they could even gather, as if nothing had happened. Inside the house, Lin Ye collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Looking at his Empress wife, whose red clothes were disheveled but exuded an aura of dominance, he couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. That's awesome. Ding. Sharpshooter talent assessment, failed. Trigger probability increased, current probability 20%. Failure is normal, after all, I'm a long-time unlucky person. He felt the 5-colored lotus platform slowly rotating within his body, and the terrifying power contained within it. Stable. Unprecedented stability. If the spiritual energy of the chi refining stage is a babbling brook, then this lotus platform is a bottomless ancient well. Even a slight movement of spiritual energy felt incredibly heavy. Is this what perfect foundation establishment is? Lin Yi clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked crisply. Right now, I feel like I could kill 10 Wang Baitians with one punch. He looked up at the red figure standing by the window, his eyes full of smiles. Wife, that move you just made was absolutely awesome. Did you learn how to do it? Can you teach me? By the window, Shan Wanwan stood with her back to him, her long hair cascading down her back. Her crimson nightgown had been torn in the spiritual energy storm, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white back muscles. The pair of tattered black stockings, hanging on her long legs, exuded a broken beauty. She didn't turn around, her voice remained cold and aloof, carrying the nonchalant air typical of someone in a position of power. These are just some minor tricks to deceive people, only enough to fool the minor rules and heavenly Tao of this world. If you want to learn them, wait until you reach the Mahayana stage. The Mahayana period, that's a long way off. Lin Yi pursed his lips, just about to get out of bed to massage her shoulders. Just then. Cough. A very soft groan was heard. Just moments ago, Tu Shan Wan exuded domineering power and seemed to control everything with a single hand, but now her body swayed precariously like an autumn leaf. She braced herself against the edge of the bed with one hand, while clutching her chest tightly with the other. Her usually stunningly beautiful face, which looked down on everyone else, was now pale and almost transparent. Is the Golden Core realm really too much of a stretch? Puff. A mouthful of bright red blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto the tattered black silk stockings. The contrast between red and black was shocking. The aura that had been stable at the early stage of the Golden Core realm suddenly began to fluctuate violently, like a candle flickering in the wind, with faint signs of falling back to the Foundation Establishment realm. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and the elation of his breakthrough vanished instantly. He didn't even care that he wasn't dressed yet. He sprang up in a flash and reached out to help her. Wife. What's wrong? The moment his fingertips touched Tu Shan Wan's shoulder, a bone-chilling coldness swept over him. That is a sign of a deficiency in the source. Don't touch me. Tu Shan Wan reacted as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly shaking off Lin Yi's hand. She took a deep breath, forced her back to straighten, and casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her crimson vertical pupils still maintained an arrogant and cold demeanor that made people afraid to look directly at her. What's the big fuss about? Tu Shan Wan's voice was cold and clear, but it couldn't hide the barely perceptible weakness in her voice. I am the Lord of all demons. What is this backlash? I only protect you to prevent you from attracting flies and disturbing my cultivation. Don't look at me like that. Still need to pretend? Looking at her long legs that were trembling slightly even when she was sitting, Lin Yi felt both annoyed and amused, but more than anything, a bittersweet feeling welled up in his heart. On the system panel, Tu Shan Wan's status bar had turned a glaring red. Bound Taoist partner, Tu Shan Wan. Status, extremely weak, exhausted due to relapse of injuries from forcibly resisting the rules of heaven and earth. It seems this woman isn't so cold after all. She was just making a fuss to suppress my useless 5-elemental spiritual root. His mouth is harder than an imperial weapon. Alright, you're the Empress, you're invincible. Lin Yi didn't expose her, but his gaze lingered for a moment on her still trembling black stockinged legs, and he sighed inwardly. This gigolo is a bit too hot to handle. If this woman really falls from her cultivation level while protecting him, how can Lin Yi ever hold his head high in this family again? Since everything is alright, I should continue to stabilize the situation. Lin Yi was about to say, stabilize your realm. Suddenly, an irresistible suction force came from above. Tu Shan Wan made a hand seal with one hand, her 5 fingers forming a claw. Just as Lin Yi was about to get out of bed to find some clothes, he was pulled back onto the brocade couch like a helpless little chick, and fell heavily next to the Empress. Ah! Lin Yi let out a scream. Wife, be gentle. You've only just established your foundation, your bones haven't fully matured yet. Tu Shan Wan completely ignored his wails. She leaned in and grabbed Lin Yi's wrist with her icy fingers, feeling the surging foundation establishment stage primordial yang within him. In those crimson eyes, besides arrogance, there was also a hint of desire for survival and a wild greed. In her eyes, Lin Yi was no longer just a dreg of medicine, but a peerless tonic that had just matured and whose medicinal power had doubled. Stabilize what realm? Tu Shan Wan looked down at him, her pale cheeks flushed with an unnatural red from excitement, and her hair fell onto Lin Yi's chest, bringing waves of tingling sensation. Now that you've established your foundation, your 5-colored platform is more than 10 times stronger than before. With this level of cultivation, you'd just be easy prey for others to exploit. You might as well offer it to me first. Although she was giving orders, her voice carried an undisguised urgency. The emptiness within her was frantically eroding her reason. If she didn't replenish it immediately, not only would her injuries worsen, but the consequences of losing that last bit of strength she had been holding on for would be unimaginable. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was clearly so weak she was about to collapse, yet still insisted on draining him dry, Lin Yi's last bit of sentimentality vanished. Well, that's what we do for a living. Besides, she wouldn't have ended up like this if it weren't for her own sake. Lin Yi sighed, stopped resisting, and instead lay down, assuming a submissive posture. Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Tu Shan Wanwan was almost amused by his shamelessness and snorted coldly, "You talk too much nonsense." Before the words were finished, the red curtains billowed. This time, the previous ferocity and urgency were gone, replaced by a tight entanglement, like a desperate struggle for survival. Ding! High-intensity interaction detected with the host. The myriad medicine's primordial body is operating at full power. The Phantom Black Stockings torn version effect still applies, and the spiritual energy transfer efficiency is increased by 30%. The effect is reduced due to the damage. Lin Yi felt the five-colored lotus platform within his body vibrating wildly, and the pure true essence he had just condensed poured into Tu Shan Wanwan's body like a flood that had been released. The feeling is like a fully charged phone being suddenly connected to a power-hungry device, and the battery level is dropping at a visible rate. Wow! This woman's appetite is more than twice as big as it was when she was in the chi refining stage. As the vital energy was injected, Tu Shan Wanwan's pale face visibly regained its color, and the bone-chilling cold gradually dissipated. She closed her eyes tightly, her brows relaxed, and let out a satisfied sigh. Lin Yi wasn't idle either. Although his primordial yang was being depleted, the magic of the yin-yang scripture lay in its ability to complement each other. What Tu Shan Wanwan returned was her original demonic power, refined through her golden core. This demonic power washed over Lin Yi's newly established meridians, smoothing out the minor hidden dangers left by the forced breakthrough, and even refining his five-colored true essence into a more condensed and domineering form. Ring 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 ring. Chapter 28: The Su Family Sphere, a game of stratagem under the lamp. The Su residence within the inner city of Tianqing City. The vermilion gates were tightly shut, and the usually bustling mansion was now shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Inside the main hall, you could hear a pin drop. A stretcher was placed across the center, and Su Wen on it no longer had the arrogant and domineering demeanor he once had. He's just a lump of mud now. What's most unsettling are his eyes. Empty and listless, with long strands of drool hanging from the corners of his mouth, he occasionally let out a meaningless hee-hee laugh. His fingers unconsciously scratched at the air, as if he were still trying to escape some great terror. This isn't just useless, it's utterly and completely stupid. The members of the Su family stood around, their faces ashen, not daring to breathe. A heavy footstep came from behind the screen. Su Lon, the patriarch of the Su family, is a late-stage golden core cultivator. He walked out slowly with his hands behind his back, his brocade robe fluttering without wind, and his body exuding a chilling spiritual pressure. Father! Su Qinghan, her hair disheveled and her makeup ruined by tears, knelt down with a thud and roared at Su Wen on the stretcher. You must stand up for Wendy. I've had someone investigate, and that cultivator's name is Lin Yi. He's gone too far. Not only did he steal the top-grade foundation establishment pill, but he's ruined Wendy like this. Su Long ignored his daughter's cries and fixed his gaze on Su Wen like a hawk. He frowned and placed two fingers on Su Wen's forehead. Divine sense probed in. Boom! The moment he touched Su Wen's sea of consciousness, Su Long's expression changed drastically. An obscure yet extremely domineering will strikes back. Although this will had largely dissipated, like a candle flickering in the wind, its inherent nobility and coldness still made Su Long secretly tremble. Aha! Su Long grunted, pulled his fingers back as if he had been electrocuted, and involuntarily took half a step back. The blue bricks on the ground cracked with a crack, revealing spiderweb-like patterns. The entire room fell silent. All the elders and senior members of the Su family were horrified. The patriarch is a great expert in the late Golden Core stage, and he is a prominent figure in Tianqing City. Yet he was actually countered by the consciousness of a cripple. Wonder's soul is shattered. Su Long's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water, and his fingers, hidden in his sleeve, were trembling slightly. This is no ordinary soul attack. It was with an overwhelming, absolute superior's will that directly crushed Su Wen's soul. It's like an elephant stepping on an ant and killing it effortlessly. Father! Did that little beast use some kind of insidious magical artifact? Seeing her father's ugly expression, Su Qinghan gritted her teeth and said, That chi cultivation failure Lin Yi must have gotten incredibly lucky and picked up some evil artifact. Father, you must kill him. I want to capture him, skin him alive, and turn him into a human pig to be buried with Wendy. She became more and more agitated as she spoke, her once beautiful face now filled with resentment and malice. Smack! A crisp, clear slap echoed through the silent hall. Su Qinghan's face swelled up instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, looking incredulously at her father who had doted on her since childhood. "Dad, you hit me? Idiot!" Su Long roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. "A disposable magic artifact? Are you out of your mind? What kind of disposable magic artifact could retain such pure divine sense? That aura is even frightening to my own divine sense. It is the original divine sense from a high-level cultivator." Su Long pointed at Su Qinghan's nose, spitting everywhere. To be able to turn a person into an idiot with just a divine thought attached to an inanimate object, the opponent's true form must be at least at the peak of the golden core stage. It is very likely a nascent soul ancestor. Yuan. Nascent soul? These two words were like a bolt from the blue. In Qingzhou, a golden core cultivator is already a powerful figure, while a nascent soul cultivator is a legendary figure capable of founding a sect and living for thousands of years. The resentment in Su Qinghan's eyes gradually turned into fear. She was trembling all over, and her teeth were chattering. A nascent soul. How is that possible? That's where your narrow-mindedness lies. Su Long took a deep breath and paced rapidly around the hall with his hands behind his back. A single major realm is like a divine punishment. Many nascent soul stage monsters hide in the mortal world. How could you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly see through them? However, the fact that the other party did not directly come to their door suggests that either they had some reservations or they simply did not bother with a small ant like the Su family. Call. Su Long exhaled a long breath, and the rage in his eyes gradually transformed into a cunning and sinister look. As the head of a clan, he quickly calmed down. We cannot recklessly confront each other head-on. If there really is a powerful nascent soul cultivator behind Lin Yi, then the Su family rushing in would be suicide. But with Su Wen crippled, the Su family has lost face. If they don't vent their anger, how will they maintain their standing in Tianqing City in the future? Pass down the order. Su Long's voice was extremely low, carrying a chilling undertone. Send out all the undercover agents in the house to keep an eye on that Lin Yi. Changhe, prepare a gift and go apologize tomorrow, and while you're at it, test the waters, making sure you make a proper show of it. Yes. Several black-clad shadow guards received the order and vanished like ghosts. Su Long turned around and looked at Su Qinghan, who was huddled in the corner trembling, his eyes icy cold. Stop crying. You useless thing. You must set off immediately and return to the Yantian sect. Your master must be informed of this matter, and you must invite him over. A glint of light flashed in Su Long's eyes. Yantian sect is a major sect in Qingzhou, with quite a few nascent soul cultivators and many old monsters in seclusion. If the sect can be involved, even if Lin Yi has powerful backers, he will have to think twice. This is the way of survival for cultivation families. If you can beat them, crush them. If you can't, call for reinforcements. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Tianqing City, on the edge of the 10,000 mountains, the wind howled and the yellow sand filled the sky. What should have been a vibrant jungle is now scarred and devastated, as if it had just been plowed. Countless ancient trees were snapped in half, and boulders were shattered. In mid-air, a figure dressed in a black demon-suppressing robe stood in mid-air, his body surging with malevolent energy. Feng Xuangu, chief commander of the Demon Suppression Division. His chiseled face was now filled with violence and anxiety. The divine sense, now at the peak of the golden core stage, spread out without reservation, scanning every inch of the land below again and again, not even missing an ant hole. As a result, apart from a few low-level demonic beasts that were terrified, there was nothing at all. You bastard! Feng Xuangu suddenly struck out with his palm. Boom! A small hill below was completely flattened, sending rocks flying everywhere. That demonic aura, it was clearly severely injured. How could it have run so fast? Feng Xian was furious, his eyes bloodshot. She left no trace, her aura vanished completely. Could it be that she ascended directly to immortality? He couldn't understand it. According to the habits of the Tianhuang demon race, their first reaction when seriously injured is to flee back to their lair and use the terrain to heal. He led his men in a full-speed pursuit, even using the extremely precious demon-seeking compass along the way, but they couldn't catch a single trace of it. All around, dozens of demon-suppressing guards remained silent, heads bowed, fearing they might offend their master and be killed on the spot. A depressing, deathly silence reigned. A slightly high-pitched voice trembled as it rang out. Master, master. The flag officer, clad in silver armor, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, steeled himself, and stepped forward on his sword, bowing as he said, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Feng Xuangu turned his head sharply, his eyes like those of a tiger ready to devour its prey. Release. The flag officer swallowed hard, feeling his back soaked in cold sweat. Master, our pursuit has been too smooth. Shun? Feng Xuangu's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Yes, it's just too smooth. There are no traps, no deceptions. It's like the other side deliberately left one or two vague clues to lead us this way. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly resolute. That great demon was severely injured and should be unable to move an inch. What if she never even left the city? Feng Xuangu's body trembled violently. He turned to look at Deputy Director Zhao Yinhai, wanting to see what he thought. Zhao Yinhai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, his analysis is not without merit. Although the inner city of Tianqing City has a protective array, making it a very dangerous place for demons, it is also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy and the most suitable place for healing. Moreover, we searched the outside world thoroughly, but the inner city turned out to be the most vulnerable place. Although the demon-revealing formation of the city's protective array is powerful, if this demon has a fortuitous encounter and possesses a high-level concealment treasure, it might actually be possible for it to sneak in. The darkest place is under the lamp. Feng Xian squeezed out these 3 words through gritted teeth, his facial muscles twitching. In an instant, his rage turned into shame and annoyance. Feng Xuangu has roamed Qingzhou for decades, slaying countless demons, yet today he was made a fool of by a severely injured fox. Feng Xuangu had roamed Qingzhou for decades, slaying countless demons, yet today he was outmaneuvered by a severely wounded demon. What courage! Good tactic. If it weren't for Zhao Yinhai's reminder, he probably would have foolishly chased after them deep into the 100,000 mountains. Good, very good. Feng Xuangu laughed in extreme anger, his laughter carrying a chilling undertone. Pass on the order. Everyone turn around immediately. Return to Tianqing City at full speed. Feng Xuangu waved his hand, and a blood-red command arrow shot into the sky. Activate the highest level of alert. Seal off all exits from Tianqing City. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. This time, even if I have to scrape 3 layers of land from the inner city, even if I have to dig up the ancestral graves of those powerful families, I will still drag this cunning demon out. Yes. Dozens of sword lights shot into the sky, carrying overwhelming murderous aura and the fury of being fooled, then changed direction and headed straight for Tianqing City. Right now. Azure Sky City, Inner City, Cloud Courtyard. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. A faint aroma of glutinous rice wafted from the kitchen. Lin Yi, who had just successfully established his foundation, was wearing an apron, humming an unknown tune, and holding a soup spoon, concentrating on seasoning the spiritual porridge in the clay pot. We need to add some more jujubes. My wife has been very weak lately and needs to replenish her qi and blood. He looked at the bubbling spirit porridge in the pot, his face beaming with a sense of happiness at having a free meal. Chapter 29. Put down your things and you can get out. Early morning, at the Cloud Courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds and mist, casting a warm glow on the jade-paved ground. Inside the bedroom, a lingering sweet scent of intimacy remained in the air. Tushan Wanwan leaned lazily against the soft couch, a crimson nightgown loosely draped over her body, revealing her smooth, jade-like collarbone. After a night of intensive treatment, although his essence was slightly depleted, the demonic power flowing in his red eyes was more profound and refined than before, and his cultivation had recovered to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. It must be said that after Lin Yi achieved perfect foundation establishment, the quality of his Yuan Yang was far superior to that of his previous qi refining period. Lin Yi walked in carrying a white jade bowl. The porridge made from spirit rice in the bowl was steaming hot, with a few round red dates scattered in it, and the aroma was irresistible. My wife, drink it while it's hot. He sat on the edge of the bed with a smile, scooped up a spoonful, and held it to the Empress's lips. The spirit rice porridge, simmered for 2 hours with third-grade spirit spring water and with the addition of century-old red dates, is exceptionally good for replenishing qi and blood. Tushan Wanwan slightly raised her beautiful eyes, a hint of disdain flashing in her red pupils, and snorted coldly. I am the lord of all demons, and I have long since abstained from grains. How could I possibly eat such mundane things? They say one thing but do another. She parted her red lips slightly and swallowed the spoonful of spiritual porridge. Gurgle. A warm current flowed down his throat. Although the meager amount of spiritual energy was negligible, the feeling of being served seemed quite nice. Barely acceptable. Tushan Wanwan stuck out her tongue and elegantly licked the rice soup remaining at the corner of her mouth, her posture extremely alluring, yet she still spoke. If it weren't for the fact that you, this dreg of medicine, performed reasonably well last night, I wouldn't have bothered to even open my mouth. As Lin Yi cleaned up the empty bowls, he rolled his eyes inwardly. Dislike? I don't know who drank last, but they even licked their lips clean with their tongue. This vixen is soft all over, except for her mouth. However, feeling the 5-colored lotus platform slowly rotating within his body, seemingly containing chaotic energy, Lin Yi was in such a good mood that he wanted to sing. The initial stage of foundation establishment is now completely stable. Unexpectedly, he, who only possessed 5 spiritual roots, was able to form a perfect foundation with the 5 elements in perfect harmony and an incredibly profound foundation by borrowing the yin-yang scripture and the Empress's original energy. Compared to those sect prodigies with only 1 spiritual root, they should be no less outstanding. Now, he doesn't need to borrow the Empress's divine sense at all. Crossing realms is a piece of cake for him. Even a genius with dual spiritual roots like Su Qinghan, he was confident he could defeat him head-on. Right, that broken, magical artifact. Tushan Wanwan seemed to remember something, her ears turned slightly red, and with a flick of her finger, a stream of light entered her storage ring. I'll keep this for now. If you don't perform well next time, humph. Lin Yi was about to make a joke when a twitch appeared on his brow. A slight ripple came from the barrier outside the courtyard. Tushan Wanwan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her original lazy temperament vanished instantly, and a murderous intent spread out. Another fly that doesn't know its own mortality? Wife, rest. I'll do the heavy work. Lin Yi pressed down on her soft hand that she was about to raise, and casually pinched the back of her hand, smiling innocently. I've just completed my foundation establishment, and my bones are a bit itchy. Wouldn't it be wonderful if someone came to my door to help me loosen my bones? Having barely sensed the strength of the fly outside the door, Tushan Wanwan withdrew her hand in disgust, without stopping it, and snorted coldly. Don't embarrass me. At the entrance of the villa, an elderly man in a dark blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, followed by 2 servants carrying brocade boxes. The old man had white hair and beard, and looked like a sage, but his triangular eyes revealed shrewdness and ruthlessness. Lu Changhe, the 3rd elder of the Su family's ancestral hall, is a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of his cultivation. This formation. Lu Changhe's gaze swept over the seemingly simple yet deadly light surrounding the villa, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This formation method, seemingly random, is actually extremely tricky at every point. Although I didn't sense the aura of the legendary nascent soul ancestor, there are definitely experts hiding in this house. Squeak. The gate slowly opened. There is no nascent soul ancestor. Only one young man came out. He was wearing a simple blue Taoist robe, and in his hand, he was actually holding a rag that had just been used to wipe the table. Which old man is it? Lin Yi leaned against the doorframe, his tone languid, clearly having just woken up. Calling back the soul so early in the morning? Don't you know it's illegal to disturb the peace? Lu Changhe's eye twitched. Although I don't know which school of swearing old Deng comes from, my intuition tells me that it has a very high level of profanity. That little bastard has a really sharp tongue. But he was a seasoned veteran, and a bright smile instantly spread across his face as he cupped his hands in greeting. Young Master Lin is too kind. I am Lu Changhe, a retainer of the Su family. I have come here on the orders of the family head to apologize for the rudeness of the younger generation yesterday. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The servant stepped forward and opened the brocade box. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, plus a 3rd-tier cold stargrass that emits a faint blue light. Lin Yi stared at the brocade box, a cold smile playing on his lips. That's quite a large sum. The 3rd-tier cold stargrass is a key material for refining 7th-grade magical artifacts and elixirs. In terms of price alone, it is already comparable to a top-grade foundation building pill. Shouldn't villains usually retaliate directly by coming to your door like in the novels of my previous life? What happened to the classic among classics? The head of the Su family is actually a cunning old fox, capable of both yielding and assertiveness. However, judging from the strength of this elder who has reached the peak of foundation establishment, this visit is probably not just about bringing gifts. Yesterday, young Master Su Wen and Miss Qinghan were young and ignorant and offended your elders. The head of the family feels deeply ashamed and has specially prepared a small gift. As Lu Changhe spoke, he took a step forward without making a sound. Boom! An immense pressure of divine sense belonging to someone at the peak of foundation establishment, like an invisible tide, instantly enveloped Lin Yi. At the same time, he observed Lin Yi's subtle expressions with his old eyes, but remained polite in his words. I wonder if your esteemed elder is here. I would like to express my gratitude in person and, by the way, learn a thing or two from you. Ah, the true intentions are revealed at the last minute. If Lin Yi showed any fear, or turned pale from the pressure, it would mean that the kid was bluffing and that his so-called backing was just a facade. Whether they can secure this apology in the end is another matter entirely. However, 1 breath. 2 breaths. Lin Yi stood still, without even blinking. The oppressive aura that would have caused a foundation establishment cultivator to experience a surge of chi and blood, or a chi refining cultivator to kneel down, fell upon him like a gentle breeze across a hill, not even lifting the hem of his clothes. Yawn. Lin Yi even yawned out of boredom, picked at his ear with his little finger, and flicked a wisp of air away. Did a mosquito fly by just now? The 5-colored lotus platform inside his body trembled slightly, and the external divine pressure was instantly shattered. No need for thanks. Lin Yi looked at Lu Changhe with a look of disgust. My wife prefers peace and quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed by old Deng, who smells like a dog. As for an apology. He glanced at the 2 boxes and pursed his lips. It's nothing special. Put your things down and you can get out of here. Thump. Lu Changhe's heart skipped a beat. Ignore the pressure? Chapter 30. You're actually some great emperor reincarnated, here to experience life, aren't you? Does this kid possess a high-level mind-stabilizing magic treasure? And what did he just say? Wife. That mysterious powerhouse who turned Suwon into an idiot with a single divine thought was actually this kid's Taoist partner? This gigolo is a bit too much. Just then, a series of rapid breathing sounds came from the path leading to the courtyard on the mountaintop. Huff, huff, why do these damn rich people live so high up? A young man wearing a faded Taoist robe and carrying a tattered cloth bag was climbing up using both his hands and feet. It was Lin Yi's good friend, the down-on-his-luck talisman master, Zhang Tianxiu. Ever since Lin Yi gave him a large sum of spirit stones last time, this guy worked himself to the bone drawing talismans and finally advanced to the 2nd rank. I brought some newly drawn Vajra talismans today to express my gratitude, and also to chat with Lin Yi about the news in the city. As soon as he peeked out, Zhang Tianxiu was dumbfounded. This mansion, shrouded in mist and filled with spiritual energy, is it something that rogue cultivators with only 5 spiritual roots could possibly live in? Before he could finish marveling at the world's inconsistencies, he saw an old man with a terrifying aura standing at the entrance of the magnificent cloud courtyard. The Su emblem on his dark blue robe was dazzling in the sunlight. The Su family's offerings? Holy crap, that aura, a foundation establishment stage expert? Oh no, is Brother Lin's wife coming to settle scores with him for living off her? Zhang Tianxiu's legs went weak, and he almost tumbled down the mountain. Just as he was hesitating whether to rush forward to shield his brother from the knife or run away to the city lord's mansion to report the case, he heard Lin Yi's nonchalant "Get lost." Zhang Tianxiu? Brother! That's the peak of foundation establishment. How dare you, a mere chi refining level 3 weakling? At the entrance. Lu Changhe's face turned red from the scolding, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Since we can't gauge your true strength through testing, we'll force you to reveal your true colors. Is young Master Lin being so aloof because he feels guilty? Or is it that there are no seniors in this courtyard at all? Lu Changhe sneered, his aura no longer concealed, and the spiritual pressure of a foundation establishment perfection cultivator suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding air to explode. Since that's the case, then today I will teach you a lesson on manners on behalf of your elders. Before he finished speaking, his withered hand suddenly shot out. The spiritual energy transformed into a giant cyan handprint, carrying a strong wind, and fiercely grabbed at Lin Yi's shoulder. If this crackdown is implemented, half the bones in an ordinary cultivator's body will be shattered. Teach me how to do things? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the languidness at the corner of his mouth vanished instantly. He took a step forward. Boom! The aura that had been suppressed to the extreme was released like a volcanic eruption at this moment. It was no longer the weakness of the chi refining stage, but a terrifying fluctuation as heavy as a mountain and as vast as a river. Zhang Tianxiu, who was lying behind a rock in the distance, almost popped his eyes out of their sockets, and his jaw dropped open as if it had dislocated. Foundation building. It's only been a few days. Did he really eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow? My dear brother Lin, serving a rich woman must be incredibly difficult. This forced growth must be some kind of dangerous dual cultivation technique. Oh no, it's said that this method is one of those secret techniques of the old witch of the demonic sect. Zhang Tianxiu's mind was filled with the image of the bloody old hag stuffing pleasure balls into Lin Ye's mouth. His chrysanthemum involuntarily shrank. Old Lin, you've suffered, but you deserve to earn this cultivation level. Facing the oncoming cyan hand, Lin Yi advanced instead of retreating. Within the dantian, the 5-colored lotus platform spun wildly. The 5 elements of spiritual power did not fight each other, but strangely merged together, transforming into a hazy, chaotic gray color. There are no fancy spells. There were no childish shouts or dramatic pronouncements. Lin Yi simply clenched his fist in an ordinary way, and then threw it out. Break! With a low shout, visible ripples appeared in the air where the fist passed. That was a crushing defeat of pure power and spiritual quality. Bang! The cyan hand collided with the seemingly ordinary fist, just like tofu hitting a hydraulic press, instantly shattering into countless green spiritual lights. What? Lu Changhe's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints as an indescribable, terrifying force surged wildly into his arm. That's no ordinary spiritual power. That spiritual power carries the sharpness of metal, the resilience of wood, the endurance of water, the explosiveness of fire, and the weight of earth. The 5 elements unite, creating endless life. Puff! Lu Changhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew backwards for more than 10 feet like a kite with a broken string. After its feet touched the ground, it plowed 2 deep furrows into the hard bluestone slab, until it crashed into a welcoming pine tree by the roadside and barely came to a stop, even bending the tree over. Quiet. A deathly silence. A morning breeze blew by, stirring up a few fallen leaves. Zhang Tianxiu, who was in the distance, was holding the second-tier Vajra talisman he had just drawn, but now it was as if he was holding a piece of waste paper, and he was completely petrified. His good-for-nothing brother, who needed to go on blind dates to find a Taoist partner and even set up a stall for a few spirit stones. He had just reached the foundation establishment stage, and yet he punched a foundation establishment perfection elder of the Su family, causing him to vomit blood. This doesn't seem like the kind of cultivation method that forces growth too quickly. The spiritual energy is so abundant. Perhaps I have misunderstood Brother Lin? Cough, cough, cough. Lu Changhe clutched his chest, coughing violently, with blood-tinged foam gushing out with each cough. He stared in utter horror at the young man standing in the doorway, slowly adjusting his cuffs. Fear. A fear that seeps into your very bones. It wasn't because of how heavy Lin Ye's punch was, but because of the energy contained within it. He had lived for over 100 years and had only ever seen that kind of perfect, flawless spiritual energy quality in the direct disciples of major sects. No, it's even more terrifying than those prodigies. The aura is unmistakable, its early foundation establishment stage. To be able to reverse the foundation establishment stage so quickly after just reaching the foundation establishment stage, this kind of foundation, this kind of roots, this kid is definitely not some freeloader. Behind him, there is definitely a nascent soul cultivator, or even a deity transformation cultivator. It seems the Su family's upbringing is indeed not very good. Lin Yi withdrew his fist, casually dusted off the corner of his clothes, and looked at Lu Changhe indifferently. Breaking 3 of your ribs this time is just a small punishment to teach you a lesson. Next time you dare to yell at my doorstep. He paused, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I'll bury you under that crooked tree by the door and use you as fertilizer. Thump. At this moment, Lu Changhe had lost all his elder's prestige. His legs went weak, and he actually knelt down. Yes, it was my fault for being so blind. Thank you for your mercy, young master. He was sweating profusely and kowtowed desperately. I'll leave now. Tomorrow I'll definitely offer double, no, triple the compensation. After saying that, he scrambled up his servant from the ground, not even daring to fly on his weapon, and ran wildly down the mountain like a stray dog. Until that eyesore disappeared. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Zhang Tianxiu, who was hiding behind a rock and trembling. His face once again showed that harmless smile. Hey, Lao Zhang? What are you hiding over there for? Came to bring me breakfast? Zhang Tianxiu looked at Lin Yi's familiar face, then at the shocking pool of blood on the ground, swallowed hard, and his voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. Brother Lin, let's be frank, you are actually a reincarnation of some great emperor, here to experience life, aren't you? Chapter 31. My brother is too eager to improve. That punch just now, it takes hundreds of years of internal energy to throw, it was terrifying. Lin Yi was speechless and glanced at him. Or is he a reincarnation of the great emperor? If I were the great emperor, would I still be pinned down by that little fox every night and used as medicine residue? He withdrew his fist, slowly dusted off his sleeves, and looked completely calm. Old Zhang, isn't that a narrow-minded approach? What old monster possessing a body? I call this accumulating strength for a late blooming attack, understand? Can someone who has accumulated knowledge and experience suddenly leap from the third level of Qi refining to the foundation establishment stage in just a few days? And can they even make a foundation establishment cultivator cough up blood with a single punch? Zhang Tianxiu took a half step back, his eyes full of vigilance, and even clutched a talisman. That's how it's written in picture books: after being possessed, one becomes ruthless and doesn't recognize family or relatives. First, tell me how many moles are on my butt, and then I'll believe you. Get lost. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Lin Yi cursed irritably and casually pointed to the mansion behind him, shrouded in mist and resembling a fairyland. To tell you the truth, the spiritual energy concentration here is 4 or 5 times that outside. With the tiny bit of resources my wife gave me, I had an epiphany, understand? Zhang Tianxiu was taken aback. A sudden realization? A billion resources? The combination of these two words is an unsolvable excuse in the world of cultivation. In the chronicles of myriad realms, there are some prodigies who attain enlightenment in a single day, progressing through different realms with each step, and there are even stories of scholars ascending to heaven in broad daylight. Then look at this dazzling array that could blind a dog, and smell the high-grade medicinal herbs wafting in the air. Logically speaking, it makes a rough but valid point. Is this really something you got by living off a woman? Zhang Tianxiu's lips twitched, the wariness in his eyes gradually faded, and 2 lines of envious tears welled up in his eyes. Lin Yi shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhang Tianxiu sniffed, rummaged in his pocket for a while, and pulled out a handful of crumpled talismans, which he shoved into Lin Yi's hand. Take it. Lin Yi looked down and saw that they were all second-tier Vajra talismans and swift travel talismans. Although the talisman paper was of inferior quality and the painting was a bit rough, the spiritual power on each one was extremely abundant, obviously the result of exhausting his mental energy. What's going on here? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. The spirit stones you gave me last time helped me reach the second-tier rune master level. Zhang Tianxiu scratched his head, looking somewhat uneasy. I originally intended it for you to use in self-defense because I was worried you'd get bullied in the inner city. But now it seems, after that punch you threw, it's probably useless now. But keep it, just in case your partner doesn't want you anymore. It's better to be prepared. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. The cultivation world is rife with deceit and treachery, and even low-level rogue cultivators are willing to stab their own brothers in the back for a single spirit stone. Although Zhang Tianxiu was a gossipy and timid person, he had helped him before, and this kindness was genuine. Thanks, brother, I'll remember that. Lin Yi did not refuse and carefully accepted the gift. By the way, brother Lin. Zhang Tianxiu suddenly lowered his voice, his expression became unusually solemn, he looked around, and leaned close to Lin Yi's ear. The inner city has been quite unsettled lately, so even if your cultivation has greatly improved, you still need to keep a low profile. How so? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Breaking news. I just heard it while buying talisman materials at the market, and it's all over the news now. Zhang Tianxiu lowered his voice even further, his eyes filled with fear. Feng Xuangu, the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division, that old monster who has reached the Golden Core stage, has been tricked. It is said that a few days ago, the aura of a great demon appeared in the city. Feng Xuangu led his men to chase it hundreds of miles outside the city, only to find that it was a trap. They had lured the tiger away from the mountain. Feng Xuangu is now furious and is leading all the troops of the Demon Suppression Division back to Tianqing City. Starting this afternoon, the city's protective formation will be completely sealed off. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. Zhang Tianxiu was still rambling on and on. I heard they're going to set up a revealing array to search every house and dig out that hidden demon. You should stay hidden in this cave for the next few days and absolutely do not go out and cause trouble. If you get involved with a powerful demon, you'll be in real trouble. Lin Yi nodded, his expression seemingly calm, but his mind was racing. Feng Xuangu. Golden Core perfection. Wang Badian had hesitated to kill them outright before, but now that the chief commander has returned, he will definitely report what happened today. A rogue cultivator who suddenly spent 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a luxury mansion, accompanied by a woman who appears to be a nascent soul cultivator, is definitely the focus of any search. When Feng Xuangu arrives with his entire demon suppression division, although the Empress is certainly not an ordinary golden core cultivator, he is a person who seeks stability and needs to seize the time to cultivate. Lin Yi glanced at the system panel. I upgraded the sharpshooter talent twice yesterday, and my hit rate is now 25%. There's a 1 in 4 chance of winning a prize today. A little effort tonight might just give you a chance. The gambling addiction is instantly activated. Seeing Lin Yi nod, Zhang Tianqiu breathed a sigh of relief, but then his eyes turned strange again. He circled Lin Yi twice, his gaze sweeping back and forth across Lin Yi's increasingly handsome face, whose skin was unbelievably flawless. Finally, their gaze settled on Lin Yi's complexion, which was clearly overnourished and appeared somewhat weak. "Brother Lin." Zhang Tianqiu's voice trembled as he put on a heartbroken expression. "We're brothers, there are some things I just have to say." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Spit it out. Tell me the truth." Zhang Tianqiu's eyes reddened, and he gripped Lin Yi's hand tightly. "That rich woman, oh no, your Taoist partner, she must be quite old, right?" Lin Yi instinctively wanted to refute, but then he thought, how many years has the nine-tailed celestial fox lived? The system notification was indeed 3,000 years old. He is indeed a little bit older than me. A little bit? Zhang Tianqiu was heartbroken and clearly did not believe it. Can they casually produce tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones? A demonic sect elder of this caliber, a reclusive senior like them would be too insignificant to be your great-grandmother. And their personality must be extremely eccentric, tyrannical, even a bit perverted. Lin Yi pictured Tu Shan Wanwan's icy, knife-like eyes, as she threatened to strangle him at the drop of a hat, and silently nodded. "He does have a bad temper, he's always yelling and threatening to kill, and he likes to force me." "I knew it." Zhang Tianqiu slapped his thigh, a look of tragic "I knew it" on his face. He gripped Lin Yi's arm tightly, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "Brother Lin, for the sake of Foundation establishment and the Great Tao, you were actually willing to submit to that wolfish old hag, enduring physical pain and even selling your body. What a heart you have for seeking the Tao." Lin Yi's lips twitched violently. "No, isn't your imagination a bit over the top?" "But..." Zhang Tianqiu abruptly changed the subject, the pity on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by a resolute attitude of "what's the use of trying?" He suddenly leaned close to Lin Yi, his face flushed with fervor, his saliva almost spraying onto Lin Yi's face. "I have a friend, no, brother, I've figured it out. Dignity is bullshit. So what if my spiritual roots are weak? I still want to improve. Brother Lin, since you've already sacrificed yourself for the tiger, could you play matchmaker for me? Does your senior have any sisters or close friends? I'm not picky. Really. Even if she weighs 300 pounds, has a pockmarked face, and likes to use candles and whips, as long as she can help me establish my foundation and give me spirit stones, my life, Zhang Tianqiu's life, is hers." Lin Yi instantly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul seeped out from the crack in the cabinet door behind him. The rare and exotic plants in the courtyard are visibly covered with a layer of white frost. That was killing intent. A tangible killing intent. Chapter 32: The Old and Ugly Witch? Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat and gave him a wink. "Hey, Lao Shang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." But Zhang Tianqiu had clearly fallen into his own logical loop, and found a new direction in life within this loop. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a fanatical light of dedication to the way, and roared. "Brother Lin! I've got it. Cultivating immortality with 5 spiritual roots is too difficult. Setting up a street stall is too arduous. Since you can willingly sacrifice yourself for the Great Tao and endure the torment of that old hag, why can't I, Zhang Tianqiu, a dignified 7-foot man with a superb body and the protection of the Vajra talisman?" The chill behind me was so intense it felt like the air itself was frozen. "No, you can't do it, shut up." Lin Yi reached out to cover his mouth. "I can do it." Zhang Tianqiu shoved Lin Yi aside, his righteous spirit radiating, and roared to the sky. "As long as I can build my foundation, as long as I can get resources, I'd accept anything, even old tree bark or a body covered in hair. Blow out the lamp, close my eyes, and it's all the same. Brother Lin, please introduce me. If your wife has any sisters or close friends, even hundreds of years old widows, as long as they have spirit stone resources, please introduce them to me. I'm not afraid of perverts, I'm just afraid of losing hope in my pursuit of the Tao." That shout resounded across the vast wilderness, echoing over the empty mountaintop. "It's over." Lin Yi closed his eyes in despair. Almost at the same time. Snap. The bedroom door hinges let out a mournful groan, a sound of being squeezed by terrifying pressure. The bright morning light seemed to dim for a moment, and an indescribable chill spread instantly from the cloud courtyard. There was no howling wind, nor any explosion of spiritual energy. Zhang Tianxiu's voice abruptly stopped, as if he had been choked. He stiffly turned his head to look at the cabinet entrance. There, a figure slowly walked out. There was no old hag as I had imagined, nor any hairy monster. In that instant, Zhang Tianxiu felt a stinging pain in his eyes. The woman wore a light purple, flowing gown that was perfectly tailored, highlighting her breathtaking curves. Her original signature silver hair and red eyes were perfectly concealed by the disguise, transforming into cascading black hair and deep amber eyes. She was barefoot, with a delicate silver bell tied to her ankle, which made a clear and melodious sound with each step she took. Sunlight shone on her face, her skin as white as snow, her features so exquisite they seemed to be the work of Nuwa herself. That innate nobility and aloofness instantly made everything around him seem ordinary and vulgar. What does it mean to be exceptionally beautiful? What does it mean to be so beautiful that it could topple kingdoms and cities? Zhang Tianxiu's mind went blank, and he felt as if he could stop breathing. This is no old hag, she is clearly a goddess who has been banished from the heavens to the mortal world. Tu Shan Wanwan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her gaze passing over Lin Yi and landing on Zhang Tianxiu, who had already turned to stone. Her lips curled slightly upward, forming a breathtakingly beautiful smile that could stun anyone, but her eyes held a depth of icy coldness that would never melt. My husband. She walked to Lin Yi's side and reached out her slender arm to take his arm. That soft body pressed against her intimately, but in reality, her fingers had already pinched the soft flesh of Lin Yi's waist hard, even rotating it. Hiss. Lin Yi gasped, but still managed to force a doting smile. Tu Shan Wanwan tilted her head and looked at Zhang Tianxiu. Her voice was soothing yet chilling. Is this the friend of yours that you're looking for, an old, ugly, hairy, perverted old hag? She emphasized every single adjective. Those seemingly gentle eyes clearly conveyed a powerful message. Choose a way for me to die. Zhang Tianxiu looked at Tu Shan Wanwan, who looked like a goddess descending to earth, and then at Lin Yi, who was shrugging helplessly and covered in cold sweat. At that moment, his entire worldview collapsed completely. Is this what is meant by bearing humiliation and carrying heavy burdens? Is this what is known as extreme torture? The stark contrast made his legs go weak, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. It wasn't the Empress's imposing aura that overwhelmed him, but rather the immense psychological gap that crushed him. Heavens above! Zhang Tianxiu let out a mournful cry like a cuckoo crying blood. His eyes, which were now filled with no trace of sympathy, were now filled with jealousy that could burn the 9 heavens. Brother Lin! You call this suffering? Your wife is so stunningly beautiful. This is the ultimate blessing in the cultivation world. I want to suffer like this too. Let me bear this pain. I'm not afraid of being tired. Lin Yi. Tu Shan Wanwan's smile froze for a moment. Clearly, even this powerful empress who reigns supreme in the demon realm was rendered speechless by such shameless masochistic remarks. But after hearing the words peerless beauty, her killing intent subsided slightly. Cough. Lin Yi was afraid that if this guy continued talking, he would really be slapped into a pulp by the enraged empress, so he quickly stepped forward and kicked Zhang Tianxiu in the butt. Get out. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Go back and draw your talismans. Remember, what you just saw, keep it to yourself. Zhang Tianxiu stumbled after being kicked, but dared not linger. His primal instinct for survival told him that this unbelievably beautiful woman was more dangerous than the old hag. Brother Lin, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Next time you have this kind of torturous work, be sure to think of your brother. After Zhang Tianxiu solemnly nodded in agreement, he looked back every few steps, his face filled with utter despair and bitterness, and he scrambled down the mountain to escape. Watching this guy's retreating figure as he finally remembered to run away, Lin Yi's heart suddenly stirred. Zhang Tianxiu had interacted with him in the marketplace before, in full view of everyone. Although it was brief, there were still hidden dangers. Now that Mad Dog Feng Xuangu is about to seal off the city and search for him, this hothead has no place to stay in the inner city and can't leave the outer city. If he wanders around, he might get implicated. Thinking of this, Lin Yi flipped his wrist, and an ancient bronze token appeared in his palm. Then, a streak of light cut through the air and landed above Zhang Tianxiu's figure. He caught it hastily, then turned around with a bewildered look on his face. This is? Lin Yi's voice, transmitted through divine sense, rang clearly and solemnly in his mind. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is a secluded courtyard that I bought with spirit stones when I went out to buy materials, concealing my identity. It has a cave dwelling, a spirit spring, and plenty of spirit food. It's located in the western shantytown of the inner city, in a remote location, and no one knows who owns it. The Azure Sky inner city is a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Remember, go there immediately, activate the restrictions, and lock yourself inside. No matter what happens outside, don't go out. Stay inside and study the talismans. Zheng Tianqiu was stunned, holding the still warm token. In Tianqing City, where land is incredibly valuable, this is not just a token, it's a matter of life and death. 1 second they were jealous that Lin Yi had a sugar daddy, and the next second he gave them a cave dwelling. Zheng Tianqiu slipped and almost knelt down. He ran down the mountain as fast as he could, shouting back with tears streaming down his face. A separate courtyard, with spiritual food and a spiritual spring? Good brother, you even gave me a cave dwelling? Brother Lin. No. Godfather. From this day forward, you are my godfather. I will go into seclusion now and will never cause you any trouble. Hearing the slightly off-key godfather in his mind, Lin Ye's lips twitched, and he shook his head helplessly. Until the figure shouting godfather completely disappeared at the end of the mountain path. The cloud courtyard has returned to tranquility. Lin Yi had just breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him when he felt a tightness around his waist. Tushan Wanwan did not let go. Instead, she pressed even closer, and a faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils, both dangerous and alluring. She raised her head, her eyes, now indifferent, fixed on Lin Yi, and said in a cold voice, "An old hag? Covered in hair? She looks the same as everyone else when the light is blown out? That's a misunderstanding." Lin Yi immediately raised his hands in surrender, his face full of righteous indignation. "This is pure rumor. In my heart, my wife will always be the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world, forever 18 years old. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this, and the sun and moon can attest to it." Snort. If it weren't for the fact that he gave you the talisman, those few words he just said would have been enough for me to extract his soul and burn it like a sky lantern. Tushan Wanwan snorted coldly and finally released her hands from the soft flesh around Lin Ye's waist. She smoothed the strands of hair at her temples, her playful expression instantly vanishing, replaced by a hint of seriousness in her eyes. She turned around, her gaze piercing through the layers of clouds, looking up at the sky above Tianqing City. "It seems trouble is really brewing." Lin Yi followed her gaze. In the distance, the once transparent protective array surrounding Tianqing City was slowly being stained with a faint blood-red color. That is the highest level sealing formation in Zhenyaozi Prefecture City, the blood refining heaven locking formation. You may enter, but you may not leave. The situation is now firmly established, like catching a turtle in a jar. The playful smile on Lin Ye's face gradually disappeared, and his eyes became deep. It seems that Feng Xuangu is determined to dig 3 feet into the ground this time. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Tushan Wanwan glanced at him, a dangerous smile curving her lips. "Scared? Afraid?" Lin Yi chuckled, then reached out and grasped Tushan Wanwan's slightly cool, soft hand, feeling the delicate touch from his palm. "As long as my wife is by my side, even if the sky falls? It can even poke a hole in the sky." Tushan Wanwan paused for a moment, then withdrew her hand, wiped it with disgust, and turned to walk into the house, her skirt swaying and the bells ringing crisply. "Enough talk. If you don't want to die, come in and set up the formation." As she reached the door, she paused slightly, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment and annoyance. She took out a pair of black stockings from her storage ring and tossed them to Lin Yi. "Also, hurry up and fix this. I need to speed up the recovery process. You won't be getting any sleep tonight either." Chapter 33: The 5 Elements Flow and Regenerate. Could this kid be a foundation establisher of the heavenly Tao? The Su residence, in a private meeting room. The light was dim, and a few ever-burning lamps flickered in the shadows, casting the shadows of the crowd in a ghostly, distorted manner. The atmosphere was heavy. "You mean, he ignored the pressure and casually punched you, shattering your protective spiritual energy and breaking 3 of your ribs?" Su Lon, the head of the Su family, sat in a grand chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrests, making a muffled sound. His brows were furrowed, his gaze fixed on Lu Changhe kneeling below. At this moment, Lu Changhe no longer possessed any of the demeanor of someone who had just completed the foundation establishment stage. His face was ashen, and he clutched his chest. "Master, it's absolutely true." Lu Changhe's voice trembled, and lingering fear remained in his eyes, as if that punch had shattered not only his ribs but also his Tao heart. "The most sinister thing isn't its power, but that spiritual energy. Ordinary cultivators, even golden core ancestors, inevitably have attribute biases or impurities in their spiritual power. But that kid's spiritual power flows with the 5 elements, endlessly, and contains obscure Taoist techniques. Although I am a foundation establishment cultivator in the human realm, I am a genuine foundation establishment perfection cultivator. But in front of him, I feel like all the decades of immortal cultivation I've done have been for nothing. Foundation building is also divided into the human way, the earth way, the heaven way, and perfection. With each step down, the level of spiritual power changes dramatically. A foundation establishment cultivator in the early stages can fight against a foundation establishment perfection cultivator. An underground passage? No, could this kid be at the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment stage? Su Long gasped, his fingers tapping the armrest abruptly stopping. The 5 elements flow and regenerate endlessly. Common knowledge in the cultivation world, those with 5 spiritual roots are useless. However, ancient books record that if someone can cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously and achieve perfect balance, then they are an extraordinary genius. However, only one such cultivator has appeared in tens of millions of years, and that person is said to have reached the Emperor realm. Is this possible? These speculations, applied to a rogue cultivator who had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refining a week ago, are utterly absurd. Master. Outside the door, a trusted spy rushed in, knelt on one knee, and looked flustered. The Demon Suppression Division has made a big move. All the troops chasing outside the city have withdrawn and are sealing off the 4 gates. It is said that Chief Feng found nothing outside the city. That great demon didn't run away at all, but hid back in the inner city. Snap. The warm spirit jade in Su Long's hand was actually crushed by him. A flash of lightning seemed to strike the old fox's mind, instantly connecting all the scattered clues. A terrifying, unknown powerhouse. A rogue cultivator who suddenly becomes rich. A mysterious female relative who has never shown herself since entering the mansion, yet exudes a terrifying aura. The Demon Suppression Bureau is conducting a city-wide manhunt for a severely injured demon. There are only 2 possibilities. Su Long suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the hall, his steps hurried. First, behind Lin Yi, there truly is a reclusive old monster at the nascent soul stage or above, who travels around taking disciples and has taken a liking to Lin Yi, this unpolished gem, and is helping him defy fate. He stopped and lowered his voice to a whisper. Secondly, the great demon living in that cloud villa is the one that the Demon Suppression Division is searching for all over the city. The secret room was completely silent. You could even hear everyone's heartbeats. If it's the former, the Su family is someone they can't afford to offend. If it's the latter, then it's also an official matter for the Demon Suppression Division. Master, what about the 3rd young master's grudge? The scout asked cautiously. Enmity my ass. Su Long kicked the scout in the shoulder, his face contorted with rage. Are you trying to hasten the demise of the Su family by bringing this up now? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, his eyes flashing with the shrewdness and decisiveness unique to an old fox. Pass down my order. Cut off all covert operations targeting Lin Yi. Withdraw all the spies we sent to monitor him. If they are discovered, they shall commit suicide to atone for their sins. Besides, Su Long gritted his teeth, as if cutting off a piece of his own flesh. Go to the storeroom again and pick out 5 3rd-tier calming herbs, plus 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Send them to the Cloud Pavilion immediately. Lu Changhe's eyes widened, and he spoke without regard for the pain. I only asked for 3 times the compensation, is that really necessary? Su Long's eyes were sinister as he sneered. Idiot, that was an apology just now, this is a pledge of loyalty. These tests have basically confirmed that the cultivator's nascent soul cultivation. If he's an old monster, we're just being sensible. If he's a great demon, we're just making a good connection. Regardless of whether the Demon Suppression Division wins or loses, the Su family must step back from the game and become spectators. Once Master Qinghan arrives, we'll have the true immortal perform a divination before discussing countermeasures. On the other side, at the Li residence. Compared to Su Long's shrewd calculations, Gu Yi, the elder of the Zixia sect, was like a hungry wolf trapped in a cage, restless and anxious. The city is under lockdown. Damn Feng Xuangu, how dare he lock down the city? Gula shattered the window frame with a single blow, sending splinters flying. His face contorted as he watched the darkening sky outside. His original plan was flawless. He would use the heavenly demon blood crystal at the auction a few days later as bait to lure the heavily injured demon out. They made advanced preparations to suppress the situation with swift and decisive measures, thus monopolizing this extraordinary opportunity. That was a golden core demon of decent quality. How many longevity pills could be refined from its demon blood? Besides, the demon core was a great opportunity for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. If it were a female, capturing it and turning it into a furnace would be incredibly intoxicating. A greedy red glint flashed in Gua's eyes. But now, the Demon Suppression Division has interfered. Once that madman Feng Xuangu launches a city-wide manhunt, even if that great demon is hiding deep inside, it will be unearthed. At that time, where will Guha have a share? Master. Li Tang, who had just recovered from his injuries, glared at Gu He with eyes full of resentment. Could Lin Yi be a puppet of a great demon? And that cloud pavilion? Shut up, you idiot! Guha suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with a frightening ferocity. You dare mention that place? There are at least 2 or 3 factions eyeing it right now. What if we go there now and the Demon Suppression Division mistakes us for being accomplices of the demons? He paced around the room twice before finally stopping, a ruthless glint in his eyes. It won't be so easy for Feng Xuangu to devour it all at once. A great demon on the verge of death will launch a counterattack, which will surely cause great chaos. After struggling for a moment, he took out a communication jade slip from his sleeve and sent a divine thought into it. Fortune favors the bold. It seems I'll have to let my senior brother share the spoils. If I can't be the hunter, I'll be the lurking prey. Dusk. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by thick dark clouds, and Tianqing City seemed to fall into eternal night. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder came not from the sky, but from the 4 corners of the city. Countless cultivators in the city looked up in horror, only to see 4 thick, blood-red pillars of light shooting into the sky from the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north, colliding violently at a height of 1,000 feet. Immediately afterwards, a huge light screen flowing with scarlet runes, like an overturned bowl of blood, enveloped the entire azure inner city. The Third Order trapping and killing formation blood refining lock heaven. The ordinary people and low-level cultivators on the street instantly felt a tightness in their chests, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. An intense sense of oppression and murderous aura permeated every inch of air as the blood-red light curtain fell. My God, that's a blood-refining array. Is the Demon Suppression Division going to massacre the entire city? Shut up. Do you want to die? That's used to trap and kill great demons. Go home quickly. Lock the door. Don't come out no matter what noise you hear. Panic spread like a plague. The once bustling street instantly became deserted, with only the cold wind swirling withered leaves on the empty bluestone slabs. A storm was brewing, and the whole city was in a state of panic. Chapter 34 The King of Hell's Roll Call, the name of the demon puppet. The Demon Suppression Bureau, Main Hall. There were no lights here, only huge bronze basins on both sides burning with demonic fire, illuminating the hall with flickering light, making it resemble the hall of the underworld. All the demon-suppressing guards have returned. Smack! A heavy iron table weighing over 1,000 pounds was smashed into dust by a large hand covered with a black and gold armguard. A bunch of useless idiots. Good-for-nothings. The roar was like muffled thunder, shaking the dust off the ceiling of the lobby. Feng Xuangu, clad in heavy armor, sat imposingly in the main seat. At this moment, the Yama King, who had reached the golden core stage, had bloodshot eyes and his body was filled with a palpable aura of malevolence. I've been tricked. Feng Xuangu had guarded Tianqing City for decades, yet he was tricked by a severely wounded beast into a faint, leaving his large army stranded outside the city in a mess. Master, please calm your anger. Below the hall, dozens of demon-suppressing guards dressed in flying fish robes knelt on one knee, the sound of their armor plates clashing in unison, yet none of them dared to raise their heads. Calm down? How can I calm down? Feng Xuangu stood up, his black cloak billowing as if there was no wind. I've already informed Lord Shui. The Great Formation will be activated for 3 days. If that beast isn't dragged out within 3 days, I'll skin you alive and hang your skins on the city walls. Master, master. A trembling voice came from the corner. Wang Badian, with disheveled hair, crawled on his knees to the center of the hall and kowtowed heavily. Your subordinate. Your subordinate has crucial information to report. If it is false, I am willing to be torn to pieces and have my soul extracted and refined. Feng Xuangu glanced at him coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Speak. Wang Badian trembled, but he knew this was his only chance to settle personal scores and turn the tables. He raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. Master. I was ordered to search the inner city today and discovered an extremely unusual place, the Cloud Pavilion. The resident's name was Lin Yi. Just 3 days ago, he was a chi refining waste who couldn't even afford rent, suffering all kinds of bullying and penniless. But on the very night that Great Demon's aura appeared, this man suddenly became rich overnight. He brought along a mysterious female cultivator and spent 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a luxury mansion in full without even blinking an eye. Wang Beishan's voice was shrill and piercing, each word cutting to the heart. The most suspicious thing is that, because I suspected his origins were illegitimate, I went to investigate, and the result was. Although Lin Yi's cultivation was weak, there was an extremely terrifying aura hidden inside the house. That person didn't even show himself, but with just a few words, he shattered my subordinate's spiritual weapon and even severely damaged my subordinate's soul. He suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing a hideous bruise on his chest, a mark left by the aftershocks of the soul-capturing bell. My lord, please look. This is definitely not a righteous method. I suspect that Lin Yi has already been possessed, or he is simply a demon puppet used by that great demon to deceive others. The lobby was deathly silent. Demon puppet. The demon race's usual tactic is to control human cultivators, gather resources for them, provide them with protection, and act as their shadows walking in the sunlight. Feng Xuangu's eyes narrowed slightly, and killing intent gathered deep in his pupils. Interesting. Master, that matches up. Just then, the middle-aged scholar who had been standing beside Feng Xuangu, gently waving a feather fan, stepped out. This man was fair-skinned and beardless, with sinister eyes. He was none other than Zhao Yinhai, the deputy director of the Demon Suppression Division and a notorious cunning strategist. He walked to the huge map hanging on the wall, and with a gentle tap of his feather fan, landed at the most central location of the inner city, the Cloud Courtyard. When a great demon is seriously injured, besides needing blood and food, what it needs most is rich spiritual energy to heal its wounds. Zhao Yinhai's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he had seen through everything. The Cloud Courtyard, a cave dwelling within the inner city, is built on a micro-spiritual vein. Its spiritual energy concentration is 5 times that of the outside world, making it an excellent place to recuperate. Moreover, the great demon is currently weak and dares not use its demonic power. It must need a lowly, inconspicuous, and socially simple substitute to travel outside and buy healing medicine for it. A chi-refining cultivator, looked down upon by everyone, suddenly becomes rich, buys a mansion, and hides an unregistered powerful figure inside. Zhao Yinhai turned around abruptly, slapping his folding fan against his palm with a crisp sound. Perfect match. That Lin Yi is undoubtedly a demon puppet. Undoubtedly a demon puppet. And that great demon is currently hiding in the Cloud Courtyard, barely clinging to life. Logical closed loop. It fits perfectly and is flawless. If Lin Yi were here, he probably wouldn't be able to resist applauding this poison master. Aside from exaggerating the extent of weakness by calling living off a woman a demonic puppet, the other inferences are outrageously accurate. Good. 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 Feng Xuangu said good 3 times in a row, and with each word, his murderous aura intensified. He strode down from the platform and grabbed the command arrow from the table. Issue my order. Assemble all demon suppressing guards, and bring tier 3 magic breaking crossbows. Immediately surround the Cloud Pavilion. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. If Lin Yi dares to utter a single word of nonsense, I will blast him and his cave to the ground. Yes. Dozens of demon suppressing guards roared in unison, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Wang Badian knelt on the ground, listening to the deafening roar, a vicious smile spreading across his lips. Lin Yi. Regardless of whether you are a demon puppet or not, regardless of who stands behind you. Before the army of the Demon Suppression Division, before Yama, who has reached the Golden Core stage, you only have one path, death. When the time comes, I'll extract your soul and turn it into a soul puppet to be sacrificed to Batu every day. Cloud Courtyard. The outside world was filled with blood and the air thick with murderous intent. But at the very heart of this storm, a strange warmth was revealed? Perhaps absurd would be a more accurate description. Inside the bedroom, red candles flickered, and a warm fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Yi was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, circulating flames to refine materials while concentrating on repairing a piece of black fabric as thin as a cicada's wing using an extremely fine spiritual needle. This is the same black stockings from before. Because the battle last night was too intense, and because of the Empress's profound skill, this magical artifact, which only had conceptual level defense, unfortunately tore a few threads at the thigh. Hey! Xiao, I feel like someone was cursing at me just now. Hurry up and finish it. I've almost finished setting up the formation, and you're still dawdling around. Chapter 35. The Demon Suppression Division arrived just as the black stockings were sewn up. The atmosphere at the entrance of the cloud courtyard was somewhat eerie. Several furtive figures stopped in front of the array that shimmered with five-colored light. The elderly man leading the group was dressed in fine clothes, but at this moment he was hunching over with his neck shrunk. It was none other than the eldest elder of the Su family, Su Changqing. Two Su family stewards followed behind him, each carrying a half-person high mahogany gift box. Elder, are we really not going to knock? One of the deacons swallowed hard, looking at the formidable-looking array before him, his voice trembling. Su Changqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, then turned around and glared at him. What are you banging on? Don't you know the rules? He lowered his voice, speaking in the tone of someone who had been through it all. The patriarch said that the person in this cloud courtyard, even if he isn't that great demon, is definitely a powerful figure that our Su family can't afford to offend. High-ranking individuals cultivate in seclusion, and the most taboo thing is making a fuss. As he spoke, this usually arrogant mid-stage Golden Core expert straightened his clothes and respectfully performed a junior's salute towards the tightly closed courtyard gate. Elder Su Changqing of the Su family, on the orders of the family head, has come to offer this additional apology. The clan's elder was blind and offended you, young master, and the family head has already severely punished him. We hope that young Master Lin will forgive him. The sound, imbued with spiritual energy, gently penetrated the outer perimeter of the formation and entered. However, 10 breaths passed. There wasn't a sound in the courtyard, only the chirping of a few unknown birds. Su Changqing maintained the bowing posture, his back was almost aching, and his heart was pounding with anxiety. Could it be that man is still angry? At this moment, inside the bedroom of the cloud courtyard, the atmosphere was indeed tense, but it was completely different from what Su Changqing had imagined. Lin Yi was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, covered in sweat, with a serious expression. He held a tiny spirit needle in his hand, a faint but pure foxfire dancing at his fingertips. Before him lay a piece of black fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, exuding a faint, subtle fragrance. Damn it, this phantom black silk is made of deep-sea shark gauze mixed with celestial silkworm silk. It's too tough. Once it breaks, the repair difficulty is even higher than the refining difficulty. Lin Yi held his breath and concentrated, the sweat on his forehead sliding into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he didn't dare to blink even once. Just as they were about to connect the last two spiritual energy nodes, Elder Su Changqing of the Su family requests an audience. A slightly obsequious voice suddenly entered my ears. Lin Ye's hand trembled. Sizzle. The needle veered slightly off course, and the foxfire instantly severed a thread as thin as a hair. All our efforts were in vain. Seeing the interface that had to be remelted again, he broke down. This is like working like a beast of burden in your past life, forgetting to press Ctrl plus S regularly, and then the power goes out. This is a lifesaver that will determine the efficiency of my healing tonight. He has focused his efforts on this artwork for so long. Being interrupted at this moment, an unnamed anger instantly surged to the top of his head. Put the things by the door. Lin Yi didn't even raise his head, and roared angrily, his tone full of the rage of being interrupted while casting a spell. Get out of here. After shouting that, he immediately composed himself and threw himself back into the task of restoring the great work of art. Outside the door, Su Changqing was startled. The two deacons' expressions changed, and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. Elder, this Lin Yi is too arrogant. You are a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, and he didn't even show his face, telling us to get lost? Su Changqing suddenly straightened up and slapped the steward across the face. Shut up. Snap. It was crisp and clear. Su Changqing was not angry at all. Instead, his face showed an almost fanatical reverence, and his voice trembled with excitement. You don't know anything. I am a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. I am one of the top Golden Core cultivators in Tianqing City. But just now, when he told me to get lost, was the impatience in his tone fake? He genuinely thought I was an annoying fly. Su Changqing took a deep breath, his eyes filled with certainty. Only those geniuses with absolute backing would be so disdainful of Golden Core cultivators. That's the confidence of a strong person. The patriarch guessed correctly, there's definitely an old monster at the nascent soul stage behind him. As he was speaking, he suddenly looked up at the terrifying blood-red spiritual energy fluctuation in the distant sky, and his expression changed drastically. Those mad dogs from the Demon Suppression Division are coming soon. Put your things down and get out of here. The three of them put down the gift box and, like startled rabbits, disappeared at the end of the mountain path in the blink of an eye. Inside the bedroom, Lin Yi spared a sliver of his mind and impatiently manipulated the formation to suck the apology into the courtyard. Then, without even glancing at it, he continued to bury himself in his work. A moment later. Call. He let out a long sigh and extinguished the foxfire at his fingertips. The black fabric in his hand was now shimmering with a faint, eerie light, and the tear that had opened on the side of his thigh had healed perfectly. Because of the remelting, it even has a dark gold pattern, making it look more mysterious and alluring. Absolutely artistic production. Lin Yi swallowed hard, feeling that this thing was more deadly than any defensive magic weapon. Are you done yet? A lazy yet chilling voice came from behind. Tushan Wanwan lay on her side on the soft couch, wearing only a scarlet light gauze nightgown, her snow-white skin faintly visible. She was barefoot, her perfect jade-like legs crossed and gently swaying. The silver bells on her ankles made a crisp ding-a-ling sound, each one like a tap on Lin Yi's heart. Although her posture was alluring, the impatience in her eyes was almost overflowing. Okay. Lin Yi quickly picked up the bundle of black stockings and ran over. Do I have to teach you how to do it? Tushan Wanwan glanced at him, stretched out her left leg, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and gently tapped his chest with her toe. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and she tremblingly unfolded the thin fabric. It feels smooth and slightly cool to the touch, with an amazing tactile sensation. As he slowly moved upwards, the black veil clung tightly to the Empress's calves and knees like a second skin. The flowing lines are depicted with exquisite detail, and the subtle, hazy effect is simply visually overwhelming. Hiss. Lin Yi gasped, feeling a warm sensation in his nasal cavity. As the hand moves upwards, some contact is inevitable. Those legs are truly captivating. If the Empress were willing to reveal one or two white fox tails, the sight would be. Oh, just thinking about it makes the little rascal a little excited. This could be incorporated into the weapon crafting plan. Maybe we can make a hole in a key part of the magic weapon next time? Ding. Detected that your Taoist partner is equipped with the special magic artifact Phantom Black Silk repaired version. Interaction interest increased by 80%, and dual cultivation efficiency is expected to increase by 60%. The system notification sounded at just the right moment, as if giving Lin Yi a shot of adrenaline. Just as this enchanting atmosphere was about to reach its peak. Boom! A deafening roar, like a thunderclap from the heavens, slammed down on the top of the cloud courtyard. The entire room shook violently, and the teacups on the table clattered. A roar filled with savage killing intent, carrying the terrifying pressure of a golden core cultivator at the peak of perfection, still made people's eardrums ache even after passing through layers of formations. You wicked Lin Yi! Colluding with the demon race and acting as a demon puppet. I, Feng Xuangu, the head of the Demon Suppression Division, am here today to eliminate this treacherous villain. Come out and face your death. Chapter 36. We've been fighting for ages, and you guys were inside. Startled by the sound, Lin Yi involuntarily turned to look out the window. Above the courtyard, dozens of flying boats covered in runes hovered, while hundreds of cultivators dressed in demon-suppressing robes held heavy crossbows of the Xian rank magic weapon, exuding a murderous aura. The leader, clad in black armor and wielding a spirit blade, was surrounded by a bloody aura. He looked down at the crowd like a demon god, and was none other than Feng Xuangu, known as King Feng Yama. Gulp. Lin Yi swallowed hard. He was initially full of confidence, but when he actually saw this power, he instinctively felt a pang of fear. Is this the official violent institution of the Great Zhou dynasty? This sense of oppression was far beyond what Wang Badian and Elder Su, the chicken-headed elder, could ever match. Even though he knew his wife was the Demon Empress, she was still seriously injured. Those densely packed, third-tier crossbows, each as thick as an arm, shimmered with spiritual energy. If they were fired in unison, even a person made of iron would be riddled with holes. Mother, my wife. Lin Yi's voice was a little tense, and he instinctively reached for his life-saving trump card in his storage bag. This time it seems like they're serious. That's a golden core cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, and they also have an entire demon suppression division. Don't move. Tushan Wanwan's voice remained steady, and even her heartbeat didn't falter in the slightest. She looked down at the black stockings she had only half pulled on, her brows furrowed, clearly extremely displeased at being interrupted. Keep wearing it. She commanded. Ah. Lin Yi was stunned. Outside. As I said, continue. Tushan Wanwan slowly raised her head, and a flash of crimson demonic light appeared deep within her eyes, which were disguised as amber. She glanced at the overwhelming spectacle outside the window, a cold, contemptuous smile playing on her lips. They're nothing but a swarm of noisy flies. In my prime, this kind of person wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my maid's shoes. Although we are now in a precarious situation, this 9 revolutions illusion moon formation is a closely guarded secret of my Qingqiu lineage. How could a bunch of golden core ants break it so easily? As she spoke, a thought flickered in her mind, and her right foot, which wasn't wearing black stockings, lightly touched the air. Bite! The bell rang crisply. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The array light screen, which was originally flowing with colorful light and blocking the view, suddenly lost its light and became completely transparent. It was as if the roof had suddenly disappeared. The terrifying scene outside was presented to me in high definition and without any blurring. Feng Xuangu raised his long sword high and roared as he gave the order. Bomb! Smash this tortoise shell! Tear that monster to pieces! Swish swish! Hundreds and thousands of crossbow bolts, trailing long flames, rained down like a storm. Boom boom boom! Flames shot into the sky, and the shockwave from the explosion even uprooted all the trees on several surrounding hills. However, this devastating attack seemed to sink into the sea when it touched the thin, transparent light curtain above the villa. The light barrier merely rippled slightly before swallowing up all the attacks. Even more bizarrely, the sound disappeared. The deafening explosions and shouts of battle were completely silenced in that instant. Outside the window was a scene of carnage, a chaotic and devastating spectacle. Inside the window, however, was a tranquil haven, where red candles burned quietly and a pin drop could be heard. This extreme sense of separation left Lin Yi feeling somewhat dazed for a moment. He looked at the huge fireworks of spiritual energy exploding directly above his head, feeling as if he were watching a silent film. Is it pretty? Tushan Wanwan's voice rang out softly. Lin Yi nodded subconsciously. So, beautiful. Then consider it my invitation to watch the fireworks. Tushan Wanwan suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Yi's collar. An irresistible force struck, causing Lin Yi to lose his balance and fall face first onto the soft brocade couch. A fragrant breeze wafts through the air, and the soft jade exudes a warm, pleasant aroma. The Empress looked down at him, her hands resting on either side of his ears, her long, flowing hair cascading down, the ends tickling Lin Yi's neck. At this moment, her background is filled with the flames of explosions and countless ferocious, roaring demon suppressing guards. But in her eyes, there was only the man beneath her. Ignore those flies. Tushan Wanwan's eyes were hazy and dangerous, carrying a suffocating aggressiveness. Those long legs, finely clad in black stockings, wrapped around Lin Yi's waist. This magical artifact is just right if we don't use it now, when will we? She stuck out her tongue and gently licked her red lips, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Her voice was sweet and seductive, yet it carried a threat that sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. If you can't help me recover to the late golden core stage before these good-for-nothings break through this tortoise shell, I'll throw you out to be sacrificed in the array. Lin Yi looked at the stunningly beautiful face before him, then glanced out the window at Feng Xuangu, who was red-faced and flailing his long sword as if performing a pantomime. An absurdly thrilling sensation shot straight to the top of my head. He's attacking with all his might outside, while we're inside. No, this little fox has this kind of quirk. This gigolo is not only delicious, but it's also damn hot. Who can withstand this? Yes, yes. For my wife's cultivation, I'll risk it all. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Screw the Demon Suppression Bureau. Screw the cultivation world. The world is vast, but my wife's cultivation is the greatest. Lin Yi embraced the Empress from behind, and the yin-yang meridian within his body began to circulate rapidly. With the special enhancement of the artistic artifact, a powerful surge of primordial yang energy erupted instantly. Tushan Wanwan let out a satisfied hum and flicked her finger. Puff. The red candle went out. The brocade curtains fell, concealing the spring light from the room. At this very moment, outside the villa. Boom! 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 The Tier 3 breaking formation crossbows unleashed their firepower relentlessly, as if they were free. Each strike could easily pierce through the defenses of a Foundation establishment cultivator. With thousands of crossbow bolts fired simultaneously, even a cultivator in the early golden core stage would have to temporarily avoid its edge. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Badian was secretly delighted. Lin Yi, just wait until I rip out your soul. Tyranny, I'll avenge you today. After a brief attack, Feng Xuangu floated in mid-air, finally unable to restrain himself. He unleashed a series of blood-red sword energies, each 100 feet long, with his long sword, slashing fiercely at the transparent light barrier. However, a scene that shattered his composure occurred. That seemingly thin, gossamer thin light barrier was incredibly resilient. No matter how much it was bombarded, it only caused ripples, showing no signs of breaking. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? Feng Xian was panting heavily, and his hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. That concentrated barrage just now was enough to flatten half of the inner city. Yet this dilapidated courtyard is completely unscathed? Just then, Zhao Yinhai, who was standing next to him, suddenly pointed downwards, his voice slightly distorted. Master, master. Look! Feng Xuangu followed his finger and looked. Through the suddenly transparent array light screen, although the specific face could not be seen clearly, a part of the shadow reflected in the window of the master bedroom could be vaguely seen. The light that was just on suddenly went out. Immediately afterwards, the curtains were drawn, and only half of a person's figure could be vaguely seen overlapping on the bed. Although you can only see half of it, and you can't even see the body clearly, everyone who has tried it knows that they're not stupid. The whole world seemed to freeze for a second. The hundreds of demon-suppressing guards present froze in their movements, exchanging bewildered glances, wondering if they had been under an illusion. We fought desperately outside, giving it our all. You guys turned off the lights and went to sleep? They even used the deafening sound of artillery fire as a drumbeat for celebration? This is like two armies facing off, with war drums beating loudly on one side, while the other side is setting up a bed in front of the battle lines and starting their wedding night? Puff! Wang Badian felt as if he had been hit hard in the chest by a sledgehammer, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the railing of the flying boat. His eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, and his disbelief instantly transformed into overwhelming resentment and madness. Lin Yi! You beast! Wang Badian frantically pulled at his hair, his whole body trembling violently, clearly extremely angry. You killed Tyranny, and you're not afraid at all? You're still inside, and you're still having sex with women inside? This stark contrast completely shattered Wang Badian's mental state. On one hand, there is the sorrow of her own brother's tragic death. On the other hand, there is the pleasure of her enemy's lover's company. This is hardly ignoring. This is clearly tearing off Wang Badian's face and throwing it on the ground, then rubbing it against the rhythm of this despicable couple. We fought this battle with everything we had, giving it our all. This is like two armies facing off, with war drums beating loudly on one side, while the other side is setting up a bed in front of the battle lines and starting their wedding night? Of course, he wasn't the only one who was furious. Puff! Feng Xuangu felt a tightness in his chest, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. A blatant insult. This is an utterly disgraceful disgrace. He, the dignified head of the Demon Suppression Division and a master cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage, led hundreds of elite troops to the city gates. As a result, they didn't even give him a second glance, and simply treated him as a firework to enhance the pleasure of dual cultivation? This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Feng Xuangu's eyes turned bloodshot, his hair stood on end, and he let out a beast-like roar, completely breaking down. Give me the Tong Yuan token. No matter what kind of monster is hiding inside. Even if it costs me 10 years of my lifespan, I will still unleash a strike from a nascent soul ancestor. Burn those two bastards to smithereens. Chapter 37 Nascent Soul Strike. The night wind howled, stirring up the smoke of battle throughout the city. On the eastern side of the inner city, atop a tower called Star-Picking Tower, two figures stood like ghosts, taking advantage of the darkness and concealment talismans. The old man on the left was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. He was Gu He, an outer sect elder of the Zixiao sect. Standing half a body length in front of him was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, with his hands behind his back. With a deep and unfathomable aura, he was Zhao Yuan, a powerful elder of the Zixiao sect's inner sect, who had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. The two stood high above, looking down at the cloud-top villa below, which was glowing red with the firelight. Junior brother. Zhao Yuan frowned, his gaze fixed on the transparent light shield that remained motionless amidst the raging gunfire, his tone tinged with suspicion. Are you sure that was a severely wounded and dying demon? What kind of demon could set up such a formation that even I can't see through? Although he was not present at the scene, he could feel the profound energy flowing through the great formation from several miles away. That rhythm, seemingly integrated with heaven and earth, could not be created by an ordinary golden core demon cultivator through array plates. Upon hearing this, Guha felt a little uneasy. This formation was indeed ridiculously tough, but he was unwilling to give up the prize he had almost obtained, and even less willing to show weakness in front of his senior brother, so he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Don't worry, senior brother. That kid is only at the 3rd level of chi refining, yet he was able to shatter my foundation establishment disciples' withered wood energy and trigger the bloodline fear of the crimson flame Qilin. This is definitely the aura of a high-ranking demon. At this point, a fierce greed gleamed in Guha's eyes. Senior brother, look. The stronger this formation is, the higher the quality of the demon core inside the demon, and it might even have a treasure born with it. I had already laid the bait of the heavenly demon blood essence. If the demon suppression division Han Ti suddenly sealed off the city, I wouldn't have invited you to share in such wealth. Fortune favors the bold. Upon hearing this, the fear in Zhao Yuan's eyes was instantly replaced by greed. He looked down at Feng Xuangu, who had gone mad, with a cold smile. That's true. Even a centipede doesn't die easily. But such a high-level formation consumes astronomical amounts of spirit stones every breath. That was a heavily injured demon. We'll wear it down eventually. When Feng Xuangu breaks the formation, that demon will be finished. At that time, if the two of us join forces, even Feng Yanwang will have to take a share. The two exchanged a glance, like two cold, cunning orioles, quietly awaiting the fate of the mantis stalking the cicada. However, the next moment, Zhao Yuan's expression changed drastically. Madman. Above the cloud villa. Feng Xuangu's long hair danced wildly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he tightly gripped the dark gold Tongyuan token in his hand. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation was burning his sanity. Since you two are going to make love in front of me inside, then I'll send you to the underworld to become a pair of doomed lovers. I offer 10 years of my lifespan to invite the ancestral spirit to descend. Feng Xuangu suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood, brimming with life force, onto the token. Buzz. The world suddenly fell silent. The once bustling battlefield seemed to have been silenced. All sounds of wind, fire, and even the breathing of the people vanished in an instant. A terrifying will that transcends all living beings awakens from that small token. That is... Zhao Yuan and Gu He, who were far away, had their pupils contract sharply and nearly fell off the eaves. A dark crack was torn open in the night sky. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius was instantly drained, transforming into a visible azure storm that converged towards the crack. All the foundation establishment cultivators, even those far apart, felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. They immediately coughed up blood and knelt down, not even having the courage to raise their heads. That is absolute suppression at the level of life. A huge finger, as if carved from jade, slowly emerged from the void. The fingerprints were clearly visible, each line containing a destructive Taoist aura. It didn't rush to fall merely hovering in mid-air, its terrifying pressure caused the ground around the cloud courtyard to begin to crack inch by inch. Tongyuan Decree. Nascent Soul Strike. Zhao Yuan gasped, his voice dry and trembling. That madman Feng Xuangu. He actually used his trump card to deal with a turtle in a jar. With this attack, not only will the prodigy be flattened, but half of the inner city will be leveled. Guha broke out in a cold sweat, secretly relieved that he hadn't been the one to stick his neck out. Under this attack from a nascent soul cultivator, even a golden core cultivator is as insignificant as an ant. Above the villa. The massive, jade-like finger did not rush to fall. Instead, it lowered itself slowly with an arrogant air of judging ants. With each inch of downward pressure, the void emitted a crisp sound similar to shattering glass. The 9 Revolutions Illusion Moon Array light screen, which the cloud courtyard was so proud of, began to twist violently under the crushing force of this nascent soul-level law, like a candle flame about to be extinguished in a storm. Die. All of you, die for me. Feng Xuangu was disheveled, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, the price of burning 10 years of his lifespan. But he laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with the satisfaction of revenge. In his view, with this one finger strike, not only would the magic array below be destroyed, but the land within a radius of several miles would also be shaved off by 3 feet. Inside the house. While the outside world was experiencing cataclysmic events, here, spring tides brought rain. The heart-shaped bell swayed incessantly, at an astonishingly fast pace. As someone in the early stages of foundation establishment, feeling the impending blow from a nascent soul cultivator above his head, Lin Ye's forehead veins bulged and sweat poured down his face. Tushan Wanwan didn't speak, so he couldn't stop. This isn't cultivating immortality, it's practically a race against death. Ding. Detected partner's emotional fluctuation annoyance. Healing efficiency increased by 20%. Ding. External high-pressure environment detected. Host's survival instinct kicks in, and spiritual energy transfer speed breaks through limits. The system notification sounded like a death knell in my mind. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, and with the final, urgent ringing of the bell, the vast primordial yang energy that had been accumulating within his body was transported along the circulatory pathway of the yin-yang meridian. With a slight tremor from Tu Shan Wan Wan, a visible shockwave exploded inside the brocade tent, extinguishing the red candles and causing the light gauze to flutter wildly. Dual cultivation complete. Current progress 100%. Congratulations, host. The heart-devouring nether poison within your Taoist companion Tu Shan Wan Wan has been suppressed once again, and her cultivation has recovered to the late golden core stage. Sharpshooter talent activation. If the judgment fails, the probability increases to 30%. Huff, huff. Lin Yi had just entered a state of enlightenment. But he didn't care about resting at all and turned to look out the window. That giant jade finger was less than 5 zheng away from the array's light. A terrifying pressure seeped through the array, and the teacup on the table instantly shattered into powder. Mother, wife? Lin Yi's voice was dry. Is this the legendary nascent soul strike? Faced with this power, he, who had just established his foundation, felt like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, ridiculously insignificant. The brocade quilt beside her slipped down, and a lotus root arm, as beautiful as snow, slowly stretched out. Tu Shan Wan Wan slowly opened her eyes, her red pupils showing only extreme displeasure at being disturbed. She glanced at the finger above her head and frowned slightly. It's so noisy. Chapter 38. The Jade Pool Palace Mistress's Little Toy. Tu Shan Wan Wan sat up, the brocade quilt slipped off, revealing a large expanse of breathtakingly white skin on her chest. Facing the devastating blow about to fall from above, she didn't even bother to put on her clothes, simply flipping them over casually. An ancient, weathered bamboo slip, seemingly devoid of any spiritual energy, appeared in her palm. With my current demonic power, it's still too much to use my innate divine abilities. If I leak my aura and attract those old fogies from the upper realm, it will be troublesome. Tu Shan Wan Wan casually toyed with the bamboo slips, a hint of reminiscence and mockery playing on her lips. Perfect timing. This is the thing that silly woman forced on me before I went to the Celestial Palace, saying I should keep it for self-defense. I never thought I'd ever need anything from the human race in my life, but today I'm going to have to use her name to do her a favor. Before he could finish speaking, she flicked her slender fingers lightly. Call out. The bamboo simplified into a streak of light, ignoring the laws of physics as it pierced through the 9 revolutions illusion moon array, heading straight for the world-destroying giant jade finger. Lin Yi's eyes widened. What is that? Tu Shan Wan Wan yawned, lay back down in her warm bed, and said in a lazy voice. It's nothing, just a silly woman's toy that even a foot washing maid wouldn't want. Outside, murderous intent was boiling. Feng Xuangu looked at the faint stream of light flying out of the house and let out a sinister laugh. A desperate struggle. Before the power of a nascent soul ancestor, all magical artifacts are useless. What? The sinister smile froze on his face. The bamboo slip exploded the moment it touched the area of pressure exerted by the giant jade finger. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only one sword cry rang out. Buzz. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to resonate deep within everyone's soul. Immediately afterwards, a giant sword phantom appeared between heaven and earth. It has no fancy patterns and no trace of evil. Yes, it is the mighty, powerful, and righteous spirit of the human race. And a wild and untamed essence that commands the heavens and earth to submit. Heavenly Sword Chi. Faced with this aura, Feng Xuangu's so-called nascent soul attack was like a beggar encountering a king, instantly weakening. Cut. A clear, cold murmur seemed to echo from the void. The greatsword was swung lightly. There was no dazzling sword light, only a simple and profound erasure. Click. A crisp sound echoed throughout the city. Before everyone's stunned gazes, the giant jade finger that carried 10 years of Feng Xuangu's lifespan and was powerful enough to destroy half of the inner city shattered inch by inch. It's like a block of tofu being smashed by a hammer. It's not just about cracking, it's about being completely disintegrated, assimilated, and ultimately disappearing into nothingness. Put. Before the shockwave could even spread, it was directly suppressed in place by that domineering sword intent, turning into a gentle breeze that stirred up a few fallen leaves in the courtyard. This is impossible. Wang Badian stood at the very front of the flying boat, his long sword landing on the ground, his legs trembling wildly. He was closest to the scene and felt it most deeply. For a brief moment, he felt as if his soul had been frozen by that righteous energy. This is not sorcery, this is genuine righteous energy from the Shenmen sect. Wang Badian roared and turned to run away. But he couldn't move. The aftershocks of the dissipated sword energy swept past. Bang! Wang Badian and his dozen or so henchmen couldn't even scream before they exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was then completely evaporated by the sword energy. There are no real remains. Dead silence. The entire inner city of Tianqing City fell into an eerie silence. The thousands of surviving demon-suppressing guards remained in attack stances, yet none dared to lay a finger on them. In mid-air, Feng Xuangu remained in that blood-spurting posture, his entire body as if his spine had been removed, and he fell heavily to the ground. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood, but this time it wasn't from a backlash, but from fear. Extreme fear. He trembled as he raised his head to look at the villa, which remained unscathed under the moonlight. The madness in his eyes had completely turned into despair. Righteousness and integrity, the true meaning of the great Tao. This is not a demon. Feng Xian's teeth chattered, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. This is a human divine ability, and it's a great divine ability of the nascent soul stage. Smack! The notoriously ruthless head of the Demon Suppression Division slapped himself hard. That's wrong. Completely wrong. What kind of powerful demon? What kind of demonic puppet? How could someone who can unleash such pure and domineering supreme human power be a demon? This is clearly some reclusive, worldly ancestor of humanity. How could he lead a swarm of ants to besiege a human powerhouse at the nascent soul stage? It even disturbed the refined mood of the whole room. It's over. Feng Xuangu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Several miles away, on the roof of the star-picking tower, Gu He and Zhao Yuan, who had originally been waiting to be the ones to suffer the consequences, now looked even more ashen-faced than corpses. The two of them pressed their bodies tightly against the roof tiles, wishing they could disappear into a crack in the ground. Senior brother. Gu He's lips turned purple, and he stammered as he transmitted his voice. That aura, is it the legendary Great Wilderness Scripture? Zhao Yuan glared at him fiercely, his eyes so menacing they looked like he wanted to devour him. Shut up! Don't make a sound if you don't want to die. Zhao Yuan's back was now soaked with cold sweat. As a powerful elder of the Zixiao sect, his knowledge far surpasses that of ordinary people. That sword strike was of an extremely high level. It was so high that he didn't even dare to entertain the thought of greed. That aura, that's a trace of Taoist essence that only a powerful being who has reached that level can leave behind. Zhao Yuan roared inwardly. How could such a terrifying existence be hidden in this small city of Tianqing? Lin Yi? That kid in the qi refining stage? This isn't just someone who lives off a woman, this is clearly a gigolo kept by some peerless empress. Go! Leave now! Zhao Yuan grabbed Gu He by the collar, not daring to even summon the flying boat, and directly burned his essence blood to perform the earth escape technique. What happened tonight is a secret. Anyone who dares to utter a single word about it will have their entire family wiped out. The two figures, like startled birds, vanished into the vast night in an instant. At the same time, celestial realm. 9 heavens above, shrouded in clouds and mist. Inside a suspended celestial palace crafted from a single piece of meteorite iron, ethereal music drifted through the air. On the cold jade bed in the center of the main hall, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged. The woman wore a moon-white, wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress, her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her skin was as white as snow, and her temperament was aloof and noble, like the moon in the heavens, making people feel ashamed of themselves at first glance. She is Shangguan Yueshi, the master of the Jade Pool Immortal Palace, a powerful emperor-level expert who commands respect throughout this realm. The moment the bamboo slip in the lower realm shattered, Shangguan Yueshi's phoenix eyes, which had been closed for 100 years, suddenly opened. Buzz. The spiritual energy of the entire celestial palace surged instantly, and billions of stars seemed to tremble at that moment. She slowly raised her hand, and in her fair, jade-like palm, a line of cause and effect was slightly warm. Great Wilderness Sword Qi. Shangguan Yueshi parted her red lips slightly, her voice clear and ethereal, yet carrying a hint of surprise and amusement. That vixen, she's actually still alive? With a wave of her hand, the void before her rippled, and a blurry star map appeared. In one corner of the star map, an inconspicuous low plane flickers like a firefly. That's the Northern Star Territory? Shangguan Yueshi frowned slightly. That's a desolate place of exile, devoid of spiritual energy. How did she end up there? Moreover, given her personality, she wouldn't resort to such a trivial thing at the nascent soul stage unless she was at her wit's end. Could something have happened to her in the demon realm recently? Thinking of this, the coldness in Shangguan Yueshi's eyes faded a bit, replaced by an undisguised concern and a hint of amused schadenfreude. Back then, you stole 3 jugs of my drunken immortal wine and ran away. We haven't settled that score yet. Shangguan Yueshi stood up, her skirt billowing like flowing clouds, her bare feet stepping on the void, each step a lotus blossom, displaying her elegance. Someone come here. 2 maids appeared instantly and knelt respectfully. Palace Master. Announce to the outside world that I will be in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao and will refuse all visitors. Shangguan Yueshi looked down towards the lower realm, a stunning smile curving her lips. Perfect timing, my primordial spirit incarnation is still missing a tribulation in the mortal world. Since you fox, are there, then I will go down there myself and see who has driven you to this state, and while I'm at it, I'll make fun of you. Chapter 39 The Traitor Wang Badian. Inside the room, red candles flickered, casting ambiguous shadows on the brocade couch. The aftershocks from the outside world, powerful enough to shatter the souls of even a golden core cultivator, didn't even lift the light gauze curtains inside the room. Tu Shan Wanwan leaned lazily against the headboard, her long silver hair cascading casually over her snow-white shoulders. Although the black stockings on her legs had a few more rips, they added a touch of breathtakingly messy beauty, exuding a languid charm after the event. She toyed with the faded fragment of the bamboo slip between her fingers, her eyes lowered. It was as if the one who had just crushed the nascent soul was not her, but rather someone who had casually swatted away an annoying mosquito. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and there was a clear hint of displeasure in her red eyes, which seemed to hold the stars. She lifted her bare foot, which was not wearing socks, and gently kicked Lin Yi, who was still standing by the bed in a daze, in a state of superposition of sage mode and panic mode. The soft, warm touch of his toes sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. What are you standing there for? Tu Shan Wanwan's voice was slightly hoarse, and her languid demeanor revealed an undeniable imperial majesty. The stench of blood outside is awful. And those flies, buzzing around like crazy, are giving me a headache. She yawned, slid down, and burrowed back into the warm quilt, revealing only her naturally alluring eyes, which coldly glanced towards the window. Go, chase the flies away. And tell them to clean the floor thoroughly. If I see even a drop of blood when I go out tomorrow. Tu Shan Wanwan paused, a dangerous smile curving her lips. Although weak, the murderous aura ingrained in his bones made Lin Yi's heart tremble. I will use their skins to pave this courtyard. Lin Yi. He glanced at his great-aunt, then turned to look out the window. Are those flies outside? That was the most elite violent institution of the Great Zhou dynasty. They are hundreds of ruthless demon-suppressing guards. Lying on the ground is Feng Xuangu, a golden core cultivator who, though unconscious, still possesses considerable power. How could someone like me, a newbie who just reached the foundation establishment stage and only climbed up by relying on others, be sent out to drive away these killing gods? Are you suggesting they whitewash the situation? What's the difference between this and ordering a rabbit to command a pack of wolves to eat grass? My wife. Lin Yi swallowed hard, trying to reason with him. Although those bamboo slips are powerful, they are ultimately disposable. What if they realize what's going on and get angry? Are you going or not? Tu Shan Wanwan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a wisp of ghostly blue foxfire flickering at her fingertips, and the air temperature plummeted. Go! I'll go right now. My wife's orders are like imperial edicts. I'd go even if it were chasing a tiger, let alone shooing away flies. Lin Yi immediately stood at attention, speaking with righteous indignation. Joke. How can he take off if his wife is unhappy? Those people outside might kill him, but this empress is truly willing to sacrifice herself to the heavens. Lin Yi took a deep breath, straightening his slightly disheveled robes while frantically trying to mentally prepare himself. What's there to be afraid of? At this point, acting skills come into play. The calmer and more arrogant they are, the less they dare to make a move. This is a classic example of the dark forest theory. As long as I don't reveal my hand, I will always remain the mysterious and unpredictable spokesperson for the big boss. Outside the villa. Dead silence. A deathly silence. The terrifying aftertaste of that great wilderness sword chi lingered in the air, as if an invisible sword was hanging over everyone's head, ready to fall at any moment. Hundreds of surviving demon suppressing guards remained in various strange postures. Some held spirit crossbows, while others gripped long swords, but without exception, they were all trembling violently, barely able to hold their weapons steady. Their eyes were all fixed on the tightly closed gate of the villa. Fear. A fear that seeps into your very bones. Just now, they witnessed with their own eyes how the chief priest's attack, which sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan, was effortlessly wiped away by that earth-shattering sword strike. Wang Badian and his group simply evaporated, leaving not even ashes behind. Transformation into a divine form. A veteran demon suppressing guard's teeth chattered, making a clucking sound that was particularly jarring in the deathly quiet street. Aside from the legendary nascent soul stage experts, who else could possess such abilities? What kind of great demon lives here? He's clearly some old master who lives a carefree life. Deputy Chief Zhao Yinhai knelt on the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat. As a cunning and ruthless strategist, his mind was racing. Run? There's no escaping it. Beings at that level can control everything within 100 miles with a mere sweep of their divine sense. Perhaps the reason we didn't kill them all just now was simply because we were disdainful? Just when everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. Squeak. A soft sound. The door slowly opened. Splash. Almost instinctively, the dozens of demon-suppressing guards closest to the entrance were so frightened that they scrambled back, their weapons clattering to the ground. No one dared to pick it up. Everyone knelt down on the ground, their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold stone slab, not daring to look up at it. This is the aura of the strong. This is a shiver that comes from the depths of your soul. Lin Yi was wearing a loose, moon-white Taoist robe, his hair was casually tied up with a wooden hairpin, and his robe was slightly open, revealing a small patch of his collarbone that still had some red marks on it. He stood on the steps, his eyelids drooping, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He stood there quietly, practicing the concealing breath technique, without releasing any aura of cultivation. But in Zhao Yinhai and the others' eyes, this was hardly a lack of cultivation, it was clearly a return to simplicity. This is clearly the essence of simplicity. Behind that slender figure, it seemed as if an ancient god or demon, towering between heaven and earth, stood indifferently looking down upon them, these ants. Lin Yi glanced around. Blood was everywhere, the bluestone slabs were broken, and Feng Xian's bones lay in the distance like a dead pig. He was panicking inside, his palms were sweating, but a deep, heartfelt disdain appeared on his face. It's like seeing a pile of garbage dumped in front of your own door. It's so noisy. Lin Yi spoke. The voice was soft, the tone flat, and even carried a hint of morning grumpiness from being disturbed. Why are you setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? Lin Yi frowned, raised his hand to rub his temples, and perfectly captured his impatience. My wife had just fallen asleep when you woke her up. She's very unhappy. If she is unhappy, I want to have a good day. I've never had a good life. Lin Ye's gaze fell on Zhao Yinhai, and he softly uttered 4 words. You want to die? Boom. These 4 words, though imbued with no spiritual power, still resonated deeply within our souls. Zhao Yinhai's face turned deathly pale. He suddenly raised his head, his usually gloomy face now filled with fear and obsequiousness. He understood Lin Ye's gaze. That's the look of a strong person. That's the look in their eyes that sees all living beings as worthless weeds. If a reasonable explanation is not given, and if the wrath of this powerful figure is not quelled, tonight these few hundred people from the Demon Suppression Division will definitely follow in the footsteps of Wang Badian and his group. Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare my life. Zhao Yinhai didn't care about dignity at all and crawled over on his knees. He called out frantically to Lin Yi, the thuds echoing loudly, and blood flowed freely. We juniors were also deceived by treacherous people. We are victims too. Zhao Yinhai spoke extremely quickly, as if afraid that if he was even a second too slow, he would be eliminated. His brain quickly constructed a perfect logic for shifting blame, instantly making the most of the dead. It's Wang Badian. Yes. The very same Wang Badian who just turned to ashes. Zhao Yinhai, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at the patch of air where Wang Badian had originally stood and accused him through gritted teeth. This person is insidious and ruthless, using his position to settle personal scores. He deceived Master Feng in order to seize the treasure of his predecessor. They lied, claiming that a severely wounded demon was hiding here, and even fabricated evidence to lure us into coming to besiege it. Chief Feng is fiercely opposed to evil, and he was caught off guard and fell into this villain's trap. We would never dare to have the slightest intention of offending you, our senior, or your wife. If we had known that this was the place where our senior cultivated in seclusion, we wouldn't have dared to step into it even if we had 10,000 lives. Now this traitor has been punished by heaven and died a gruesome death, which is truly gratifying. Senior, your divine power is unparalleled, and your insight is astounding. His words, spoken with tears streaming down his face, were logically sound. Not only did they completely shift the blame, but they also managed to deliver a resounding compliment. As for whether Wang Badian really did that? Dead people cannot speak. The surrounding demon suppressing guards were stunned for a moment, then they all reacted and kowtowed and shouted in unison. It's all because of that treacherous scoundrel Wang Badian. Senior, you are wise. We were also deceived. Wang Badian deserved to die. In an instant, waves of condemnation against Wang Badian rose and fell, making them seem like the victims of justice. On the steps, Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. Goodness. In my past life, when the company had problems, the managers would push the blame onto the subordinates. Even the survival rules in the cultivation world are all the same. To survive, with such a quick change of expression and such skill at shifting blame, it's a real shame she's not a performer in opera. If Wang Badian knew this in the afterlife, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life and die again. However, this was exactly the effect Lin Yi wanted. After all, the priority is to focus on helping the Empress recover from her injuries. If these people are sensible, they can avoid a lot of trouble. Since the other party has offered him a way out, he has no choice but to accept it. Moreover, it must be done with style and sophistication. Oh? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhao Yinhai with a half-smile. So, you're still innocent? Chapter 40. The Empress panics, the madwoman is coming. This. Zhao Yinhai broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. We may be spared the death penalty, but we cannot escape punishment. It is our fault for disturbing your and your wife's enjoyment. He is a smart man. A smart person knows that at this time, talking about feelings is superficial, talking about spirit stones is the real sincerity. Zhao Yinhai reacted quickly. He stood up abruptly and ripped off the storage ring he was wearing. After a moment's hesitation, he crawled over to the unconscious Feng Xuangu and forcibly ripped the storage ring off his finger. He raised his hands high, crawled a few steps on his knees, and presented 2 rings that represented the highest wealth of the Demon Suppression Division. This is a small token of my appreciation, as compensation for the distress caused to Madam, and for the cost of repairing the cave. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Very savvy. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, and the 2 storage rings instantly vanished from his sleeve. What should we do with this guy? Lin Yi raised his chin, pointing to Feng Xuangu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The once arrogant king of Hellfeng now had a pale face, and the blood from his 7 orifices had dried up. He looked like he was not far from death. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Yinhai's eyes. The head of the department must make a statement immediately, otherwise, if the senior is displeased, they will all be executed. He rushed over and attacked with both hands. Slap! Slap! 2 slaps, imbued with spiritual power, landed hard on Feng Xuangu's face. Master! Wake up! Wake up quickly! Feng Xuangu's body trembled, and he let out a painful groan before slowly waking up. He opened his eyes in confusion, his gaze gradually focusing. When she saw Lin Yi and the intact array of the villa, memories flooded back like a tide. That look! That kind of righteous spirit that freezes the soul. Ah! Feng Xuangu let out a short scream, his body convulsed violently, his legs kicked wildly, and he desperately tried to shrink backward. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Ancestor, spare me! Ancestor, spare me! This golden core cultivator, who had led the demon division of Tianqing Town for decades and killed countless people, suddenly lost control of his bladder in public. A foul odor filled the air, and my crotch was soaked. Lin Yi frowned even more deeply. Dirty! He uttered a single word. Zhao Yinhai was terrified and grabbed Feng Xuangu's head, pressing him firmly to the ground. At the same time, he quickly transmitted his thoughts, describing the speech he had just prepared. Feng Xuangu was also a shrewd person, and his survival instinct made him calm down instantly. Ignoring the cold dampness in his crotch, he lay trembling on the ground, his voice hoarse. This junior knows his mistake. This junior was blind and misled by Wang Badian, and offended the ancestral carriage. I beg the ancestral master to have mercy and let this junior go as if he were a fart. Lin Yi looked at these two usually high-ranking figures, now kneeling before him like dogs. That thrill of controlling life and death is truly intoxicating. That is power. Even borrowed power is enough to make the rules bow down. Letting you go is not out of the question. Lin Yi toyed with the broom in his hand, speaking in a nonchalant tone. But my wife doesn't like being disturbed, and she especially doesn't like being talked about. What happened tonight? Feng Xuangu and Zhao Yinhai exchanged a glance and instantly understood. The two men simultaneously raised their right hands, pointing to the sky as a pledge. By the heavens and the earth, I, Feng Xuangu Zhao Yinhai, swear, tonight, all members of the Demon Suppression Division are only conducting array drills here. We have not seen any experts, nor have we encountered any great wilderness sword chi. If I break this oath, my Tao heart will shatter, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will never be reborn. As the oath was uttered, the heavenly Tao seemed to sense it, and two subtle fluctuations entered between the two men's brows. Seeing this, the hundreds of demon suppressing guards behind them followed suit and swore an oath in unison. The sound was deafening. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. This time, their strength has been fully confirmed. As long as these people don't spread rumors, they can keep wearing this tiger skin forever. All right. Lin Yi waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. Wash the floor clean, and then, get out of there. Zhao Yinhai felt as if he had been granted a pardon and kowtowed repeatedly. He dared not delay and immediately turned around to cast a spell. Water Dragon's Roar. A giant water dragon appeared out of nowhere, but it had no killing power. Instead, it gently washed over the ground. The bloodstains, dust, and even the stain left by Feng Xian's bones were washed away clean. Immediately afterwards, several demon-suppressing guards skilled in wood-based magic stepped forward. Like a spring breeze in gentle rain. Green light shone down. The cratered ground was quickly leveled, and tender green shoots sprouted from the scorched soil, growing into a lush lawn in the blink of an eye, even more luxuriant than before. In the short time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the scorched earth was transformed into the imperial garden. Apart from the lingering sword intent in the air, it was as if nothing had ever happened here. Senior, are you satisfied? Zhao Yinhai asked cautiously. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but simply turned around and closed the door behind him. Bang! The sound of the door closing is the best way to send guests off. The people outside the door breathed a long sigh of relief, as if they had just escaped death. With the help of his subordinates, Feng Xuangu managed to stand up. He took a deep look at the ordinary-looking courtyard, his eyes filled with deep fear and awe. Withdraw. His voice was so weak it sounded like a mosquito's buzz. Pass down the order. This courtyard is to be the center of a 10-mile radius restricted area. Anyone who dares to approach even half a step will be killed without mercy. When the Demon Suppression Division's army arrived, they were so powerful that they blotted out the sky. As they left, they acted like thieves, concealing all their presence and even minimizing the tail flame of their flying boat, silently merging into the night. In the courtyard, Lin Yi leaned against the door and let out a long breath. My back was already soaked with sweat. I pretended to be relaxed just now, but I was actually panicking. If that madman Feng Xuangu were to fight to the death, my meager Foundation establishment level physique wouldn't stand a chance. But Lin Yi tossed the two heavy storage rings in his hand and probed them with his divine sense. Good heavens! The spirit stones were piled up like mountains, with thousands of high-grade spirit stones alone. There are also various elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans. This isn't just compensation for emotional distress, it's like getting rich overnight. Murderers and arsonists wore golden belts, the ancients were right. It seems that being a kept man is not only delicious, but can also be packaged up. Lin Yi was in a great mood, humming a little tune as he walked briskly toward the master bedroom. I was interrupted halfway through our cultivation session just now, and that feeling of being stuck in the middle was awful. Now that the crisis is over and a huge sum of money has come in, it's time to celebrate with my wife. Push open the door. The red candles have been relit. Tushan Wanwan lay on her side on the brocade couch, draped in a red gauze as thin as a cicada's wing. Those long legs, encased in alluring black stockings, were casually crossed, gleaming seductively in the candlelight. She toyed with the broken bamboo slip fragment in her hand, her expression both languid and playful. She didn't even lift her eyelids when Lin Yi came in. Is it all done? Absolutely. Lin Yi leaned closer and excitedly shook the storage ring in his hand. My lady is incredibly powerful, she can settle the world with a single sword strike. Those bastards not only cleaned up the floor, but also gave me this as a gift. I told you long ago, they're just a bunch of flies. Tushan Wanwan gave a soft hum, stretched out her jade foot, and gently kicked Lin Ye's calf. What are you still standing there for? Her eyes were alluring, and her fingertips traced her red lips. What we were doing earlier isn't finished yet. I've only just recovered to the late golden core stage, still a long way from my peak. Tonight, no stopping. Who can withstand this? Lin Yi felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and his earlier composure vanished instantly as he lunged forward. Yes, madam. Just as his hand was about to touch that insane black stockings, the bamboo slip powder in Tushan Wanwan's hand suddenly trembled slightly. There were no warning signs whatsoever. A clear, playful, yet otherworldly female voice resounded directly in Tushan Wanwan's mind. You vixen, you think you can play dead after using my things? Once this sword energy is unleashed, the causal threads will be connected. Wait, I'm coming down right now, to collect the debt. The moment the sound fell, the alluring look on Tushan Wanwan's face froze instantly. Then, a look of panic appeared on her pretty face that Lin Yi had never seen before. Bang! Before Lin Yi could react, a small foot kicked him in the chest. The force was so great that it sent the unsuspecting Lin Yi flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Oh no! I've murdered my husband. Lin Yi clutched his chest, looking completely bewildered. Just now you told me not to stop, how come you changed your mind faster than turning the pages of a book? Tushan Wanwan sprang up from the bed and pulled the blanket over herself, covering herself up completely. She even frantically tried to take off the black stockings on her legs. Stop fucking messing around. Tushan Wanwan's face turned deathly pale, her voice trembling as she pointed at Lin Yi and roared. Quick! Get up and help me set up a concealment formation. That crazy woman is coming. Who? Lin Yi was even more bewildered. Who else dares to come? Tushan Wanwan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with despair. That crazy woman. I'm doomed. If she sees me like this, wearing this shameless thing, I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 41 Little Fox, where is your vital essence? Oh no, this aura, it's too late. This is probably the fastest hand speed Tushan Wanwan has ever achieved in her life. She practically transformed into a red blur, tearing off the alluring black silk stockings that made countless male cultivators' blood boil, and haphazardly stuffing them into the deepest part of her storage ring. Immediately afterwards, she made a hand seal with her fingertips, and a wisp of wind magic appeared out of thin air in the room. The lingering musky scent, unique to couples after intimate moments, was swept away completely by the wind. Lin Yi clutched his chest, which was throbbing from the kick, and scrambled to his feet from the corner, looking completely bewildered. My wife, is it really necessary? Shut up! Tushan Wanwan suddenly turned around, her originally alluring red eyes now filled with tension. From this moment on, you are mute. You're just a decoration. You have no feelings. She seemed unable to find the right words for a moment, and said through gritted teeth. He's a blockhead. After she finished speaking, she pointed with her jade-like finger. Certainly. Before Lin Yi could even protest, he was frozen in the corner, unable to move a finger except for his eyes. After doing all this, Tushan Wanwan took a deep breath, straightened her slightly disheveled collar, changed into a red dress, and resumed her aloof and arrogant empress demeanor. However, if you look closely, you can still see the blush that hasn't faded from the base of her ears. Just then, a teasing female voice came from outside the door. What? You dare to use my sword energy to intimidate others, but you don't dare to open the door to receive guests? This is nothing like that little fox who stole 3 jars of my drunken immortal wine and even tried to take my belly band as a souvenir back then. Lin Ye's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy crap? Stealing alcohol is one thing, but what kind of weird thing is it to steal a belly band? Did my aloof and empress wife have such a wild life when she was young? Tushan Wanwan's face stiffened, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. She gritted her teeth, waved her wide sleeves, and removed the restrictions on the cave. Come in. Enough with the nonsense. The door opened by itself without any wind. The moonlight, like water, poured down on the figure at the doorway. Lin Yi struggled to turn his eyes to look, and his breath caught in his throat. A graceful figure stood in the moonlight. She was a girl who looked no more than 20 years old. She wore a flowing, moon-white dress with wide sleeves, her bare feet dangling 3 inches off the ground, untouched by dust. Those jade-like feet were crystal clear, like the most perfect work of art in the world. Her appearance was stunning, in no way inferior to Tu Shan-Wan-Wan. Compared to Tu Shan-Wan-Wan's bewitching beauty that could bring ruin to a country, this girl appeared more lively and ethereal. But what terrified Lin Yi the most was her eyes. That wasn't a goddess looking down on all living beings from a high place, but rather a kind of mischievous gleam when seeing a fun toy. The girl, with her hands behind her back, hopped and skipped across the void like a joyful little deer, each step like a lotus blossom, showing absolutely no airs of great power. She first glanced around at the simple furnishings in the room, curled her lip in disdain, then walked straight to the table, picked up the half-finished cup of cold tea that Lin Yi had left, and drank it all in one gulp. Ha! The girl yawned without any regard for her image and casually tossed the teacup back onto the table. I'm dying of thirst. I've been tearing through the void to get here, and I haven't even had a sip of water. Lin Ye's eyes widened. This is the peerless master who terrified the entire city with a single sword strike? The art style is off. Tu Shan-Wan-Wan sat on the brocade couch with a cold face, adopting an attitude that strangers should not approach. Shangguan Yueshi, why aren't you staying in your jade pool immortal palace high in the heavens? What are you doing running off to this godforsaken mortal realm? Shangguan Yueshi waved her hand. The main body is too tired. It's like having to put on the airs of an emperor all day long. Its face is about to freeze from smiling. Tu Shan-Wan-Wan looked at her best friend, whose personality had changed drastically, with a furrowed brow and a strange expression. Crazy woman, with your temper, have you really mastered it? One chi transforms into 3 pure ones? Shangguan Yueshi slumped in the chair without any regard for her image, swinging her 2 snow-white little feet, and said with a grin. Congratulations, you guessed right. I have finally mastered the final form of the 1 chi transformation into 3 pure ones technique. She pointed to her nose and blinked. The one sitting in front of you now is my primordial spirit incarnation, who mainly cultivates the way of freedom, and whose main focus is on lawlessness and the supremacy of pleasure. At this point, she suddenly lowered her voice, as if sharing some earth-shattering secret. In order to avoid the damned heavenly Tao rules of this world, I went to great lengths to suppress the cultivation of this avatar to the peak of the void refinement stage. I came down here specifically to find you, and also, to undergo a tribulation in the mortal world. If this body can refine its heart to perfection in the mortal world and return to the unity of the 3 pure ones, then the final step will be secure. If Lin Yi, who was in the corner, could move, he would probably be kneeling on the ground by now. His pupils dilated violently, and it felt as if a million alpacas were galloping through his mind. Chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining. That's a difference of 5 whole major realms. That guy Feng Shuanggu just now, he burned 10 years of his lifespan to produce a half-baked nascent soul attack, and he scared himself half to death. The seemingly harmless girl in front of me, who's even swinging her toes, is actually a powerful figure at the peak of the void refinement stage. This isn't just a matter of being outmatched, it's like a god descending to earth to wreck the fish ponds in the newbie village. Tu Shan-Wan-Wan was clearly not surprised by the answer. She simply snorted and turned her head away haughtily. Since you've come here to undergo tribulation, what are you doing here? My temple is too small to accommodate someone as great as you. TSK, how can you talk like that? Shangguan Yueshi rushed to Tu Shan-Wan-Wan in a few steps, looking her up and down like a curious child, making TSK sounds. But you, little fox, how come you're in such a sorry state? How did the mighty 9-tailed Demon Emperor fall to the Golden Core realm? Even his origin has been severely depleted. When it came to serious matters, Shangguan Yueshi's playful expression faded, revealing a hint of barely perceptible concern. Something's happened in the demon realm? Why didn't you crush the bamboo slips to call for help? Do you think I'd laugh at you? She paused, then added. I'll definitely laugh, but I'll also definitely help you chop people up. Tu Shan-Wan-Wan's face stiffened, and her eyes darted away. None of your business. I'm just out for a stroll to clear my head and experience life in the mortal world. Experience life? Shangguan Yueshi raised an eyebrow and suddenly leaned close to Tu Shan-Wan-Wan's neck. Her delicate, upturned nose twitched slightly, like a puppy with a keen sense of smell, sniffing at Tu Shan-Wan-Wan. Tu Shan-Wan-Wan froze, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and instantly took 3 steps back. What you do? Something's not right. Shangguan Yueshi stroked her chin, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Why do you smell strange? Besides your foxy scent that hasn't changed in thousands of years, there's also a very strong, fresh primordial yang energy? She smacked her lips, as if savoring the flavor. Moreover, this primordial yang is of extremely high quality, unbelievably pure, somewhat like the legendary Hunyuan body of 10,000 medicines. Before she could finish speaking, Shangguan Yueshi suddenly turned her head. Those once lively eyes now acted like radar, precisely locking onto Lin Yi, who was huddled in the corner as a background figure. She glanced at Lin Yi. He had delicate features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He was somewhat handsome, but his cultivation level. Early stage of foundation building. It's as weak as a slightly stronger ant. Then, she looked at Tu Shan. Although his clothes had been straightened, the red mark at the collar that was not completely covered was more dazzling than the sun in the eyes of a void refinement expert. Dead silence. The air inside the room seemed to freeze. 3 full breaths passed. Oh my god! A scream loud enough to blow the roof off erupted. Shangguan Yueshi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, her finger pointing at Tu Shan trembling, her voice filled with disbelief. Little fox! Where is your virginity? Your body, which you've guarded for 3,000 years, has actually been broken. Tu Shan's stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed red. Chapter 42. My special talent. Shame. An unprecedented sense of shame. Even when she was besieged by her enemies and fled in a sorry state with serious injuries, she never wanted to die as much as she did now. Shut up! Enraged, Tu Shan raised her hand to cover Shangguan Yueshi's mouth. But who is Shangguan Yueshi's primordial spirit incarnation? A carefree person who mainly cultivates the way of freedom. She flashed and instantly teleported in front of Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could react, his chin was pinched by a cool, smooth little hand. Shangguan Yueshi bowed slightly. Those eyes, seemingly able to see through all the illusions of the world, stared at Lin Yi's eyes with scrutiny, curiosity, and the condescending gaze of someone in a high position towards an ant. That's it? Shangguan Yueshi looked at Tu Shan with disbelief, her voice filled with heartache. This kid is a rare find, with a perfect 5-colored foundation establishment and the myriad medicine's primordial body. His looks, he has the potential to be a pretty boy, but his cultivation level is way too weak, isn't it? She turned to look at Tu Shan, her face full of disappointment. Tu Shan. You are the Demon Empress. The 9-tailed celestial fox who unified all demons and made countless human immortals kneel and lick her boots. You actually got taken advantage of by a foundation establishment stage ant? Are you starving? Or are you blind? Or has this kid given you some kind of bewitching potion? Faced with the series of attacks from this void refinement expert, Lin Yi was unable to move, but his dignity as a man prevented him from remaining silent. He frantically channeled his spiritual power in his mind, trying to break through the restriction on his throat. Finally, after his face turned red, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I have a special skill. Shangguan Yueshi was taken aback, and subconsciously glanced down. Then, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, she laughed so hard that she was doubled over, completely losing her composure as a powerful figure. Ha ha ha. A special skill? Interesting. So interesting. Tu Shan felt like she had completely lost face. She couldn't hold back any longer, took a step forward, stood in front of Lin Yi, and slapped away Shangguan Yueshi's restless hand. Enough! Tu Shan took a deep breath, her eyes icy, trying to salvage the last bit of dignity. You crazy woman, what do you know? I am afflicted with the heart-eating dark poison and the joyful Zen poison. If I hadn't found someone to cure them, I would have died long ago. She pointed to Lin Yi behind her, her tone extremely contemptuous, as if she were talking about an inanimate object. He is nothing more than a dreg of my medicine. He's just a tool for healing. I'll kill him after I'm done using him. Who would fall in love with him? Hearing this, Lin Yi silently checked the system's Tao companion affection level. The bond between Taoist couple Tu Shan 62-100 rating, inseparable. I couldn't help but complain in my mind. Ah, women. Dregs? Shangguan Yueshi stopped laughing, tilted her head, and looked incredulous. If it's just dregs of medicine, why were you protecting him just now? If it's just medicine residue, why does he have the aura of the heart-to-heart life and death curse on him? Tu Shan hesitated for a moment, then forced a defense. That's to prevent him from running away. After all, such a useful medicinal ingredient is hard to find. Shangguan Yueshi sneered inwardly. Edit, keep editing. I know very well that the Celestial Fox clan's heart-to-heart life and death curse is different from the human clan's. Fine, fine, if you say it's medicine residue, then it's medicine residue. However, he still gave Tushan Wanwan some face on the surface, while grinning mischievously and flipping his wrist, revealing a crystal clear image stone in his palm. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the recording stone glowed faintly, clearly indicating that recording mode had been activated. Come, Empress Tushan, say it again here. I'm going to record this. When I return to the upper realm, I'll hold a tea party at Yaoqi, invite all those girls over, and play this game on a loop for 3 days and 3 nights. I want the entire immortal realm to know that the aloof Empress Tushan is keeping a foundation establishment stage gigolo in the mortal realm, and she still insists that he's just some dregs of medicine. Shangguan Yueshi. I'm going to kill you. Tushan Wanwan completely lost her temper, her fox ears sticking out, and she pounced on him with bared teeth and claws. Oh dear, are you getting angry and embarrassed? Trying to silence me. While laughing, Shangguan Yueshi used her Taoist magic to dart and weave through the cramped room, and didn't forget to tease Lin Yi a couple of times. Kid, I'm rooting for you. If you can take down this little fox, you'll be the number 1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 realms. The two chased and fled for quite a while. Shangguan Yueshi only stopped when Tushan Wanwan was panting heavily. She dropped her playful expression, straightened her clothes, and her eyes became serious. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. She casually tossed a small, cyan jade bottle, which floated lightly into Tushan Wanwan's arms. Immortal Grade 9 Turn Soul Condensing Pill. Tushan Wanwan was taken aback, and her hand holding the jade bottle tightened slightly. Although this thing can't cure your heart-eating nether poison, that poison is too insidious and will have to be slowly worn down by this kid's constitution. Shangguan Yueshi sighed. But this pill can repair your soul's essence, at least making you suffer less when it flares up in the future. After saying that, she magically produced 2 exquisite wine jars and placed them on the table. And this, your favorite drunken immortal wine. Shangguan Yueshi blinked and revealed a sly smile. This is the enhanced version, with added 10,000-year-old ambergris fruit. It's much stronger. Tonight, shall we sisters have a good chat? Tell me about your story over the past few hundred years while I was in seclusion? Tushan Wanwan looked at the 2 jars of wine, then at her old friend in front of her, who, despite his sharp tongue, never let her down in crucial moments. The frost in her eyes finally melted away completely. She snorted and said arrogantly, "Since you've begged me, then I'll reluctantly have a couple of drinks with you." However, the next second, Shangguan Yueshi revealed her true intentions. Why don't we tell our sisters what this little weakling is like? Tushan Wanwan blushed and gritted her teeth. Get out. Just then, the long-lost mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Yi's mind, who had been pretending to be dead. Ding! A highly rated target has been detected. Name, Shangguan Yueshi Elemental Spirit Incarnation. Identity, Lord of Yaoqi Immortal Palace Avatar. Cultivation level, Peak of Void Refinement True Form, Great Emperor Realm. Overall rating, 99.9 Exceptional Quality. Strategy recommendation, this woman is an incarnation of a primordial spirit. She has a quirky personality and enjoys novelty and gossip. If the host can help her cultivate her mind in the mortal world or create unexpected fun for her, her favorability will increase significantly. Strategy reward, Special Talent, Giant Sun. Talent explanation, Unyielding Golden Spear, Everlasting Vitality. Subtly increases the affinity with one's Taoist partner. Dual cultivation provides a threefold boost to spiritual energy combined with the yin-yang scripture. It paves the path to immortality. Hidden quest triggered, 2 sisters for 1? Extremely dangerous, host, please proceed with caution. Lin Yi looked at the glittering golden score of 99.9 in his field of vision, and then at the true emperor who was drinking with his wife. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. This many children, many blessings system. Do you want me to die sooner rather than later? This is the great emperor who wasn't seriously injured. She's also the empress's best friend. But that talent, Giant Sun. Obtaining it is the path to heaven. Lin Yi glanced at the 2 stunningly beautiful figures from behind, and a little devil inside him was tempting him like a demon. Fortune favors the bold. Don't you want to rise above your circumstances and become the master of your own destiny? Don't you want to see the 9-tailed celestial fox begging for mercy? Dare to take on challenges, and you could be the next Giant Sun immortal. In an instant, many images flashed through Lin Yi's mind. This journey, fraught with peril, has been filled with countless hardships. Who can truly understand? Damn it, let's do it. Chapter 43 Drinking Under the Moon, the truth behind their misfortune. A secluded courtyard in the clouds, with a rooftop stargazing terrace. The terrace, paved with white jade, is bathed in moonlight and gleams with a warm glow. This place was originally a feng shui treasure land that Lin Yi had specially reserved, thinking that he would unlock some high difficulty poses in the future, such as Guanyin under the moon or something. It offers an excellent view, overlooking the myriad lights of Tianqing City. But now, this precious land has been occupied by two women with terrifying auras. Shangguan Yueshi showed no airs of great power, stepping barefoot on the cool white jade railing, her skirt swaying gently in the wind, like a night elf. She took out a pair of crystal-clear luminous cups and filled them with the drunken immortal wine, which exuded a rich ambergris aroma, for herself and Tu Shan Wan. The wine poured into the cup attracted the moonlight, creating a truly beautiful sight. Good wine. Shangguan Yueshi's eyes lit up. She picked up the cup, took a sip, and hummed contentedly. Little fox, I stole this from that old man's wine cellar. It's absolutely unique in this mortal realm. Want to try some? Tu Shan Wan sat on the stone bench, her posture languid, playing with a wine cup in her hand, but her expression was somewhat listless. He picked up the conversation, grabbed his wineglass, and downed it in one gulp. As the strong liquor went down her throat, two rosy blushes instantly rose on her stunningly beautiful face, captivating anyone who saw her. Lin Yi consciously held the wine pot and stood quietly in the shadows of the corner, treating himself as an emotionless tool for pouring wine. He watched as two stunning beauties drank together under the moon, one alluring and captivating, the other ethereal and otherworldly. I couldn't help but sigh. If this were in my previous life, even a casually taken photo could cause a huge uproar online. As for that blindingly bright, giant sun, talent in the system. Hold on. The atmosphere right now is clearly emotional. If you try to be sexually aggressive, you're likely to get beaten to death. Speaking of which, your villa has pretty good feng shui in this remote and lower realm. Shangguan Yueshi took a sip of wine, glanced at the miniature spiritual vein below the terrace, and said with a grin. It's just a bit small and shabby. Back in the day, the warm jade flooring in your palace in Qingqiu was worth more than the entire courtyard. Tu Shan Wan glanced at her sideways, then continued drinking in silence, pretending not to hear. After a few drinks, Shangguan Yueshi's playful expression gradually faded. Her bright eyes fell on Tu Shan Wan, and she suddenly said, "Stop pretending." Tu Shan Wan paused in her actions and lowered her eyes. What are you pretending for? Don't play dumb with me. Shangguan Yueshi sneered. The damage to your essence is 10 times more severe than I imagined. If it weren't for that kid being a mixed origin body of myriad medicines and serving as your living elixir day and night, your bones would probably be cold by now. Shangguan Yueshi's voice was no longer frivolous, but carried a hint of solemnity. The heart-eating nether poison is a forbidden poison of the ancient demon race. It can only be administered to those of the closest blood relatives and requires a long period of dormancy. This is not something that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can do. Who exactly is this little fox? The air froze instantly. Lin Ye's hand, which was pouring wine, froze slightly, but he continued as if nothing had happened, though his ears were quietly perked up. Oh! A very soft chuckle broke the deathly silence. Tu Shan Wan tightened her grip on the wineglass, causing cracks to spread across its surface. She downed the wine in one gulp, and when she looked up again, the aloofness and arrogance in her eyes shattered instantly, replaced by an intense, overwhelming hatred and self-mockery. Who else could it be? She looked at the swaying moon reflection in the cup, as if she were telling someone else's joke. Besides my highly respected royal uncle, Tu Shan Xianyuan, the regent of the demon realm, who can get close to me? Who can make me drink that so-called victory wine when I'm completely unprepared? Snap! Shangguan Yueshi slammed her wineglass heavily on the table, causing the wine to splash everywhere. Even though she had suspected it, her pupils still contracted sharply when she heard the name. Tu Shan Xianyuan? Shangguan Yueshi's face was filled with disbelief. That regent who watched you grow up and cherished you? Has he gone mad? If he wanted to seize power, he could have simply sidelined you. Why go to such lengths? Seize power? Tu Shan Wan's smile was desolate, filled with hatred. If it's just a matter of seizing power, I'll accept it. At worst, I'll just hand over the throne to him and be able to enjoy myself, drinking and having fun with you every day. She suddenly smashed the wineglass on the ground, shards flying everywhere. But he doesn't just want my power, he wants to destroy everything I have. To ensure I can never rise again, and even, to become a furnace for my soul. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, and a chill crept up his spine. Tu Shan Wan took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, each word sounding like blood and foam squeezed out from between her teeth. He colluded with that vile woman Bai Qingqiu of the Hehuan demon sect. Upon hearing this name, Shangguan Yueshi's expression completely changed. Bai Qingqiu, the holy maiden of the Hehuan demon sect. A fearsome witch in the upper realm, rumored to cultivate the Taiyin mending heaven technique, which defies the principles of yin and yang, specializing in absorbing the vitaline of high-level female cultivators, and even having a penchant for refining peerless geniuses into mindless furnaces. Bai Qingqiu has taken a liking to my celestial fox body and wants to refine it to help her break through her bottleneck. Tushan Xian Yuan needs the Hehuan sect's immortal grade yin yang creation pill to break through that shackle. Two madmen hit it off immediately. Tushan Wanwan's voice trembled, not from fear, but from extreme disgust. The celebratory wine that night not only contained the heart-eating nether poison that corroded the foundation of my cultivation, but also the yin-yang harmony powder that Bai Qingqiu personally refined. They laid a trap, waiting for the drug to take effect, waiting to see the usually high and mighty Demon Empress kneel on the ground like a dog, begging for pleasure, and then have her tendons and bones ripped out and refined into a furnace. The terrace was deathly silent. Only the night wind howled, as if it were sobbing. Lin Yi stood in the shadows, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, the stinging sensation keeping him awake. He had long known that Tushan Wanwan was poisoned and had an extraordinary background, but he never imagined that the truth behind it would be so bloody and so dirty. Betrayed by his closest relatives, surrounded by powerful enemies, poisoned, and losing all his cultivation. And you? Shangguan Yueshi opened her mouth, her voice somewhat hoarse. I burned 80% of my essence and blood to detonate my natal imperial weapon in order to forcibly tear apart the boundary barrier. Tushan Wanwan grabbed the wine pot again and took a big gulp. I originally intended to perish together with them, but unfortunately I was swept away by the void turbulence and ended up in this spiritually depleted lower realm. At this point, she turned her head, her gaze passing over Shangguan Yueshi and landing on Lin Yi in the corner. His gaze was extremely complex. There was disdain, and there was helplessness. There was a hint of barely perceptible relief, and also a kind of fatalistic self-mockery. At the time, I was under the influence of the poison and completely lost my mind. If I had encountered a more powerful evil cultivator. She paused, not continuing, but pointed at Lin Yi, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Unexpectedly, this little thief, who's only at the qi refining stage, ended up getting the benefit. Shangguan Yueshi followed her gaze. She had thought that upon hearing the terrifying names of Tushan Xian Yuan and Bai Qingqiu, names powerful enough to shake the entire universe, this insignificant foundation establishment stage ant would tremble in fear and rush to distance himself from them. After all, this involves the cause and effect at the level of an emperor. Even a slight leak of the aftershocks could crush 10,000 Tianqing cities. However, she was disappointed. Lin Yi did not tremble, nor did he feel fear. He just stood there quietly, expressionless, his eyes as calm as a bottomless pool of stagnant water. Lin Yi was actually panicking inside, but he understood things very well. If it weren't for Tushan Wanwan's forceful push that night. He's still acting like a grandson in the outer city for a few spirit stones, and he might get killed by someone like Wang Badian the next day. Not to mention activating the system, building the 5-colored lotus platform, and possessing everything you have now. Although he was forced into it, he genuinely accepted this free meal, even taking some with him. As a man, he accepted the consequences. Isn't he just the regent of the demon realm? Isn't he just the Hehuan demon sect? He has a system, what's there to be afraid of? He has unlimited potential. Chapter 44 The King's Game. Call. Lin Yi let out a long breath and stepped out of the shadows. There was no groveling, no panic. He walked to the stone table, picked up the wine pot, and steadily filled the 2 new cups for the 2 women. My wife. Lin Yi put down the wine pot, raised his head, and looked directly into Tushan Wanwan's astonished red eyes. This was the first time he had looked at her so intently. Gone were the usual carefree smiles, gone were the obsequious flattery for survival. Although I was forcibly brought here by you, and although in your eyes I am just a dreg of medicine used to detoxify. Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. But since I've taken your money and slept with you, I, Lin Yi, will bear the consequences. Whether it's a regent or a saintess. Right now, I am indeed just an ant, unable to overturn a table or reach the 9th heaven. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the night wind, each word ringing out firmly. But as long as I, Lin Yi, have a breath left. As long as I'm alive. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within them. All the grievances you've suffered, all the debts those people owe you, one day, I will make them pay back for you, with interest. I, Lin Yi, hereby swear. His words, though lacking any spiritual power, still seemed to resonate deeply with the two women. The terrace fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Shangwan Yueshi's bright eyes were slightly open, as if she was seeing this mortal cultivator whom she regarded as a pretty boy and a weakling for the first time. A Foundation establishment cultivator declares war on two emperor-level beings? This isn't arrogance, this is madness. But for some reason, looking at Lin Ye's eyes that shone brightly in the moonlight, she even felt that these crazy words might not just be empty talk. Tu Shanwanwan was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the man in front of her. Is this the same scoundrel who usually grins and jokes, constantly saying, "Wife, please take me with you," and who considers living off women his life's path to immortality? She wanted to blurt out shameless and scold him for not knowing his own limitations. But looking into Lin Ye's eyes, which held no hint of jest and were so serious they made her heart flutter. A section of the defense line deep within her heart, frozen for 1,000 years, suddenly collapsed with a crack sound, inexplicably. A bittersweet feeling, both bittersweet and warm, suddenly welled up in my eyes. She turned her head away in a panic, picked up her wineglass, and used the act of drinking to hide her reddened eyes and the uncontrollable flutter in her heart. Humph, an ignorant fool who doesn't know his own limitations. Her voice was very soft, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor, as if she were scolding him, or perhaps speaking to herself. Who asked you to meddle? That's my revenge, and I'll take it myself. With your meager cultivation level, you'd die from a sneeze. Wait until you can withstand one of my attacks and survive before spouting such nonsense. Slap. 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 A sharp clapping sound suddenly broke the heavy and ambiguous atmosphere. Shangwan Yueshi sat on the railing, clapping her hands repeatedly, her eyes filled with wonder, as if she had discovered a peerless gem. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. She jumped off the railing, her bare feet stepping onto the cool stone slabs. She darted over to Lin Yi, looked him up and down, and clicked her tongue in amazement. Little weakling, although what you're saying sounds like empty promises, I actually find it kind of pleasant to hear. To dare to harbor murderous intent towards two great emperors with only a Foundation establishment stage cultivation level physique. This stubbornness is quite a match for the little fox. Fortunately, I reinforced the formation and isolated this place from the celestial secrets beforehand. Until your strength is sufficient, do not mention these two names carelessly outside. Remember that. Lin Yi nodded after being secretly startled. Shangwan Yueshi put her arm around Lin Yi's shoulder and patted him like a good buddy, the faint fragrance of which went straight into Lin Yi's nostrils. All right. Stop making it sound so tragic. I came down to the mortal realm to have fun, not to watch a tragic drama. She waved her hand dismissively, revealing her signature mischievous grin. I see the moonlight is just right, and we're basically idling around anyway. How about we try some old traditions from the cultivation world? She swirled the wine in her glass and winked at the two of them. How about we play a few rounds of the Flying Flowers order game? Seeing Tu Shanwanwan turn her head away, she stared at Lin Yadao with ill intent. If you win, I will bestow upon you a great fortune, making your boast slightly, a tiny bit more likely. What if you lose? Shangwan Yueshi looked at Tu Shanwanwan and smiled maliciously. Then let your aloof empress perform a seductive dance of the celestial fox clan for me? Shangwan Yueshi. Do you want to die? Above the cloud villa, the empress's furious roar echoed once more. To be honest, he's forgotten most of the poems he memorized in elementary school. He can only remember half a line at most. He has no chance of winning the Flying Flowers game. Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly. Since she loved having fun, the king's game was an opportunity. Flying Flower order? Lin Yi chuckled. Senior Shangwan, please forgive my bluntness. This kind of flowery language, aside from being used by pedantic scholars to deceive naive young girls, is really. Lin Yi held up a finger and waved it in front of him. Boring, so boring. Shangwan Yueshi was originally excitedly preparing to show off her literary talent, which was enough to amaze the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, she raised her eyebrows, touched the air with her bare feet, and floated in front of Lin Yi, looking down at him. Oh? You little weakling, judging from your tone, you have something even more fun to do? A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, the excitement of a hunter seeing his prey try to resist. If you can't produce something that satisfies me, you're in for a rough night. Although Tu Shanwanwan was still sulking, her fox ears twitched slightly and perked up quietly when she heard these words. Lin Yi remained completely calm, instead offering a mysterious smile. In my hometown, there is a game called Emperor's Decree. Imperial Decree? The two women exchanged a glance and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. This game does not test cultivation level or background, it depends entirely on luck. Lin Yi took out 3 blank jade slips that had not yet been inscribed with runes from his storage ring. He then used his fingertips to emit a little spiritual energy and inscribed the characters Emperor 1 and 2 on them respectively. He placed the jade slips face down on the table, scrambling their order. The rules are simple. The 3 draw lots, and the one who draws the character Emperor will be the Emperor of this round and possess supreme power. Lin Ye's voice was seductive, like the whisper of a demon. The Emperor can issue any order to the remaining number 1 and number 2. Whether it is to answer the truth or to do anything else, the subjects must obey unconditionally. Even if it's making a high and mighty fairy bark like a dog, or making a pure and innocent goddess perform a seductive dance, or even. Lin Yi paused, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over the two women. Tell me your deepest, most shameful secret. This is absolute obedience. Chapter 45 Senior, dare to play? A gentle night breeze lifted the sheer curtains on the terrace, stirring up a silent storm. When Lin Yi uttered the words absolute obedience, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. He didn't give the two women much time to think, and raised 3 fingers, striking while the iron was hot. The essence of this game lies in these 4 words: equality for all beings. At this table, regardless of cultivation level or social status, there are only 3 code names: Emperor, 1, and 2. Since it's a gamble on luck, then we must swear an oath to the heavens, prohibit divine sense, prohibit divination, prohibit cheating with spiritual power. Everything is up to fate. After saying that, Lin Yi placed the 3 jade slips with inscriptions on the white jade table, leaned forward, and stared intently at Shangguan Yueshi. If I break this oath, my Dao heart will be damaged, and my cultivation will be stuck at a bottleneck for life. Senior, are you willing to take this risk? Provocative. A blatant, head-on assault. A mere foundation establishment cultivator like Kalami dared to ask a peak void refinement cultivator, whose true form was a powerful emperor realm being who commanded respect throughout the immortal realm, dare you? Shangguan Yueshi didn't reply immediately. Her snow-white feet, which had been dangling, stopped. She rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, her gaze shifting back and forth between the jade slip on the table and Lin Yi. She had never heard of this kind of game before. In my mind, 2 images are fighting fiercely. One scene shows her seemingly divinely inspired, drawing the Emperor character in one go. Holding a jade slip, she crossed her legs and pointed at the 9-tailed Empress who always acted aloof, ordering her to change into the cool maid outfit she had seen in mortal paintings, and to dance while wagging her fox tail and shouting, "Master, I was wrong." Hiss. Just imagining that scene made Shangguan Yueshi's blood boil. This was the ultimate fun she had been searching for in the mortal realm. Isn't this a million times more interesting than listening to those old men preaching in the celestial palace? But then, a second scene appeared. She was incredibly unlucky and lost to the little weakling in front of her with a wicked grin. Then he would force me to lie on the ground and bark like a dog, or interrogate me with incredibly embarrassing questions like, "Do you still have your virginity?" or "What's the most shameful thing you've ever done?" No, no. If the dignified mistress of the Jade Pool Immortal Palace were to actually fall into the hands of a mortal from the lower realm, her true body would likely tear through the void and strangle her clone. For a mere game, would you swear an oath of your Dao heart? The risk is too great. She came here to have fun, not to be the source of the fun. Cough, cough. You weakling, I am. She coughed lightly, sat up straight, and was about to put on the airs of a celestial palace master to refuse. Why? A long sigh interrupted her spellcasting. Lin Yi shook his head, a regretful expression of "I knew it" on his face, and then muttered to himself. I've heard that the way of freedom emphasizes doing whatever one pleases, being unrestrained, and having a mindset of passing through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to one's body. Now it's just a mundane game, entirely based on luck, without any fighting or moral principles. Yet the senior is afraid of losing, so he hesitates and is timid. As he said this, he even glanced at Shangguan Yueshi with pity. It seems that you still can't let go of your airs as an immortal from the upper realm when it comes to the so-called tempering of the mortal world. Oh well, this game is indeed only suitable for a mortal like me. Let's talk about romance and nature instead, that's safer and won't hurt your pride. After saying that, he made a move to put away the jade slip on the table. Wait. A poor attempt at provocation. Of course she understood. The problem is, what this kid said makes a damn good point. If she doesn't even dare to accept a game for ordinary people, what kind of carefree path can her incarnation possibly cultivate? What's the point of talking about tempering one's heart in the mortal world? How can the three pure ones unite and break through to that realm? If she backs down today, this matter will become a thorn in her side, and may even turn into a demon in her heart. Smack! She slammed her hand on the stone table, causing the pot of drunken immortal wine to jump and spill a few drops. Who says I can't let go of my pride? I cultivate true freedom. There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't dare to do. Shangguan Yueshi stood up, her bare feet stepping on the stone slab, staring fiercely at Lin Yi, her beautiful face filled with defiance. Trying to provoke me, huh? Fine, I'll fall for that today. I'll play along with you for the big score. She sneered, her eyes darting around until they landed on the 2 jars of drunken immortal wine, which emitted a rich and exotic aroma. Her initial anger instantly transformed into a sly, mischievous smile. Trying to trick me? I'll torture you to death first. However, just giving orders isn't fun, we need to add some prizes. Shangguan Yueshi stretched out her slender finger and pointed to the 2 jars of wine. The loser must not only unconditionally obey the emperor's orders, but also punish himself with a cup of wine. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched. This wine. Just smelling the aroma made my spiritual energy stir. That was an enhanced version of drunken immortal brew with the addition of 10,000-year-old dragon's saliva fruit. Let alone a cup, even a drop would be like swallowing a ball of raging fire for someone in the early stages of foundation establishment. What? Scared? Seeing Lin Yi hesitate, Shangguan Yueshi's smile widened, her eyes full of provocation. Weren't you quite the talker just now? Why are you chickening out now? She raised a finger and said mercifully. Don't worry, I'm kind-hearted. You're in the foundation establishment stage, so I'll allow you to dilute the spiritual water tenfold before drinking it. So, are you in or not? This is an open strategy. Even diluted tenfold, this wine is still a top-tier drug for those in the foundation establishment stage. After a few drinks, he probably wouldn't even recognize his own mother. Once this kid gets drunk, he probably won't be able to speak clearly, and he'll be at her mercy. Is this woman trying to get me drunk so I can laugh at her? Lin Yi glanced at the wine jar that emitted a rich aroma, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Of course he knew this wine was potent. However, after this period of frequent healing with the Empress, the fusion degree of the myriad medicine's primordial body has been increasing. Then I remembered the system's advice to seek fortune in danger. He certainly had his chance. Let's give it our all. Make a deal. Lin Yi nodded, agreeing readily. Tu Shan, who had been observing coldly all along, finally couldn't hold back any longer. A madman who thrives on chaos, a scoundrel with a belly full of evil intentions. These two getting together is definitely not going to be a good thing. Extremely boring. Tu Shan snorted coldly, flicked her long sleeves, and stood up to leave. You two lunatics can play by yourselves. I don't have time to play house with you. I'm going to rest. Are you kidding me? This game, which requires absolutely no skill and relies entirely on luck, is like putting yourself on a hot plate. What if we lose? Will we still have to obey the orders of this little drug addict or this crazy woman? Even if it meant death, Tu Shan would rather jump off this terrace than suffer this torment. Hey, don't rush off. A moon-white figure flashed like a ghost, directly blocking Tu Shan path. Shangguan Yueshi toyed with the crystal-clear photographic stone in her hand, looking at her best friend with a smile, her eyes full of teasing. Little fox, if you leave now, this game won't be fun if we're missing one player. Her lips moved slightly, and a telepathic message exploded directly in Tu Shan mind. When I'm in a bad mood, my hands tend to shake. If my hand slips and transmits back to the mortal realm the image of you shouting, "He's my dregs of medicine," and that image of you looking at him with such tender affection and coy reluctance, I'll embellish it all. Chapter 46. Kneel down and obey my decree. Shangguan Yueshi paused, then added another sentence. You should know the character of those gossipy women. At that time, the entire immortal realm will be abuzz with the story that the aloof nine-tailed empress has been keeping a foundation establishment male concubine in the mortal realm, not only losing all her cultivation for him, but also preparing to conceive a litter of mixed-breed fox cubs. Tu Shan froze abruptly, turned around and stared intently at Shangguan Yueshi, gritting her teeth. Shangguan Yueshi, you're forcing me to kill you to silence you. Come on, let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of who? Shangguan Yueshi shook the recording stone in her hand and giggled. This is a comprehensive, high-definition, and flawless recording. If you want those sisters to admire your empress-like demeanor ahead of time, feel free to go. I won't stop you. This was practically a death sentence etched onto Tu Shan Wanwan's forehead. Tu Shan Wanwan took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. If someone else had threatened her, they would have been killed by her with a single swipe of her claws long ago. But this good sister in front of her was someone with higher cultivation, the same seniority, and who also held tons of her embarrassing past. If that bitch from the Hawan demon sect, and those mortal enemies from the upper realm, were to see the contents of this recording stone, Tu Shan Wanwan would never be able to be a demon again. She might as well just find a block of tofu and smash her head against it. In comparison, playing a few games with two lunatics on this terrace doesn't seem so unacceptable, does it? Between dignity and greater dignity, Tu Shan Wanwan made a humiliating compromise. Let's play. I'll play with you. Tu Shan Wanwan slumped down, her aloof empress aura shattering instantly, and she completely lost her composure. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Lin Yi. That look clearly said, if you dare to target me later, you're dead. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his neck, but he remained calm and even gave a welcoming smile. Let's be clear from the start. Tu Shan Wanwan's eyes were cold as she spoke, her fox ears perked up, and she gritted her teeth. If anyone dares to make any excessive demands, don't blame me for turning my back on them after the game is over. Don't worry, we're all decent people, we're just having some fun. Shangwan Yueshi's eyes sparkled, and she sat back down in her seat with satisfaction. Two fairies were trapped, and Lin Yi took control. If we win this game, that will be the true pinnacle of life. Lin Yi was overjoyed, but on the surface he desperately suppressed the wildly upturned corners of his mouth and stood up seriously. Since you both agree, please take the oath. The three raised their right hands simultaneously, and three completely different auras soared into the sky. Vow. By the great Tao above, in this imperial decree tonight, we shall not use our divine senses, nor rely on our cultivation, nor peek into the secrets of heaven. If we break this oath, may our Tao hearts shatter and may we be condemned by heaven and earth. Buzz. As the vow was made, a muffled rumble of thunder faintly echoed in the night sky. An invisible wave of law descended upon the terrace, instantly enveloping the three of them. Lin Yi felt a strange force locking his consciousness, but instead of panicking, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. It's done. When rules are established, all beings are equal. Now, at this table, there is neither the great emperor nor the demon king. There were only three gamblers. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and placed it on the three jade slips with their backs facing up. His hands looked steady, but his palms were already slightly sweaty. Splash, splash. The jade slip moved and shifted rapidly on the stone table, making a slight friction sound. Without the aid of spiritual power, his hand speed wasn't fast, but in the eyes of the other two, these three simple jade slips seemed to carry the weight of destiny. Stop. Shangguan Yueshi called out, her voice tinged with excitement. Lin Yi released his hand, made a pleased gesture, and his heart was pounding. First round, begin. The wind seemed to stop, and even the chirping of insects under the terrace seemed to disappear at that moment. Lin Yi swallowed hard. He was the bookmaker and the initiator. He reached out first and picked up the jade slip closest to him. Turn it over. The bright red and glaring character E came into view. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, bad start, I'm just a commoner. This means that he is a lamb to the slaughter in this game, with his life and death completely in the hands of others. He could only pray frantically in his heart that the person who gets the emperor title is not that crazy woman who wants to see him make a fool of himself. Ha ha. It seems my luck is on fire today. When Shangguan Yueshi saw that Lin Yi had found the character, she was overjoyed. According to probability theory, she has a 50% chance of being the emperor. And who is she? Born with a Taoist physique, a woman of great fortune, she has had countless opportunities since childhood. How could she possibly lose? You little weakling, are you ready to kneel before me? She almost couldn't wait to reach out, grab the jade slip in the middle, and confidently flip it open, slamming it onto the table. Give it to me, The smile on Shangguan Yueshi's face froze instantly. They even froze, looking somewhat comical. The jade slip did not bear the gold symbol of imperial power, but instead bore a neatly engraved character that exuded a strong sense of mockery, too. It is not emperor. She is too. She was the second unlucky one who also had to be ordered around and forced to drink. How is this possible? Shangguan Yueshi rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and looked at it over and over again. It was indeed two. If Lin Yi is one, then Shangguan Yueshi is two. So, the remaining emperor. Their gazes simultaneously shifted to the woman in red who maintained a cold expression and was filled with resentment. Tushan Wanwan sat there, still looking somewhat dazed. She had only intended to get it over with and end this game that made her feel ashamed and angry as soon as possible. Until she casually flipped open the remaining jade slip in front of her. Under the moonlight, the Gilded Emperor character, symbolizing supreme power, shone brightly. Hee hee. A soft laugh escaped from Tushan Wanwan's red lips. But there was no joy in that laughter, only a cruelty that had been suppressed for a long time and was finally being released. Tushan Wanwan slowly raised her head. The initial indifference on that stunningly beautiful face gradually disappeared, replaced by a mischievous smile. Her slender fingers tapped the character Emperor gently, making a rhythmic tapping sound. A dangerous glint flashed in those narrow, fox-like eyes as they darted back and forth between Lin Yi and Shangwan Yueshi, like a queen surveying her territory and selecting her prey. What goes around comes around. Tushan Wanwan's voice was so gentle, like she was whispering sweet nothings, but it made Shangwan Yueshi's heart sink. Who was it that just now said they wanted me to perform a striptease? And who is it that's plotting to see me make a fool of myself? Lin Yi swallowed hard and instinctively shrank back. Now. Tushan Wanwan slammed the jade slip with the character Emperor onto the table, making a crisp sound that sent chills down one's spine. She slightly raised her chin, her red lips parted slightly. Kneel down and receive my decree. Chapter 47. Is there really such a good thing? Tushan Wanwan held the jade slip with the character Emperor in her hand, which symbolized absolute power. She smiled. The breathtaking white expanse of her chest heaved violently with her laughter, making one dizzy. It was the exhilaration of getting revenge, and the excitement of about to trample my best friend under my feet. Kneel down? Shangwan Yueshi frowned slightly, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Little fox, are you serious? What? Can't accept defeat? Tushan Wanwan's red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of drunken huskiness and provocation. That's enough, there's no need to kneel. Tushan Wanwan leaned back lazily, crossed her legs, and her white legs were faintly visible under her red skirt, which was very alluring. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, making a tap, tap sound, each tap feeling like a blow to the hearts of the other two people. I am a kind-hearted person and do not like to humiliate others. Shangwan Yueshi's lips twitched slightly. Kind-hearted? Who was it that, just because that ancient remnant glanced at her, separated the entire clan, male and female, and exiled them 3,000 miles away? But, of course, the punishment that is due must still be given. Tushan Wanwan's gaze wandered, finally settling on Shangwan Yueshi's pair of jade feet, completely naked and suspended in mid-air. It was completely unclothed and crystal clear. Those were known as the number 1 jade feet in the celestial realm, and they were always enveloped in spiritual energy when they walked, so they didn't even want to be touched by the dust of the mortal world, let alone by the opposite sex. She knew all too well that this brat had a severe case of mysophobia when it came to those feet. A brilliant idea, fueled by alcohol, began to sprout wildly. Tushan Wanwan parted her red lips slightly, her voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. Number 2, listen to my command. Shangwan Yueshi stiffened, gritting her teeth. Spit it out. Remove that protective spiritual energy from you. Tushan Wanwan pointed to the side and smiled like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. Stretch out your right foot and put it in the air. Shangwan Yueshi's eyes widened, a bad premonition shooting straight to the top of her head. What do you want to do? Tushan Wanwan ignored her and turned to look at Lin Yi, who was standing to the side pretending to be a quail. His eyes turned disdainful and arrogant. Number 1, obey orders. Lin Yi immediately stood at attention. Here. Since we lost, we must be punished. Tushan Wanwan pointed to the full glass of enhanced version of drunken immortal brew on the table, which shimmered with an amber luster. Number 2, drink this penalty shot first. He then pointed to the diluted wine in front of Lin Yi. You, finish this cup. Then. Tushan Wanwan leaned forward, staring maliciously at Shangwan Yueshi's stunningly beautiful face. Give this to my dear sister, and do it properly and meticulously. Take care of her feet. Like those lowly foot washing maids in the mortal world. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Only the rustling of the leaves in the night wind remained. Shangwan Yueshi's pretty face flushed bright red in an instant, as if it were about to bleed. Tushan Wanwan. A scream pierced the night sky. Shangwan Yueshi was so angry that she trembled all over. Are you crazy? You let him touch my foot? He's a man. And he's only a foundation establishment cultivator. My feet are too rough even for the finest celestial brocade. You want him to touch me with those claws? And like a foot washing maid? This humiliation was worse than death. This is like making a princess with obsessive compulsive disorder share a bowl with a beggar on the street to eat. Tu Shan, however, paid no attention to her anger. She became even more excited. This is exactly the effect she wanted. Moreover, it would be very shameful for a man in the mortal world to serve as a foot washing maid for a woman if word got out. This not only disgusted Shangguan Yueshi, but also humiliated Lin Yi, the dregs of medicine who had just defended her. That's killing two birds with one stone. What? Can't you take a joke? Tu Shan shook the jade slip in her hand, her smile growing even brighter. Who just said that? That they cultivate great freedom? That there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do in this world? The oath to heaven has been made. She pointed to the still somewhat gloomy night sky above her head. If you back out now, it's a small matter if your Dao heart is damaged, but what if you get stuck in your cultivation level later? TSK, that's too tragic, my dear sister. Shangguan Yueshi's chest heaved violently. Those full, soft breasts seemed about to burst forth from her clothes. She glared at Tu Shan with hatred, her teeth grinding together. The look in his eyes suggested he wanted nothing more than to rush up and bite off a piece of Tu Shan flesh. But she can't. The oath made to heaven is not a joke. Especially at her level, she is extremely sensitive to cause and effect. If the oath is truly broken, not only will this primordial spirit avatar be ruined, but the original body will likely also be affected. Good, very good. Shangguan Yueshi squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. She suddenly picked up the full glass of drunken immortal wine on the table. Gulp! Gulp! She tilted her head back and downed the glass of wine in one gulp. The wine slid down her slender neck and disappeared into the deep, unfathomable cleavage. Bang! The empty glass slammed heavily onto the table. Two blushes rose on Shangguan Yueshi's cheeks, and her eyes began to look somewhat unfocused. The pent-up energy from the previous extraction has kicked in, and this glass is clearly the tipping point. Come on. She plopped back down in the chair, raising her right leg and stretching it out in front of Lin Yi. Withdraw! With a delicate shout. The faint aura on her feet vanished instantly. That unguarded jade foot was thus laid bare before Lin Yi. More realistic and more enticing than before. Her skin was so smooth that you couldn't even see the pores, and the bluish veins on the insteps of her feet were faintly visible, giving her a delicate beauty. Kid! Shangguan Yueshi glared fiercely at Lin Yi, making a scissor gesture with her hand. I'm warning you. If you dare to have any improper thoughts, or hurt me, I'll chop off your paws and feed them to the dogs. The moonlight, like water, poured down onto that foot. Now, let's observe it up close. Even though Lin Yi had appraised countless things in his previous life, he couldn't help but hold his breath. It's so beautiful. That wasn't a foot at all, but a meticulously crafted work of art. The instep arches gracefully, the skin is so white it's almost transparent, and you can even see the pale blue veins meandering like thin streams. The 5 toes are round and cute, and the nails are a light pink color, like 5 freshly peeled lychees. I was secretly overjoyed. Is there really such a good thing? Is this some kind of punishment? This is a perk. This is the treasure of an Imperial Realm fairy. Someone who would normally have their eyes gouged out just by looking at them, is now being granted permission to make contact? But on his face he looked bitter and resentful. It was as if they were about to go to their deaths. Yes, this junior obeys. Lin Yi picked up his glass of diluted wine and drank it all in one gulp. A surge of heat burst forth from my throat. Even though it was diluted tenfold, the medicinal power of this ambergris fruit was still formidable. Lin Yi felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen, and his head gradually became dizzy. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the restlessness. The corners of his mouth, which were harder to suppress than an AK, twitched slightly under his effort. In Tu Shan eyes, this was a humiliating reaction, and she was extremely satisfied with Lin Yi's performance. Lin Yi stepped forward, brought over a stone bench, and sat down. Extend your hand. His movements were slightly trembling. It wasn't because of fear, but because of excitement. As Shangguan Yueshi watched the large hand getting closer and closer, she instinctively wanted to pull her foot back. At this moment, the owner was extremely ashamed and nervous. Those 5 toes looked just like startled silkworms. They started to huddle together. That instinctive aversion to being touched by the opposite sex gave her goosebumps all over her body. Finally, we made contact. Linya's palm enveloped the slightly gleaming wing. It feels warm and smooth on the skin, like a piece of top-grade mutton fat jade. Not only is it soft and boneless, but it also provides just the right amount of feedback. Moreover, her unique fragrance lingers in the air. Absolutely amazing. Shangguan Yueshi trembled violently. A faint arc of electricity emanated from Linya's hand. It rushes straight to the soul along the meridians. This wonderful feeling. It almost made her scream. She bit her lower lip tightly, her hands gripping the hem of her fairy dress tightly. Hold on. Just half an incense stick's worth. Just bear with it. This palace cultivates the way of freedom. If you can't even endure this, how can you possibly overcome the tribulations of the mortal world? Chapter 48. The Empress is in a hurry. Lin Ye's initial movements were indeed somewhat awkward. He was testing the waters. I was testing the limits of this fairy, and also getting used to this wonderful feel. Hiss. Shangguan Yueshi gasped, her eyebrows furrowing. Gently. Are you trying to crush my bones? Tushan Wanwan, standing nearby, was delighted to see this. She swirled the wine in her glass, adding insult to injury with a smile. Hey, don't be so fierce. It's also the palace master's first time, so it's understandable that he might be a bit rough. Just bear with it, sister. Seeing her best friend get the short end of the stick, Tushan Wanwan felt that the wine had become even more fragrant and delicious. However, her smile didn't last long. Lin Ye's methods have changed. As a time traveler, it wasn't like he hadn't been to a legitimate foot massage parlor in his previous life. The essence of the emperor set, the technician's technique, is etched in their mind. Furthermore, after cultivating immortality and gaining spiritual power, coupled with his practice of the yin-yang scripture, his control over the acupoints and sensitive points of the human body has already reached a level of subtlety. He no longer just needs things haphazardly. Instead, he channeled an extremely gentle wisp of spiritual energy, gathering it at his fingertips. The thumb followed the meridian to find the Yongquan acupoint. Begin the massage and pressure. A very soft, faint sound, like a kitten whimpering when its chin is scratched, uncontrollably escaped from Shangguan Yueshi's nostrils. The moment the words left her mouth, Shangguan Yueshi abruptly covered her mouth. Her pupils dilated. How is that possible? How could I make such a sound? This shameful, vulgar sound, the kind of sound only heard from the mouths of those vixens of the Joyous Union sect, actually came from me? What kind of evil magic is this? Shangguan Yueshi's eyes were glazed over, and her previously tense body involuntarily relaxed again. Lin Yi did not answer. I got some wine on my hand. Using their knuckles to mimic the techniques of a master craftsman from a past life, they slid up and down along the curve of that perfect arch of the foot. He was completely focused and got into the zone. The force applied was sometimes light and sometimes heavy. The index and middle fingers then pinched the round and cute toes. One pull and one tug. The method was exactly the same as in the previous life. It made a series of crisp bone-crackling sounds. The contact surface gradually warmed up due to the addition of the drunken immortal wine in his hand. Another sound. This time it's much clearer. Even more exhilarating. It was a vibrato hum from deep within the nasal cavity. She was 3 parts drunk and 7 parts charming. On the quiet terrace, it was more explosive than thunder. Tushan Wanwan, who was drinking and watching the play, suddenly trembled. He spilled wine all over himself. She stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, incredulous. This script, something's not right. Where's the promised humiliation? Where's the disgusting part? What's with Shangguan Yueshi's expression right now? That face, which was usually aloof and unapproachable, was now flushed. Fine beads of fragrant sweat appeared on his forehead. His lips were slightly parted, and his eyes were glazed. She leaned limply against the chair, showing no sign of resistance whatsoever. It was clearly an extremely pleasurable experience. This bastard. Tushan Wanwan felt a slight soreness in her teeth. Jealousy, fueled by alcohol, fermented wildly. That's her man. Although it's just nominally medicinal residue. But that was her private property, stamped by Tushan Wanwan. And now, right in front of her, he's serving another woman so well? And it makes such embarrassing and heart-pounding sounds? Stop, stop for a second. Tu Shan Wan Wan couldn't hold back any longer. She put down her wineglass, her voice somewhat shrill. But nobody paid any attention to her. Although Lin Ye's head was spinning, he was completely immersed in the feeling of the game and was having a blast. The feel of these jade feet is simply wonderful. Each massage, you will receive gentle feedback. And Shangguan Yueshi. They were really drunk. The medicinal power of the ambergris fruit was fully unleashed. In addition, there was a burning sensation coming from the soles of my feet. The defenses of reason began to crumble. She cultivates the Tao of freedom. It's all about doing whatever you want. If it's comfortable, why endure it? If it feels good, then scream it out. A little to the left, yes. Shangguan Yueshi's voice became incredibly sweet. She even started to take the initiative, making Lin Yi massage her more comfortably. Those feet were meant to kill, to shatter the void. But in Lin Yi's hands, it became extremely docile. Little weakling. I didn't realize. Shangguan Yueshi looked at Lin Yi in front of her with blurry, drunken eyes. That overhead angle, combined with the numbing effect of alcohol. It made her find Lin Yi slightly more agreeable. She's alright looking. The technique is absolutely superb. Your hands. Shangguan Yueshi felt dizzy and giggled. He even tickled Lin Ye's palm. From now on, you'll be my personal foot massager. I'll guarantee you, ascension. Puff. Lin Yi felt a surge of heat rush to his head. What kind of insolent and lewd words are these? This is blatant flirting. Big sister, you're at the emperor realm. Where is your self-respect? Where did your aloofness go? Tu Shan Wan Wan, standing to the side, completely lost her composure. She felt that there was something green on the top of her head. The anger of having her toy stolen by her best friend and then being flaunted in front of her completely overwhelmed her rationality. Especially seeing Shangguan Yueshi's increasingly audacious actions. That's flirting. That's blatant seduction. Shangguan Yueshi. Tu Shan Wan Wan slammed her hand on the table and stood up. 9 illusory foxtails appeared behind him, dancing wildly in the night sky. Although the terrifying demonic power was suppressed, the oppressive aura originating from the bloodline still made the air freeze. Have you no shame? Get your hooves off me. The voice was tinged with sobs, anger, and a strong smell of jealousy. She rushed over and shoved Lin Yi, who was serving her, away. The force was so great that it sent Lin Yi rolling twice on the ground. Lin Yi was already quite drunk and sat on the ground with a bewildered expression. What did I do to deserve this? You're the one who told me to press it. What's wrong with me? Shangguan Yueshi sobered up a little after being yelled at. She looked blankly at the furious Tu Shan Wan Wan, then at her empty right foot. A sense of lingering disappointment arose. Didn't you tell me to let him press it? Shangguan Yueshi's face turned completely red, and she blinked innocently, looking as infuriating as could be. I'm feeling comfortable. You stingy person, why are you yelling? You still dare to say it's comfortable? Tu Shan Wan Wan was so angry that she trembled all over, and her finger pointing at Shangguan Yueshi was shaking. Is that a foot massage? That's called being a slut. Listen to the sound you just made. Anyone who didn't know better would think we were doing something shady. You've completely disgraced me. Shangguan Yueshi tilted her head and suddenly revealed an extremely irritating smile. Fueled by alcohol, she stretched out her other left leg and swung it in the air. What's wrong? Little fox, are you jealous? If you also want to press, I wouldn't mind going with you, just like that ascension. This kid's technique is really good. How about we go for a threesome? Puff. Lin Yi, who had just gotten up and taken a sip of water to calm his nerves, spat out a mouthful of water. Double flight? Is this how you use this word? System. I want to report this. It's involved in prostitution. But this doesn't seem like it's impossible? The image of 2 pairs of exquisite jade feet placed in front of him instantly flashed into Lin Yi's mind. But he quickly put an end to that suicidal idea. Because he saw Tu Shan Wan Wan's red eyes, which had turned into vertical pupils. That meant he was truly intent on killing. Okay, a threesome, right. Tu Shan Wan Wan was so angry that she laughed instead. She suddenly waved her hand. Splash! She overturned the entire white marble table. Cups, saucers, and fruit platters were scattered all over the floor. If you don't want to live, then nobody should live. This round doesn't count. Tu Shan Wanwan shouted in a somewhat disheveled manner, completely disregarding her so-called imperial demeanor. Let's start over. Let's begin the next round. She has to get her revenge. She must make those two scoundrels who were flirting in front of her pay the price. Especially Lin Yi, who looked so blissful. It was supposed to be a punishment, but this bastard's expression was initially humiliating, but later he was clearly enjoying it immensely. This round. With red eyes, Tu Shan Wanwan staggered as she reached for the jade slip on the ground. If I were to obtain the throne again. Lin Yi, you're dead. These words startled Lin Yi, who was already somewhat drunk. Living off a woman is not only bad for your back, it's damn bad for your life. But when he looked at the 3 jade slips on the ground, a thought struck him. The enraged Empress. My best friend got really drunk. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it is for him. My lady, please calm down. My lady, please calm down. Lin Yi quickly ran over and helped Tu Shan Wanwan pick up the jade slip. Come on, let's shuffle the cards. Chapter 49, You were made a servant, but who told you to feed him with your mouth? Oh dear, what a waste. Shangwan Yueshi exclaimed in surprise and touched the air with her bare feet. The wine pot that Tu Shan Wanwan had tossed about, spinning in the air and about to fall to the ground, was caught steadily. The wine that spilled from the spout drew a crystalline arc in the moonlight, then was absorbed back into the pot by her spiritual power. Not a drop was wasted. This is a special brew with the addition of 10,000-year-old ambergris fruit. Every sip is one less to drink. It would be such a waste to use it to vent your anger. She toyed with the wine pot, glancing at Tu Shan Wanwan, whose chest was heaving violently, with a half smile. What? My Empress, are you getting anxious already? Who was it that said the wheel of fortune turns? Tu Shan Wanwan stared fiercely at her, her usually alluring fox eyes now seeming to spit fire. Enough with the nonsense. Shuffle. Start over. Her cheeks looked as if they were painted with 2 layers of rouge, and her beautiful eyes were misty as she gazed at the 3 jade slips, muttering to herself. This must be the Emperor's, it must be the Emperor's, I'll make her regret it. Lin Yi swallowed, feeling his fingertips burning. Under those 2 burning gazes, he reached out and scattered the jade slip. Stop. Lin Yi stopped, his heart pounding. This time, without any preamble, the 3 of them reached out their hands almost simultaneously. Slap. 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 The 3 jade slips were opened. Lin Yi looked down at the dark character in his hand, his lips twitching. He was just an ordinary citizen. He subconsciously looked at Tu Shan Wanwan beside him. The Empress, who had just sworn to take cruel revenge, was now staring in disbelief at the mocking 2 character in front of her. Her face visibly changed from flushed to ashen. Ha 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 ha. I knew that with my strong luck, how could I possibly lose? A burst of silvery laughter, yet tinged with madness, rang out. Shangwan Yueshi leaned back slightly, leaning on the stone bench, laughing so hard she was shaking. Her originally dignified moon-white fairy dress was now loose and baggy, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white, which was practically testing Lin Yi's Dao heart. She held the golden jade slip with the character Emperor between her fingers and waved it in front of Tu Shan Wanwan. Little fox, this is what it means to be destined for greatness. Shangwan Yueshi hiccuped, her drunken, hazy eyes resembling those of an old hunter watching a little rabbit fall into a trap. Come on, a bet is a bet. With a wave of his hand, 2 cups of penalty wine, almost overflowing, flew out of thin air and landed in front of the 2 men. Tu Shan Wanwan gritted her teeth, said nothing, picked up her wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. As the strong liquor went down her throat, her eyes became even more hazy, but her indomitable pride remained undiminished. Humph, what tricks are they up to now? I'll take them on. Readily. Shangwan Yueshi stood barefoot on the stone bench, leaning forward, her beautiful face almost touching Tu Shan Wanwan's nose. Little fox, I remember you said something like that in the last game. Shangwan Yueshi's eyes darted around, and a mischievous smile crept across her lips. You said this kid is just an antidote tool, a worthless piece of medicine, right? Tu Shan Wanwan snorted coldly, turned her head away, her long neck slender. Isn't that right? A mere foundation establishment ant. If I hadn't been poisoned, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Oh. Shangwan Yueshi drew out her words, her eyes filled with even more mockery. Since you care, then I'll borrow it for a bit. You shouldn't have any objections, right? Tu Shan Wanwan froze, then suddenly turned around. What do you mean? It means. Shangguan Yueshi slowly turned her head and looked at Lin Yi, who was pretending to be dead to the side. That special brew, infused with 10,000-year-old ambergris fruit, was incredibly potent at that moment in her eyes. The originally handsome Lin Yi suddenly appeared as a double image, looking shaky yet surprisingly pleasing to the eye. She felt unbearably hot all over, and her reason was like a dam being breached by a flood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Only one thought remained in her mind: the more this little fox doesn't want anyone to touch it, the more I'll touch it. I, hiccup, am missing a foot massage servant. She was a little unsteady on her feet, and put one hand on Lin Yi's shoulder for support. Her beautiful eyes had long lost their clarity, leaving only a wet mist. Although this little weakling's cultivation is a bit weak, he is quite handsome, and his skills are superb. I plan to borrow him for a while. You shouldn't mind, right? After all, you don't really care, do you? Tushan Wanwan gripped the hem of her skirt with her fingers, remained silent for a moment, and still forced herself to maintain her aloof persona, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Do as you please. You can borrow this medicine dregs for as long as you want. Fine. You said it. Shangguan Yueshi slapped her thigh, but because she used too much force, she swayed and almost slipped off the stone bench. She straightened herself up with a somewhat clumsy look and shouted excitedly. Number 1, heed my command. Lin Yi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It's so hot. She slumped back onto the stone bench, leaning back lazily, and subconsciously tugged at her collar. A breathtakingly deep cleavage was revealed, and her originally fair skin now glowed with an alluring pink. He then picked up a glass of wine, but his wrist went slightly limp due to the intoxication, and the wine sloshed around, almost spilling out. I'm tired, my hands are weak, I don't want to move. The alcohol numbed her sense of shame. At this moment, all she wanted to do was watch that arrogant little fox get furious. As for whether her methods were excessive, her muddled mind was no longer able to think about it. Her eyes were alluring, and she lightly licked her slightly dry red lips with the tip of her tongue. She beckoned to Lin Yi with her finger, her gaze hazy as if she were looking at a delicious prey, or just a fun toy. That gesture was incredibly erotic. Come over. Since you're a servant, you should know better. Hold this mouthful of wine in your mouth and feed it to me. Don't let a single drop leak out. After saying that, she seemed to think she was a genius at playing pranks, and gave a silly, confused laugh, completely unaware of the ambiguity her words carried in that context. Those peach blossom eyes rippled with tears, making one's heart tremble. Glug. Lin Yi heard himself swallowing. Holy crap! Feeding me wine? With your mouth? Your attainment of ultimate freedom is far too great, isn't it? Such a demand, who could possibly resist it? But looking at the beautiful, delicate face so close to his, and those slightly parted red lips, Lin Yi's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This is Shangguan Yueshi. The peerless powerhouse who was usually high and mighty and could even crush him with a flick of his wrist is now like a lazy cat, asking for affection without any defenses. This is a kind of good fortune that many powerful people would never dare to dream of. The saying goes, to die beneath a peony is to die a romantic death. Or perhaps, you should just give in? However, the next second, a bone-chilling cold from behind jolted him mostly awake. This isn't some haven of gentle comforts, it's a battlefield of carnage. This is blatant NTR Netterer, isn't it? Senior, this isn't really appropriate. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. While struggling to suppress the urge to move closer, he stiffly turned his neck and subconsciously looked at Tushan Wanwan beside him. Tushan Wanwan sat there motionless, like a frozen sculpture. But the white jade wine cup in her hand was already covered with fine cracks. What? You intend to disobey the imperial decree? Shangguan Yueshi's expression darkened, and the pressure of her cultivation level was faintly revealed. Your oath cannot be broken, so get over here now. Lin Yi felt incredibly bitter. It was even more bitter than eating bitter herbs. On one side is the oath to heaven, and on the other is his wife who could turn evil at any moment. Damn it, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Once the system gets me airborne, I'll pin you both down and beat you up sooner or later. Either way, we're doomed. Let's give it our all. Lin Yi made a firm decision, picked up the glass of wine, and took a big gulp. The spicy liquor spread through his mouth, just like the burning passion in his heart at that moment. He walked step by step toward Shangguan Yueshi, who had her arms outstretched and looked on expectantly. 3 steps. 2 steps. Step. Their faces drew closer and closer, and Lin Yi could even smell the faint fragrance of wine mixed with the scent of Shangguan Yueshi. Shangguan Yueshi was so drunk that her face was flushed, and with her eyes slightly closed and her red lips slightly parted, no one in the myriad realms could resist her. Just as Lin Ye's nose was about to touch Shangguan Yueshi's. Smack! A crisp sound. A red shadow flashed by like lightning. Lin Yi felt his collar tighten and was thrown out as if he were floating on clouds. Puff! He spat out all the wine he was drinking, spilling it all over the floor. Lin Yi steadied himself in a disheveled state. When he looked up, he saw Tu Shan Wanwan standing in front of Shangguan Yueshi, like a tigress protecting her food. Her demonic aura surged, and her silver hair moved without wind. Shangguan Yueshi. Tu Shan Wanwan's chest heaved violently, and her red eyes almost spit fire. Have you no shame? He's someone I've used. He's your sister's man. How could you bring yourself to kiss him? Chapter 50, reciting the heart-cleansing mantra? Completely out of control. Shangguan Yueshi slowly opened her eyes without getting angry. Looking at the furious Tu Shan Wanwan, she instead revealed a triumphant smile. Teasing the little fox is so much fun. Hey, what's the rush? Shangguan Yueshi spread her hands innocently. Didn't you just call him trash? Didn't you say you didn't care? I'll help you recycle it, and while I'm at it, I'll give you a taste of something new. What's wrong? She leaned closer to Tu Shan Wanwan, their noses touching, their breaths mingling. Unless. Shangguan Yueshi's voice was dazed, yet every word was piercing. Unless you were lying just now. Unless you, this two-faced little vixen, have actually been in love for a long time? Tu Shan Wanwan's face flushed red, and she felt somewhat guilty. Nonsense. Nonsense. I'm just a little possessive. Even if I throw my things away, I won't let anyone else touch them. TSK, still being stubborn. Shangguan Yueshi shook her head, her drunkenness becoming more and more obvious, and a glint of wanting to stir up trouble in her eyes. Fine, since you won't admit it. Then I'll give you a different order, to help you understand your own heart. Shangguan Yueshi stood up and pointed her finger directly at Tu Shan Wanwan's nose. Imperial decree, to be changed. Number 1, obey my command. Lin Yi remained silent. Exist. Hug number 2 from behind and bury your face in the crook of her neck. Shangguan Yueshi's voice rose 8 octaves, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Whether you kiss, bite, or blow on it, you must continue for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After saying that, she looked at Tu Shan Wanwan, whose face was pale. Number 2, heed my command. You must not use demonic power to resist. You must not struggle. And Shangguan Yueshi casually tossed a tattered sutra onto the table. You must read this heart-cleansing mantra aloud throughout the entire process. The judgment rule is very simple: if you interrupt your reading, your voice trembles, or your heart beats too fast, then consider it as falling in love. The loser will not only have to drink 3 cups of wine as a penalty, but also shout 3 times in front of me, I am a hypocritical little vixen. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. That's a really vicious move. On one side is extreme physical provocation, and on the other is the purifying mantra, which represents holiness. This is to break through Tu Shan Wanwan's defenses both mentally and physically. You. Tu Shan Wanwan was so angry that she was trembling all over, and her hand was shaking as she pointed at Shangguan Yueshi. What? You're too scared? Shangguan Yueshi raised her chin provocatively. If you don't dare, then admit defeat, admit that you've fallen in love with this dregs of medicine, admit that you're just a little fox who can't live without a man. Who fell in love with him? Tu Shan Wanwan seemed to have been hit where it hurt, and immediately bristled. She snatched the scripture from her hand, struggled to turn around, and faced away from Lin Yi. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? She swayed and pulled open her upper garment, revealing a large expanse of her swan-like, slender, and fair neck, as well as her delicate collarbone. Lin Yi. Get your ass over here. Hurry up. My willpower is unparalleled. How could I be afraid of the disturbance from a mere foundation establishment ant like you? Lin Yi looked at that stunningly beautiful back view, then at that alluring neck, and his Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. As the alcohol took effect, his courage grew even stronger. Adding to the resentment from being pressed on the feet and pushed earlier, it all turned into a nameless rage. Why would I be so polite with my own wife? Lin Yi took a step forward and pressed himself against Tu Shan Wanwan's back. Warm. Soft. That amazing elasticity. He had already realized it. My little devil has become tenacious and enthusiastic. Start. Shangguan Yueshi, enjoying the spectacle, acted as the referee. A pure heart remains unperturbed even if the sky collapses. Tu Shan Wanwan's voice rang out, clear and aloof, as if she were truly unmoved by external things. But when Lin Yi wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace, her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yi didn't rush to speak. He lowered his head, buried his face in the fragrant crevice of her neck, and took a deep breath. That scent, a blend of drunken immortal brew and the unique fragrance of the nine-tailed celestial fox, was even more intoxicating than the strongest aphrodisiac. Wow, that's awesome. Call. A hot breath sprayed onto the most sensitive skin behind Tu Shan Wanwan's ear. Stubble lightly brushed against delicate skin. Though everything changes, the spirit remains steadfast. The mind is calm and serene. Tu Shan Wanwan's body stiffened, and her chanting stopped abruptly, as if a tape had malfunctioned. Lin Yi sensed her nervousness. This, on the contrary, aroused his deep-seated desire to conquer. He opened his mouth and took the delicate neck into his mouth. Moist. Warm. The tip of my tongue gently glides over the major artery, feeling the rapidly pounding pulse beneath it. Well. A muffled groan, barely suppressed, escaped from Tu Shan Wanwan's throat. She gripped the scripture tightly in her hands, the pages of which were crumpled. Untouched by dust and grime, untainted by worldly affairs. Her voice began to sound somewhat ethereal, and its original coolness was gone. Gradually, it turned into a trembling voice filled with sobs. That tingling sensation traveled up my spine and straight to the top of my head. Every nerve is screaming, every cell is cheering. The lingering effects of each cup of drunken immortal wine amplified the sensory stimulation, causing her usually unwavering composure to crumble at that moment. Not enough. That's not enough. Lin Ye's eyes were unfocused, as if he felt that the punishment was not severe enough. Or perhaps they were so drunk that their behavior was no longer in control. He opened his mouth and gently took a bite of the skin that had been sucked until it was red. Tooth grinding. A slight tingling sensation, accompanied by a strong electric current, instantly swept through my entire body. That one bite broke down the last line of defense. Tu Shan Wanwan tilted her head back, her slender neck curving into an alluring arc. Ah! The scripture in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The so-called heart-cleansing mantra turned into a deep, alluring panting sound. Immediately afterwards, bang! A muffled explosion rang out. Suddenly, the hem of Tu Shan Wanwan's red dress burst open behind her. 1, 2, 3, 9. 9 snow-white, fluffy, and enormous foxtails sprang out like children who had been holding back their anger. This is not just a matter of demonic power going out of control. Furthermore, it is the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, whose emotions have reached their extreme, resulting in an uncontrollable physiological reaction. Even more deadly is. As soon as the nine tails appeared, they very decisively and frantically wrapped around Lin Yi behind him. Some wrapped their arms around his waist, some around his legs, and one of them had a fluffy tail tip that was rubbing against Lin Yi's cheek in a fawning manner. They chanted the mantra of peace, but their actions betrayed them in an outrageous way. The reading aloud stopped abruptly. The only sounds in the air were Lin Yi's heavy breathing and Shangguan Yueshi's burst of almost uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. The heart-cleansing mantra? This is what you call a heart as pure as ice? Shangguan Yueshi pointed at the tails that were wagging wildly, begging for food, and laughed until tears streamed down her face. My dear sister. Your tail is almost strangling me. Is this your self-control? Ha 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 ha. Tu Shan Wanwan was completely ripe. The redness spread from the base of her neck to her heels. Society died. Utter social death. Shame overwhelmed her like a tsunami, followed by a complete breakdown of her reason. Those red eyes grew increasingly confused, shimmering with a dangerous yet alluring light. She grabbed Lin Yi by the collar, and the force she unleashed pinned him to the ground. At this moment, she no longer possessed even a trace of the majesty of an empress. The power of the drunken immortal brew surged up completely. At this moment, she seemed more like a woman driven mad by desire and shame. One hand pressed firmly against Lin Yi's chest, rendering him unable to move. With his other hand, he grabbed the remaining half-jar of strong liquor on the table. Lin Yi. She was panting, her voice hoarse, with a chilling madness about her. You started this fire tonight. Tu Shan Wanwan tilted her head back, revealing her neck, which still bore the teeth marks. A resolute determination, as if she were about to throw caution to the wind, shone through her bewildered red eyes. I have lost this round. Shangguan Yueshi, you're ruthless. You crazy woman, you just want to see me make a fool of myself. As you wish. What are you pretending for, you little girl whose virginity hasn't been broken yet? She suddenly tilted her head back and gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, the liquid sliding down her chin and dripping onto Linya's chest. 9 foxtails enveloped Linya's entire body, trembling as if pleading for something due to his infatuation. Like being in the clouds, warm and soft. Even though Linya felt dizzy from being wrapped in the foxtail, he still hummed softly in comfort. With a casual flick of her wrist, Linya's Taoist robe was quietly torn to shreds. She leaned down and brought her cherry lips close to Linya's ear. You must feed me the remaining half jar of wine with your mouth while you move around. If you lose even a single drop, I'll drain you dry right now. Losing her mind, she followed the familiar meridians, searching for the demon orb peak. It was azolized. Chapter 51: The Cultivation of the Jade Pool Palace Master. Glug. The moment Linya took his first sip of the liquor, he felt like his skull was about to be blown off. Spicy, scalding hot, yet with an addictive sweetness. At this moment, Tu Shanhuanhuan no longer had any of the airs of an empress. It was like a wildfire that had been burning for 3 days and 3 nights in the wilderness, constantly repeating the same action. Her red dress was already disheveled and piled up at her waist, like a blooming spider lily. Drink! She gave vague commands, her hands tightly cupping Linya's cheeks, as if afraid he would escape, or as if afraid that a single drop of this precious wine would spill. His voice had long lost its usual cold and aloof tone that commanded all demons. Under the domineering power of the drunken immortal brew, it sounded hoarse, sticky, and even carried a hint of a cutesy, crying tone. It was supposed to be a drinking contest, but it was more like a tearing and biting attack accompanied by predation. Their lips met perfectly. The movements were so intense that most of the wine was not swallowed in time and spilled out from the corners of their joined lips. The crystal-clear liquid slid down Tu Shanhuanhuan's slender, swan-like neck, flowed over her delicate, deep collarbone, and finally merged into the bottomless, snow-white cleavage. Tick-tock. The cool liquor dripped onto their tightly pressed, burning chests. The sudden temperature difference made Linya gasp, feeling a chill run down his spine as if his soul had been scalded. No. Don't spill it. Linya mumbled a reminder, trying to retain the last shred of rationality in this absurd storm. This was top-grade spiritual wine, it would be such a waste to spill it. Mainly, this is just too exciting. This is hardly the case of living off a woman. This is clearly a case of someone trying to choke him to death by living off a woman. Shut up. Ugh. Tu Shanhuanhuan seemed extremely dissatisfied that Linya could still be distracted at this time, and she punished him by biting his already swollen lips. Linya couldn't help but want to resist. But the opponent's attacks became increasingly exaggerated. The feeling was like having your soul grabbed by a soft yet burning hand and then violently thrown into the clouds. Ding. Detected that the host is engaging in intense interaction with a top-tier Taoist partner, Tu Shanhuanhuan. Ding. Both parties are extremely excited, and their yin and yang meridians are automatically activating. Ding. Congratulations, host. The fusion level of mixed body of myriad medicines has increased to 30%, and the passive effect Heavenly Fragrance has been activated. The system notification sounds were exploding in his mind like a screen being refreshed, but Linya had no time to pay attention to them at the moment. He felt as if his special physique, which had been dormant within him, had been completely awakened by this top-grade spiritual wine. A faint, visible golden aura burst forth from his pores. That wasn't ordinary spiritual energy. That was the unique primordial yang essence of the myriad medicine's primordial body, pure, fiery, and carrying a primal hormonal scent that had a fatal attraction for female cultivators, especially demons. If Linya was merely an antidote for Tu Shanhuanhuan before, now, radiating a golden aura, he is the most prized Tang monk's flesh in the world. Several potted flowers on the terrace, swept away by this aura, defied the season and bloomed instantly, their petals unfurling and trembling as they released their stamens. Tu Shanhuanhuan's previously hazy red eyes suddenly contracted, like a shark smelling blood. She clung tightly to Linya's neck, wrapping her entire body around him. Crazy woman, you look. While humming sweet, broken moans into Linya's ear, Tu Shanhuanhuan stared intently through her disheveled silver hair at the figure sitting on the stone bench not far away. This is an almost childish display of bravado. It is also the most primitive and naked way to declare sovereignty. I just want you to see. This is my medicine residue, you think you can take it, you won't get a chance. As her emotions completely spiraled out of control. Bang! 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 The 9 enormous foxtails behind it seemed to have gone completely mad, flailing wildly in the air. They intertwined, forming a furry, flesh-colored cage that tightly bound the two of them inside. Only through the gaps in its bushy tail could a few streaks of pale moonlight occasionally pierce through, illuminating that face, so close yet so beautiful, like a peach blossom. Hiss. Lin Yi felt like he was suffocating. It wasn't because of a lack of oxygen, but because the surroundings were filled with that intoxicating aroma. The scent of musk, the unique fragrance of the celestial fox, and the rich aroma of wine, all mixed together, are even more intoxicating than the most potent nectar. He could even feel the tips of 2 restless foxtails gently rubbing and circling along the base of his thighs. My wife, Lin Yi was panting heavily when his hands involuntarily went to caress that smooth and delicate back. It feels smooth to the touch and warm to the touch, like jade. That amazing tactile sensation traveled from the palm of your hand straight to the top of your head. Since you can't resist it, just enjoy it. Lin Yi stopped pretending and, driven by both alcohol and instinct, began to respond passionately. Each time the feeding of wine ended, it was accompanied by heavy breathing and the sound of clothes rubbing together. The entire terrace seemed to have become a small, independent world. Only the sounds of flowing water and beating drums intertwined and resonated on the edge of the storm. Shangguan Yueshi was completely stunned. She maintained the posture of holding the wine glass, but the wine in the glass had already spilled all over the ground, dripping down her wrist onto the stone slab, but she was completely unaware. She wanted to close her eyes. A rational voice screamed wildly in her mind, Shangguan Yueshi. You are the palace mistress of Yaoqi Palace. You are the leader of the righteous path. How could you look at such things? Run. But those peach blossom eyes that usually see through illusions were now inexplicably only opening their fingers. She wanted to leave. But his legs couldn't move an inch. This is outrageous. Shangguan Yueshi muttered to herself, trying to arm her faltering Taoist heart with these pale moral words. Shameless. This is the behavior of a witch. She cursed under her breath, but her cheeks were burning hot, as if she had been slapped twice. She tried to convince herself. I am the referee. The wine is not finished yet. I need to supervise the game. I cannot leave. If I leave, it means I cannot play the game. Yes, I am making a critical observation. However, the moment the aura emanating from Lin Yi's myriad medicine's primordial body, after unlocking the heavenly fragrance, drifted into her nose on the night breeze. Shangguan Yueshi's pupils suddenly dilated. What kind of smell was that? It's like a traveler who has been starving for thousands of years suddenly smelling the aroma of an unparalleled delicacy. It was like an ascetic monk who had been walking in the arid desert for months, suddenly seeing a clear spring. It smells so good. It smells so good. That is the taste of the origin of life, the purest form of yang and the laws of the great Tao. The smell was strange, seemingly having a fatal attraction for female cultivators. It was practically poison. It is also an antidote. Glug. Shangguan Yueshi heard herself swallow. At that moment, the sound was so loud it was almost shrill. The spiritual energy within her body began to surge uncontrollably. The 7 parts of intoxication that she had suppressed with her magic were instantly doubled by the allure of the fragrance, turning into 12 parts of frenzy. Even my breathing became rapid. Are these mundane things really that joyful? Shangguan Yueshi's eyes were glazed over as she stared intently through her fingers at the 2 intertwined figures. Seeing Tu Shanwan, who was usually dignified and proud, and who even felt that a man's glance was an eyesore, now so shamelessly making demands and so unreservedly revealing herself. That sense of contrast deeply impacted Shangguan Yueshi's mind. How could a demon emperor be driven to abandon his dignity like this? Curiosity grows wildly like weeds, gradually overwhelming the dam of reason. Chapter 52, Refining the Heart in the Mortal World. I cultivate the way of freedom. Only by following my heart can I attain the great way. If you don't even dare to look, how can you talk about transcending tribulation? That's right. This is the tempering of the mortal world. I am undergoing tribulation. Shangguan Yueshi did not back down. Instead, he inexplicably stood up from the stone bench. She walked barefoot on the cold stone slabs, 1 step, 2 steps. Staggering, I approached the entangled figures. Like a moth drawn to a candle flame, knowing full well that a raging fire lies ahead, it still rushes headlong into it. Hurry up, oh, the wine spilled. Tushan Wanwan was completely disregarding everything at this moment. She seemed to sense her best friend's approach. Or rather, this was the moment she had been waiting for. To retaliate for the humiliation she had just suffered, and to prove that Lin Yi belonged to her. After swallowing the last mouthful of wine, Tushan Wanwan not only did not stop, but intensified her efforts. She suddenly tilted her head back. Her long, slender neck curved into an extremely alluring arc under the moonlight. Ah! A high-pitched, poignant, and endlessly satisfying moan burst forth from the depths of her throat. This sound was made without any attempt to conceal it. It even carries a hint of deliberate exaggeration. At the same time, the 9 enormous foxtails danced wildly, as if in celebration or in defiance. Clatter! The tip of one of the furry tails looks like it was accidental, or perhaps it was premeditated. It even lightly brushed against Shangguan Yueshi's burning cheek. Itch! Grow numb! The sensation was like an electric current, directly piercing through Shangguan Yueshi's last line of defense. Well! Shangguan Yueshi trembled all over, her legs went weak, and she almost lost her balance. She felt her mouth was dry, as if a fire was burning in her throat. She subconsciously stuck out her pink tongue and licked her already dry red lips. My mind is a complete mess. The rich musky scent, mixed with Lin Yi's vital energy, enveloped her completely. She had a terrible illusion. She felt as if she were in a cage wrapped in a fox tail. The sensation of Lin Yi's large hands seemed to be transmitted to her through the air. That was the sensation she experienced while getting a foot massage. Rough, powerful, and scalding hot. If those hands were pressed somewhere else. The moment this thought popped into her head, Shangguan Yueshi was startled by herself. What am I thinking? I'm here to watch the show. But the body is shockingly more honest than the brain. She subconsciously began to squeeze her legs together. Thirsty. A pair of crystal clear jade feet, with 10 toes tightly curled up. Because of the excessive force, the instep arched into an alluring curve. Shangguan Yueshi's gaze was unfocused as she groped aimlessly on the table. Finally, she found the half cup of wine that Lin Yi had left behind. Without any hesitation. They didn't even mind that it was a cup Lin Yi had used. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. Gulp! The spicy liquor went down my throat, but it did nothing to extinguish the fire in my heart. Instead, it felt like pouring oil on the fire. Ha! She was breathing heavily, her eyes gradually shifting from initial disdain and shock to a moist, dreamy look, even carrying a hint of a longing that she herself dared not admit. How can I be so happy? At this time. In the heart of that fox-tailed cage. With a final low growl, Lin Yi felt completely drained, but was instantly filled by the returning spiritual energy. The pleasure of this dual cultivation is simply addictive. Tushan Wanwan let out a satisfied sigh, her whole body limp as if her bones had been removed, and she nestled softly against Lin Yi's chest. The 9 wildly dancing tails finally quieted down, covering the two of them like a docile blanket. After all, her cultivation had not fully recovered. Under the domineering effects of the drunken immortal wine and the exhilarating pleasure she had just experienced, this once invincible empress actually fell into a deep sleep. A trace of glistening drool clung to the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a satisfied smile of revenge. The world is finally quiet. All that remained was the sound of the wind blowing across the terrace. Huff, huff. Lin Yi was panting heavily. He felt a slight ache in his lower back, but his mind was incredibly excited. In the short span of an incense stick's time, his cultivation level actually surged from the peak of the early foundation establishment stage to the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. This gigolo is so delicious. He carefully moved Tushan Wanwan's heavy body a little, wanting to crawl out of this gentle embrace and catch his breath. Worn out. Lin Yi muttered to himself as he peeked out from the gap in the fox tail. However, the moment he looked up, he froze completely. A pair of bare feet silently stopped in mid-air in front of the bed. Her feet were as white as snow, with round and cute toes, but they looked unnaturally tense at the moment, and faint blue veins could even be seen on the insteps. Going further up, she had a pair of long, straight, and flawless jade-like legs that gleamed like ivory in the moonlight. Then came a slightly disheveled, moon-white fairy dress. The fabric of the gauze dress directly above the center was either spilled by the drunken immortal wine or some other material. A specific small area became slightly transparent. Scenery that no male cultivator in the myriad realms had ever seen before appeared and disappeared. No way. Lin Yi swallowed hard, his gaze slowly moving upwards. Finally, their eyes met. That was Shangguan Yueshi. She didn't leave. She stood there quietly, looking down at him. But that look in his eyes, something was really off. Those usually aloof and proud peach blossom eyes were now bloodshot. Her eyes were filled with tears, like a pool of turbulent spring water. The previous mockery and disdain were gone. There is only one kind, a chilling yet heart-pounding, insane desire. That look in his eyes was like that of a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days, staring at a roast chicken in his hand. Senpai? The wine is finished, the punishment is over. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shrank back. Although the system rewarded him with a powerful tonic, the continuous use of millions of elite troops in battle had already put him in a state of near sage mode. Finish? Shangguan Yueshi suddenly smiled. That smile was so alluring that it didn't resemble that of a righteous leader at all, but rather that of a newly fallen witch. She slowly squatted down. She stretched out her jade-like foot, which had just been massaged by Lin Yi and was still faintly pink. She gently lifted her toes and pressed them against Lin Yi's chin. That adorable toe even gently tickled his Adam's apple. That scratch almost made Lin Yi's soul fly away. Little weakling. Shangguan Yueshi leaned forward, and the rich aroma of wine mixed with her unique orchid fragrance instantly enveloped Lin Yi. She stuck out her tongue and licked her dry, red lips, a dangerous glint flashing in her wet eyes. This wine looks quite delicious. Her gaze fell on Lin Yi's lips, which still bore traces of wine. Her voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable command and a chilling tremor. I feel like I haven't had enough to drink yet. Is there anything left in your mouth? Chapter 53 Stealing Fragrance from the Bedside. The night was as dark as ink, scattered across the terrace of the Cloud Villa. The air was filled with the domineering aroma of the drunken immortal wine, as well as a more subtle, strangely sweet fragrance that seemed to evoke the most primal desires of living beings. That's Lin Yi's physique effect, heavenly fragrance. Glug. Glug. Lin Yi swallowed hard, completely lacking any self-respect. The face before me possessed both aloofness and allure. It was a peerless elegance that could only be cultivated by someone who had held a high position for thousands of years. At this moment, the owner of this face was staring intently at his lips with his rosy, peach blossom eyes, as if examining a freshly cooked delicacy. Senpai, we're really out of wine. Lin Yi's voice was dry as he tried to rouse the mistress of Yaoqi Palace to her senses. Besides, Wan is right here. You are the leader of the righteous path. This is inappropriate, isn't it? Right way? Shangguan Yueshi chuckled, and her jade-like foot, which had been resting on his chin, slid down and gently stepped on his chest. What I cultivate is freedom and ease wherever my heart leads, that is the way. Then, she leaned down, her body exuding a rich, delicate fragrance of orchids and an intoxicating aroma of alcohol, and pressed her two hot, red lips firmly against his. Lin Yi's eyes widened. That's hardly a kiss. Shangguan Yueshi's movements were clumsy and wild. Her tongue awkwardly pried open her teeth, and as her teeth clashed, she even tasted a hint of blood. She was like a child who had never tasted candy before, experiencing the sweetness for the first time. They would greedily suck and gnaw, trying to completely swallow the heavenly fragrance that made their souls tremble. Senpai. Taking advantage of a moment to catch his breath, Lin Yi pressed his hands firmly against Shangguan Yueshi's soft yet incredibly heavy shoulders. His voice was extremely low, trembling with a hint of fear. No. Wan is still here. She's right here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that fiery red figure was less than a foot away from the two of them. The 9 large, fluffy tails even draped over his ankles, rising and falling gently with his breath. This is practically dancing in a minefield. This is NTR in person. Shut up. At this moment, Shangguan Yueshi had long lost the aloof and dignified demeanor she usually displayed as the mistress of Yaoqi Palace. Her cheeks were flushed, and her usually insightful eyes, which seemed to see through illusions, were now filled with chaotic desires and a kind of excitement at tasting forbidden fruit. She grabbed Lin Yi's hands, which were trying to resist, with one hand, and easily suppressed him above her head with her terrifying cultivation at the peak of the void refinement realm. What are you afraid of? She leaned close to Lin Yi's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, and whispered with a playful smile, "This little fox just had a good time and won't wake up for a while. Unless." She leaned close to Lin Yi's ear, her warm breath spraying into his ear canal, accompanied by a devilish whisper. "Unless you yell too loudly and wake her up, then we'll die together. How about that?" Sounds exciting, right? But Lin Yi still wanted to struggle. No buts. Shangguan Yueshi stretched out her jade-like foot, which had just been carefully served by Lin Yi, and gently slid her toes against Lin Yi's skin. Since I won the game, you are my spoils. I can taste you however I want. Under the influence of the alcohol and Lin Yi's eerie fragrance, this intense sense of transgression did not make her back down. Instead, it was like a powerful drug, making her tremble all over. She is the leader of the righteous path, the Empress of Yaoqi, and a being above all others. But now, in this desolate lower realm, on this terrace filled with the scent of the mortal world, she is taking advantage of her sister's unconsciousness to forcibly possess their men. That was so exciting. This feeling of trampling morality, rules, and etiquette underfoot was 1,000 times more joyful than her enlightenment. This skirt, why is it so hard to untie? Shangguan Yueshi muttered to herself, her hands, which could easily tear through the void, were now clumsily struggling with the sash around her waist. The more anxious you get, the more chaotic things become, and in the end, you just pull it off forcefully. Screech. That moon-white fairy dress, woven from 10,000-year-old ice silkworm silk, transformed into strips of cloth fluttering in the sky. A stunningly beautiful body, enough to captivate even the most celestial beings, was displayed without reservation under the moonlight. Her skin was as white as snow, and every inch of her body seemed to be a work of art sculpted by the laws of nature. This is not only beauty, but also a manifestation of the Tao. Every inch of her skin shimmered with a subtle glow, flawless. Most importantly, those two big thunderbolts, whose true appearance was previously unknown due to being bound by the dress. Based on my judgment from my past life, it should be at least F. Even though Lin Yi was currently in the Sage Mode cooldown period, he couldn't help but gasp. You're getting off easy, you weakling. Shangguan Yueshi mumbled something in a daze, but her movements became increasingly urgent. She was like a general about to go to the battlefield, ready to launch a full-scale attack with great momentum. However, the next second, the air suddenly became quiet. The Jade Pool Palace Master, who claimed to have read all the Taoist scriptures and possessed a full level of theoretical knowledge, was stumped. She sat there stiffly, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. They moved it left and right, back and forth, over and over again. The lock could never find his key. Strange, the book clearly says this is the place. Shangguan Yueshi murmured anxiously, her beautiful face filled with confusion and restlessness. She even tried to use her spiritual power to check if there were any formations or restrictions blocking her way. His senior, that's the hip joint. Don't force it. Lin Yi winced in pain and couldn't help but complain. Shut up. I know. Shangguan Yueshi was so ashamed and indignant that she felt like she was going to die. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. I'm looking for acupoints. This is our Yaoqi's unique, 9 revolutions to the netherworld, technique, you know nothing about it. Lin Yi almost lost his composure. This is no experienced driver, this is clearly a novice female driver who just got her license and dared to drive on the F1 track, not even knowing where the clutch is. Senior, how about I help you? Lin Yi asked tentatively. No need. I'll do it myself. Shangguan Yueshi gritted her teeth. Another series of haphazard actions. Well, that's bad. It didn't work. Instead, the friction caused a fire. But it was during this process that the pure essence unique to the mixed body of 10,000 medicines seeped into her body continuously through skin contact. This feels so good. For the female cultivators, this was like the earth that had been parched for thousands of years finally welcoming its first spring rain. Lin Yi was also not feeling well. Under such extreme visual impact and sensory stimulation, his body completely betrayed his will. He felt the changes in his body, and his old face couldn't help but blush. Although reason told him that this was immoral, and Tu Shan Wanwan was there, this was playing with fire. But his body language betrayed him by bowing respectfully to the palace master. Shangguan Yueshi paused, feeling that hot, hard object pressing against her. She paused for a moment, then, as if she had discovered a new continent, a sly glint flashed in her hazy, drunken eyes. Ha, you say no, but your body says otherwise. She stretched out her finger and gently flicked that once soft and proud bone that refused to bow its head, her eyes filled with seductive charm. Looks like you little weakling, are also eager to taste my flavor? Lin Yi was about to defend himself. Shangguan Yueshi, however, gave him no more chances. She followed the guidance, relying on her instincts. Launch an attack. Chapter 54 God Level Unique Talent. Shangguan Yueshi's body suddenly stiffened. She began to underestimate the situation. Could it be those joyful paintings she confiscated from the palace disciples before? Are all the monks' reactions fake? The brief hesitation did not affect what followed. Because this body, which is at the void refinement stage, has extremely strong recovery capabilities. What followed was a peculiar experience. Lin Yi wasn't much better off. This is the primordial spirit body of the Jade Pool Palace Master. Even a single strand of hair contains terrifying spiritual power. Fortunately, the myriad medicine's primordial body was strong enough to withstand the overwhelming force of this pressure. The instant of contact. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully completed communication with Shangguan Yueshi spiritual incarnation, a woman of unparalleled destiny with a rating of 99.9. Current favorability rating, 50. The atmosphere is right. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special physical talent Giant Sun. Talent, Giant Sun. Rank, God level unique. Effect 1, the unyielding dragon. Even if the battle continues until the end of the universe, it will not fall as long as you do not call a halt. Effect 2, pure yang never dies. Your pure yang energy contains the laws of the great Tao, so it will not only not be depleted, but will actually grow stronger in battle. Effect 3, taste reveals essence. Subtly increases your Taoist partner's affection, improves communication efficiency, and over time your partner will gradually become inseparable from you. Effect 4, overpowering the superior. When facing a female cultivator with a higher cultivation level, the overpowering the superior aura will be triggered, granting additional bonuses to physique and combat power. Boom! As the system voice faded away, a surge of golden heat rushed up my spine and straight to the top of my head. Lin Yi felt as if his kidneys had been injected with gene-enhancing drugs. An unprecedentedly terrifying heat surged through his entire body in an instant. His body, which had been somewhat depleted from the battle just now, was not only instantly replenished, but also overflowed with terrifying energy several times greater. A sheep that was passively taking a beating has now evolved into an ancient ferocious beast. Is this what it feels like to have cheat codes? Take off! Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden flames burned in his originally clear eyes. Before Shangguan Yueshi could fully get into the rhythm, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. No! This exaggerated change. A terrifying sense of oppression hits you directly. If it weren't for the formidable physical body of this primordial spirit who had reached the nascent soul stage. Wait a minute. Shangguan Yueshi panicked. Because this has surpassed what she had ever seen before. Then, Lin Yi revealed a confident smile. Senior, you were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Now, isn't it my turn? The balance of power has completely shifted. A counterattack. Giant Sun, Effect 4 activated. The gap in cultivation level gradually narrowed. Shangguan Yueshi still wanted to put on airs as the palace master and reprimand her. You dare. But before he could even open his mouth, he was choked by a duck. Lin Yi is no longer the timid, submissive medicine drag. With the blessing of godlike talent, he became even more valiant. When the technique is operating at its peak, Shangguan Yueshi suffered defeat after defeat in battle. Moreover, there is no room for repairs. Her cultivation level, which she was so proud of. It is unknown why it is due to some special law or power. In this confrontation, it turned out to be completely useless. He gradually lost his senses. However, even more deadly is Tushan Wanwan is right next to me. The moonlight was as clear as water. The terrace of the Cloud Villa. The commotion was quite significant. Tushan Wanwan, who was in her sleep, seemed to find it a bit noisy. He frowned and turned over. One of its large, furry tails unconsciously swept across Shangguan Yueshi's back. Hiss. The tactile sensation of the downy fur left by the 9-tailed fox's tail, combined with that feeling of stealing. Each and every apology from the heart. With the added power of the drunken immortal's brew, countless words remained unspoken. She bit her lower lip hard. I dared not let myself scream. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Making mistakes again and again. That kind of shame in front of Tushan Wanwan. Mixed with each expansion of the pores. Ultimately, it shattered her Tao heart completely. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. With the blessing of a god-level unique talent. Shangguan Yueshi's eyes began to glaze over. All they knew was to hold tightly to the only antidote in front of them. I don't know how much time has passed. A pale, fish-belly white dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Shangguan Yueshi's whole body glowed. Her skin, as smooth as cream, was covered with ambiguous red marks. He slumped on the stone table. The once aloof fairy now exuded an indescribable languor and allure. Lin Yi straightened his tattered Taoist robe, feeling refreshed. Ding! Due to the host's intoxicated state, the yin-yang meridian is automatically activating, and cultivation is being fed back. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. He glanced at Shangguan Yueshi beside him, secretly pleased. This was a huge profit. Shangguan Yueshi slowly opened her eyes and the first thing she saw was Tushan Wanwan, who was still fast asleep. As the effects of the alcohol wore off, reason regained its footing. Immediately afterwards, those crazy, absurd, and shameless scenes from last night flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. What have I done? A tremendous sense of absurdity and guilt overwhelmed her instantly. She is Shangguan Yueshi. She is the light of righteousness. How could she do something like this, stealing her sister's man? And why did this weakling suddenly change so drastically? It's practically a match with the intensity of a tribulation-transcending stage game. Why can the myriad medicine's primordial body still evolve? She glanced to the side guiltily and saw that Tushan Wanwan was still sleeping soundly, with a trace of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Thankfully, he hasn't woken up. Shangguan Yueshi breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterwards, a huge sense of absurdity and guilt welled up in her heart. This is all a dream. Shangguan Yueshi wrapped herself tightly in the last remaining rags, her face pale, trying to hypnotize herself. However, the next second, her face turned even more terrified. Because she discovered that the cultivation level of her primordial spirit avatar had inexplicably broken through her suppression during this dual cultivation, and directly entered the early stage of the fusion realm. Not only that. That unprecedented, ultimate experience was actually transmitted back through the faint connection between the primordial spirit and the physical body. The celestial realm, the Jade Pool Immortal Palace. Within the secluded, forbidden area, a peerless woman, sitting cross-legged with a dignified and solemn appearance, opened her eyes. On that face, which was exactly the same as Shangguan Yueshi's but even more dignified and aloof, two strange blushes appeared. In her usually calm and collected eyes, she forcefully suppressed the strange feeling that was surging within her. For the first time, panic and rage were revealed. What exactly did the primordial spirit do when it descended to the mortal realm? Since the incarnations of the three pure ones have not returned, their memories cannot be integrated. Damn, what does that feel like? P.S. I was wrong, dear reviewer, please let me go. Chapter 55 covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Call. Shangguan Yueshi took a deep breath. Since I haven't returned to the upper realm, my memories can't be integrated for the time being, but I should be fine for now. He forcibly suppressed the lingering unease and worry that still trembled slightly in his heart. With a slight movement of her fingertips, an incomparably sharp spiritual energy instantly condensed and pressed against Lin Yi's throat. Don't pretend to be dead if you're awake. Shangguan Yueshi's voice was clear and cold, with a slight tremor and hoarseness at the end. Lin Yi chose to play dumb. Good morning, senior. Shut up. Shangguan Yueshi recalled the scene from last night, feeling ashamed and indignant. Her usually stunningly beautiful face, which was worshipped by cultivators from all realms, was now so red that it seemed to bleed. She quickly transmitted her voice in a secret tone, her voice urgent. What happened last night was just drunken recklessness. Let's just treat it as a dream. It was a temptation from my inner demons, an illusion. If you dare utter a single word to that fox, I will drown you even at the cost of damaging my Dao heart. Sharpshooter talent activated, judgment failed. The probability of encountering Tushan Wanwan has been increased to 40%. System notification, seeding cannot be performed on entities other than the main body. Taoist companion Shangguan Yueshi incarnation of Yuanling, favorability level 65 knowing the essence of food. Lin Yi first sorted out the remaining information in his mind and checked the favorability rating and the effect of the god-level talent, Giant Sun. He's now a man with the power of unyielding dragon and unquenchable vitality, so he's confident and has the right reputation to back him up, so he's naturally not afraid. Lin Yi shrugged, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over her alluring curves, which even her neatly dressed body couldn't conceal, especially the faint red mark that lingered at her neatly tied collar. Senior, isn't this a bit unfair? Lin Yi pointed to his back, where there were more than a dozen shocking scratch marks crisscrossing the area, and even a few clearly visible teeth marks. All of these were the masterpieces left by the righteous leader last night when he lost control of his emotions. You started it with your hands, and you also started it with your mouth. Now you want to shift all the blame onto me? How dare you say that? Shangguan Yueshi's ears turned slightly red, so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She sent her spiritual energy forward an inch. If you don't shut up, I'll make you mute right now. Seeing Shangguan Yueshi's flustered appearance, he chuckled inwardly. This isn't about trying to kill someone to cover it up, it's clearly about not knowing how to deal with this sudden change in the relationship. Okay, I swear. Lin Yi raised his finger, his face full of sincerity. Nothing happened last night. I didn't massage your feet, I didn't feed you alcohol, and I certainly didn't. Stop. Shangguan Yueshi felt like her face was about to explode. Every word this bastard uttered, a corresponding high-definition image would automatically appear in her mind. As long as you keep your mouth shut, I will fulfill the promise I made to you. She gritted her teeth, trying to regain her dignity as someone in a position of power. Just then, the fiery red figure on the nearby couch stirred. Tushan Wanwan let out a lazy whimper, and her 9 huge foxtails stretched out like a cat that had just woken up, sweeping across the ground and making a soft rustling sound. She's waking up. Shangguan Yueshi's expression changed drastically, and the panic of feeling guilty instantly overwhelmed her reason. If this fox found out that she not only stole her man last night, but also played around so much, and even broke through her cultivation level because of it, would she still have any face left as the mistress of Yaoqi Palace? How am I supposed to get along at the Immortal Realm tea party from now on? The purification technique for a clean world. Shangguan Yueshi formed hand seals and swiftly unleashed the supreme divine power that Yaoqi Immortal Palace only used to cleanse extremely filthy demonic energy. Buzz. A soft yet domineering white light swept across the entire terrace. The extremely ambiguous smell in the air was instantly purified, leaving many traces on the ground. Even the aura that belonged to her on Lin Yi was forcibly erased. But that's not enough. Shangguan Yueshi bit her fingertip, forcing out a drop of golden imperial blood containing the primordial laws. Using her fingers as a brush, she quickly sketched on the inside of her fair, jade-like arm. In the blink of an eye, a bright red cinnabar mark exuding an ancient aura of chastity reappeared on her skin. To be on the safe side, she even stacked 3 layers of illusionary restrictions, enough to deceive the heavens. After doing all this, she took a deep breath, took out a brand new flowing fairy dress from her storage ring, put it on, sat upright by the stone table, rested her chin on one hand, and resumed her aloof and otherworldly goddess demeanor. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Good heavens! Is this the crisis management ability of a big shot in the cultivation world? A cultivation-themed version of incognito browsing? That reaction and hand speed are incredible. Ha! Tushan Wanwan finally woke up. She stretched languidly, and although her fiery red dress was disheveled, it only accentuated her snow-white skin and captivating charm. My head hurts so much. Tushan Wanwan rubbed her temples, her crimson eyes gradually focusing. Even though his cultivation level had dropped, his instinctive perception of the environment remained terrifyingly sharp, despite being a great emperor of the demon race. Her nose twitched, and her brows furrowed instantly. Strangeness. Tushan Wanwan looked around suspiciously. How come it's so clean? It's too clean. Not only was the strong smell of alcohol from last night gone, but there wasn't even a trace of dust or spiritual energy fluctuation, as if someone had deliberately cleaned the place thoroughly. Her gaze instantly locked onto Shangguan Yueshi, who was sitting at the stone table. Why did you change your clothes? Tushan Wanwan narrowed her eyes, her tone revealing a hint of scrutiny. Also, your aura, why does it seem somewhat weak? As if you've been through a great battle? Shangguan Yueshi's hand trembled slightly as she held the teacup, but her expression remained as steady as a rock. She took a small sip of tea and said calmly. Last night, I took special care to cover up your secrets while you were doing that, which took some effort. As for your clothes, they smelled of alcohol, which I can't stand, so I had to change them. Tushan Wanwan was clearly not so easily fooled. Yeah. Although she had no memory of it, she subconsciously felt that something extremely crazy had happened last night, and it seemed that it wasn't just her and Lin Yi who were involved. She stood up and staggered over to Lin Yi. The dregs of medicine, from last night. Before she could finish speaking, Tushan Wanwan's gaze suddenly froze. She stared intently at Lin Ye's bare back. There, a dozen or so scratches crisscrossed, the skin and flesh were torn and rolled up, some even oozing blood. The scratches were thin and long, clearly caused by a woman's fingernails, and judging from the force, the person who scratched them was definitely in a state of extreme excitement and complete loss of control at the time. Tushan Wanwan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chilling killing intent erupted instantly. Who arrested him? Chapter 56 Ordered to steal a home. Who arrested him? These words were spoken. Lin Ye's heart suddenly stopped. Shangguan Yueshi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Tushan Wanwan's fox ears, which were perked up with anger. These were her best friends of over 2,000 years, who were now showing her their care for their Taoist partners without reservation. An unprecedented sense of shame and guilt welled up inside me. Just yesterday she was mocking this shameless fox, but last night the one who took advantage of his vulnerability and even left a mark on his back was none other than herself, the usually high and mighty mistress of Yaoqi Palace. When did I become so despicable? Lin Yi looked at Shangguan Yueshi as if pleading for help. Shangguan Yueshi's fingers curled slightly, her fingertips still seeming to retain the tight, hot touch she felt last night when she brushed against Lin Ye's back, the culprit that caused her to lose her Dao heart. She dared not look into Tushan Wanwan's eyes, and used the act of putting down the teacup to forcefully suppress the panic in her heart and the bitterness of feeling sorry for Wanwan. Don't you know why you went crazy last night? She turned around, her back to Tushan Wanwan. Her voice was still cold, but it was a fraction faster than usual, as if she was trying to cover something up. Tushan Wanwan, I have known you for over 2,000 years, yet I never knew you were so dissolute at heart. What? Tushan Wanwan was stunned. Snort. Shangguan Yueshi stood up, looking down at her with disdain in her eyes. Last night, after you got drunk, you became a beast and insisted on dragging Lin Yi to the ground. I am ashamed to utter those filthy words. You not only forced him to cooperate with your shameless positions, but also shouted all kinds of filthy words while grabbing him. Lin Yi could not resist and could only let you do as you pleased. They even pinned Lin Yi to the ground, scratching and biting him. The scene, TSK, I have cultivated for thousands of years and have never seen such a shameless sight. If it weren't for helping you cover up the secrets of heaven, I would have left long ago on the grounds of this filth. At this point, Shangguan Yueshi made an embarrassing and cringe-worthy expression, covering her face and sighing. These words were spoken with such intonation and emotion, and were delivered with such sincerity. Lin Yi, who was listening from the side, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Hi! That's brilliant! This is called turning the tables. This is called the wicked accuse the guilty first. Not only did they perfectly explain all the doubts, but they also conveniently stood on the moral high ground and launched a comprehensive attack on the victims. Tushan Wanwan was stunned by this sudden rebuke. Her face flushed instantly, and her ears burned. Am I that crazy? She tried hard to recall the details of last night. Although the memory is hazy, I still remember the extreme pleasure and the physical soreness. Take these into account. In addition, the wounds on Lin Ye's back did indeed look like they were scratched in a moment of panic. Seeing Tushan Wanwan's self-doubting expression, Shangguan Yueshi felt a little more at ease, but on the surface she still maintained her aloofness. Believe it or not. Anyway, I've had my eyes opened. So this is the kind of fun your Qingqiu Fox clan has. In order to save face, Tushan Wanwan had no choice but to bite the bullet and admit it. Cough cough. She straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes, forced herself to save face, and sneered at Shangguan Yueshi. Humph, that's the intimate pleasure between me and my Taoist partner, what do you know? At this point, she seemed to have found a point of retaliation, looking Shangguan Yueshi up and down, a mocking smile curving her lips. She walked behind Lin Yi, stretched out her fingers, and gently stroked the scratches, her eyes flashing with possessiveness and smugness. This is the mark I left behind, so what? She raised her head and looked at Shangguan Yueshi defiantly. But you are, Shangguan Yueshi. You've kept your virginity for 3,000 years. Even if you cultivate to the emperor realm, you'll still be an old maid who doesn't know the taste of a man. You watched it all night last night, weren't you so envious your eyes were red? At this moment, Lin Yi lowered his head and bit his lip tightly, afraid that he would lose his composure. It's somewhat ironic. Although he failed to protect himself as a boy, he was powerless to resist. Moreover, all of this was done in order to improve my cultivation level as soon as possible and help my empress wife avenge herself. He's right. It's right to let the branches and leaves grow. The saying many children, many blessings is true. Looking at Tushan Wanwan's domineering demeanor, Shangwan Yueshi felt a subtle pang of guilt. What a silly fox. Even though he's already blatantly cuckolded, he's still taking the blame for the real culprit. A bitter and strange smile appeared on Shangwan Yueshi's lips. She picked up her teacup, concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. She silently recited it in her heart. I'm sorry, Wanwan. I didn't want to either, but yesterday, the effects of the alcohol and the strange fragrance emanating from the myriad medicine's primordial body were overwhelming. Who could resist in that situation? That was the ultimate bliss she had never experienced in the past 3,000 years. Even knowing that this is unfair to my sisters, my body still goes weak whenever I think about it. Oh. Shangwan Yueshi put down her teacup, her tone less sharp and more subtly pitying and self-deprecating. I truly don't understand. This kind of pleasure, you should enjoy it yourself slowly. After all, I've had enough. He even got a taste of the inexplicably evolved talents. That's natural. Tushan Wanwan proudly raised her chin, completely unaware that the color on her head had become a bright green. Alright, enough of this nonsense, let's get down to business. Shangwan Yueshi didn't want to dwell on this topic and said seriously. Last night, thanks to the weakling's physique, your cultivation level has barely recovered to the nascent soul stage. The most urgent task is to immediately go into seclusion to consolidate your cultivation and use the immortal grade 9 turn soul condensing pill I gave you to repair your soul. When serious matters were brought up, Tushan Wanwan's expression also became serious. With the great revenge yet to be taken, restoring our strength is the top priority. I know. Tushan Wanwan took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the secluded meditation room deep in the courtyard. Just as she was about to step into the secret room, she suddenly stopped and turned around. She first glanced at Lin Yi, a barely perceptible tenderness flashing in her eyes, then solemnly took Shangwan Yueshi's hand and said with a look of trust. Shangwan Yueshi. Tushan Wanwan walked back, grabbed Shangwan Yueshi's hand, and her expression became unusually solemn, even with a hint of pleading. Now, you are the only sister I can trust in this world. I've been in seclusion for the past few days, so I'll leave these dregs of medicine to you. Puff. Lin Yi, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. Looking at Tushan Wanwan's trusting eyes, Lin Yi felt a huge sense of absurdity welling up inside him. What's this? Letting the wolf into the house? Or was he ordered to raid their home? Chapter 57A Tender Entrustment. Shangwan Yueshi's hand suddenly trembled, as if it had been burned by the heat of Tushan Wanwan's palm. That trust was heavy, and instead of warming her heart, it was like a sharp blade, cruelly piercing her no longer pure Dao heart. Reject her. Shangwan Yueshi, quickly reject her. Her last shred of reason screamed wildly in her mind. You should immediately shake off her hand, find an excuse to leave, and stay away from this man who was causing your Dao heart to crumble. Once you're far enough away, last night's absurd night can perhaps be dismissed as a fleeting dream and vanish with the wind. But when her peripheral vision involuntarily swept over Lin Yi and saw the bite marks and scratches she had left the night before, the words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't utter them. The lingering tremor was like the most potent poison. Once it took hold, it seeped into the very marrow. Whenever she saw him, she would think of his hot breath and the feel of his skin, and her legs would involuntarily go weak, while an unspeakable heat would rise in her lower abdomen. If I refuse, how long will I have to wait to taste that flavor again? Shangwan Yueshi wasn't stupid. She pondered the daily reactions of female cultivators with Taoist partners in Yaoqi Palace, as well as various stories of female cultivators in the cultivation world abandoning their Taoist partners. Clearly, the unparalleled pleasure brought by Lin Ye's myriad medicine's primordial body is incomparable to that of ordinary objects. What if another vixen snatches her up before she can keep an eye on her? The moment this thought popped into her head, Shangwan Yueshi was startled by herself. What am I really thinking? That's Wanwan's Taoist partner. The shame brought by extreme immorality, mixed with the greed that made her crave more, intertwined in her eyes into a chaotic vortex. I said, you need to keep an eye on him for me. Seeing that she remained silent, Tushan Wanwan raised her voice, her eyes filled with unreserved dependence. I can't trust anyone but you. That I can't trust you completely shattered Shangwan Yueshi's last line of defense. Looking at her best friend, who was so foolish it was heartbreaking, a twisted sense of self-comfort welled up inside her. That's right, it's for Wanwan. It's precisely because I'm her best friend that I have to keep an eye on him for her. If it falls into the hands of others, things will only get worse. If it falls into my hands, at least I know my limits. She doesn't know yet that as long as I don't cross that final line again, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. Shangguan Yueshi took a deep breath, using all her strength to suppress the devilish desire in her heart, and grasped Tu Shanwanwan's hand in return. Her palms were covered in cold sweat, and her smile was stiff and guilty. Good. The words seemed to be forced out from deep in the throat, with a barely perceptible hoarseness and tremor. She dared not look into Tu Shanwanwan's clear eyes, lowered her gaze, and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry, Wanwan. I will never allow an outsider to touch a single hair on his head. Tu Shanwanwan was completely unaware of the deeper meaning behind it. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded heavily. Then I'll leave it to you. Tu Shanwanwan hesitated in front of the secret chamber, and after 3 breaths she still hadn't taken a step. She turned around, her fiery red dress swaying gently in the morning breeze. Those crimson eyes, which always carried a hint of mockery and a touch of arrogance, now resembled gemstones moistened by the morning mist, their former sharpness gone, leaving only an extremely complex softness. The madness before last night's blackout, the shame and anger after Shangguan Yueshi exposed it, and the undeniable sense of dependence deep within my body surged into my heart like a tide. She had to admit that this dregs that she once regarded as an antidote had, from some unknown time, left a burning mark on her heart, which had been frozen for 3,000 years. Cough. Tu Shanwanwan cleared her throat, forcibly putting on her stunningly beautiful face, trying her best to maintain the demeanor of an empress, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her unease at that moment. You dregs of medicine, listen up. She stretched out her slender finger and poked Lin Yi's chest hard, her tone fierce, but her eyes held an unyielding worry. My seclusion this time is mainly for repairing my soul, which will last from 3 to 7 days. During this time, if you dare to act recklessly and swagger around just because Shangguan Yueshi is here, the first thing I will do when I come out of seclusion is to break your leg. Lin Yi rubbed his chest, about to make his usual sarcastic remark, when he noticed that Tu Shanwanwan's eyes didn't hold much murderous intent, but rather, overflowing worry. Don't think you're safe just because this is the lower realm. Tu Shanwanwan glanced at him, then added with a stern face. You may not know it yourself, but in the eyes of those old immortals in the upper realm, your myriad medicine's primordial body is like a walking, top-grade medicine. Before, when your cultivation was low, that aura wasn't so obvious, but now that you've established your foundation, that aura is like a lantern in the dark. If I encounter someone who knows my stuff, they might capture me and refine me into a human pill, or lock me up to be their furnace for life. By then, my cultivation level won't have recovered yet, and I won't be able to save you even if I wanted to. As she spoke, she seemed to recall that scene, and a violent murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Therefore, you are not allowed to leave this courtyard even a single step. Do you understand? Lin Yi looked at the chattering woman in front of him. She was giving the fiercest warning, and she was criticizing his weakness, but what she revealed in her eyes was a concern and tension that she herself didn't even realize. A sudden softness welled up inside me, and a strange, bittersweet feeling rose in my nose. In a daze, he felt as if he had returned to that stormy night. If it weren't for her tearing through space and arriving at his dilapidated house by chance, he would probably have died at the hands of Wang Badian and his gang long ago, and even his ashes would have been scattered. If it weren't for his constitution being able to neutralize her poison, she would have perished that very night. They were originally from 2 different worlds, but fate played a cruel joke on them, and they became each other's only lifeline. She called him a dreg of medicine, but she never skimped on what she could give him. She said she would drain him dry, but she used her own essence to protect him when he was building his foundation. That silly fox. She's just being stubborn. But her heart is softer than anyone else's. And what about myself? But last night, I was right next to her, with her best friend. A wave of immense guilt washed over Lin Yi, almost overwhelming him. What? Have you become mute? Seeing that Lin Yi remained silent, Tu Shanwanwan frowned, about to reprimand him a few more times. However, the next second. Looking at Tu Shanwanwan's stunningly beautiful face, his throat tightened, and all the words he wanted to say were ultimately condensed into a single gesture. He suddenly reached out and pulled Tu Shanwanwan, who was still giving fierce warnings, into his arms. You. Tu Shanwanwan was startled and was about to struggle when a pair of warm lips pressed heavily onto her lips. Ugh. Her eyes widened, her long eyelashes trembling violently. Tu Shanwanwan's brain instantly shut down. In that instant, her 2 signature fluffy fox ears stood up with a pop and froze in mid-air. How dare you? Presumptuous. How dare these dregs of medicine, how dare they so disrespect me in broad daylight, right in front of Shangguan Yueshi? Nobody's drinking now. Tu Shanwanwan's first reaction was to push him away and then slap him with her claws. Her hand was already pressed against Lin Yi's chest, her demonic power surging, about to erupt. However, the moment their lips touched, a strange warmth flowed through Lin Yi's lips and teeth. That was the special effect of the heavenly fragrance, aura mixed with giant sun, after being enhanced by the system. For Tu Shanwanwan, who was still recovering and whose mind was still unstable, this aura was like the most deadly drug, or like a hot spring in winter, instantly dismantling all her defenses. Smells good. Damn it! Why does this medicine residue smell even better than before? And, it's warm and cozy, so comfortable. Tu Shanwanwan's hand, which had originally wanted to push him away, seemed to have lost all its strength, and it leaned weakly against his chest, her fingertips even uncontrollably gripping his clothes. Her usually murderous crimson eyes gradually became hazy, veiled by a layer of shimmering mist. The pair of stiff fox ears slowly softened, drooping limply, and even trembled twice in a fawning manner. Beside the stone table not far away, Shangguan Yueshi's hand, holding the teacup, froze in mid-air. She watched the two kissing in the sunlight. Watching Tu Shanwanwan go from initial resistance to eventual compliance, and seeing her hand, which usually only killed people, now gently clutching Lin Yi's clothes. An indescribable bitterness, mixed with intense guilt, overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She silently turned her head away, not daring to look again. Shameless. She inwardly choked, trying to mask her inner turmoil with disdain. But the memories of last night are like maggots clinging to the bone, launching a frenzied counterattack at this moment. She remembered last night, how she had held onto this man's shoulders, how she had greedily taken his kiss, and how he had smelled like that too. That flavor that, once tasted, is impossible to give up. Damn it! Shangguan Yueshi bit her lower lip hard, her small hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. Chapter 58 Self-Deception. The kiss lasted a long time. It wasn't until Tu Shanwanwan felt like she was suffocating, until she felt the demonic power within her body begin to surge uncontrollably, that she suddenly came to her senses. Smack! She hurriedly pushed Lin Yi away, taking several steps back and nearly tripping over her skirt. You bastard! Tu Shanwanwan's face was flushed red, her beautiful face looked as if it had been burned, and even her neck was tinged with pink. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, filled with shame and indignation, panic, and even more so with a sweetness she dared not admit herself. Who gave you permission to kiss me? She shouted in a bluffing manner, but her voice was so soft and sweet that it had no intimidating power at all. Instead, it sounded like she was being coquettish. Lin Yi licked his lips, still wanting more, his eyes clear yet mischievous. My wife is about to go into seclusion, shouldn't we at least give her some interest? Roll. Tu Shanwanwan felt that if she stayed any longer, her Dao heart would completely collapse. She glared at Lin Yi fiercely and uttered a harsh remark. I'll deal with you after I emerge from seclusion. After saying that, she rushed into the secret room almost as if fleeing in panic. Boom! The heavy stone door slammed down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterwards, buzz! 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 Several thick isolation barriers suddenly lit up, shimmering with colorful light, sealing the secret room tightly and completely isolating it from all external sounds and smells. The courtyard fell silent instantly. All that remained was the rustling of leaves in the wind, and two people with complicated inner thoughts. The originally warm atmosphere came to an abrupt end. Instead, there is a suffocating awkwardness and oppression. Shangguan Yueshi stared at the tightly closed door of the forbidden room, her eyes filled with tears. Unconsciously, her fingernails had pierced through the hem of her skirt and embedded themselves in her palms, causing a slight stinging pain, but they could not awaken her gradually sinking reason. I've truly gone mad, she murmured to herself, her voice trembling with tears. He actually agreed to her. She agreed to stay with this man with whom she had just had a wild night and who was fatally attractive to her. Who is being punished? Lin Yi stood still and took a deep breath. The air still carried the faint fragrance of Tu Shanwanwan, but it was also mixed with another, cooler, yet more alluring orchid scent. That's the scent of Shangguan Yueshi. Lin Yi turned around and looked at the stunningly beautiful figure sitting in the shadows. Do you feel guilty? Yes, there are. But then I thought about it again. Last night's absurdity had various factors involved. I was forced into it. But since it has already happened, that is cause and effect. She is different from Tu Shanwanwan. Shangguan Yueshi was like a righteous goddess descended to earth. Edited. 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 Deleted. 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 He believed it. No man can resist that feeling. Edited. 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 All I can say is that he really likes it. This cruel world of cultivation is different from my previous life. It's perfectly natural for powerful people to have multiple wives and concubines. My guilt stems from the fact that I am not strong enough yet. Heaven bestowed upon him that many children, many blessings system, making him stronger. Now, he wields the giant sun. This is destiny's arrangement. Only by becoming stronger through having many children will he be qualified to go to the upper realm to seek revenge on Tushan Shenyuan and the Hawan witch. Great love is also love. He is giving every woman he loves a home. Whether it's Tushan Wanwan or Shangguan Yueshi. They're all his. Having figured this out, Lin Yi's sense of guilt vanished instantly, and his eyes grew even more resolute. Now that the goal has been set. So, Senior? He broke the silence with a tentative call. The sound was like a thunderclap, exploding in Shangguan Yueshi's ears. She suddenly closed her eyes and frantically recited the heart-cleansing mantra in her mind. A pure heart remains undisturbed even when the sky falls. A pure heart. It's useless. It's completely useless. As long as that man was still standing there, as long as that unique, peculiar scent of his still filled her nostrils, her heart felt like it was being roasted over a fire. Edited edit. No. This can't go on any longer. If they stay together any longer, she really won't be able to control herself and will betray Wan Wan again. Shangguan Yueshi suddenly opened her eyes. She forcibly suppressed the surging desire in her eyes, and when she looked at Lin Yi again, her gaze had returned to its icy indifference. However, the slightly trembling hand resting on her knee still betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Lin Yi. She stood up, her voice as cold as ice. These past few days, I have been staying in a secluded courtyard. She pointed to the most secluded room in the courtyard, the one furthest from the master bedroom. During Wanwan's seclusion, we will keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other. Without my permission, you are not allowed to approach the side courtyard even a step. Shangguan Yueshi took a deep breath, as if giving herself an ultimatum, or perhaps warning her restless self. These past few days, apart from necessary security escorts. Otherwise, don't you dare provoke me. After saying this, she walked to the gate of the side courtyard, held the doorframe, and dug several deep marks on the wood grain with her fingertips, her voice so low that only she could hear it. This is not just a warning to you. This is also a punishment for me. If I look at him again, if I smell that damn smell again. She feared that her body would become possessed on the spot and do something even crazier than last night. Bang! The doors to the side courtyard were slammed shut. Immediately afterwards, a series of restrictive lights lit up, as if to completely imprison him. Lin Yi stood in the empty courtyard, looking at the two tightly closed doors. A door that locked away his legitimate wife. A door that closed him off, well, Taoist partner number 2. He touched his nose, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Don't mess with me? Lin Yi looked down at his long, slender hands. Last night, deleted. A thought struck him, and he looked at the system panel. Taoist companion Shangguan Yueshi primordial spirit incarnation, affection level 65 unforgettable, irresistible. Humph, your majesty, your body is indeed much more honest than your mouth. But the fragrance of heavenly herbs wafting through the courtyard. Can she really defend herself? The terrifying power brought by the Yi giant sun, talent still seemed to be pulsating in his palm. Night will always come. Chapter 59 Yang Qi goes wild. On the first day of Tushan Wanwan's seclusion, the side courtyard became an insurmountable barrier. From midday until sunset, Lin Yi, carrying the finest spiritual tea, stubbornly tried to get past the wall 3 times. The reasons ranged from the proper this junior comes to pay respects to the senior to the high-sounding, discussing the great Tao to the shameless senior, I would like to borrow some mean fire. Without exception, the results were all the same. Before he could even touch the crack in the door, he was flung 3 zhang away by a gentle barrier of light. Inside the room, Shangguan Yueshi sat cross-legged on a futon, dressed in a snow-white robe, her appearance solemn and dignified. If you ignore the fine layer of fragrant sweat on her forehead and her slightly trembling long eyelashes, she really looks like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The supreme star, responding without ceasing. She was muttering incantations, the Taoist mantra for calming the mind, but her mind was filled with the absurd scene from the previous night. It's useless. It's completely useless. Damn it, what are you doing wandering around the yard for no reason? Even through 3 layers of restrictions, the aura on Linya's body, enhanced by the heavenly fragrance, still seemed to possess a spirit, passing through the restrictions and seeping into her nose through the cracks in the door, the window frames, and even the flow of spiritual energy. With each breath, the shameful heat deep within his dantian intensified, and the lingering sensation in his mind was the impact of that burning hot body from last night. There's also the kind that allows one to transform into a spirit. All. The feeling of fulfillment almost drove me to the brink of collapse. Damn it! I cultivate the path of freedom, not those seductive vixens of the Joyful Union sect. How could I possibly develop a heart demon over a Foundation establishment stage brat? Damn it, what are you doing wandering around the yard for no reason? Shangguan Yueshi cursed inwardly. 411. She took a deep breath, her nails digging into her palms, forcefully suppressing the shameful heat surging within her lower abdomen. As the leader of the righteous path, I absolutely cannot do such a despicable thing as stealing my best friend's man. As long as the door doesn't open, as long as I can get through these few days, I'll leave immediately. After thinking it over, she threw out 2 more spells, thickening the tortoise shell formation by 3 layers, trying to completely weld herself into this small space. As night deepened, dark clouds obscured the moon. The entire city of Tianqing was asleep, except for a figure standing furtively, openly and honestly outside the side courtyard of the Cloud Pavilion. Lin Yi looked up at the side courtyard, whose defense level was almost comparable to the city's protective array, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. It seems that conventional methods of breaching the defenses are out of the question. This palace master's mouth is harder than a dead duck, and his skin is thinner than a city wall. Since the soft approach didn't work, we had to resort to a hard approach and push her a bit. Senior. Lin Yi stood outside the barrier, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to penetrate the formation and enter the room. Are you asleep? The room was deathly silent, save for the slightly erratic breathing. If you're not asleep, I'd like to have a chat with you, Senior, Lin Yi said, not at all embarrassed. As the senior once said, as long as the secret is kept, he will bestow upon me a great fortune. After some thought, I think there's no better time than today, so let's make it happen tonight? Inside the room, Shangguan Yueshi almost laughed in anger upon hearing these words. This little rascal, coming to knock on the door of a widow, no, a single female cultivator in the middle of the night, just to ask for something? Roll. A cold word came out. I am tired. We can discuss matters of destiny another day. We'll talk about it later? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. The wording was just what he wanted. Senior, this won't do. Lin Yi's voice suddenly became somewhat hurried and painful, as if he was suppressing some great pain. This junior seems to have encountered a problem in his training. If that great fortune is not granted soon, this junior is afraid he will not be able to enjoy it. Inside the room, Shangguan Yueshi sneered without even lifting her eyelids. A self-inflicted injury ruse? She had seen this kind of trick countless times in the upper realm over the past 1,000 years. You think you can trick me into opening the door? Dream. She even cast a spell to add 2 more soundproof barriers to the doorway, intending to completely avoid seeing or being bothered by it. Outside the door. Seeing that the other party was unmoved by reason, Lin Yi had a sudden inspiration. Since conventional methods don't work, then don't blame me for staging an accident. Lin Yi took a deep breath and directly activated the unquenchable Yuan Yan effect in the giant sun talent. Buzz. His internal energy surged like a mighty river, and the endless stream of golden primordial yang energy roared wildly in his meridians, but he deliberately blocked it at several key acupoints to prevent it from being released. Lin Yi's skin instantly turned bright red, even emitting white steam, and his veins bulged out, displaying an eerie purplish gold color. The throbbing pain, as if his meridians were being severed, made him groan and stagger, collapsing against the protective barrier in the side courtyard. Senior. Help! My cultivation technique is backfiring. I'm going to explode. Inside the room, Shangguan Yueshi suddenly opened her eyes, a cold smile flashing in them. A self-inflicted injury? Ha, I've seen this kind of trick countless times over the past 1,000 years. She suppressed the pounding in her heart and transmitted her voice directly. Lin Yi, I told you not to provoke me these next few days. If you dare to play tricks again, I'll break your legs for 1-1. Outside the door, Lin Yi did not respond with his usual playful smile. Her response was a dull thud as she fell to the ground, followed by a terrifying heat wave that seemed to distort the surrounding air. Boom! A dense, tangible pure yang energy, carrying a destructive aura, spread out. Shangguan Yueshi's expression changed drastically. This aura is violent, chaotic, and full of primal life force. It can't be faked. This little rascal, how can he have such a terrifying accumulation of yang energy? Did he swallow a real dragon? She panicked instantly. Damn it! How could this myriad medicine's primordial body suddenly go berserk? How could it possess such terrifying yang energy? This is simply not something a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator can withstand. Shangguan Yueshi panicked. If Lin Yi really dies at her doorstep, how could she explain this to herself and Wan Wan? If Wan Wan saw this scene after emerging from seclusion, her Dao heart would probably shatter, and she might even fight her to the death. At this moment, Shangguan Yueshi was caught in a dilemma. Reason told her that once she opened that door, things would spiral out of control tonight. But if we don't save them? Seeing Lin Yi's pained and contorted face, and smelling the scorching and deadly scent that seeped through the gaps in the array, the high wall that Shangguan Yueshi had built in her heart finally collapsed. I did it for Wan Wan. She muttered to herself, as if grasping at the last straw. I am a doctor with a compassionate heart. I cannot stand by and watch someone die. That's right, I'm saving people. I'm sacrificing my own interests for the greater good. Thoughts are clear and open. Boom! The side courtyard gate, which had been closed for 2 days, was finally flung open with a bang at this moment. Shangguan Yueshi, dressed in thin clothes and barefoot, rushed out, grabbed Lin Yi by the collar, and dragged the man, whose body was burning hot like a furnace, into the house. Bang! The door was slammed shut, cutting off all outside prying eyes. It's hot, so hot. Lin Yi's consciousness was blurred, and he instinctively wanted to find the source of the coldness. When his skin touched Shangguan Yueshi's cool, jade-like arm, it was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, and he clung to her. Hiss! Shangguan Yueshi gasped. Hot. It's too hot. This burning sensation is not just about temperature, it's a kind of erosion that strikes straight to the soul. Disordered meridians and rampant yang energy are typical signs of qi deviation and demonic possession, and the most troublesome of these is yang excess burning the body. If not addressed immediately, within half an incense stick's time, this man will turn into a bloody firework. Senior, I can't go on. Lin Yi opened his eyes with difficulty, his gaze unfocused, his voice broken and painful, yet damnably sexy. Am I going to die? Shut up. With me here, even the king of hell can't take you away. Shangguan Yueshi gritted her teeth, picked him up by the waist, rushed into the room, and threw him onto the large soft couch. Chapter 60. To save lives, I have no choice but to sacrifice myself. She endured the burning pain in her meridians, trying to mobilize her primordial spiritual power to help Lin Yi suppress the restlessness within his body. However, as soon as her spiritual power entered Lin Yi's qi, it was instantly devoured by that violent pure yang energy, and even rebounded along her fingertips, causing her internal qi to become disordered. Lin Yi's body temperature rose instead of falling, and a crimson spiritual light emanated from his body. He let out a painful growl, like a ferocious beast on the verge of losing control. Damn it, this force is too domineering, it's better to guide it than to block it. Shangguan Yueshi's breathing became rapid as she looked at the man whose spiritual power was almost out of control. This level of yang energy surge will inevitably cause him to explode and die unless a secret method is used to harmonize yin and yang, and his body is used as a vessel to guide and release it. She gritted her teeth as she looked at Lin Yi in her arms, whose eyes were gradually losing focus and who was only driven by instinct. That's all. If I don't go to hell, who will? This is all to save lives. It's absolutely not because I have any personal feelings for him. Absolutely not. Even though the strange medicinal fragrance emanating from the myriad medicine's primordial body made her, a void refinement expert, feel somewhat unstable in her soul. However, she still maintained her last bit of composure. Lin Yi, listen to me carefully. Shangguan Yueshi bent down, her fingertips trembling as she formed a mysterious hand seal. As the magic array fell, the curtains automatically draped down, concealing the spring scenery within the tent. She looked down at him, trying to maintain her haughty demeanor, but her voice trembled slightly. What happened tonight was purely for healing and saving lives. I am sparing your life. Once you leave this room, if you dare to think anything more or even gossip, I will kill you. You got off easy, you little thief. Shangguan Yueshi closed her eyes, activated her unique inner cultivation technique, and prepared to guide this enormous energy. However, the situation completely spiraled out of control the moment the two spiritual energies came into contact. Ding! The talent effect overthrowing the superior has been triggered. When facing an opponent with a higher cultivation level, the host will gain comprehensive attribute suppression and a significant increase in spiritual power. Ignore the pressure of higher cultivation levels. A reversal can happen in an instant. The originally high and mighty primordial spirit incarnation was actually suppressed by this tyrannical and unreasonable pure yang power. At this moment, Lin Yi showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. Two golden flames ignited in his eyes, and his aura surged, like an ancient divine beast awakening. Senior, let me take the lead in this treatment. Shangguan Yueshi stared wide-eyed in horror. How is that possible? She's at the peak of the void refinement realm. But under the strange suppression of his physique, he actually felt that all the spiritual power in his body was surrendering. Lin Yi! How dare you? I was saving you. However, Lin Yi didn't give her any chance to think. With his talent fully unleashed, he was no longer a weakling in need of protection, but a king who controlled everything. The spiritual energy inside the room surged wildly. If it weren't for the top-tier array suppressing it, this terrifying spiritual pressure would have been enough to overturn the entire Tianqing city. Shangguan Yueshi's pride in her composure crumbled inch by inch under the domineering onslaught of the opponent's spiritual power. At first, she tried to guide the enemy with her cultivation at the void refinement stage, but the result was a complete rout, like a lone boat at sea, only able to drift with the current. The red candles flickered, casting shadows that danced wildly on the walls. This is a battle without gunfire. The spiritual energy storm continued unabated throughout the entire night. At first it was a simple confrontation, then it turned into a necessary process of guidance, and finally, the pure fusion of energy caused even this righteous leader to lose his way completely. Even the once indestructible Dao heart cracked under the onslaught of this storm. System notification sounds flooded Lin Ye's mind. Hidden effect activated 3 times. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Current affection level, 75. Deeply in love, enjoying the experience. The next morning. The first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the paper window, and the air still retained a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Lin Yi put on his Taoist robe with a refreshed expression, stretched, and his joints cracked all over. Early stage of golden core. After a night of arduous cultivation, not only was the rampant yang energy completely channeled away, but with the help of the pure primordial spirit energy, his cultivation level was directly pushed to the early stage of the golden core realm. This speed of cultivation is simply unheard of. On the other hand, on the soft couch, Shangguan Yueshi was wrapped in a brocade quilt, with only her messy black hair showing. With her back to Lin Yi, her body trembled slightly, clearly feeling extremely ashamed and indignant. Although her breathing was somewhat weak, the bottleneck that she had been suppressing was inexplicably broken through after this absurd night. The previously suppressed realm has broken through once again. Mid-stage of fusion. This breakthrough made her, the leader of the righteous path who had cultivated for 3,000 years, feel a deep sense of absurdity and utter shame. Woke up? Lin Yi leaned closer, just about to speak. Don't come any closer. Shangguan Yueshi shrank into the blankets like a frightened rabbit, her voice hoarse and filled with shame, indignation, and warning. Get out. Take your things and get out. Several jade slips emanating a terrifying aura flew out from under the covers and hovered in front of Lin Yi. The Great Luo Heavenly Scripture, the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, the Heavenly Extreme Sword Record. Each of these books, if taken out, could stir up a bloodbath in the cultivation world. This was the fortune she promised him yesterday, and also a hush money to settle this karmic debt. However, Lin Yi did not accept the jade slips. He casually pushed these priceless treasures aside, propped himself up on the edge of the bed with one hand, stared intently at the trembling woman, and curled a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Senior, I don't want any of these. Lin Yi leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, carrying an undeniable domineering presence. What do you want to do? Shangguan Yueshi instinctively gripped the brocade quilt tightly, a strange sense of panic rising in her heart. Wasn't last night's treatment enough? Not enough, far from enough. Lin Yi chuckled softly, his eyes revealing a chilling ambition. These techniques are not very useful to me. Then what do you want? Shangguan Yueshi asked subconsciously. You are the best technique. Lin Yi paused, his voice seemingly possessing a kind of magic. You are not allowed to leave after Wanwan leaves the pass. I'll train your mind in this mortal world. Chapter 61 Sophistry. This mortal world tests your heart, I'll train with you. Lin Ye's bite, which had a slightly punitive feel to it, brought her back to her senses. Boom! A gentle yet overwhelming spiritual force suddenly erupted, sending Lin Yi flying and crashing heavily into the protective barrier of the side courtyard, causing the entire barrier to vibrate. On the soft couch, Shangguan Yueshi, like a startled fawn, instantly wrapped herself tightly in the brocade quilt and shrank into the corner. Her exquisite face was as pale as paper, except for her ears, which were so red they seemed to be dripping blood. The absurd scene from last night flashed wildly through her mind like a revolving lantern. 20 times. 20 times in total. From initial resistance, to compromise, and finally to begging for mercy. She, the dignified mistress of Yaoqi Palace and the primordial spirit incarnation of an Emperor realm expert, actually displayed such a shameless posture under the body of a lowly cultivator from the lower realm. Even his voice became hoarse from shouting. No. I can't stay here any longer. Shangguan Yueshi's pupils trembled, and a wave of shame washed over her like a burst dam, completely shattering her reason. If she stays any longer, her avatar will be completely corrupted, and it may even tarnish her true Dao heart. Escape. Once this idea takes hold, it grows wildly like weeds. We must leave here immediately. As long as we return to the upper realm, sever this karmic ties, and reforge this primordial spirit avatar, everything from last night will just be a dream. Brush. Shangguan Yueshi suddenly threw off the brocade quilt, and amidst the surge of spiritual energy, a brand new snow-white Taoist robe was already wrapped around her. She didn't bother to comb her messy hair, and instead grabbed a talisman that emitted a terrifying purple gold light. 9 Heavens boundary-breaking talisman. This is a life-saving trump card she crafted in her original form. Once crushed, it can ignore the barrier between the two worlds and instantly guide the primordial spirit back. Lin Yi. Shangguan Yueshi's voice was as cold as ice, with a barely perceptible tremor. Her back was to the man who was getting dressed, and her fingertips trembled slightly. Last night's events were nothing but a drunken, absurd dream. Now that I'm awake, it's time for me to leave. Once this talisman shatters, I will return to the upper realm. From then on, the mountains are high and the roads are far, and you and I will never meet again in this life. The void trembled, and the purple gold patterns on the talisman began to burn, as a terrifying spatial storm was about to erupt inside the room. However, the expected attempt to persuade him to stay did not materialize. Instead, a mocking laugh came from behind him. Senior, you don't recognize people just because you've lifted up your skirt. That's not the style of a leader of the righteous path. Shangguan Yueshi froze, about to retaliate, when a scorching and domineering aura suddenly approached. Before she could crush the talisman, a large hand gripped her wrist like an iron clamp. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force struck, and she was forcibly pressed against the cold wall. You! Shangguan Yueshi was shocked and furious. She was about to use her power to blast this lecherous man away when she was horrified to discover that although Lin Ye's strange physique had subsided, it had left behind a kind of absolute suppressive force targeting her. Her spiritual power trembled before him as if encountering a natural enemy, unable to muster the slightest will to resist. Lin Yi leaned in close, almost pressing his entire body against hers, using his size advantage to trap her in a small space. Get out of my way. Or I'll kill you. Shangguan Yueshi appeared fierce but was actually weak inside, her eyes reddening with shame and indignation. Kill me? Senior, are you willing to do that? Lin Yi lowered his head, his gaze roaming unabashedly over her stunningly beautiful face, finally settling on her bitten red lips. He abandoned his usual playful demeanor, and his eyes became unusually deep, as if he could see right through people's hearts. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. I can't stop this boundary-breaking talisman either. Lin Yi loosened his grip slightly, but his tone became aggressive and menacing. But you, senior, cultivated the great freedom and great ease. Now it is merely a matter of giving away your physical body to save people, and it is a consensual act of love between two people, yet you run away in shame? What does this mean? Lin Yi moved an inch closer, his nose almost touching hers, his hot breath spraying onto her face. It means you care. It means you've been tempted by worldly desires. It means you're afraid. Nonsense. I would never fear an ant like you. Shangguan Yueshi retorted loudly, but her eyes darted around guiltily. If you're not afraid, why run away? Lin Yi gave her no chance to breathe, his words piercing her heart, unleashing his verbal prowess. The true path of freedom is about passing through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to you. It's about experiencing, enjoying, and then letting go. That's true perfection. If you leave now, the scene from last night will become your eternal inner demon. Every time you go into seclusion to cultivate, you will remember my breath, my touch, and the way you begged for mercy last night. Shut up. Stop talking. Shangguan Yueshi trembled all over and her face turned pale. Lin Yi ignored her and instead maliciously blew a breath of hot air into her ear. At that time, your cultivation will be unable to advance at all, and your path of freedom will completely collapse. Because you are a coward, you don't even have the courage to face a man you've slept with. You bastard. Shangguan Yueshi's hand holding the talisman froze in mid-air, her knuckles cracking as she clenched it. Lin Yi's words struck her right where it hurt. She was the proud mistress of Yaoqi Palace, and her Dao heart could not tolerate the slightest flaw. If she really escapes like this, just as Lin Yi said, this matter will become a thorn in her heart that she can never remove. Could it be that I really have to stay? But staying means facing this man, facing Tushan Wanwan, facing endless awkwardness and… Lin Yi keenly noticed the slight wavering in her eyes. Winning hearts and minds is the best strategy. The time is ripe. The aggression in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle yet controlling smile as he gently straightened her disheveled collar. Senior, please stay. I won't force you to take responsibility, nor do I need your title. You just need to stay here, watch me, until you can face me with a calm mind, until you can sleep with me again without any ripples in your heart. Only then will you be truly free and at ease. These words sounded grand and righteous, even carrying a hint of helping you cultivate yourself. But in essence, this is blatant sophistry. What do you mean by feeling no emotion when sleeping with me again? Once you stay, there will be countless more times after the first one. It becomes a habit, and eventually, the fake act becomes real. Shangguan Yueshi wasn't stupid. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but her chaotic mind was simply unable to organize an effective counter-argument. Looking into Lin Yi's clear eyes, which held a cunning glint within, she was torn between her own thoughts and feelings. Lin Yi pressed his advantage, extending a finger to gently lift a strand of Shangguan Yueshi's hair that fell onto her collarbone, twirling and playing with it between his fingertips. True freedom is following your heart. Eat when you want, sleep when you want, kill when you want, love when you want. When he said the last word, Lin Yi deliberately emphasized it, and his waist slumped slightly downwards. Ugh! Caught off guard, Shangguan Yueshi let out a short, nasal sound, her face instantly turning bright red, and the last bit of clarity that had gathered in her eyes was shattered once again. You're just making excuses. She retorted breathlessly, but her voice was as soft as water, utterly unconvincing. Whether it's sophistry or not, a senior's actions speak louder than words. Lin Yi's lips curled into a wicked smile, and his other hand unceremoniously wrapped around her slender waist, the warmth of his palm seeping through the thin brocade quilt. If you are truly as still as water, why were you the one who persisted during the 20th round last night? Chapter 62 Sharing the Pressure. Asshole. What do you mean? I'm clinging to you relentlessly, when I clearly have no way to resist. Shame overwhelmed Shangguan Yueshi like a tidal wave. The absurd scenes from last night are replaying in my mind again. Indeed, by the end, she couldn't tell if it was to save someone. She was still after that pure young energy that made her soul tremble. This guy's physique is just too exaggerated. They truly found the sweetness in the marrow. 3,000 years of arduous cultivation could not withstand this power. Hateful. But Wanwan. A final struggle flashed in Shangguan Yueshi's eyes. That was her best friend. The senior was helping her. Lin Yi continued to spout nonsense without batting an eye. Wanwan is still recovering from her serious injuries and there are some things she can't bear. As her good friend, isn't it a great act of love to help her share some of the burden? Share the pressure? Shangguan Yueshi had a strange expression. This pressure. It is indeed very large and very expensive. As long as the senior doesn't say anything, and I don't say anything either, and the restrictions on this side courtyard remain unbroken, how would Wanwan know? That's enough. Snort. Shangguan Yueshi gritted her teeth, and the priceless Nine Heavens breaking boundary talisman in her hand turned into specks of golden light and dissipated into the air. The void, which had just cracked open, instantly healed. She forcefully shoved Lin Yi away, took 2 steps back, and forcibly resumed her aloof and cold demeanor, though her ears were so red they were almost bleeding. Silver-tongued brat. You're right, why would I fear a mere inner demon like you? She took a deep breath, as if making a vow to herself. I'm not leaving. I'll stay here and face my true self. Until I feel nothing for an ant like you. It's done. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, but outwardly he put on a respectful expression of, the senior is wise. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue living in this secluded courtyard. Shangguan Yueshi glared at him coldly, and to maintain her last shred of dignity, she held up 3 fingers. 3 rules were agreed upon. First, you are not allowed to step into this secluded courtyard without my permission. Secondly, if Wanwan asks about our matter, you can only say it's healing. Third. She took a deep breath, seemingly trying to overcome some shameful memory. You are not allowed to do those strange methods again, like you did last night. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly as he watched her trying to put on a brave face. As long as you stay, the driver decides how you go. Rest assured, senior, I will certainly cooperate with you in your worldly trials. Lin Yi bowed respectfully, his smile appearing harmless. Shangguan Yueshi snorted coldly, flicked her sleeve, and sent Lin Yi flying out of the room before slamming the door shut. Bang! With the restrictions lifted again, the secluded courtyard fell silent once more. Lin Yi stood outside the door, touched his nose, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. You can only enter if you agree? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have the Heavenly Fragrance passive skill, which provides all-around coverage 24 hours a day. Can you fly now? Beyond the myriad stars lies the celestial realm. This is the core area with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire universe. Immortal mountains float, divine birds fly, and countless magnificent palaces appear and disappear in the clouds. Yaoqi's Celestial Palace, a sacred place of the righteous path. Deep within the heavily guarded, ancient ice soul forbidden land, an extremely terrifying imperial aura enveloped the surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles. Under this aura, even the Saint King Realm elders guarding the forbidden area outside felt difficulty breathing and their souls trembled. In the center of the forbidden area, on a bed of ancient ice that exudes extreme cold, sat a peerless figure. She was dressed in celestial robes, and her face was exactly the same as Shangguan Yueshi in the mortal realm, but she was more majestic and aloof, like a god from the heavens, untouched by worldly affairs. This is Shangguan Yueshi's true form, the real mistress of Yaoqi Palace. At this moment, she is in seclusion, practicing the supreme sword path. Sudden. Ugh! This powerful empress, who was renowned throughout the world, was suddenly awakened from her meditation without warning. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes, which were originally as clear and cold as stars, were now filled with astonishment, shame and indignation, and a trace of unconcealable tears. Just now, with the violent tremor of that trace of causal fluctuation in the lower realm, some of the sensory experiences that the primordial spirit avatar had gone through last night flooded back into the main body like a tidal wave. Although it was only a sharing of senses, not a full activation of memories, the physical memories were incredibly profound. These perceptions. It transcended countless realms and acted upon her body, which had remained chaste for millennia. Puff. Shangguan Yueshi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This isn't an injury, it's purely a case of qi and blood attacking the heart. Damn it, it's that damn clone again. I told her to go find the little fox, what is she doing? The Empress gripped the ice bed beneath her tightly with both hands. Click. She managed to scratch 10 deep finger marks into the ancient ice. She felt her whole body burning hot, and the spiritual energy within her was surging wildly like a runaway horse. My soul was shaken to its core. Especially that feeling that rises from the depths of one's soul. This is simply the greatest desecration of her millennia-old Tao heart. Damn it! How come it's so much worse than last time? And what's with this demonic path? Boom! The Empress could no longer suppress her inner rage, and a terrifying sword aura erupted from her body, instantly leveling a towering divine mountain in front of the forbidden area. Palace Master, please calm your anger. Outside the forbidden area, countless elders knelt on the ground in fear, trembling, completely unaware of what had happened. Shangguan Yueshi clutched her violently heaving chest, her face flushed, her teeth almost grinding to powder. She wished she could tear apart the lower realm of space immediately, slap the clone that had made her lose face to death, tear that unknown wild man to pieces, and extract his soul to burn as a sky lantern. But, no. She sensed it. In the void outside the immortal realm, several equally terrifying divine senses of great emperors were loitering and spying. Those were her mortal enemies, those old fogies from the demon realm. If she were to leave in her true form at this moment, or reveal a weakness, the heavenly spirit immortal realm and the Jade Pool immortal palace would surely suffer a great calamity. Huff, huff. Shangguan Yueshi forcibly circulated her inner energy to try to suppress the overwhelming heat that was driving her to the brink of collapse, but the fragmented images in her mind just wouldn't go away. It happened about 20 times. Especially the man's deep breathing, it felt as if it were right next to my ear. No matter who you are. Shangguan Yueshi bit her red lips tightly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. He continuously adjusted his breathing, silently recited ice-based incantations, and mentally rehearsed the swordplay. But even the sword techniques overlapped with that rhythm. Damn it! 2 lines of humiliating tears streamed down her exquisite face. How dare you disrespect this emperor? Wait until this emperor investigates the matter. I will definitely tear you to pieces. However, the moment she uttered that harsh remark, a direct attack on the soul and spirit, it struck again. Ugh! This empress, who once reigned supreme over the immortal realm, suddenly trembled and collapsed weakly onto the ice bed, letting out a broken moan that would make anyone blush. Damn it, what kind of constitution is that? Chapter 63 Weapon Refining. The morning sunlight shone on the bluestone slabs of the cloud courtyard, but it couldn't dispel the lingering sweet musk scent in the air. Lin Yi sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, reflecting on the events. Despite having dual talents, however, the pioneering work of the demonic sect is indeed a topic worthy of in-depth research. He took a sip of the now-cooled spiritual tea and gently tapped the stone table. It's good that your cultivation level is improving quickly, but your cultivation technique still needs to be optimized. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Even with the highest level of cultivation, some techniques are still difficult to master without assistance. This is a gradual learning process. The so-called scientific cultivation of immortality is about solving pain points. Lin Ye's eyes lit up slightly as he began rummaging through his storage ring. As a genius with maxed-out comprehension who has thoroughly studied 100 explanations of basic artifact refining, he decided to continue his work on the first art artifact. To forge another epoch-making auxiliary magical artifact. A jade stone, about the size of a fist enshrouded in a milky white spiritual mist, appeared on the table. Eternal Worn Jade. If this were put at an auction house, that's something that would make nascent soul cultivators fight tooth and nail, for it's a top-grade item for nourishing the soul and neutralizing violent spiritual energy. But in Lin Ye's hands, it is about to undergo the most unconventional transformation of its life. Lin Yi summoned a cluster of primordial foxfire that Tu Shan Wanwan had left in the white jade hairpin. The flames licked the chalcedony, producing a faint crackling sound. He held his breath, and memories of the illusion dragon technology from his previous life flooded his mind. First, we need to solve the problem of maintaining a constant temperature. Lin Ye's hands flew, unleashing a series of profound and mysterious slashes. He carved the first set of formations inside the material. The fire rises slightly. Second order small formation. Then comes the important part. His eyes narrowed, and he focused his consciousness into the core of the material, inscribing the second set of formations. Earthquake Talisman. Its spell rune manipulation can be adjusted to a very fine degree. Buzz. The unformed jade blank emitted a buzzing sound in the fire, a perfect combination of law and wicked taste. Ding. Detected that the host is currently engaged in a groundbreaking innovation in weapon crafting during cultivation, unlocking the achievement Unorthodox Method, Weapon Crafting Proficiency plus 999. Triggering keyword Vitality. Due to the host's incorporation of special physical essence and blood, this magical artifact possesses the remarkable effects of repairing injuries and warming the body and mind. Lin Yi bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the jade marrow. The originally pure white jade was instantly tinged with an eerie pink, which then softened into a texture as smooth as a baby's skin. Half an hour later, the firelight dissipated. An artistic artifact, radiating a sacred glow, was born. Regardless of its form, it is a top-tier Buddhist treasure. Lin Yi polished the item with satisfaction, gently applying his spiritual power. Buzzing. Just right. This ritual implement's surface is blessed by the fire subtle array. It emits a faint, dreamlike glow. I'll call you Xiao Bai. At the same time, inside the side courtyard, Shangguan Yueshi suddenly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. He circulated his spiritual energy and thought of getting up to pour himself a cup of spiritual tea. He then began to mutter curses under his breath. You bastard! He began to circulate his spiritual energy to repair the damage. However, during the process, the memory of last night overwhelmed her consciousness. Lin Yi, you beast! It's finally fixed. No! If this continues, this incarnation is really going to break down. Shangguan Yueshi gritted her teeth and forced herself to sit up. Looking at the woman in the mirror with a face like a peach blossom and a dreamy look in her eyes, where was the aloofness of the Jade Pool Palace master? Practice swordsmanship. Once you've mastered swordsmanship, you should be fine. The moon is bright and the stars are few. A gentle night breeze is blowing. Outside a side courtyard of the Cloud Villa, a graceful white figure stood under the moonlight. Shangguan Yueshi wore a snow-white Taoist robe, her black hair cascading down her back, and held a crystal-clear spiritual sword in her hand. The sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its blade is engraved with dense ancient runes, from which the 2 characters can be faintly seen. This is the sealed form of one of her natal spirit swords. If the true sword body were unleashed, it would be enough to cleave through the void and annihilate stars. However, in this lower realm, she could only suppress it to the golden core level, otherwise it would attract the backlash of the heavenly Tao rules. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the persistent heat emanating from her body. Damn Lin Yi. Damn that myriad medicine primordial body. Damn it, those 20 chapters. Shangguan Yueshi gritted her teeth, a hint of shame and indignation flashing in her eyes. When repairing physical damage, those images are etched into the depths of one's soul like a brand. Especially those last 3 times of demonic cultivation, the path of cultivation that is difficult to talk about. That strange feeling still lingers in my memory. No. If this continues, I'm really going to go crazy. She tried to forcefully circulate the heart-cleansing mantra, but found that she couldn't suppress it at all. The pure yang energy originating from Lin Ye's heavenly fragrance, physique entangled her soul like a bone-deep infection. Even through 3 layers of restrictions, the scent could still penetrate and ignite the shameful desire deep within her dantian. Practicing swordsmanship. Only by practicing swordsmanship can she regain the dignity of the Jade Pool Palace master and use absolute power to intimidate that arrogant little thief. Shangguan Yueshi closed her eyes and concentrated, her spiritual energy surging like a tide. The next moment. Zheng. A soul-stirring sword cry rang out. The spirit sword in her hand suddenly flew out of its sheath, its light cascading like a silver river, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard in a blinding white glow. The first move of the great wilderness heaven-slaying sword, Heavenly River Upside Down. This is a secret technique passed down only in Yachi. Each sword strike contains a terrifying sword intent that severs ties with the mortal world and severs all feelings and love. Wherever the sword light passed, the air was torn apart with dark cracks, a testament to the fact that even space itself could not withstand its sharpness. Shangguan Yueshi moved with the speed of a startled swan, her swordplay like the roar of a dragon. Every movement she made was breathtakingly beautiful. The tip of her sword sliced through the air, leaving behind dazzling trails, as if writing some ancient runes in the night sky. That extremely sharp killing intent caused the few spirit trees outside the side courtyard to wither instantly, their petals falling like rain. Lin Yi, who was admiring the pinnacle of his new art of weapon crafting, was startled. This sword intent. He stood up, pushed open the door, and followed the terrifying fluctuations to the open space outside the side courtyard. Then he saw this scene. Under the moonlight, the woman in white danced with her sword like a fairy. Every sword strike carries the resolute determination to sever cause and effect, and every move contains the domineering power to crush all things. That aura of a sword's light chilling 19 provinces still made Lin Yi feel a stinging pain in his soul, even from a distance of several feet. This is the true sword immortal. This is the kind of peerless powerhouse who can suppress an entire realm. Lin Ye's eyes lit up as he watched. Although he possessed the yin-yang scripture, which allowed him to rapidly improve his cultivation, that scripture was more suited for auxiliary purposes and spiritual energy cultivation. If you really want to show off and establish your authority in front of others, you have to do this kind of incredibly cool kendo. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Chapter 64 Sword Intent turns into spring breeze and rain. Lin Yi muttered to himself, the image of himself flying on his sword and slaying a nascent soul stage monster with a single strike already appearing in his mind. Just thinking about it is awesome. Ignoring the fact that Shangguan Yueshi was engrossed in practicing her sword, he shamelessly approached her. Senior. Teach me how to wield a sword. Roll. A cold word came, and at the same time a sword aura whistled through the air, cutting a deep trench 3 inches in front of Lin Yi's toes. Shangguan Yueshi sheathed her sword and stood still, reverting to her aloof and proud demeanor. She looked down at Lin Yi, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. You? This great wilderness heaven-slaying sword of mine is a secret technique passed down only in the jade pool of the upper realm. The cultivation conditions are extremely harsh. Not only does it require an innate sword spirit root, but it also requires a calm mind and an indomitable spirit. She paused, a mocking smile curving her lips. A lecherous scoundrel like you, with a head full of rubbish and deep desires, will never even enter the gate, let alone in 10 years, or even in 100 years. That's a very strong statement. That's how I want to regain the dignity I lost last night when I was pinned down. However, Lin Yi was not discouraged at all. Instead, his eyes shone even brighter. Senior is right, Junior is indeed filled with desires. He wasn't ashamed at all. Instead, he grinned and took a step closer. But that's precisely why I need this swordsmanship to suppress my inner demons. If you don't teach me, Senior, what if I were to suffer another bout of extreme heat one day? He paused deliberately halfway through his sentence, implying something. That's not just a problem for me alone. Shangwan Yueshi was so angry at this shameless threat that she trembled all over. You dare. No, I wouldn't dare. Lin Yi waved his hand, looking completely harmless, and actually gave off a menacing look. So please, Senior, have mercy and just give me a basic sword manual to practice with. I don't need to reach your level, Senior. Just being able to show off and impress others is enough. Shangwan Yueshi was slightly taken aback. Looking at Lin Yi's sincere and eager eyes, the annoyance of being interrupted subsided slightly. Humph, this kid has good taste. On second thought, Shangwan Yueshi came up with a plan. Last night, that kid used his physique and talent to completely suppress me, making me lose face. Now that he wants to learn swordsmanship, I'll take the opportunity to instruct him and hone his skills, letting him know what it means to be arrogant and ignorant, and also to reshape my own dignity as the leader of the righteous path. Fine. She casually tossed a yellowed sword manual from her storage ring. This is the 13 Forms of Flowing Clouds, a basic sword technique that I practiced in my early years. Although it is not even 1/10 as good as the Great Wilderness Heaven-Slaying Sword, it is still considered top tier in the lower realms. Lin Yi took the sword manual and casually flipped through 2 pages. The text is densely covered with obscure ancient Chinese text and complex sword technique diagrams that are enough to give you a headache. But Shangwan Yueshi changed the subject, a hint of pleasure flashing in her eyes. Although this sword technique is named Flowing Clouds, it emphasizes a calm mind and a flowing will. Practitioners must abandon all distracting thoughts in order to comprehend its true meaning. She paused, her tone full of mockery. With your mind full of filthy thoughts, you won't even get close to the threshold without 10 years of hard work. After saying that, she turned to leave. This is her revenge. She was retaliating against Lin Yi for refusing the divine-level cultivation techniques she had bestowed upon him last night, and for his arrogant attitude of taking advantage of a woman's kindness. However, before she could even take 3 steps, buzz! A faint, elusive sword intent emanated from behind. Shangwan Yueshi froze and turned around abruptly. Lin Yi casually broke off a tree branch to use as a sword. After closing his eyes and pondering for a moment, his aura suddenly changed. That aura was remarkably similar to the sword intent she displayed when she used the 13 Forms of Flowing Clouds earlier. How is this possible? Shangwan Yueshi's teacup trembled violently, spilling tea all over the floor. She stared wide-eyed at the nascent sword aura rising from Lin Yi's body. This starting stance, it really does have some of the charm of the 13 Forms of Flowing Clouds. Moreover, in terms of variations, it seems to be even more complicated than the original version. A single glance is enough to grasp the essence? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Ding! Detected that the host is comprehending the 13 Forms of Flowing Clouds, triggering max-level comprehension talent. Sword technique analysis in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Congratulations, host. The 13 Forms of Flowing Clouds has reached its perfect state. The host's unique physique has been detected. The sword intent automatically merges with the characteristics of Heavenly Fragrance and Giant Sun, giving rise to a unique branch of swordsmanship, the 13 Forms of Spring Breeze and Rain. Countless pieces of information flooded into Lin Yi's mind in an instant. Those originally obscure and difficult sword moves, with the blessing of maxed-out comprehension, were dissected and understood as clearly as a butcher carving up an ox. Moreover, the system even automatically optimized the sword technique based on his physical characteristics. The sword intent, which was originally as still as water, has become as tender as spring breeze and rain. What was originally meant to sever emotional ties has turned into an act of aggression akin to untying one's clothes. This is... Lin Yi's lips twitched. Looking at the optimized sword move diagrams in his mind, he felt that something was wrong. But then I thought, who cares, as long as I can show off. He opened his eyes, held a tree branch, and assumed the starting stance for the first move. Senior, I have made a fool of myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi moved. First form, the first movement of flowing clouds. He moved like the wind, branches piercing out, his swordplay elegant and unrestrained. The starting stance was indeed the 13 forms of flowing clouds, but as the image of his intimate encounter with Shangguan Yueshi last night surfaced in his mind. Thinking and thinking. The sword intent, which was originally as gentle as a breeze and flowing as clouds, changed its flavor in an instant. The sword's momentum became viscous and lingering, no longer cutting through flowing water, but more like untying a woman's sash. The rich aura of heavenly fragrance spread out with the sword energy, exuding in naked aggression. What kind of demonic sword intent is this? Shangguan Yueshi's eyes widened as she felt that familiar aura that sent shivers down her spine, and her face instantly flushed red. Stop! Lin Yi, what kind of rubbish are you practicing? She suppressed her shock and offered guidance and corrections. A swordsman should have a pure mind, revealing his full sharpness. Your sword intent, how can it be so? She couldn't continue. Because Lin Yi didn't stop at all. Second move, the clouds part to reveal the moon. The tree branch swept through the void, and the sword energy transformed into strands of spiritual energy, ignoring the protective spiritual energy that Shangguan Yueshi had hastily summoned, brushing against her collarbone, waist, and other parts of her body. Ah! Shangguan Yueshi let out a short gasp. This feeling is exactly the same as the spiritual energy technique someone used in their fingers last night. No. Not only that. As the sword energy invaded, she discovered in horror the important acupoints and the meridians of the primordial spirit incarnation. They were all precisely locked onto by this sword intent. And these spiritual energies continued to surge wildly. Stop. She tried to back away, but found her legs were weak and she couldn't muster any strength. Lin Yi would not stop. He was immersed in the thrill of mastering the art of swordsmanship, and the system in his mind kept prompting him with the essentials of various moves. Third move, moon sets and stars sink. Fourth move, clouds and rain overturn. Fifth move, riding the spring breeze. With each thrust of the sword, the unorthodox sword intent grew stronger. Shangguan Yueshi's attempts to block became increasingly stiff. She realized she couldn't stop them at all. It wasn't that I couldn't block the sword strikes, but rather that I couldn't block the physical resonance caused by the sword intent.